Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Night settled heavily over Warehouse Street, the dim glow of street lamps barely holding back the darkness. The silence was thick, disturbed only by the soft hum of wind brushing across the open space. Under one such flickering light stood Lu Shang Yusuke, arms crossed, his presence both solitary and proud. The katana at his side, demon blade Muramasa, rested in quiet anticipation. His eyes were closed, but his spirit radiated an aura of raw intent, like a predator waiting for prey. Then, with a sudden shift, Lu Shang opened his eyes. Twin orbs of regal crimson cut through the gloom like twin embers in the night, locking instantly onto two approaching figures in the distance. Even through the shadows, he perceived them perfectly. Two women, graceful and composed, strode closer. One exuded a refined but commanding presence, her aura not unlike Lu Shang's own. The other, silver-haired and serene, walked beside her like a gentle whisper of moonlight. Her demeanor was soft and dignified, her essence reminiscent of someone like Hinata, graceful, warm, and quietly strong. Lu Shang knew who they were. Though this was their first meeting, memories stirred in the back of his mind. He had already pieced together enough to recognize them. Artoria Pendragon, the King of Knights, known as Saber. And her companion, Irisveil von Einsburn, vessel of the Lesser Grail, an artificial being created for the Holy Grail War. Tragic women, both of them. One trapped by her obsession with changing the past to save a fallen kingdom. The other, born only to be consumed by the very grail she served. Lu Shang felt no sympathy. He had seen too many fates cut short by cruelty. The heart of a saint did not beat in his chest. Whatever kindness he once had was long dulled by blood and steel. This Grail War, he recalled, was tainted. The wish-granting Grail itself corrupted. Saber's dreams would never be fulfilled, and Irisveil's end was already written. And they stood across from him now, not as allies but enemies. Even so, Lu Shang was not alone on this street. His observation haki had already picked up another presence in the shadows, one with familiar, valiant intent. D'Armuid Ue Duibni, Lancer. Another warrior of a doomed fate, bound to repeat his tragedy even here. Lu Shang had expected him to appear first. A noble knight like him would never allow his master to face danger unguarded. But tonight, Lu Shang had seized the initiative. He offered no acknowledgement to Lancer's presence in the shadows. Instead, he shifted his focus back to the women before him, casually sheathing Muramasa back at his hip. "My name is Lu Shang Yusuke," he said flatly, his voice steady as steel. "In this Holy Grail War, I've been summoned under the assassin class. I come not to hide, but to be remembered." Both Saber and Irisveil halted, surprised by his declaration. A servant, revealing his true name? Irisveil gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Saber narrowed her emerald eyes in both respect and caution. There was nobility in such honesty, but also recklessness. "I would return the gesture," she said, stepping forward, "but the rules bind me. I cannot disclose my name so freely, not even to a worthy opponent." Saber's tone was sincere. She admired Lu Shang's openness but regretted her inability to respond in kind. Far off, watching through magical channels, Tosaka Tokiomi and Kotomine Kirii listened intently. They began searching through records and legends, trying to identify the mysterious swordsman. Lu Shang Yusuke. The name evoked the legacy of Japanese swordsmanship. The name Lu Shang still resonated as a location and lineage, perhaps referencing the famed school of swordsmanship, Yagyu Shinkajiryu. But the specific name Yusuke yielded no match.
Who was this man?
Lu Shang's voice cut through the night again. "I told you my name only so you'd know who killed you. No one deserves to die without knowing their executioner." He paused, then added coldly, "Besides, I have no interest in the name of someone who's about to die." Saber didn't flinch. Instead, a smirk tugged at the corners of her mouth. Her battle-hardened heart stirred. "Bold words," she said with a warrior's grin. "I like that." She raised her hands, and a swirling gust of wind gathered between them. From within the breeze, an invisible blade emerged, the sword of promised victory, cloaked by magic yet burning with noble strength. At the same moment, Lu Shang drew his own blade. "The 12 supreme sword arts. This is Demon Blade Muramasa," he declared, honoring the ritual of swordsmen. Saber's gaze locked onto the curved katana in his hand. A demon sword, it suits an assassin. Irisveal watched silently, awe flickering in her silver eyes. Is he a heroic spirit from this country? Then Lu Shang's aura surged. His eyes shifted from crimson to glowing icy blue, magic eyes that pierced through time. His figure blurred, then vanished entirely. Swish! In an instant, he reappeared as an afterimage, his blade slashing forward in a technique so fast, it tore through prediction itself. Saber's instincts kicked in. Even with her foresight and battle senses, Lu Shang's movement surprised her. She saw a glimpse of the future, just a flash, and reacted. Clang! Their blades met in a shower of sparks. Metal screamed against metal. And thus, on the first night of the Holy Grail War, under the ghostly lights of Warehouse Street, the battle had begun. This power, are you truly an assassin? Saber's voice trembled with disbelief as Lu Shang reappeared before her in a blur of speed and steel. His crimson-etched blade clashed violently against her invisible sword, sparks flying as the demon blade Muramasa strained against the whirlwind barrier that protected her. The blades wrestled, raw force versus incorporeal wind. Lu Shang's ice-blue demon eyes bore into hers, emotionless, focused, and deadly. From his speed and agility, he certainly matched the archetype of an assassin. But his raw strength and the courage to confront her head-on. Saber wasn't sure anymore. If she hadn't known her own class assignment, she would have believed he was the true Saber in this battle. Whoosh boom. Without a word, Lu Shang launched a vicious whip kick. Saber brought her armored arm up just in time, blocking the strike, but the sheer force sent her skidding backward. Sparks flew beneath her armored boots as she was pushed several meters away, the street cracking beneath her retreat. Lu Shang didn't pause. He lunged forward again, his katana glowing faintly with dark red energy. The oppressive aura of his next strike made Saber's instinct scream. Her pupils dilated, a vision of something terrible flashed across her mind. Your eyes, she gasped, breath catching in her throat. What are they? Still silent, Lu Shang pressed in. With his body lowered, he closed the distance in an instant. Swish! Muramasa sliced through the air like a beam of red light. Saber's intuition lit up again, she saw it. The exact angle. The precise spot it would land. Before the blow connected, Saber grounded her heels, magic surging through her limbs. She forced her halted momentum into a counterattack, gripping her invisible sword with both hands and thrusting it forward like a spear. Strike air. A crackling boom exploded outward. Compressed wind, wrapped in golden light, surged forward as a spiraling tornado. The blast roared toward Lu Shang, radiant and destructive, one of Saber's strongest techniques. Lu Shang frowned at last. That ability, it's like advanced observation hockey. A glimpse of the future, isn't it? Though Lu Shang had known Saber's true identity and the power of her noble phantasm, the repeated precision of her reactions had jogged something deeper in his memory. Intuition, a unique, innate skill. Not just mere instinct. True intuition allowed a warrior to take the optimal action in any battle. At high levels, it mimicked the predictive foresight of advanced observation hockey, granting glimpses into what would happen. And Saber had such power. No wonder Lu Shang muttered. But even so. He smirked, eyes glowing behind the wall of rushing wind. It's your misfortune to meet me. In one fluid motion, Muramasa changed course mid-strike. The white arc of his blade sliced across the tornado's spine, precisely along a crack only Lu Shang could see. The roaring gale fractured like shattered glass, golden light dispersing into fading fragments. What? Saber breathed in disbelief. Far away, in the safety of the city, Tosaka Tokiomi and Kotomine Kirii stared at the battle projected before them. That sword, Tokiomi whispered, shocked. Those eyes, they're like the god from Gyeltsmith, the one who endowed all things with death. Kirii said nothing. But his normally unreadable expression faltered. His eyes widened ever so slightly, something deeply unsettling stirred inside him. Then, the true danger began. Warehouse Street. Seaside Park. With the Wind King's hammer shattered, Lu Shang surged forward once more. His magic eyes flashed, icy blue irises spiraling with otherworldly light. Then, lines began to appear. Lines of death. They spread across Saber's figure like cracks in porcelain, like veins of inevitable destruction. Points of termination glowed with finality. Lu Shang's vision was consumed by them. His eyes no longer saw the real world, but the invisible web of endings underneath it. His brain felt like it was burning, gears grinding to their limits as if an engine were running beyond redline. Yet this wasn't just perception. It was execution. Though this body was only a servant's shell, shaped by spiritual energy, The raw strain extracted magic from his master's reserves at an alarming rate. And yet, this next technique required no mana. It was Lu Shang's own. A skill that transcended spells, rooted in death itself. Through the cracks covering his vision, he saw another world, a phantom overlay of reality. It looked identical to Warehouse Street. The combatants were the same, himself and Saber, but in that world, they fought differently. A parallel fate. And in that illusion, Lu Shang saw the moment of Saber's defeat. Without hesitation, he struck. Muramasa cleaved across a death line that no one else could see. The swing looked simple, too slow to be threatening, without the speed or power of his earlier strikes. Yet Saber's eyes flew wide open. Her limbs refused to move. Why? Every instinct screamed. Her intuition failed. She couldn't react, couldn't dodge. Something primal, something ancient whispered in her mind. You've already died. Terror blossomed in her chest. My body, she gasped internally, it won't move, why? The answer came in Lu Shang's cold voice, as he watched her with quiet finality. The future, he said, has already been killed by me.
Clang, sitsizing. As the sound of metal clashing fell, the demon sword Muramasa in Lu Shang's hand slashed at Saber's body head-on. The dark red blade rubbed a string of dazzling flames on her silver-white armor. Saber's whole body seemed to have received a strong impact. The bulky figure in armor suddenly spun a few times and rolled to the side, looking extremely embarrassed. After the tumbling stopped, Saber immediately stood up, looking down at the armor that was seen to be deeply sunken by a knife. Her green eyes were full of strong fear. Immediately, Saber looked up at Lu Shang, who did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but stood there frowning slightly, and said in a deep voice, "What did you do just now?" "It's nothing, just block your perception ability a little bit." Lu Shang Kaido, with a flat face, was very surprised that Saber dodged his knife, and at the same time understood that that ability is not incomprehensible. The future is not singular, it is infinite. Just like there are countless parallel worlds, and the human beings in each parallel world have different experiences, identities, and even ages. The future is also full of differences. Every second, every possibility will create different future. And because Lu Shang came to this world, I don't know whether it is his physical body or part of his soul, which is connecting to the root of the Xingyu world, so that he can use the ability of the magic eye of death without any burden, and he can even do the point of killing the future. But the future that Lu Shang killed is just one of the infinite futures. He just killed Saber's ability to predict the future and dodge it. It is true that Saber could not predict Lu Shang's next attack, but her reflexes and instincts honed on the battlefield in her previous life managed to evade Lu Shang's attack. However, Lu Shang still left a deep knife mark on the silver armor. If it wasn't for wearing that armor and turning at that critical moment, and being cut by the thread of death by Lu Shang, Saber would have already retired from this Holy Grail war. Can your intuition predict the future? No, you killed the future. After listening to Lu Shang's answer, Saber frowned slightly. She first expressed her doubts, then combined with Lu Shang's words just now, she suddenly came to her senses, and looked at Lu Shang full of fear. In the Xingyu world, predicting the future, seeing through the future, and even observing the future are not unacceptable things. The all-knowing and omnipotent star like Gilgamesh can see through everything in the world, such as Solomon, the son of King David, and Merlin, who have the qualifications for the crown, all have very penultimate clairvoyance. For example, Solomon's clairvoyance can see through the past and the future, and their noble phantasms and skills are all X level. Saber's intuition is just an A level existence, and he can predict the future. With the example of the former, Lu Shang can see the future and kill the future, which is not an unacceptable thing. Even so, killing the future is an unthinkable thing. To put it in exaggeration, it is almost like the existence of the crown. Lu Shang, who was able to do this, did he have the qualifications to be crowned before his death? The body of a follower can still kill the future. How powerful was he before his death? Thinking like this, Saber felt a burst of pressure in her heart. And her complicated thoughts, Lu Shang didn't know. Although Lu Shang's strength is strong, there is still a huge distance from the crown qualification. The best example is that Lu Shang doesn't count as the ability of the magic eye of death, and he can block Saber's first shot of Excalibur with his real name, and maybe he can block the second shot, but he can't stop the third shot. And Solomon's the time of birth has come, to correct all phenomena is an anti-human treasure, X, which can release hundreds of millions of rays of light, and the power of each beam is comparable to the true name of the A-rank treasure of the vowed victory sword. Liberation. It can be seen from this, what is the reason for the gap between Lu Shang and the crown. After seeing that Saber dodged his own knife, Lu Shang raised the demon sword in his hand high. Swish boom. Immediately, Lu Shang slashed down suddenly. The dark red blade turned into a white line, bringing up a sword aura 7 to 8 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide, tearing a deep ravine on the solid concrete floor, roaring towards Saber. Slashing is deceiving, it's not the release of the treasure. Seeing the sword chi wielded by Lu Shang, whether it was Saber or Iris Veil behind her, or even the master and servants hiding in the dark and watching, their eyes widened. Lu Shang's demon sword Muramasa is actually quite recognizable. Some people think that it is the most famous Myofa Muramasa in the Muramasa series, but anyone with a little discernment will find that this sword is not a treasure, but a famous sword with extremely superb forging technology. That is to say, that exaggerated slash was the attack that this assassin swung with his sword skills. A slash comparable to advanced magic made many people's eyes widen. The most important thing is that they can't feel the slightest wave of magic power on this slash. That is to say, this slash is not formed by magic power, but another method. This is a bit confusing. Just when these people were shocked by Lu Shang's slash, Lu Shang, who swung this sword energy, was very dissatisfied. As expected, the spirit foundation is still too weak, even the 1.1 slash has been weakened. Normally, this blow would definitely be several times more powerful than it is now. Ola ola. Click rumble. Just as Saber was facing the roaring slashing attack, he was thinking about how to deal with it, whether he should undo the Wind King's barrier. The sound of lightning and thunder suddenly sounded from the sky, and the bull pulling the wheels actually walked through the air, bringing the flashing lightning from far to near. Under the shouts of the strong man on the wheel, he bumped into the tall dark red sword energy at a speed exceeding that of slashing. Under the power of the treasure, the sword energy Lu Shang swung shattered without any accident. It also announced that this battle has been intervened by a third party. In front of this king, both sides put away their weapons for me. The chariot shattered Lu Shang's slash, and the voice of the brawny man sitting on the wheel, the rough hacky, immediately resounded through the audience. I saw a red-haired strong man more than 2 meters tall, wearing a red cloak and overcoat, exuding a substantive aura of a king, getting off the chariot with a rough smile on his face, his eyes with admiration, non-stop looking at Lu Shang and Saber. It's like an ancient emperor admiring a capable person. And behind him, there was a trembling young man, which seemed to be in contrast to him. Obviously, these two people are the master and servant who participated in this Holy Grail war. As for the person who plays the role of master and servant, it can be seen at a glance. Especially the red-haired strong man, who called himself the king as soon as he opened his mouth, and it can be concluded that the other party must have been the king of a certain country during his lifetime. For his identity in 2009, Lu Shang is very clear. It is the rider who is dazzling in the original book and opened up a corner of the world's combat power together with the king of heroes, known in history as the Conqueror of Alexander the Great Iskandar. My name is Conqueror Iskandar, and I came to this world with the rank of rider during this Holy Grail war. As soon as King Conqueror got off the chariot, he immediately reported his name, becoming the second follower after Lu Shang to volunteer his real name. His behavior also surprised Saber and Iris Veal next to him, as well as the master and servants who were watching the battle in the dark. Especially the combination of Lancer. When Director Ken saw the young man next to King Conqueror, a strong anger appeared on his face immediately. If he hadn't been hiding in the dark, he would have come out to give the student who stole his holy relic a good meal. However, Lu Shang's behavior in the next second satisfied his thoughts. I'm Lu Shang Yuzuk. I came here with the rank of assassin. First meeting, and then farewell. Lu Shang first responded to the King of Conquerors, and then sheathed the Yaedao Zunzen in his hand, and issued there is a picture of drawing the knife. Boom. As the last sentence fell, a dark red sword energy that was bigger than before suddenly appeared like a tsunami, roaring towards the King of Conquerors and his master Weber. The people present, not the people who participated in this Holy Grail war, are all his enemies. And Lu Shang's consistent attitude towards the enemy has never been gentle and elegant, but decisive in killing. The willpower tempered by the murderer's kendo has made him immune to emotional disputes. In addition, he has a dark personality and is extremely indifferent to himself. Who is the enemy? What miserable experience has he had? Or he has some difficulties to be an enemy of himself. In Lu Shang's eyes, in fact, it doesn't matter. Moreover, the servants of this Holy Grail war are all people who have already died once. Even after death, they only return to the throne of heroic spirits, and at most they have regrets. In addition, there was a problem with the Holy Grail this year, and Lu Shang had no excuse to let them go. Since the King of Conquerors stepped in as a third party, let the battle between the two sides become a three-way melee. Even if I fight against 2 with 1, it doesn't matter. After all, I am only a follower now, and death is not a real death. I just throw away all worries and fight to my heart's content. Thus, Lu Shang swung the knife with excitement and bloodlust in his eyes. This murderous aura is very suitable for the identity of assassin, but this kind of positive style is not very suitable. Seeing the dark red sword aura that roared, the King of Conquerors was not panicked. The smile on his face was the same as the one behind his back. The Lord with a face of fear formed a contrast, and said, however, this king is not here to fight tonight, but before the confrontation, I will ask you. Wait, are you willing to join my army tent? Next, give me the Holy Grail. If this is the case, I will regard you as close friends and share the joy of conquering the world together. Ha! After hearing the words of the King of Conquerors, apart from Lu Shang's expressionless face, Saber, and Iris Veal not far away, and even the master of the King of Conquerors, all looked astonished. Immediately, a strong sense of shame surged in Weber's heart, temporarily suppressing the fear of facing Lu Shang. And Saber and others felt that this rider was simply a lunatic. If Lu Shang hadn't made the move, I'm afraid that with Saber's self-esteem, she would have declared herself the king long ago, thus refusing the solicitation of the King of Conquest. Boom Tsitsize. After sending out his own invitation, the King of Conquerors took out his weapon, the level A+, distant tyrant, the Sword of Cypress, collided with the oncoming dark red sword energy. When the Sword of Cypress, which was much shorter than Yagyu village Shang, came into contact with it, lightning flashed immediately. It was a thunder and lightning attack that symbolized the power of Zeus. Crack crack. Under the ravages of this thunder and lightning, the power of the dark red sword energy gradually weakened by 370, and it made a sound like glass shattering. When the sword energy was completely shattered, a wave of air swept away, armed. But behind the air waves, a figure in kimono appeared. Lu Shang had no doubts that the King of Conquerors could block his own slash, so when the sword energy spread, he had already followed closely behind, using the class skill breath blocking, D, given by the body of the servant. He hid his aura and assumed the posture of drawing his sword. The eyes are ice blue magic eyes, and the lines of death appeared in front of Lu Shang's eyes. The demon sword Muramasa in his hand, whether it is the handle or the scabbard, is covered with a black substance at this moment. It was almost at the moment when the sword energy shattered and the air wave exploded. Lu Shang's figure turned into a dark red straight line, passing the King Conqueror and Weber. In less than a second, they appeared a few meters behind the two. So fast? Seeing Lu Shang's unpredictable movement and sword drawing, Saber beside her widened her beautiful eyes. I also have to admit that in the current state, my swordsmanship is no match for assassin at all. Crack. When the dark red light turned into a straight line and passed in front of King Conqueror and Weber, Lu Shang's figure froze behind them. A clear cracking sound suddenly resounded in the silent warehouse street. I saw that the Sword of Cypress in the hands of the King of Conquerors was actually broken into 2 pieces, and the golden photon disappeared. My king's treasure was actually killed. The King of Conquerors looked at the Cypress sword that disappeared in his hand, and finally showed a look of disbelief on his face that had been smiling all the time. Although his Cypress sword was not the prototype of the noble phantasm, it was just projected by the spirit base, but it was also an A+, noble phantasm, and it was killed by the enemy so easily. Kill, not break. With the eyes of the King of Conquerors, one can see the horror of Lu Shang's knife just now at a glance. Those ice blue eyes with colorful spiral patterns are simply the assassin's strongest weapon. From those eyes, the Conqueror King could see the murderous aura contained in Lu Shang's body. The number of people this assassin killed during his lifetime is absolutely astonishing. Moreover, that kind of killing is not a sentence like the king's anger will lay down millions of corpses, but a butcher's knife dropped by himself, which is a real killing and killing. Therefore, the King of Conquerors couldn't help sighing. He is an incredible assassin. After only 1 round of fighting, the King of Conquerors knew that he would not be able to pull the dragon Lu Shang. Judging from his eyes and that attitude, the King of Conquerors knew that this assassin must have no desires and ideals, most likely with an attitude of fighting or killing, and thus came in response to the call of the Holy Grail problem children here. Such a person, apart from killing him and leaving the stage, is destined to be an existence that cannot be wooed. Those eyes are really troublesome enemies. The King of Conquerors turned to look at Lu Shang's pair of ice blue magic eyes, scratched his face involuntarily, and sighed slightly distressed. Call out. Lu Shang didn't know that the King of Conquerors saw his character flaws instantly. The fatal blow aimed at the King of Conquerors and his master was blocked with his life by the Sword of Cypress. Lu Shang turned around and glanced at the others. The figure of Saber in the distance turned into an afterimage and rushed away. Rider, this is my battle with assassin, don't disturb us. Seeing Lu Shang rushing towards him, Saber was fearless. Just now, the Conqueror King's sudden insertion and indirect help to block Lu Shang's slashing attack, that kind of behavior of snatching favors already made Saber very dissatisfied. It was supposed to be an upright duel, but was caught by this rider disturbed. Seeing that Lu Shang has no intention of ending the battle now, Saber will naturally not back down. But she didn't want to be disturbed again, so she reminded the King of Conquerors. Assassin rejected me, do you want to reject me too? Looking at Saber who faced Lu Shang with a fighting spirit, the King of Conquerors who was warned and lost a treasure, he didn't feel angry at all, just a little puzzled by being rejected twice. Are you humiliating me, Rider? Saber still didn't even look at the King of Conquerors, but there was an undisguised anger on her charming and heroic face. While holding the invisible space in her hand, she went to meet the violently approaching Lu Shang, and said, anyway, I am also the monarch of a country in charge of Britain. No matter how great the monarch is, I can't bow down to him. Clang. This outfit, and these words. Hearing Saber's answer, the King of Conquerors seemed to have forgotten the matter of soliciting in an instant. Looking at Saber who had already fought against Lu Shang, he said in surprise, Yuzi, the legendary King of Knights is actually a little girl. Is that a lie? Weber next to him also had a look of disbelief. He is from England, so he is no stranger to King Arthur. But it was completely unexpected that the most legendary and great king in ancient Britain would be a girl. Then you come and take the sword from the little girl in your mouth. The words of the King of Conquerors reached Saber's ears, undoubtedly becoming a kind of humiliation. Using all her strength to push away the demon sword village that was blocking her, Saber's petite figure jumped back, and then holding the invisible sword in her hand, she swung it down towards the King of Conquerors from a relatively long distance. Boom! The invisible wind that covered the blade turned into a transparent slash, tearing smooth and straight cuts on the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and roaring towards the King of Conquerors. At the same time, the invisible sword in Saber's hand also revealed its true appearance as she revealed her real name in another way. It was a king's sword with a length of about 3 feet, a grid width of about 4 inches, and a blade width of about 5.5 centimeters. It had an extremely gorgeous appearance and exuded a noble atmosphere. This is the legendary British King Arthur who obtained the holy sword Excalibur called King's Sword from the Fairy of the Lake. It is an anti-city level, A++, treasure. Excalibur. Liu Shang looked at the sword of vowed victory in Saber's hand, and said to himself slightly. In the vision of the ice blue magic eye, the lines of death that appeared on Saber's body did not spread on the king's sword. You know, even the A+, sword of Cyprus, Liu Shang can see its death. Is it because the category of holy sword is forged by planets instead of humans? Liu Shang didn't just think so. Ha ha ha, are you angry? Linyo is okay, this is not like a king. Seeing the roaring storm, the king of conquerors laughed out loud indifferently. However, he did not fight back. After all, his weapon had already been killed by Liu Shang. If you use your flesh and body to meet it, you will most likely suffer a little damage. And his master was right next to him. The king of conquerors didn't think too much. He just picked up Weber and jumped to the side, then easily dodged Saber's attack. Seeing that the king of conquerors dodged her own attack, Saber did not swing a second shot, but looked around at Liu Shang and the king of conquerors on the left and right, and stepped back to protect Iris Veil. If you look down from the top, you will find that the 3 sides of the open space on the warehouse street seem to form a triangle shape. Among them, Liu Shang is alone, and the other 2 groups are Yuzhe and Kangtukan. The atmosphere seemed to become tense. Ha ha ha, don't look murderous, Saber, assassin. Looking at Liu Shang and Saber on the left and right, the dignified atmosphere was finally broken by the king of conquerors. He said with a big smile on his face, although we all came here from the seat of heroes with our own wishes and beliefs because of the Holy Grail, there is no need to immediately decide the winner on the first night. And if we must decide the winner tonight, it will only benefit those young people who are hiding in the dark. The king of conquerors looked around and continued to laugh loudly. Come out, be summoned by the Holy Grail the servants, who have left great achievements in the past, or left behind heinous crimes, or left behind legends admired by thousands of people, and thus the heroes who entered the throne of heroes, are now in assemble now. I believe that those who are attracted by Assassin and Saber's swordsmanship confrontation and the upright battle Momo is not just me. Cowardly fellows who dare not even show their faces will only make me, the conqueror Yi Skandar, look down on you. Rider. Following the last words of the King of Conquerors, 287 resounded throughout Warehouse Street. Weber, who was hiding behind him, suddenly trembled, his hands tightly clutching his huge windbreaker, and he looked around in fear. The words of the King of Conquerors are simply provoking the followers. To put it bluntly, it is just pulling hatred. He just offended Assassin and Saber, and now he's throwing his hatred at the rest of the followers. What if all the other followers concentrate their hatred? As everyone knows, not many people paid attention to the provocation of the King of Conquerors. Especially those masters, Emi Yakuritsugu and Madara who were hiding in the dark, completely ignored him. And Lancelot, who fell into a mad state and lost his mind, couldn't understand the words of the King of Conquerors at all. There were only 2 followers, one fell into hesitation, and the other was the only one who was provoked by the King of Conquerors. The one who fell into hesitation was naturally the Lancer Dire Muad Adana who was hiding in another dark place. He, Ajak, who was known as the peerless chief warrior of the Irish Fiona Knights, was a true the knight. Dignified confrontation with the enemy is also the battle he pursues. Hearing the provocation from the King of Conquerors, he naturally wanted to confront Liu Shang and the others head-on. But because of his master, this Lancer, who longed for an upright battle, was doomed to hide in the dark in disappointment. If not for Liu Shang, maybe he was one of the people who showed up, and even the fuse that provoked the first night of fighting. However, the first battle that kicked off has already been picked up by Liu Shang. Director Ken has collected information on Assassin, Saber, and Rider. If the remaining servants respond to Rider's provocation, basically all the servants of the Holy Grail War will surface this time. Hiding in the dark, he occupies the most favorable position. In this way, how could Director Ken let Lancer show up? Only Tosaka Tokiomi secretly thought that something was wrong. He knew that with the character of the King of Heroes, he would definitely be provoked by the King of Conquerors. As expected. Shua. Ignoring my existence, 2 self-proclaimed king guys appeared overnight. I saw a piece of golden light shining, and a golden figure appeared on the street lamp not far from the open space. It was a blonde man wearing golden armor, standing on top of the street lamp with his arms folded. His ruby-like noble eyes stared down at the servants below, coupled with that disdainful tone. He seemed to be addressing the King of Conquerors and the King of Saber identity, full of contempt and disgust. Just these words immediately reduced the favorability of the King of Heroes in Saber's heart to a negative number. Oh, hearing you say that, are you also a very famous king in history? The King of Conquerors didn't care about Gilgamesh's humiliation. Instead, he asked a question with bright eyes, and then showed off indifferently. Also, even if you speak so rudely, Yi Skandar, is still the King of Conquerors recorded in history. It is a fact that cannot be changed. Humph. Gilgamesh snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, I am the only hero in the world who can truly be called the king, and the rest are just bastards. If you say what Gilgamesh said just now, it can be regarded as humiliating. So what he said now is an undisguised insult. Don't you see, Saber, who has not yet reached the level of a conquering king, has anger on her beautiful face. Her emerald green eyes looked at Gilgamesh with disgust. Shang put away the demon sword Muramasa in his hand. He knew that tonight's battle would not go on. If the King of Conquerors hadn't issued that kind of provocation, or if the King of Conquerors hadn't been so broad-minded, perhaps this battle would have become intense. But this person has too big a heart. Even his own treasure was destroyed by Shang, and he can turn a blind eye. Shang put his sword back into its sheath, gave up the idea of continuing to fight, and left here after watching the next scene. On the other hand, the King of Conquerors still had a look of indifference, and further said aggressively, "You are so arrogant, but I should report your name. If you were also a king with great achievements during your lifetime, you should not be afraid to say own name." But his attitude, in the eyes of Gilgamesh, turned out to be disrespectful to the king. Just like when Shang just appeared on the stage, he looked directly at the king's disrespect. The King of Conquerors doesn't have eyes like Gilgamesh, so he can't get forgiveness like Shang. I saw the anger of the king in Gilgamesh's red eyes, looking down at the King of Conquerors and said in a deep voice, "Are you asking me back? A mere bastard, how dare you ask me, the king? It's an honor to visit this king's honor, but he doesn't know the name of this king. Such an ignorant person has no value in living." Swish, swish, swish. As the announced words fell, a large number of golden light gates appeared behind Gilgamesh. His strength and domineering explained what it means to strike at a disagreement. It's a lie. Are these all treasures? When the door of light behind Gilgamesh emerged a section of weapons of different shapes. Weber and Iris Veal below were stunned by this scene. There are many types of these weapons, some have the same shape, and some are different, including axes, tridents, swords, knives, spears, etc. Each piece of weapon is covered with golden brilliance, exuding the aura of treasures that can be seen at a glance. Haha, so many treasures, you are really rich. Seeing so many treasures, the King of Conquerors still had a smile on his face, but he was taken aback in his heart, and began to wonder about Gilgamesh's identity. Don't look at him reporting his real name as soon as he appeared on the stage. He looks stupid and different from Shang's bright upright. But Iskandar, who can be dubbed the title of Great Emperor, the famous conqueror king in history, how could he be a stupid person? On the contrary, the King of Conquerors is just the opposite of what was revealed on the surface, and he is a very wise and foolish existence. This point, Shang, who has a little understanding of many followers, and Gilgamesh who has wise eyes, can see it. Unlike Shang who didn't care, Gilgamesh felt displeased. Because the ways of kings are different, Gilgamesh said that he is the only hero in the world who can be called a king. In his eyes, the way of kings who conquered the king has tarnished the word king. Therefore, under the provocation of the King of Conquerors, Gilgamesh wanted to teach him a lesson, and use this to see if this guy who sullied the word king is worth being killed by him. In the eyes of Gilgamesh, people who are worthless are all bastards and bastards. That kind of person doesn't get his attention at all. Conversely, unless a person who is appreciated by the hero king violates the king's laws, he will be targeted by the most terrifying beast in history. After all, Gilgamesh, not counting the existence of those crowned qualifications, is a veritable ceiling of followers. Die with this ignorance, bastard. Looking at the unflappable King of Conquerors, Gilgamesh, who was standing on the street lamp, tilted his head slightly, and pronounced the sentence in a haughty tone. Swish, swipe. In the next instant, the light gate suspended behind it, and the weapons protruding from it, exuded dazzling golden light one after another, and were about to turn into a rain of beams of arrows and shoot out violently. 07. At this time, a deep roar suddenly resounded in the silent warehouse street. I saw a burst of black weapons, like the brilliance of a servant appearing on the stage, sweeping out of thin air, and turned into a figure in black armor in an instant. The violent aura emanating from that figure made everyone present see through his identity instantly. Is this Brath Berserker, Berserker? The King of Conquerors was not grateful for Berserker's appearance and helped him out of the siege. Archer, Archer, the 7 servants participating in this Holy Grail war, Assassin, Assassin, Saber, Swordsman, Rider, Cavalry, Archer, Archer, Berserker, Berserker, has already appeared. Only the last Lancer, Lancer, and Caster, Magician, have not appeared. Wild dog, who allowed you to look directly at me? Gilgamesh stopped the noble phantasm that was just about to be launched, and after entering the stage with his hands crossed shoulders, his red eyes kept staring at his own berserker, and the anger on his face became more intense. Shhhhhhhhhh. Immediately, without saying a word, Gilgamesh directly shifted the light gate suspended behind. The weapons originally aimed at the King of Conquerors were aimed at Berserker, and turned into golden beams of light, shooting out violently. 0. Seeking flowers. Berserker's appearance and disrespect to the king successfully attracted Gilgamesh's hatred for the conquering king. Boom. Gilgamesh's rain of golden arrows. Every weapon is a genuine noble phantasm. If he uses the ability of the all-knowing and omnipotent star, he can release the power of these treasures at any time. As long as there is magic power provided, he will become a truly incomprehensible existence. Even if there is no real name to liberate these treasures, combined with the power of the king's treasure, after these treasures touch the entity, they will explode with a certain power, just like a grenade. 0. However, his violent bombardment is powerful, but in the eyes of Berserker who has fallen into madness, he seems a bit slow. Not only is he easily avoided by him, but he also uses his own A++, treasure. Knights do not die with bare hands. Pick up the treasure that Gilgamesh landed, and drive it, further provoking Gilgamesh. The battle intensified, from the two-sided battle between Liu Shang and Saber, to the strong insertion of the King of Conquerors, which almost turned into a three-way melee, and the appearance of Gilgamesh, and then to the spoiler of Berserker, which made the original situation of one assassin and three kings, completely changed the taste. The Conqueror and Saber are still watching the battle. Liu Shang has no interest in staying any longer. Assassin, are you leaving? However, his departure was still seen by the King of Conquerors, who couldn't help asking, I'm not interested in playing with you, let's treat it as a meeting ceremony tonight. Liu Shang turned his back on the King of Conquerors and Saber, walked towards the dark of the container without stopping, and pulled down the curtain of the first night with a flat voice, starting tomorrow, we are life and death enemies who must decide the outcome, and if you want to get the Holy Grail, you must face my sword. I am looking forward to the eve of your true strength. After leaving Warehouse Street, Liu Shang did not wander blindly. Instead, they turned their attention to one direction, and observation haki spread quietly. Shoo. In the next instant, Liu Shang's figure turned into a sheet of golden photons, and just disappeared. Not long after Liu Shang left, the farce of the first night also came to an end when Tosaka Tokyomi used the command spell, the only means by which the master could restrain and balance the followers, to make Gilgamesh voluntarily evacuate. Having lost the chance to kill Tosaka Tokyomi's servant, Korea Matou, the master of the berserker hiding in the dark, also retreated with a weak face. And when Jiantong Yi ran into an alley and was about to use the shadow to hide and leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. 560. A. Assassin. Because he provided Berserker with magic and berserk attributes, Madara appeared in his body, panting and walking while leaning on the wall. When he saw the figure at the end of the alley, the corners of his eyes spread with tendons, and suddenly his pupils flickered shrinking, due to being too shocked. He called out the name of that figure in a voiceless voice. That's right. The person standing at the end of the alley and blocking Jiantong Korea's way was none other than Liu Shang. Liu Shang stepped forward, and the tall figure under the shadow seemed to tear through the shadow, attracting the moonlight in the night sky to shine down, revealing the figure of Muramasa wearing a black kimono and wearing a demon's sword on his waist. Madara. Liu Shang's normally noble red eyes stared at Madara, who was in an extremely weak state, and called out his name with a calm expression. Berserker. Seeing Liu Shang call out his name, Madara did not hesitate and immediately shouted, Shua, ho. A burst of black mist swept across, turning into the figure of Berserker, and the deep and violent roar resounded in this alley. Fortunately, there were no pedestrians outside the alley, otherwise they would have been startled by the roar. If you look closely at the alley, you will definitely be deeply shocked by the superpower picture in front of you. Lancelot. Liu Shang glanced at Berserker, who was wearing black armor and was protecting Madara behind him. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at his own Berserker. Liu Shang instantly called out his real name, and the scene where Liu Shang saw through Berserker's real name in an instant caused another wave of horror in Madara's heart. How can it be? Berserker, who has fallen into madness, no one knows his real name except himself and the old monster. With the character of that old monster, it is even more impossible to tell others. How did this servant know? Does his master know about Berserker? Who is the real identity of the master of assassin? These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Madara was full of jealousy towards Liu Shang and the master behind him, but on the surface he shouted without hesitation, Berserker, do it. D. Hearing the master's order, Berserker instantly looked like a raging lion, let out an oppressive roar, then turned into a black line with a diameter, and shot towards Liu Shang. And this black line is surprisingly a beam of light. Berserker, who has fallen into madness, not only has very terrifying power, but also has amazing agility. Seeing the Berserker rushing towards him, Liu Shang put his hand on the handle of the Muramasa knife at his waist, and said flatly, alright, before we get down to business, let's get rid of a guy first, just to verify, is your conjecture correct? Swish swoosh. After the words fell, Liu Shang drew his knife out of its sheath suddenly, and his figure also turned into a black afterimage, rushing out like a curve. Clang. With the sound of metal clashing, a burst of flames wiped the dark alley. The figures of Liu Shang and Berserker appeared together, the dark red blade and the whole black long sword slashed together. The dark red blade is naturally the supreme great sword 10 Earth Demon Sword Muramasa. As for the other black long sword, it is the same sword entrusted to humans by the spirits of the lake as the sword of the Oath of Victory. He killed the Knights of the Round Table, so he lost the qualification of the Holy Sword, and was classified as the Magic Swords, A++, treasure the indestructible lake light. Death, can be seen. Looking at the Wuhui Lake from Yaodao village, Liu Shang suddenly raised the corners of his eyes slightly, and uttered an intriguing sentence. Also at the moment when he said those words, the temperature in the alley suddenly dropped. Madara, who was already extremely weak, only felt a chill hit his bone marrow, and his body trembled slightly involuntarily. I saw Liu Shang confronting Berserker, his pair of red eyes had transformed into ice blue magic eyes at some point. In Liu Shang's vision, the line symbolizing death not only appeared on Berserker's body, but also spread to the indestructible lake light in his hands. Invincible Huguang, which can rival the Sword of Promised Victory in terms of tenacity, has a different fate from the Sword of Promised Victory. The sword of the vowed victory in Saber's hand, Lu Shang's deadly magic eyes could not see its death. Perhaps it is because the category of holy swords is forged by planets rather than humans. In fact, Wu Hui Huguang also has this feature. But because of the 0.1 reason why its owner, Lancelot, used this to kill the Knights of the Round Table in history, the indestructible Huguang lost the qualification to become a holy sword. Therefore, this feature also disappeared. Goodbye, the most famous Knight of the Round Table in history. With death magnified in the eye, Berserker's fate was pronounced in Liu's birth. Shuakuka, Pukichi. I saw Lu Shang voluntarily withdrew from the wrestling, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already standing behind Berserker, maintaining a horizontal cutting posture, motionless. On Berserker's body, there was the sound of armor shattering, followed by the sound of blood splattering, also announcing the exit of the first servant of the Holy Grail War. You killed Berserker, Lancelot, get 7% experience. As the system's prompt sound emerged, Lu Shang's guess was confirmed. But the content of the prompt made Lu Shang raise his eyebrows. He turned around and glanced at the short blade behind him. His body was emitting black photons. His mind seemed to have got rid of the unconsciousness caused by madness, and Berserker, who had recovered a little bit of sobriety, flashed across Lu Shang's normal red eyes. A look of doubt. 7% experience? It is undeniable that the number of experience brought by killing Berserker really surprised Lu Shang. Although Lu Shang has not yet fully understood the systematic division of experience. But some levels of experience have already been speculated. Divided by the strength and experience of the ninja world, the experience gained by killing ordinary people and zombies is less than 0.01%, and killing genin who has power beyond ordinary people will gain 0.01%, 0.05% of experience, and killing shinin will gain 0.6%, 0.30%. Kill people with special jonin strength will get 0.31%, 0.60%. Kill jonin level characters will get 0.61%, 0.90%. Kill elite jonin and quasi cage level characters it will get 0.913%. Killing super cage level is 5%. The level of Sage of Six Paths is still unknown. Lu Shang gained the highest experience, which was 6.5% brought by Whitebeard of One Piece World. The second highest is 5% brought by Enel. With the strength and destructive power of Whitebeard and Enel, they are fully worthy of this experience value. But Lancelot's 7% is a bit unreasonable. It is undeniable that the power of the Xingyu world far surpasses that of ninjas and pirates, and Lancelot's strength during his lifetime is definitely superior to that of Whitebeard and Enel. But he who came to the world in the form of Berserker is not as powerful as Whitebeard and Enel. The strength is inferior, but the experience is higher than that of Whitebeard and Enel. Is it because of the great achievements or the blessing of status? But isn't the system's experience division based on the opponent's destructive power? A few doubts flashed through his mind, until Lu Shang watched Berserker turn into black photons and completely dissipate into the alley, and then suppressed those doubts. No matter what the reason is, as long as his guess is confirmed. Moreover, the more experience, the greater the benefits for Lu Shang. Therefore, Lu Shang no longer struggled. Lu Shang turned around and looked at Madara, who was leaning on the wall profusely with sweat. He was in an extremely weak state, and slowly retracted the demon sword in his hand into the sheath. Am I dying, little Sakura? I'm sorry. Madara watched Lu Shang kill Berserker in an instant, although his heart was shocked, but there was no trace of fear on his face. He just murmured unwillingly, Tokyo-me, old monster, even if I die, even if you turn into wronged souls, you will not be let off? I will curse you. The voice became weaker and weaker, and the sweat on Madara's forehead and face grew more and more, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. After holding on for a long time, all the burdens were suddenly removed, a kind of relaxation of the soul's shell. Let him, he wanted to just fall asleep like this. Make a deal. Just when Madara was about to sit down against the wall, waiting for death to come, in his ear, a voice suddenly sounded. Opening his eyelids wet with sweat, in Madara's blurred vision, Lu Shang's figure was close at hand, but he didn't draw his sword and kill him as imagined. Instead, he put his hands in his trouser pockets, staring down with a pair of red eyes, and his handsome face was covered with a layer of silvery moonlight, making him look cool without a trace of murderous intent. His words also revived the hope that was originally abandoned by Matou. Looking at the handsome man in front of him, Madara fell into a daze. Yuzenjia is a name for three figures or forces with the highest status or greatest influence in a certain field. The Gozania in Fuyaki City is known as the Founding Gozania. Refers to the three families that jointly host the Holy Grail War, namely the three families of Einsburn, Makile, and Tosaka. Makari's original family name was Zorgan, but since moving to Japan, Makari changed his name to Matou, which is the origin of the Makari family. The Matou family was originally a famous magician who was good at creating familiars. They planned the familiars of the Holy Grail War, that is, the servant system, and invented the technique of command spells to restrain them. That was their record at their peak. In the current Matou family, the physical bodies of the descendants have gradually lost their magic circuits and are in a state of complete decline. Matazukan is the current patriarch of the Matou family. In fact, he is the first generation family before the sixth generation, and the most evil magician in Makile Zorgan. Although he is Madakuriya's father, as a son of man, Madakuriya wished that he would die immediately and called him an old monster. In the current Matou family, except for Matou Sakura who was fostered, there is only one person. Apart from Matazukan, only Madakuriya and his nephew, one of the participants of the Fifth Holy Grail War, Ichitoshi Shinji, remained. The residence of the Matou family is located in Miyama Town, Fuyaki City. The environment there is very gloomy, giving people a feeling like a haunted house. Even playful children dare not approach it at all. 017 On the streets of the old city, many street lights are even damaged. But at this time, a figure in a kimono was walking alone on the street, heading towards the Matou family's mansion. That person is Shang. Shang didn't kill Kuriya Matou for a very simple reason, that is, he made a deal with him. The transaction is very simple and clear, that is, Shang helps him save the person he wants to save, and kills Matazuyan by the way, and Madakuriya is responsible for helping him find Matongzuyan. No. Is the magic tome that Markuri's organ has collected in his life. Yes, Guangxu Code is also known as magic sheets. As a great magician, Makai Lizorgan, who has lived for 500 years, must have collected a lot of magic and even forbidden technique. Email protected? The reason why Shang wants to get the magic book is very simple, that is to change the energy system. It is not to practice magic, but to give up the low-level energy of chakra and practice more advanced magic power. The dungeon gate function was opened, and after several worlds, and the upgrade of the Devil's Eye, Shang finally disliked chakra. As for the reason for dislike, it is that chakra can only fly over walls and walk on water, and cannot meet the conditions for flying. Although Moonwalk can walk in the air, it is not a real flight after all. At this level of strength, Shang's ability to not fly is detrimental. SHH. Gloomy mansion, the door was shattered by a brutal kick. The loud voice instantly spread throughout the entire mansion of the Matong family. In the dust and mist of debris, Shang walked in idly, his hands in his trouser pockets, not afraid of hitting the grass and snakes, as if the dirty inkstone that had lived for 500 years was like a weed in his eyes, and he only needed to pick up the knife and drop his hand to harvest it. In particular, his undead ability is almost comparable to the big snake pill in the ninja world, dispersing his soul to Uchiha Sasuke and Matere Red Bean spell seal, and the difficulty and horror are even above the big snake pill. But Yanagi, as a traverser, has forgotten many things. In this way, this 500-year-old Matong dirty inkstone could not pose a threat in Shang's eyes. After Shang broke through the door, he released his domineering and walked all the way towards the target he wanted to find. Walking to a very luxurious corridor with dim light and a gloomy environment, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air. The figure was also dressed in a kimono, but with a bald head without hair. His limbs were as thin as mummies, like dead wood in the desert, and the figure hunched over holding a wooden crutch, combined with the pair of deep eye sockets that showed a sharp light, was enough to frighten any child who looked at him. Even a strong-minded person would feel a very heavy pressure standing in front of this rotten and tardy old man. That pressure, not only the horror brought by appearance, but also the natural gas quality cultivated in 500 years, made the dirty inkstone become pure and incomparably evil. It was as if those who pursued the abyss of the demon Dao had completely fallen. Matong looked at Shang in front of him, and he could see Shang's identity at a glance, and the breath that descended into this world with the help of Lingji was too rich in the eyes of him, a great magician who had lived for 500 years. No. My goal is you, Matong Dirty Ink. Shang did not bend the corner with Matong Dirty Ink, and said straight to the point, I came to kill you, Matong Dirty Ink's tone. Came to kill the old immortal. Hearing that Shang's goal was himself, Matong Dirty Yan did not have any mood swings, and praised expressionlessly on his face. It seems that the son of the old immortal has grown up, but he has also fallen, and actually chose to rely on the power of the servant to resist the old immortal. The identity created by Matong Dirty Ink's tone to himself in this era is the 6th generation head of the Matong family. He is a worm messenger, the most unusual head of the Gozo family. It's almost a closed-door existence. His enemies did not exist at all in this era, and he could not find a second person other than his second son who wanted to deal with him. And as the servant of this Holy Grail War, Shang has no grievances with him, but he deliberately found him, who is not a participant in the Holy Grail, and in addition to his own son, Matong Dirty Ink's tone could not find a second person. It's stupid. Shang seemed to see Matong's contempt for himself, and couldn't help but sneered, is it the body generated by the magic power, the confidence it brings you? Do you see that? As Saber, you actually have such a magic achievement. Huh. Shout? Shang smiled coldly, and his figure suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared into the corridor. Actually left. Looking at the place where Shang disappeared, Matong Dirty Yan did not feel a little murderous, and couldn't help frowning slightly. Yanagi's goal is himself, but his current body is just a magic-generated artifact, which is suspected to be Saber's servant also saw through at a glance, but Matong Dirty Ink's tone believes that he can't find his true body, because he has no real body at all. Can it be said that this servant has given up? At this time, Li Mo's, Jiantong Dirty Yan suddenly sensed Shang's breath, and couldn't help but look in the direction of the breath, his brows still wrinkled. Immediately, Matong's dirty face changed drastically. Not good. Damn servant, how did he know? Whoops, la la la. When the words fell, Matong's dirty body turned into a hill formed by a pile of insects, and a large number of insects quickly disappeared into the corridor. At the same time, a luxurious and spacious room inside. Matong Ying, who stayed in the room, looked at Yanagi who appeared out of thin air in front of him, and asked expressionlessly. Her eyes were so godless and lifeless, as if she had erased human emotions. Big brother, are you here to find Sakura? There was a lifeless voice in his ears, and Lu Shang looked at Matong Sakura in front of him like a loss of human emotions, and there was no sigh or pity for her tragic fate, and it was also expressionless without a trace of emotion. Before the Fourth Ninja War, no. After Senjujuma and Uchiha joined forces to end the Warring States period and strongly opened the era of the country and the village, the kind of person who evolved from a family-to-family battle to a country-to-country battle, and a person with a tragic fate was like crossing the river. Even in the new era of pseudo-peace, Yanagi has seen a lot of human pillar power like Naruto Uzumaki. Although Makiri Sakura is also a person with a tragic fate, Yanagi will not sympathize with her plight. Think of it as paying for memories of past lives? Poof. After staring at each other with Matong Ying's godless eyes for a few seconds, Lu Sheng's figure seemed to teleport. Originally there was still a distance of more than 1 meter, and it was directly narrowed to less than 20 centimeters. And his right hand, which was originally 540 inserted in his trouser pocket, has already pulled out the sword out of its sheath at some point, and the demon knife Muramasa, who is more than 3 feet old, the entire blade has not entered the heart and position of Matong Sakura, but he does not see the blade protruding from Matong Sakura's back, as if entering some different space. In the dimly lit room, Lu Sheng's eyes flashing with enchanting red light had turned into ice blue magic eyes with colorful spiral patterns. No, the voice did not come in from outside, but from the body of Makiri Sakura. Matong Ying, who was originally expressionless and had no eyes, had a hint of pain on her expressionless childish face. However, the pain was not caused by the blade, but as if it had been tortured by some foreign body in the body. If you can shrink and enter Matong Sakura's body, you will definitely be shocked by the scene inside. That soul that had been damaged because it had lived for hundreds of years and was damaged by constantly changing its body because of its continuous wear and tear had only recently managed to hide in the simulated nerves of Matong Sakura's heart, and the soul belonging to Matong Sakura's dirty inkstone also gradually disappeared with those insects under Yanagi's sword. The last roar was the dirty inkstone of the tongue, and it was also the unwillingness of Makari's organ to insist on failing for 500 years to achieve immortality and immortality. From now on, the sorcerer who had lived for 500 years also officially said goodbye to this world. Boom! Sensing that the aura had been thorough, Lu Shang pulled out the demon knife Muramasa. The dark red blades that were more than 3 feet old were all taken out, and they did not leave any wounds on Makiri's body. Even if they were thin clothes, there was not a trace of damage. However, as the last blade was removed, Matong slumped weakly on the ground. The childish and cute little face was quickly covered with a layer of sweat. Breathing slightly shortly, godless eyes regained a trace of radiance. Matong Sakura looked up at Lu Shang in front of him, and suddenly revealed a cute smile like an iceberg melting, and smiled sincerely. Thank you, big brother. Plus that roar that seemed to be auditory hallucinations, and that voice was her familiar and scared grandfather. Despite her young age, Sakura knows. It was this brother in front of her who saved her. You're welcome, just raise your hand. Immediately, Lu Shang didn't say anything more, turned around and left the room. Looking at Lu Shang's departing back, Matong Ying did not have the slightest hesitation, quickly supported her weak body, and trotted to follow. The town of Fukuyama in the old town of Fuyaki City. Uncle Yanyi. Looking at the Matong Yenya who was leaning under the street lamp and holding an extremely weak arm, Matong Ying, who recovered a little emotion, suddenly shouted, Sakura. Looking at Matong Ying who was following Lu Shang, Matong Yanyi, who was full of sweat, suddenly revealed a weak but real smile. If you celebrate, you better save it until the end. Without sharing the joy of liberation with them, Lu Shang interrupted. Forced to endure the joy, Matongjian nodded vigorously and assured, don't worry, I still know where that old man's collection is. That's good, I hope you don't hide it. There were many books placed here, but Yanagi glanced away and found that most of them were ordinary books. It wasn't until Tanjianya took out a large pile of books and scrolls with an ancient aura from a certain shelf that Lu Shang nodded. Immediately, Lu Shang's gaze fell on a scroll that obviously had a long history, and his eyebrows were raised. Mental image manifestation. Lu Shang knows a lot about the treasures and certain superpowers of the moon world. For example, other treasures, as well as those treasures for the city, people, boundaries, and people. Yanagi almost knew. And the magic in front of him is the only existence he knows. Speaking of which, this magic is still a branch power of fantasy. The embodiment of the mental image is just an ancient name, and now others call this magic trick, all with these 4 words, inherent enchantment, _inherently enchantment. It is really worthy of being a great magician who has lived for 500 years, and he actually has a collection of this forbidden spell. Lu Shang picked up the scroll that recorded the embodiment of the mental image, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The inherent enchantment is undoubtedly a very famous magic. Not only in this world, but also the magic that is called the closest to magic is included in the forbidden spell directory of the Magic Society. Even Lu Shang still feels extremely clear about the impression of this magic trick. Whether it is the Riders' King army of the Fourth Holy Grail War or the infinite sword system of the Fifth Holy Grail War, the inherent enchantment has appeared with absolute power. Therefore, when Lu Shang saw that the dirty inkstone of Matou even had a collection of inherent enchantments, he would sigh like this. Holding the scroll of the inherent enchantment in his hand, Lu Shang seemed to be not interested in other magic secrets. Directly ignoring the Matou Yinya and Matou Ying next to him, he opened the scroll in this dimly lit study. As a result of coming in the form of Lingji, Yanagi not only acquired the rank skills of assassin, but also infused modern common sense and language skills. Although the scroll is 100 years old, and the text on it is not a modern font, it is not much difficult for Lu Shang to read. Therefore, Lu Shang quickly absorbed the contents of the scroll at a glance and quickly understood it in his mind. There is an inherent enchantment, and the mental image is embodied. This ability is a subspecies of fantasy embodiment, the enchantment that shapes the mental world of the caster and erodes the real world. Unlike utopian embodiment, the form of the inherent enchantment cannot be freely determined because it is formed with the only inner aspect of the spellcaster, so the caster cannot give will to the composition of the enchantment. This ability was originally a power that could only be exercised by elves and demons, but after years of accumulation of magic that can create a personal mental image world, some superior spellcasters have made it possible to create an inherent enchantment. However, looking at this world, except for the 27 ancestors of the Death Block, there are not many magicians who can use this world-changing magic. Even the 27 ancestors of the Death Disciples, only most of them can use the inherent enchantment, not all of them. Moreover, this big magic trick listed in the Forbidden Spell Catalog, even if it can be cast, it needs huge energy to maintain. Even if it is a magician with amazing magic power, it can only last for a few minutes. After reading the contents of the scroll, Lu Shang initially understood the conditions of this great magic trick. First of all, you must have a very deep inner aspect that can hardly be replaced in order to meet the conditions for the embodiment of mental imagery. This may seem easy, but it is actually very difficult. Almost 99% of people stop at this threshold. Even Lu Shang couldn't find the deepest inner side. For example, the battlefield. The battle with Uchiha, that barren battlefield, is not the deepest inner side. Because after that, Lu Shang also experienced more fierce battles, such as the Battle of Hawkeye, such as the War on Top, such as the World of the End, and the impression can be said to be very deep. Where battles have been fought, they cannot be realized at all. If you build it with emotions, you can't find the trick, because he has not encountered setbacks, let alone broken after despair. It's too hard. Lu Shang commented expressionlessly. Just as he has no talent in ninjutsu, it seems that Yanagi has no talent in magic. Lu Shang closed the scroll and packed all the magic books that Matou Yi had taken out. Immediately, Lu Shang seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at Matou Yi and said, "Before the end of the Holy Grail War, I want to live here." Of course. Matou Yi was slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect Assassin to say this. But soon, he quickly nodded again. Compared with the old monster who killed Matou Dirty Ink, Lu Shang's small condition is simply insignificant. Although it is not known why he did not return to his royal lord, but the Matou Yi, who has completed the goal of this war and his own servant is dead, has no capital to refuse. So, he readily agreed. In fact, Lu Shang also suddenly thought. Parted ways with Yanfeng Qilai, and has no money on him, he is considered homeless in this world. Coupled with the arrival in the way of Lingji, Lu Shang was destined to be unable to take away every grass and tree in this world. The only way he wanted to take these magic books with him was to write them all down and write them down when he returned to the ninja world. Ask for flowers. This takes a certain amount of time. Therefore, Lu Shang did not intend to waste time. On the first day, it passed when Yanagi lived in the mansion of the Makirito family. As the head of the family, Matou Dirty Inkstone is dead, plus Matou Tsuruno who ran away from home. The Matou family is left with Matou Sakura and Matou Yi, as well as Matou Shinji and 3 people. However, looking at the state of the Tongyan Knight, it is estimated that there will soon be 2 people left in the Matou family. In this regard, Lu Shang did not care at all. After living in Makiri's house, Yanagi sat on the sofa on the balcony, quietly reading magic secrets like a scholar. However, as he reads, there is a quiet tumbler next to him. 0. That tumbler is naturally Makiri Sakura. Perhaps it was the reason for the life-saving grace that made Matou Sakura seem to be glued to this indifferent big brother. Although she is very young, Makiri Sakura is very well behaved and does not disturb Yanagi. When Lu Shang was reading, he always went to make a new pot of tea for Lu Shang every once in a while, replacing the fruit that was no longer stale. The little girl's thoughtful behavior was seen by Lu Shang. Makiri's character made him seem to see Hinata when he was a child, and Yanagi did not hate it. On the contrary, he felt a trace of intimacy that he should not have. But he still didn't speak to Makiri Sakura. Whether it is repayment or closeness, this little girl is destined to be only disappointed. If it is a real person, Lu Shang may also have some considerations, whether to take this girl back to be with the fireworks. Anyway, Matou Yi is also dying. Find a good home for Matou Ying, especially if the other party still kills the existence of Matou Dirty Ink. He will definitely not hesitate. However, there are not so many ifs in the world. Lu Shang did not come in a real body, and did not have the conditions to open the door of the copy. not only can't take away a single grass and tree here, but also can't take away this girl. Therefore, Lu Shang could not give this girl hope. Otherwise, how much bondage and dependence there is, after Lu Shang leaves here, how much sadness will turn into it. Don't follow me? By noon, the streets of Fuyaki City were bustling with traffic. Yanagi, who was wearing a kimono, walked on the street for a while, couldn't help but stop, turned to look at the purple-haired little girl who followed him all the way, and said in a slightly helpless tone. Listening to Lu Shang's obvious rejection, Sakura didn't seem to feel sad at all. Her childish and cute little face was hung with a lively smile like a fireworks, but it was a little more healing than the smile of the fireworks, and said with a sweet smile, "Uncle asked me to follow the 540 Big Brother, saying that I can be a tour guide for Big Brother, and I can also seek the protection of Big Brother. Whatever you want." Seeing that the domineering smell clearly perceived, the girl's smile was full of loss under the exterior, and the reflection of the fireworks that loomed behind it. Lu Shang finally did not make up his mind, just left a faint sentence, and continued to walk forward. And Sakura is behind the position of an adult, and the child is several positions, and has been following behind Yanagi. Lu Shang wanted to shake her off. It was easy. Just doing that, it is easy to ruin a girl's recovered heart. If it was other strangers, with Lu Shang's personality, they would definitely not care. But the girl's recovered heart was caused by him paying for the memories of his past life. Destroying what he reshaped with his own hands, Lu Shang can't do it yet. Therefore, Yanagi could only let Sakura follow. I hope that she will automatically give up because of her attitude, otherwise it will only be herself who will suffer in the end. Yo assassin. Just as Lu Shang was about to go back after a stroll, a strange and familiar rough sound suddenly sounded in his ears. Looking sideways, I saw a particularly conspicuous strong man walking in the crowd. With his muscular body and a red tight t-shirt, the Conqueror is like a glowing ball in the night, attracting the attention of a large number of pedestrians. Its attraction is even higher than that of Yanagi, who wears a kimono during the day. Beside him, he was followed by a teenager with a temperamental Sven and even a little weak. The two are a rider group. Looking at the Conqueror King who came coming, Lu Shang's brows frowned slightly. Don't follow casually, we are not very familiar, and we are still enemies in this war. Lu Shang's undisguised rejection. When he boarded, he was so frightened that Weber's neck next to the conquering king shrunk, and his face showed timidity, as if he was afraid that Lu Shang would pull out a knife and cut him if he didn't say a word. Well, although we are the Holy Grail War, the rules of war are in the evening, and even enemies can be friends. The Conqueror King didn't care. Humph. Lu Shang snorted coldly. I don't mean to form an alliance with others. I'm not talking about alliances, but about drinking friends and enemies. The Conqueror King laughed and said, speaking of which, I just met the golden guy in the game hall and sent him an invitation. We plan to go to Saber tonight to hold a king's banquet. It is said that Saber has a big castle there, which is a very good place. We won't start a war tonight, just a simple Holy Grail quiz. Do you want to come over? The invitation of the Conquering King made Lu Shang slightly stunned. It was not that the Conqueror King suddenly invited someone who was not the king to the banquet and was stunned, but Lu Shang suddenly remembered the king of the Conqueror King's army. The inherent enchantment of the Conquering King is the first appearance of the embodiment of the mental image. That vast and endless desert and army made Lu Shang feel deeply impressed to this day. Although he does not have the talent of ninjutsu and magic, he may not be able to master the great magic of inherent enchantment. It's just that the conditions for the formation of the inherent enchantment have not yet been met. If you fight with someone with an inherent enchantment, will it help you master the inherent enchantment? Thinking like this, Lu Shang raised his head and stared into the eyes of the Conqueror King, and said flatly, I said a word when I came. Every night in the Holy Grail War, one person will leave, and I will take the victory of this Holy Grail War as a reward for summoning me out and give it to my royal lord. Since you interrupted yesterday night, my fight with Saber, then get ready to fight me. Oh, could it be that this little girl is your master? The Conqueror King automatically ignored Yanagi's challenge. His gaze fell on Makiri's body, and he asked with interest. The Conqueror King's curious gaze watched, and Sakura subconsciously shrunk behind Lu Shang's back, and the pink little hand grabbed Lu Shang's clothes, revealing half of his head and looking at the Conqueror King timidly. But at the same time, there was also a trace of doubt in her heart. Assassin Master. Could it be that this big brother is the servant, follower, of the Holy Grail War that Grandpa mentioned to Uncle Yanyi? Thinking like this, a trace of longing suddenly arose in Ying's heart. 4.1. As long as he becomes a master, will the big brother accompany him? Yanagi didn't know what Sakura was thinking. After challenging the Conqueror King, he bypassed the rider group, without refusing or acceding to the Conqueror's invitation. That kind of Holy Grail quiz, or the banquet where the three kings met, he was not interested at all. It's just that he will be there tonight. Just like Assassin in the original book messed up the king's banquet, Lu Shang will also appear as Assassin as a spoiler. When the last rays of sunset disappear, night soon falls into the sky. The thick ink, like a canopy covering the sky, colorful silver light particles, in the night sky to arrange a scattered picture, round silver moon disk, hovering in the air, sprinkling soft light. After spending an afternoon in the old city and the new city, Yanagi returned to the mansion of the Matou family with Ma Tongying, who had been following him for a day. Lu Shang, who had just returned, immediately turned into a golden photon and dissipated. At the same time, Alice, Phil, and Saber also welcome an uninvited guest in the castle where Japan and Ben live. The uninvited guest was the Conqueror King who sat on the wheel of Shinwei and drove the flying hooves and thunder bulls to descend. Seeing the arrival of this uninvited guest, thinking that he was looking for her, Saber suddenly waited. When he heard that the purpose of the Conqueror's coming here and carrying a huge barrel of wine, the hostility that had just risen was suppressed. Even so, Saber is still grinning at this surface, but in fact, 23 under her intuition, it seems extremely unsimple, and Ryder, who was still the king before his death, is very uneasy. When the Conqueror King visited as a guest, the Ryder and Saber groups came to the roof of the castle. There, the Conqueror also recounted the purpose of the banquet, the Holy Grail Q&A. This led to Gilgamesh, hidden in the shadows, a meeting of the three kings in the true sense, and the banquet belonging to the king began. No one can imagine that the hero of the Epic of Gilgamesh, which has left great achievements in history and is known as the oldest king, as well as the greatest king in Kydal mythology, King Arthur, and the Conqueror King, who is called the greatest military genius in European history, the most famous conqueror of the Macedonian Empire, and the title of the Great will return to the present world and have a king-level meeting in a castle. It's just incredible, beyond the unthinkable. And the content of this banquet's Holy Grail Q&A is nothing more than why everyone responded to the call of the Holy Grail and for what wishes they came to this world. Just chatting and talking, after Saber said his wishes, he was reprimanded by the Conqueror King. Everyone's path is different, and there will be no same path, even parallel worlds, which is the supreme law of the universe. Similarly, each king manages the country, and the method of royal subjects and people is different, which is the difference in the way of kings. Every era is different, and the royal way of that era will not be the same. Just like the paradox of God, there will always be contradictions in modern times. When kings of all ages come to this world and gather together to talk about the way of kings, it is natural that controversy arises. Just as the atmosphere intensifies, Conquer Meshi unites to taunt Saber. With the phrase "you only save people in a flash, but you never lead them. You didn't let them understand what the king's desire is. You have left behind the lost, but alone with a clean and holy state, intoxicated by your own small family ideals. Until now, you still want to insult and deny yourself, subvert their construction. Saber, you don't understand the human heart?" The fatal blow left Saber in a state of sluggishness. Memories seemed to travel through time and space, that era. King Arthur did not understand the human heart. This sentence is the words that the soldier who said this is the most regretful word in his life. It was also the collapse of the Knights of the Round Table and the fuse of the fall of ancient Britain. The Conqueror reprimanded her with this sentence, which suddenly made Saber's insistent belief in being shaken. Ugh. Just as Saber was confused, a photon suddenly flashed, and a teenager wearing a black kimono all day and night inserted as a fourth party. Humph, a sneaky mouse, this is not your stage. Seeing Liu Shang's appearance, Gilgamesh suddenly laughed with disdain. The implication is that an assassin is not qualified to participate in the king's banquet. Despite what Gilgamesh said, no one in heaven and earth had the qualifications to be called king except him. But the identity of the king is recognized by the people. Just like the Conqueror King said, no matter how much he disdained, he still could not change his identity as a king. And in this banquet, the two famous kings of the Conqueror and King Arthur, except that King Arthur is a little interesting, they are indeed a king. But the name Uzukyanagi, Gilgamesh could not find the identity of this king from the information implanted by the Holy Grail. However, the momentum when he appeared may be the little king of this island country, but even the reputation has not spread throughout the world, and this kind of little king is not qualified to join this banquet at all. Therefore, it is also very normal for Yanagi's arrival to attract the ridicule of the most proud Gilgamesh. Ha ha ha. Assassin, I invited over. His courage can be recognized at a glance. He must be a king-level figure before his death, maybe a king in troubled times. Listening to Gilgamesh's words, the Conqueror suddenly seemed to have forgotten about Saber, and looked at Liu Shang and laughed and said, "A 540 assassin." As he spoke, the king of Conqueror shook the golden cup that Gilgamesh had taken out in his hand. "Hey, my wine isn't that cheap." Seeing the Conqueror King so casual, Gilgamesh spoke slightly displeased. He didn't show his gesture, but he didn't mean to stop it. Although arrogant, he is an unexpectedly generous king. However, Liu Shang said with great dismay, "No need, my purpose here is not to drink." The tone was slight, and Liu Shang's expressionless face raised a bloodthirsty smile. The materialized dark red gas suddenly emanated from his body. It was not a magic fluctuation, nor was it an overlord-colored domineering, but a murderous aura that those present were most familiar with and felt cold. For the first time, Liu Shang released his killing intent. It was the breath of hundreds of thousands of living beings, and it was not the killing of these kings after a war. It is the resentment and hatred of the creatures killed with their own hands. The release of this murderous aura immediately made Webb and Alice Phil feel a suffocation and a stuffy feeling in their mouths, making them want to vomit, and the surrounding scene was like a slideshow, constantly flashing the picture of the corpse mountain and the sea of blood. Such a murderous aura really deserves the name of assassin. Liu Shang's astonishing murderous aura not only made Alice Phil and Webb feel uncomfortable, but even the three kings present were amazed. As the saying goes, when the king is angry, he will ambush a million. This phrase refers to the anger of a king, who will always start a war that destroys countless families. and in every war, the number of deaths is far higher than the number of creatures killed by Lu Shang. Every king present, the people they kill are above Lu Shang. However, they do not have a trace of murderous aura, some are just substantial domineering, belonging to the momentum of the king and emperor under the world. Lu Shang is the opposite of them, extremely domineering, but stronger is murderous. Such a murderous aura can only be possessed by those who personally hold the butcher knife and are stained with blood. The hallucination that Alice Phil and Webb felt was not nothing, it was a shocking murderous repetition. The pictures of those corpse mountains and blood seas are just the accumulated number and capacity of the victory killed by Lu Shang. How many people did he kill? Such thoughts could not help but appear in the minds of the three kings. Ha ha ha, I feel your murderous intent, assassin. The Conqueror king, who was targeted by Lu Shang's murderous anger, said with a hearty laugh, although I don't know what kind of guy you were when you were alive, your pure killing intent made me feel your determination. Although I don't want to fight you this night, I accept your battle post. After speaking, the Conqueror bent down to take the wine that Gilgamesh took out, and then looked at Gilgamesh and asked, I can roughly guess your real name, but if you don't want to reveal your real name, then I will call you Archer. Archer, are there any other wine glasses? The corner of Gilgamesh's mouth raised slightly, snorted coldly, and said mockingly, although the unknown clown is not worthy of the king's wine, as a ticket to the next clown performance, the king will show mercy to meet your requirements. Ugh. As soon as the words fell, a golden light gate appeared in the night sky. A beautifully ornate golden wine glass fell out of the light gate. Then he was slightly caught by the Conqueror king's hand. Immediately, the Conqueror king was given a glass one after another, and the newly taken out wine glass of Gilgamesh was filled with fine wine, and then handed one of the glasses to Lu Shang, and said with a hearty smile, your king has already taken it, so you should not refuse this glass of pre-war wine, right? To be honest, Archer's wine is really human, and if it weren't for the inability to rob other people's treasures, the king would want to rob his treasury. Humph. Hearing this, Gilgamesh snorted coldly in disdain. Lu Shang silently took the wine glass handed by the Conqueror king and clinked glasses with him as enemies and opponents. Nice wine. When Lu Shang drank all the wine in the glass, even if he was not strong enough to drink, he rarely drank, and he couldn't help but praise. Ha ha ha. Right, right? The Conquest king laughed again. Immediately, the conquering king looked at Lu Shang with interest and asked, before the war, I would like to ask you a question. Just now, Saber and Archer and I had a Grail Q&A. We talked about why we answered the call of the Grail, and also talked about each other's wishes and kings, although Saber's words made this banquet a little unpleasant, but I was a little curious. I wonder if you can answer me. Assassin, what is your wish to respond to the Holy Grail? In you, I feel a very paradoxical weirdness. You are a freak, but you exude pure pride, but you can say that you are a normal person, but you have a crazy killing intent towards everyone. After speaking, the Conqueror continued, I answered the call of the Holy Grail to obtain the flesh, Archer for my own law, and Saber to save the country. I am curious. Assassin, what are you for? Two questions smashed down in a row, causing the roof of the castle to fall silent. Listening to the words of the Conqueror king, not only Saber and Alice Phil and Webb, but even Gilgamesh, who was empty-eyed, could not help but set his eyes on Yanagi. A person's courage is easily perceived by the same kind. Lu Shang is not a king, but he is better than a king. Coupled with the reason for the overlord's domineering, he was mistaken by several people for a king before his death. Yanagi's status as the savior of the ninja world is indeed more noble than that of the king, but his character flaws and the perfection of the murderous ghost kendo make him seem to be a freak. But in fact, what Yanagi did was just follow his own principles like Gilgamesh. He was originally a person of extreme indifference to himself. Therefore, Lu Shang listened to the words of the conquering king, and finally showed a smile on his expressionless face, and said without concealment, first of all, I am not a king, and secondly, what I want has been obtained. As for why you answered the call of the Holy Grail, don't get me wrong. I didn't bother with that kind of stuff at all. Yanagi stared at the Conqueror king, then swept past Saber and Gilgamesh and continued, but the accident brought me here, and I would also like to see the strength of you kings who have left great achievements in history. And kill you? Lu Shang's gaze returned to the conquering, Limo's, king, and he spoke flatly, Rider, no. Conquering king Iskander, are you ready? Ha ha ha. So it is, do not know how to show mercy, will not show mercy, is this how you express the battle? The Conqueror king instantly understood Lu Shang's meaning, and couldn't help laughing. King Ben understands, since you want to share the victory and defeat with King Ben, then King Ben will meet your requirements. But this is Saber's residence, it's embarrassing to come here without saying hello, but you can't let this become our battlefield. With a slight tone, the Conqueror king glanced at Saber and said meaningfully, moreover, King Ben wants to wake up a little girl who is confused in this way. Wio, alter. A gust of hot wind, with a whistling sound, blew on the roof of the Night Lyre. This is inherently enchantment? In the vast desert area, the texture of yellow sand comes from the feet, and the hot airflow blows around. The scene of stealing the sky and changing the night into day in an instant, made Webb and Aliceville, who were humans and artificial humans, startled by the means of the conquering king. With knowledge of magic, they instantly showed their faces in disbelief. As mentioned earlier, the status of the 5 great laws in the moon world is very high. Both the first and fifth laws are derived from the roots, while the second, third, and fourth laws are special forces that human beings study in order to reach the roots. The second method can casually wander in the parallel world, and the inherent enchantment is known as the great magic closest to magic, and it is one of the forbidden spells listed in the directory of the Magic Association. But everyone who has a little knowledge of magic basically knows the legend of this great magic. The reason why legends become legends is that everyone knows them, but they have not seen them, and over time, they will cover that object, or events, and secrets, with a veil of mystery and dye it with the color of conveyance. Therefore, when Webb and Aliceville saw the inherent enchantment with their own eyes, it was normal to be shocked. Even Saber's beautiful eyes widened and quickly protected Aliceville behind him. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes slightly, sitting on the yellow sand. His posture was still elegant and noble, and his eyes were cast appreciatively at the Conqueror King who disappeared in front of him and appeared directly thousands of meters away. Click click dash. The sound like gears turning sounded, and behind the Conqueror King standing in the distance ahead, there seemed to be a mirage-like scene. One after another, soldiers dressed in silver-white armor seemed to shuttle through the gate of time and space, stepping on heavy steel steps, and the team walked out neatly. SHHHH. With a hoarse cry, a noble king horse also came out of the ranks, came to the side of the Conqueror King, and rubbed him affectionately. The Conqueror King gently touched the head of the royal horse, and then mounted on the back of the royal horse, looking at Shang in front of him from a long distance. The heroic sound, even from a long distance, magically resounded throughout the desert. This is the land that our army has crossed, and the warriors who shared my happiness and suffering with, CDEB, have this scenery firmly remembered in their hearts. The Conqueror King sat on the king's horse, opened his arms and shouted domineeringly, showing the momentum of the great emperor. Look, this is my conquering King Wushuan's army. The Conqueror King seems to be educating Saber. He has been staring at the lonely Shang, but his words are not directed at Shang. The king is to live more truly than anyone else. Not solitary, for his will is the desire of all subjects. Exactly? Precisely? Exactly. As the voice of the Conqueror King fell, the soldiers behind them raised their weapons and shouted. Such a pure picture. No, even if he died, he still followed the unparalleled army of the Conqueror King, and the morale that rushed to his face made Saber, who was already confused, have a great impact in his heart. Such a great picture is like mocking her for all her rebellion and unworthy of being a king. But at the same time, it was self-defeating, which made Saber's determination even stronger. She wants to save her country? Soldiers, in front of us is a bloody battlefield, with amazingly murderous ghosts. After the Conqueror said that, he looked squarely at Shang and shouted, Assas, I have never seen your treasure, maybe those eyes are your treasure. But in the same way, this legion is also the crystallization of my ties with the kings of the warriors. Your opponent is not Iskander, but Alexander's army. Are you still ready to fight me? Of course. You will surely be defeated, Conqueror Iskander. Facing the legion of tens of thousands of elite soldiers, Shang not only did not have a trace of fear, but showed an excited smile, and his red eyes had turned into ice blue magic eyes. Visible, death is too clear. The peak state of these eyes is actually so strong. The line symbolizing death came into Yanagi's eyes. At a glance, this world of yellow sand is full of graffiti formed by black lines, or cracks painted by graffiti. The vast desert area in the eyes of others turned into a plate full of cracks in Shang's eyes. It seems that with just force, you can break off a corner of this world at will. The point is that Shang does not feel uncomfortable at all. At this moment, Shang finally realized how powerful the peak version of the straight death demon eye was. Among the 5 laws, the first and fifth laws are derived from the root, and the second, third, and fourth laws are all studied in order to reach the root. The 2 rituals are linked to the root, and her straight death demon eye may not be the strongest force in the moon world, but it is also one of the strongest abilities. While in the ninja world, Yanagi could not experience the true power of the straight death demon eye. And now, he finally understood the power of the straight death demon eye, and also felt how comfortable and exciting it would be to be able to use the straight death demon eye without burden. At the same time, Shang also noticed a little. As the inherent enchantment unfolded, a shackle that had been silently put on from the moment he descended here seemed to be silently hidden like the Dark Knight in reality. And that shackle is called inhibition. Yanagi could clearly perceive that his body became so relaxed. Although chakra has not recovered and his physique has not become much stronger, his mental aspect seems to have returned to his peak. So, Yanagi planned to give it a try. Wadash. The pupils contracted slightly, and a substantial wave of chi suddenly spread out from Shang's body. Like an open net, the chi wave turned into a spherical-shaped light wave, covering the entire desert area. Whether it was Saber and the others watching the battle, or the tens of thousands of troops in front of Shang, they were all covered by this light mask. The mask is not continuous, but when it is opened to the limit, it quickly disappears. SHHSHH. With a series of falling sounds, the picture that contrasted with the great miracle picture just now was presented in the form of a positive and negative drop. I saw tens of thousands of troops standing behind the Conqueror King, nearly half of the soldiers, under the helmeted head, originally full of fanatical eyes on the Conqueror King. A pair of eyes actually rolled their eyes at the same time, and fell to the ground in such a dizziness. If you look down from the perspective of God, you will see the pile of ants that originally stood in a row, and some of them fell to the ground. That kind of picture is full of shock, enough to make Alice, Phil, and Webb, who are not strong in psychological endurance, completely shattered their hearts. However, it is a pity that Alice, Phil, and Webb, two people, did not have the opportunity to witness this picture. Almost at the moment when the light mask disappeared, whether it was Alice, Phil, who was an artificial human, or Webb, who had a magic circuit, it was as if someone had given a heavy hammer in the back, and like the tens of thousands of soldiers, he rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Saber caught Alice, Phil, who fell to the ground, and her turquoise beautiful eyes with a rich shock color, stared at the lonely figure in a kimono in front of her. Even Gilgamesh's eyes were less playful than watching monkey plays, and he looked squarely at Liu Shang at this moment. It is not because of Liu Shang's strength, but to face Liu Shang's courage. Overlord color domineering, the power system of another world. Perhaps in the moon world, this ability is not worth mentioning, but this ability to embody one's own courage and release it in the form of willpower, and can also be used as a weapon and power, has won the recognition of Gilgamesh and others as kings. People who are powerful, but do not have the courage to be worthy of it, will only make Gilgamesh look down on, such as Tozaka Shishin. As the Tozaka patriarch of the three royal families, Tozaka Shishin's strength is second only to the real identity of the original patriarch, and he is also one of the strongest masters who participated in this Holy Grail war. Yet Gilgamesh still couldn't look at him. On the contrary, the pure words and ceremonies have won the appreciation of Gilgamesh. The same is true of Yanagi. From his appearance to now, what Liu Shang has done seems inexplicable. The act of finding the Conqueror King and trying to kill him when he doesn't agree is like being unreasonable. In fact, Yanagi gained the appreciation of Gilgamesh, including the targeted Conqueror King, because Yanagi is such a pure person. In addition to Saber, Gilgamesh, and the Conqueror King saw the essence of Yanagi at a glance. In addition, in the King's Banquet just now, Gilgamesh killed the Conqueror King, which is also a recognition and appreciation of the Conqueror King. Therefore, two people who were recognized by him fought against each other. Gilgamesh abandoned the previous drama and faced the battle squarely, giving the two men in front of him the respect they deserved. In this war, all servants who descended in response to the Grail and fought for the Grail were sinners who offended the laws laid down by his King of Heroes. One of the two of them will inevitably leave, and those who survive will be killed by him. Ha ha ha. Such a momentum, if you don't personally deny it, I really can't believe that you are not a king. Liu Shang's overlord-colored domineering spirit released with all his strength also won the appreciation of the Conqueror King. The sound of heroic laughter not only did not have a trace of anger, but was full of excitement and fighting intent. If it were not for the sword of Septut had been killed by Liu Shang, the Conqueror King at this time was afraid to raise the sword in his hand, galloping in front to lead the whole army into battle. Even though the sword had been killed, the Conqueror still held an ordinary scene in his hand and shouted, "Warriors, my most trusted companions of Iskander. The enemy in front of us is a murderous ghost with 10,000 enemies, a hero whose hands are stained with the blood of thousands of people, and we should be the strongest domineering to let them see our army of kings." Oh. Although his own side lost nearly half of his soldiers, the morale of conquering Wang Wushuan's legion was not weakened by a single point. Those soldiers were still fanatical, and they ran towards Liu Shang with great momentum. Ask for flowers. Cavalry, archers, shield guards, etc. This is an all-armed cold weapon, the quality is extremely noble, and it was an invincible army in ancient times. In this super powerful world, among these people, there are definitely thousands of strong people, and there are definitely not a few people who have treasures. However, because they are summoned by the ability of the conquering king, although they are also the body of the servant, they do not obtain the rank granted by the Holy Grail, and there is no master, lord, to provide magic, so that they can obtain a part of the power before death, even the peak, nor do they get the skills of the rank like the conqueror king, and their treasures before death are not realized. Therefore, if this legion is placed in a world without superpowers, it must be an invincible unparalleled army in ancient times. 0. However, in Liu Shang's eyes, it was like a group of grown ant colonies, vulnerable to attack. I saw Liu Shang standing still, slowly pulling out the demon knife Muramasa, who was on his waist, and lifting it high. Ah harumble. A dark red-white practice slipped down, as if bringing up 6 reflections. The sound of the blade cutting through the air was also like 6 paths in one. Without letting people guess whether the sounds coincided, a thunderous explosion suddenly resounded. A dazzling pillar of dark red light rose up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the pillar of light turned into a monstrous tsunami, turning into a slash hundreds of meters high and about 200 meters wide, flooding towards the oncoming army. Although the slash has been weakened, Liu Shang's straight death demon eye, which is getting stronger day by day, is in a rapid and perfect stage. Coupled with the sound of the breath of all things, Liu Shang used the straight death demon eye to kill the airflow, and he could still swing a slash that was not weaker than the peak. What is even more terrifying is that Liu Shang, who is in the moon world, now that some of his soul bodies have been linked to the root, he uses the straight death demon eye in this world, just like the 2 rituals, there is no burden at all. That is to say, his Guyi Kendo does not have a trace of sequelae. The scene of the charge of 10,000 armies is a big visual shock, but the picture of the reunion of 10,000 armies and being overwhelmed in an instant is even more shocking. It was as if the city was suddenly hit by a tsunami, and countless people were suddenly flooded by the huge wave in an instant. And the situation of the king's army at this time is such a situation. No one knows the visual pleasure of this image better than Saber and Gilgamesh. The charging of thousands of troops on one side, the dazzling dark red tsunami on the other side, the two sides just touched, and instantly won an absolute crushing victory with the dark red tsunami. The dazzling dark red light directly covered a part of the army that had been wiped out by the overlord-colored domineering force, including the Conqueror who led the charge. It's just that 540 Liu Shang's Guiyi Kendo is certainly powerful, especially the Guiyi Kendo 6 stacked waves that is swung out in an instant, and its power does instantly destroy some of the elite soldiers. But this slash is nothing more than a facade compared to true unity. At a height of hundreds of meters, there are only 6 powerful impact chi waves, and they are not big sword Hao level impact chi waves. This slash may be very powerful, but it is far from Saber's real name, Liberation Excalibur. After all, Excalibur is a slash that annihilates all things, containing terrifying cutting power and high temperature evaporation. Those two extremely powerful powers, Liu Shang believes that even if he uses the true unity of meaning, he may not be able to stabilize Saber's Excalibur. After all, everyone is a slash beyond the dimensional level, unless Liu Shang comprehends the multi-dimensional tortuous phenomenon, coupled with the unburdened direct death demon eye, can absolutely crush Saber's Excalibur. This is the gap between the slashes, and the quality determines the high and low. SHH, HH. The tsunami formed by the dark red light did not successfully cover the entire king's army. It only lasted for a while, and the inside seemed to be impacted by another stream of energy, turning into a piercing dark red light and exploding. Immediately, the picture of the Conqueror king leading the charge was presented again. It's just that behind him there are less soldiers to follow. The vacant position was quickly filled by the soldiers behind, but those soldiers just now did not fall to the ground like the overlord color domineering, but directly disappeared into this desert world. After all, they are just the bodies of servants, just like Liu Shang and the others. If they are killed, they will also turn into brilliance and dissipate. This is the way of exit that belongs to the servant, and so do these soldiers. As for those who were stunned by the overlord color, they simply fainted and did not die because of this. Looking at the army of the king who did not lose too much, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The demon knife held in his hand was raised together, and Liu Shang's body leaned forward slightly. Liu Shang's straight death demon eye had already seen through the future, and he also wondered why the Conqueror king crushed his slash so easily in the first night. It was not just the reason for the flying hooves and thunder cows, let alone the reason for the sword of Sepulat that was killed by Yanagi. It is the inherent skill of the Conqueror king, an ability that reaches the axe level, the Conqueror of Thunder. Iskandar had level divinity, and although there is no sufficient evidence, in many legends he was the son of Zeus, the supreme god of Greece. It is precisely because of this level of divinity that he fought with Gilgamesh in the original work, and was completely restrained by the heavenly lock, and did not even have the strength to struggle. The power that dispersed the dark red light just now was not only in his legion, but also a few soldiers whose strength was still above the Conqueror king, but also the power of the Conqueror king. Therefore, unless Liu Shang uses the true mysterious unity, the ordinary Guiyi Kendo may not have much effect on this charging legion. Liu Shang's sight and smell were domineering, and he clearly perceived that the Guiyi Kendo 6 stacked waves just now was just taking away less than a 3-digit breath. And the number of legions approaching at great speed in front of them is 5 figures. So, Liu Shang dismissed the idea of continuing to swing a return slash. Just take this opportunity to test how powerful the straight death demon eye is today. As he leaned forward, Liu Shang's figure had disappeared in place. Poof, blah. When it reappeared, the Conqueror's unparalleled legion had completely lost its goal. In the charging team, the cavalry regiment led by the leader splashed a large amount of blood, and fragments of armor and minced flesh of war horses flew horizontally in midair. Yanagi didn't know what his agility attribute was, but during the first battle with Saber, he knew that he could still use the physical skills of shaving and moonwalking, plus the rank skill breath blocking given by the Grail, although it is only a pitiful D level. But under his speed, this faint aura was blocked, and it still managed to help Liu Shang hide his breath, so that Liu Shang's speed was like a ghost. In the past, only a little death could be seen with great effort, and at this time, there was not even a need to burn the brain, just like a spider's web, covering the bodies of these soldiers. So much so that Liu Shang slashed to death and didn't even need a quasi head. So, a dark red beam of light crossed the legion. The figure running quickly held up a dust mist formed by yellow sand behind his back, and the yellow and colored mist gradually rendered bright red colors, and brought up pieces of blurry flesh and blood, and covered with 4.1 layers of sand in the smooth and straight cut. 1, 2, 3. The image of the ruthless murderous ghost finally made Saber and Gilgamesh, as well as the Conqueror, understand the origin of his murderous aura. It's a bit of a fuss, but Ben Wang reluctantly agrees that this is an art. Gilgamesh poured himself a glass of fine wine and snorted softly. Such an enchantment, such a legion, in the eyes of his oldest king, can be destroyed with just one blow. He didn't believe that Yanagi, who gave him a sense of mortal threat, would not be able to do the same as him. But Liu Shang made such a big fuss, which did not make Gilgamesh look down on, but continued to appreciate it. Poof. On the vast desert, the king who has left great achievements in history and is almost invincible, no one dares to imagine that they are besieging a person at this time. And this person, like a ghost, is invincible. The black reflection contains a dark red light, like a beam of light shuttling through the unparalleled legion. The sound of armor shattering and flesh blooming seemed to coincide, bringing an echo that resounded on the battlefield. When the beam dissipated, Lu Shang's figure appeared. Behind him, there will be dozens of soldiers, their bodies divided into a brilliance, dissipating in place between heaven and earth. Sonorous click. As soon as the sound of metal clashing sounded, it was immediately covered by the sound of shattering. Although there were many soldiers in the army of the King of Conqueror who were above the King of Conqueror in terms of strength, they lost their treasures and abilities, and they were only able to fight with Lu Shang for 23 hands for 1 round, and they were killed by Lu Shang in the second round. The power displayed by Lu Shang is incomprehensible, destroying and decaying like harvesting straw. Unlike the original Gilgamesh's slap heaven and earth obediently opening star, which directly destroyed this desert world, Lu Shang's way of killing and killing to harvest this unparalleled legion may be less noble and invincible than Gilgamesh, but that shocking picture is not quickly in Gilgamesh's opposite realm treasure obedient sword Ea. Just like Gilgamesh's feelings, it is easy for Yanagi to break through this world, because this inherent enchantment is not the realm of magic after all. And Lu Shang's state at this time seems to be weakened because of the problem of Lingji. In fact, some of the soul bodies were linked to the root, and Lu Shang, who was unburdened by the death demon eye, was still at his peak. In his eyes, the inherent enchantment was like a piece of tissue paper, vulnerable to attack. As for why he didn't kill this enchantment instantly, it was because Lu Shang wanted to use this to see how strong the straight death demon eye had become. And the 10,000 or 20,000 soldiers in front of him were the target of his test. In just 10 minutes of killing, Lu Shang not only saw a large number of dead lines that appeared on everyone like spider webs, but also saw a lot of death points that usually had to be labored to see a little, and even rice grains were not as good. And these death points are not the size of rice grains, all are the size of thumbs, and some are even bigger than the fists of a few years old. Represents the dead line of death, symbolizes the dead point of the end, and the graffiti rift formed through the dead line, which is contained in the depths of death, belongs to the concept of death, and is also looming. Like the first future. Ola. Unknowingly, the 4-digit death of the same person in the hands of Lu Shang, the death of so many companions, did not make the King of the Conqueror retreat, nor did it produce irrational anger, still maintained the peak morale, and used various tactics to deal with Lu Shang. They who did not have the treasures before death, even the thermal weapons, with those tactics and cold weapons against ordinary people, could not hurt a single hair of Lu Shang at all. At this time, as the leader of the legion and the king they followed, the Conqueror King had already disembarked from his war horse and engaged in a cold weapon confrontation with Lu Shang. Sonorous. Click. As soon as the sound of metal clashing sounded, the familiar sound of blades breaking immediately followed. With just one easy blow, Lu Shang cut off the long sword in the Conqueror King's hand, and his ice blue eyes stared into his eyes, and said flatly, "You without treasures are not a threat to me at all. Ha ha ha. King Ben still underestimates your eyes, those eyes can be killed if they are not mistaken, right?" The Conqueror did not feel a little lost, but laughed and said, "Your eyes can see what we can't see, is that kind of thing death?" "That's right, that's all for your last words." Lu Shang did not hide it, very simply satisfied the curiosity of the Conqueror King, and said without emotion, "It's really a powerful ability, does it have a name?" The Conqueror retreated and took out a very ordinary longsword again, as if he had accepted something, ready to face it calmly, but finally asked Lu Shang such a sentence. The remaining army around also seemed to feel something, and stopped attacking Lu Shang's sea of people. Lu Shang put the knife back into its sheath, put on a posture of drawing the knife, looked at the Conqueror King, and said, "It's called straight to the demon eye? Goodbye, King of Conquer Iskander. Ha ha ha. King Ben will not die, and I look forward to the next fight with you. Wadash. SHHHHH. In the next moment, the two shot 540 almost at the same time. A white practice that was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye instantly turned into a dark red straight line, which streaked through the Conqueror King's body like a drawing line. At the same time, the image of the Conqueror King is also like a domineering awe-inspiring figure frozen on drawing paper, full of thunder. Click. The assassin's superiority, or victory. The terrifying drawing of the sword, the Conqueror King has just gathered momentum, and it is over before he makes a move. A crisp cracking sound brought up a blade that fell down. It was like a stone hitting a mirror, shattering the entire mirror world. One crack after another appeared in the yellow desert world. Then countless pieces of mirrors, large and small, flew through the air. Every fragment of the mirror is a picture of the soldiers smiling. It seems to be saying goodbye to my king and to that respectable opponent. Alas, still lost? When the few returned to the castle of the Saber group, the Conqueror with a lost voice broke the cohesion of the night. Beautiful golden photons began to float on his body. Rider. The golden glow floated in the night sky, filling the castle with a solemn atmosphere. Looking at the Conqueror who was about to leave, even the proud Gilgamesh did not open his mouth to mock his defeat. Even Saber was silent. The final silence was broken by Webb, who suddenly woke up from a coma. He looked at the Conqueror King with golden photons lingering around him, his face was full of disbelief, and he walked forward with wide eyes. Webb. I have a sentence that I would like to say to you, but now my state does not support me to say it. However, in the past few days with you, Ben Wang is very happy. Looking at Weber, who looked like the sky was falling, the Conqueror King comforted. Moreover, this king is not dead, but only temporarily withdrawn. Maybe we still have the opportunity to meet in the future. After speaking, the Conqueror gently patted Weber's shoulder, as if he did not see the scene of his master's tears. Immediately his gaze turned to Gilgamesh, who was still sitting on the floor and his posture was still noble, and the Conqueror smiled a little regretfully. It's a pity that I couldn't deal with you, the monarch of Uruk. This king covets and salivates over your treasures. At the king's banquet, the Conqueror had vaguely guessed Gilgamesh's identity from his almost arrogant arrogance and the law that made Saber think he was crazy. Therefore, after listening to his words, Gilgamesh did not deny it, but put on a smile that seemed to be disdainful, but said appreciatively, at this evening's banquet, King Ben was very satisfied. Not only had a clown's performance, but also watched a good battle. The clown in Gilgamesh's mouth naturally refers to Saber, who wants to deny his own royal ways. Gilgamesh, who looked down on everything, praised it as a good battle, and naturally it was the fight between Yanagi and the Conqueror King. Ha ha ha. The Conqueror King finally glanced at Shang, who had already put his knife back into its sheath and put his hands in his trouser pockets, and couldn't help laughing. What a heart-pounding expedition. As these words fell, the Conqueror King with a large number of golden photons lingering around his body finally completely dissipated. At the same time, the 3 spells engraved on the back of Weber's hand gradually disappeared. As the last golden photon disappeared, the last trace of the spell dissipated. Sensing that his connection with Ryder had completely disappeared, Webb turned away with a look of dismay. Looking at his back, Saber's face couldn't see anything. On the contrary, Gilgamesh, the Conqueror who had always looked down on the king, spoke. As a loyal minister under the king, his purpose is to record and pass on the glory of the king. Do you think Ben Wang is right, assassin? With a warning glance to Yanagi, Gilgamesh was also listened to by the master and servant who watched silently. Smart people have already read what Gilgamesh meant. Thinking that Webb was just a student, Lucky Burst became one of the contestants in this Holy Grail war. Now that the Conqueror has exited, he is also an ordinary magic student from a master. Even Director Ken, who hated Weber because of the theft of the Holy Relic, didn't bother to trouble this student. Shang is not at all interested in people who have no chicken power. From beginning to end, Yanagi's goal was the servant of this Holy Grail war. If the opponent's master resists, then Yanagi will definitely eliminate it. But if the other party did not resist, Shang did not bother to pay attention to it, just like Ma Tongyanyi. In addition to trading, it was not that he did not resist, and Shang let him go. Compared with Weber, Shang was more interested in Gilgamesh. People like you actually take the initiative to shelter someone. However, Shang's words made Gilgamesh scoff. King Ben will not shelter anyone except his courtiers. Even if that little devil is killed by you, King Ben will turn a blind eye, but then you will be killed by King Ben like that guy Ryder. I'm more interested in you than the weak. Gilgamesh is direct, and Yanagi is also a direct person. Returning his red eyes to staring at Gilgamesh, Shang showed a hint of fighting intent and spoke, I'm looking forward to the moment I fight you. Servant is not the same as the spirit. The souls of heroes who have been elevated to transcendent beings are called servants, and spirits are summoned to the present world by magicians through rituals to become beings who can be enforced, i.e. servants. The follower can be understood as the existence of the heroic spirit. Because unless it is the spiritual base provided by the 2 major inhibitors, the Yingling becomes a follower who cannot exert all the strength before death, which is equivalent to the avatar of the Ying spirit body. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, is the ceiling of the follower. What is the ceiling? Which means that no one can be higher than him. In this Holy Grail war, there are only 2 people who can pose a threat to Shang. One is Saber, who holds Avalon, and the other is Gilgamesh. Avalon is the scabbard of the Sword of Oath Victory, but the level is above the Sword of Oath Victory, A++, Limos, which is a veritable X level. It was Shang who could not find the understanding of death, nor could he think of the existence of a way to crack it. However, in this war, Saber did not have Avalon. Therefore, her threat is not worth mentioning at all. The person who really made Yanagi jealous and had the will to fight was the hero King Gilgamesh. He possessed several X-level treasures. In particular, the Obedient Sword EA is the existence that can restrain Yanagi's slash. Slashing is just another shockwave alter that kills the airflow and causes the airflow to riot. And obediently away from the sword EA's ability is to make gaps in space. Even if he hadn't fought yet, Yanagi knew that the only power he could defeat Gilgamesh was the straight death demon eye, which was rapidly perfecting. Foolish. For the challenge order issued by Shang, Gilgamesh looked contemptuous, but said in an intriguing tone, the law of this king is only for those who want to obtain the Holy Grail. Is your goal the Holy Grail? The voice outside the string is to show his appreciation for Shang, to embrace everything as a king, and to give him a choice. In this regard, the corner of Shang's mouth outlined an arc. I'm not interested in the Holy Grail, but I'm very interested in the hero of the epic. What do you think? The monarch of Uruk. Huh. King Ben gives you this opportunity, and prepare to please me. Gilgamesh smiled, without a hint of contempt or sarcasm, just as he appreciated the Conqueror, and he acknowledged his identity sideways. The hero King Gilgamesh, the 5th king of the Sumerian metropolitan state of Uruk in ancient Mesopotamia, is also the protagonist of the oldest epic of mankind, the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the oldest known heroic epic in the world. Therefore, the hero king once said, between heaven and earth, 540, there is only one king who can be called a king. This sentence is not an exaggeration, but a confident capital. It's just that because his history is too long, there are not many people who know him. In the present world, the kings who are popular all over the world and are well known by countless people are Emperor of the Ages, King Arthur and so on. As a king, the hero king was once a virtuous king and a tyrant. His personality was arrogant, solipsistic, and even because a person looked directly at him, he would be punished by the king. But he was also a very generous person. He will inexplicably forgive Lu Shang because his pupils are the same color as him. Because of the desire and words of the conquering king, he smiled appreciatively and said that he would kill you with his own hands. Yanagi and the king of Conqueror are the only two people who recognize his identity, which is also appreciated by Gilgamesh. It doesn't matter if Lu Shang left a sentence from the Conqueror king when he left, thus speculating his true identity, or knowing his identity earlier. Although Gilgamesh did not say his real name with a look of disdain, those who could guess his identity deserved to be rewarded by the king. So, Gilgamesh took on Yanagi's challenge. In a flash of golden photons, Gilgamesh left. The jugs and glasses placed on the ground also dissipated. As a result, only Yanagi and Saber combined on this castle. Perhaps Servant, who has withdrawn one after another, Aliceville, who is the little holy grail, seems to have felt uncomfortable. Together with Weber, she was stunned by Lu Shang's domineering appearance, and she woke up. Now just a chicken without the power of the chicken, Eiffel has become a burden for Saber. Coupled with witnessing Willow's decisive killing with his own eyes just now, almost at the moment Gilgamesh left, Saber held Aliceville with one hand, summoned the sword with the other, and looked at Lu Shang with a vigilant face, as if to guard against his sudden move. Compared to Ryder, you're like a little girl who hasn't grown up yet. Her paranoia and caution made Lu Shang look disdainful. I don't dare to be interested in opponents who haven't let go. When you're ready, I'll continue the battle that hasn't ended before. Stay with you to the end. Saber seemed to see Lu Shang's disdain, and at the same time he was relieved in his heart. He also said with a warlike look. As a knight and dubbed the Night King, Saber also wants to have a head-to-head battle with Yanagi. CDEB smiled slightly, then also turned into a golden photon and left Aliceville's castle. The king's banquet also ended with the exit of a servant. Returning to the mansion of the Matou family, Lu Shang continued to repeat the magic book that he had finished reading, and began to write silently. Wanting to take away these magic books is a difficult task for Lu Shang. The difficult part is naturally the memory. Not only do you need to use your brain to write them down, but you also need to get the muscles to write them down as well. Otherwise, a trance can make their content wrong. Lu Shang had to read these magic texts many times and memorize them backwards, so that he could write them silently at will. Not only their content, but also the interpretation of the dirty ink's tone. Yanagi has no talent in the field of ninjutsu and magic. He is only proficient in the three-body art and the shadow avatar art, and if he wants to change the magic system, it is equivalent to a part-time worker, and it is a very difficult thing to change his career to become the CEO of a large enterprise. Therefore, he needs the interpretation and personal experience of the dirty ink. As a great magician who has lived for 500 years, Matou Dirty Ink's tone naturally has a very high level of experience in the field of magic. His diaries and notes are treasures for novice teaching. Brother Yanagi. As Lu Shang stayed up late reading and silently writing, a cold and immature voice sounded in his ears as usual. Immediately after, a cup of steaming coffee was placed next to him. Inside the dim room, the silvery white and soft moonlight shone in. Lu Shang looked sideways, stared at the purple-haired girl standing next to him, wearing a small short skirt. Her face was slightly helpless, and finally said frankly, "You should know that I am just a servant. I will not stay here all the time. Saving you is just a transaction. There is no need to have too much intersection with me. I know, Uncle Yanyi has already told me." Seeing that Lu Shang finally took care of her, Ma Tongying's cute little face showed a touch of longing in the night, like jewel-like purple eyes, as if glowing with golden light. Brother Lu Shang, I want to become a master in the future, is that okay? This sentence is like saying, can I be your master? Lu Shang couldn't help but fall silent. But, fate is cruel. His arrival this time was because of the talent perfection card, not because of the summoning of the holy relic. So, Sakura Mockery's wish, doomed only to be disappointed. But the girl's persistence still made Lu Shang choose to deceive her. If I can still come here, it means that we have a bond. A passing hour passed quickly. Under Yanagi's white light, Matou Sakura showed a happy smile. Instead of pestering Yanagi, he ran to Matou Yanyi's side and asked him about master, imperial lord, and servant, follower. Looking at the girl's originally emotionless eyes, not only restored their previous radiance, but also glowed with dazzling light. Matou Jianya couldn't help crying in secret, and at the same time became even more grateful to Lu Shang. Although he didn't know what happened to Yanagi and Ma Tongying, Ma Tongying saw Ma Tongying's inner wishes and goals. If Yanagi is a living person, then even if Ma Tongying abandons the last dignity, he will kneel on the ground and ask Yanagi to adopt Makiro Ying. Even if the other party is a servant, it will disappear after the Holy Grail War ends. Knowing that if Kirito Sakura wants to understand, then he will inevitably participate in such a dangerous war in the future. Ma Tongying, who was not long in age, still did not hesitate to tell Ma Tong Sakura all the information about the Holy Grail War. There is not much information about the Holy Grail War. It is nothing more than when the time comes, and then obtain the qualification stigmata for the Holy Grail War, and then use the Holy Relic of the Spirit to summon the Yinglin of its relic in the form of servant, and then the stigmata in his hand will turn into a spell, so as to degrade the service and greatly lose his strength of servant, follower. As long as Matou Sakura inherits the Matou family, as one of the 3 imperial families, she will definitely be eligible to participate when the next Holy Grail War begins. Therefore, if she wants to become the master of Yanagi, then she must have Lu Shang's holy relic. As soon as Ma Tonggying heard the rules of the Holy Grail War from the mouth of Ma Tongyin, she ran back to Yanagi's room. Holy relic. Seeing Makiri Sakura asking him for the holy relic, Yanagi knew that he could not be perfunctory. So, Lu Shang slowly removed the white bib around his neck and handed it to Ma Tonggying. It's up to you. Well, holding the white bib handed by Yanagi, Makiri Sakura hugged him tightly in her arms and nodded vigorously to him. Looking at her departing back, Lu Shang shook his head. He didn't have any holy relics, hoping that after he left this world, she could continue to be strong. Because, the moment he disappeared, the white bib that had been manifested by the spirit base would naturally dissipate. At that time, Makiri Sakura must realize that she has deceived him. I hope that blow will not make this girl collapse. The morning sun breaks through the last rays of night, and the sun rising in the east brings a new morning. Lu Shang, who had not slept all night, seemed to be tired, still sitting in that room, holding a pen and silently writing and reading the contents several times. There are already several notebooks placed next to it, all of which have fonts. However, these are not enough. Lu Shang was still unable to memorize the contents of those magic spells, let alone let the muscles memorize, and recorded them all. Time passed bit by bit, and Tongying held Lu Shang for a while, only to fall asleep late, and after waking up, he secretly opened Lu Shang's room, and found that Lu Shang still maintained the posture of yesterday night, obviously still busy. Makirito Sakura, who was as gentle and considerate as Hinata, closed the door silently, and then went to the kitchen of Makiri's house, stepped on a cushioned chair, and skillfully prepared breakfast for Yanagi. When Kirito Sakura put the plate containing breakfast next to Yanagi, he woke up the teenager immersed in the world of words from his distraction. Already? Is it morning? Lu Shang raised his eyes to look outside the changed daylight, and was in a trance. Brother Lu Shang, is it any use for you to record these magic tricks? Sakura looked at the notes written in Japanese instead of kanji and asked suspiciously. According to Uncle Knight's narration, servant is a doppelganger after the degradation of the spirit of hero, and the spirit is a king and hero who has left great achievements in history, and after death, the soul is sublimated to qualify for Valhalla. That is to say, the heroic spirit is the soul of the hero, to say a nice word. To put it mildly, they are all undead. Dead people. Why do they still record this? Nothing. I'm going to go out. Do you have money with you? Do you want to go together? Ask for flowers. Yanagi didn't answer Makiri's question. He couldn't say that he wasn't dead yet. He was an otherworldly person. In that case, this girl would be cranky again. So, he stood up and issued a rare invitation to Makiri Sakura. The goal of going out is nothing else, just to buy something. And Yanagi has no modern money on him, so he can only let Makiri Sakura pay. Aha. Facing Yanagi's invitation, Ma Tonggying naturally nodded happily. Then, the two left the Matou family. The Holy Grail War rules are carried out in the evening, and it is forbidden to fight during the day in order not to affect humans. Even if it is in the evening, the Holy Grail War cannot affect ordinary people. 0. Once someone who violates the rules appears, it will be wanted by the church, and even the other servant camps will join forces to eliminate them. And in this Holy Grail War, such a rule-breaking person appeared. That person is the caster of this Holy Grail War, Gilles de Rais. His real body is the French Marshal Gilles de Rais during the 100 Years' War between England and France, and he was a military commander who won every battle, and participated in this Holy Grail War in order to resurrect and obtain Joan of Arc. Why do you want to do this? Because Gilles de Rais experienced 2 turning points during his lifetime. One was when the country was in crisis, and a young girl came like a god, bringing miracles to the country, saving France and the country, and reviving his despair. Another turning point was when he witnessed this saint who saved his country, betrayed by his own country, and then burned alive as a witch. Since the death of the Holy Daughter, he who originally followed the Holy Daughter, also retired to study black magic. He has an almost morbid love for Joan of Arc. Since he decided that God had imprisoned Joan of Arc, he decided to sacrifice more children, and because the abuse was too public, on the night when Yanagi fought with Saber and Rider, Gilles de Rais, who was caster, was already targeted by the church. As night falls, an atmosphere symbolizing crusade and killing pervades the entire city of Fuyaki. The Wii-Winchuan Bridge is a passage connecting the new city and the old city. It is like witnessing the old and new times of Fuyaki City, and it has a very long history. And this evening, a fierce battle will also take place here. The rules of the Holy Grail War are not to disturb the human world, and ordinary people must not be exposed to supernatural powers. Therefore, these servants, who were kings or heroes in life, fought in the evening, and they were still deserted places. Choosing to fight at the Wii-Winchuan Bridge was a last resort, because Castor was too treacherous. In order to fight this person who abused too many 540 children, the church also made up its mind to expose all the servants. Afterwards, the church will send professionals to delete all the memories in the minds of ordinary people who have seen incredible scenes. So, the night was just approaching. The Yangtze River under the Wei-Wenchuan Bridge is already shrouded in a fog, and from the distance on both sides of the new city and the old city, you can see a behemoth in the fog, and then below this big thing, it quickly splits the rest of the mobs. The behemoth is Castor, that is, the sea demon summoned by Jill Delay with his A+ level treasure screw Oblivion textbook, and those mobs are sea demon split, or summoned sea demon messenger. It was the existence of these sea demon envoys that caused the servants to fall into a bitter battle. Of course, there are only two so-called servants. The two servants had knightly status, namely Saber Artoria Pendragon and Lancer Delamudo Odina. The church let the servants fight against Castor naturally not for free. After all, these masters participated in the Holy Grail War, all for their own ambitions, and the order of the church was a joke in their eyes. And those servants are even more untamed, and empty-eyed madmen and kings. Even the master does not dare to force them, for fear that servant will lower their liking for them, and everything will cost curses in the future, and 3 spells are simply not enough. The church is also very clear that the spell is the master's only means of counterbalancing the servant. Therefore, the church used its own power to seduce these masters to take the initiative. Even so, the only guys who attacked Castor's rules were Saber and Lancer. Because Gilgamesh disdained to do this kind of miscellaneous, Tozaka Shishin used a spell, and with a calculation in his heart, he did not force Gilgamesh, and he who used the spell to make Gilgamesh retreat in the first night had already offended the oldest hero king. As for Liu Shang, Yanfengqi's curse had already been killed, and he couldn't even sense where Liu Shang's location was. If it weren't for the connection between master and servant, I would have thought that assassin had withdrawn. Therefore, Yanfengqi Lai is like a watcher of this Holy Grail War, and has always been indifferent. Thankfully, Saber's first knight was destroyed by Yanagi's arrival, and her hand was not cursed by Lancer's treasure like the original. Therefore, her biggest hole card, the only treasure that Yanagi found tricky, released Excalibur, was not blocked. Walking on the Yangtze River with the blessing of the lake spirit, Saber panted and looked ahead, staring at the huge sea demon under the dense fog, and couldn't help but turn to look at Alice Phil, who was worried on the shore, and said with a serious face, "I'm going to use the treasure tool to release." This sentence, even to Alice Phil, is also said to Imiyakiriji, who hides behind his back and makes Saber very unhappy. Treasure release is servant's whole card and a good hand for master. Once this card is lifted, or played, if it is not won, then it will be known to others, and a restrained plan will be created. Listening to Saber's words, Alice Phil put her hands together in her arms and nodded worriedly. So, Saber retreated to the shore and said to Lancer, who was still fighting with the Sea Devil envoy in front, "Lancer, my treasure is at the city level, you can repel them all, you leave my attack range first." For the chief warrior of the Irish Fiona Order, a knight with a glorious appearance, Saber also had a great affection after working with him for a while. "Oh, to the city level, is it the legendary Holy Sword?" Saber's words made Lancer cast a hot gaze, and at the same time, there was a strong fighting intent in his eyes. Just like the eagle eye in the pirate world, the status in the hearts of the swordsman. As a knight, even if it is a different era, as long as it comes to this world, it will be implanted with common sense by the Holy Grail, so fighting the legendary Night King is the pursuit of Delamudo Odina as a knight. Precisely? Saber didn't know what Lancer thought, and after answering him, the corners of his lips were slightly raised on his handsome face. The invisible sword held in his hand, the wind wrapped around the blade dissipated, revealing a magnificent and exquisite true body. Golden photons, like fireflies, began to float from the surface of the water, mist, and flowers and trees around 4.1. Wei-Wenchuan, which was originally shrouded in fog, gradually added a touch of beautiful gold. At this time, 2 figures quietly appeared on the bridge of the Wei-Wenchuan. The 2 figures were Gilgamesh in gold armor and Yanagi in black kimono. This look is a little unworthy of yesterday's clown. "Saber, you're really getting fun." Gilgamesh gave a playful smile and muttered to himself. Liu Shang sat on the iron and looked intently at the golden light condensed to the limit. When the photons were condensed, a slash that transcended the dimension broke through the fog that shrouded everything Excalibur. The true name liberation of the Sword of Victory is the light of justice born like the dispersion of evil, and the power of light that defeats darkness. Its effect is to transform the owner's magic into light, like a beam of golden light. The golden light is powerful, but it is not as simple as it seems. The light of destruction that destroys everything not only has a powerful and unparalleled cutting power, but also contains a terrifying high temperature that can burn everything. The dazzling golden light was like a tsunami, roaring and drowning everything. The range of light is incomparably wide, and the speed is terrifying, and it is impossible to dodge. The huge sea demon hidden in the dense fog, as well as the sea demon envoy who split from the sea devil's body, were completely submerged by the golden light in an instant. Under the cover of golden light, the huge sea devil and a large number of sea demon envoys, as well as the flowing and tumbling water of the Yangtze River, were completely evaporated under the terrifying high temperature. It may not be obvious, but if you can perceive it, you will find that the water level of this long river that stretches for 23 years has indeed lowered a little. The golden light lasted for a long time, and it also attracted countless gazes. In particular, Yanagi and Gilgamesh, who were on the Wei-Wenchuan bridge, were enjoying the bloom of this golden light head-on. "Saber, is this your light?" The arrival of this king is actually such a fun toy, and it is not bad. Gilgamesh in front of Liu Shang, as if evaluating an actor's acting skills, but his handsome and proud face has an undisguised playfulness, but it shows that he is just a bad taste, as if he found some interesting toy. Liu Shang, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and evaluated Saber's Excalibur in his heart. It is undeniable that the power system of this world is far above the ninja world and the pirate world. Even if it is the servant who descended with the help of the spirit base, their treasure liberation, its power is enough to make Liu Shang feel threatened. For example, Delamudo Odina's Yellow Rose of Extinction, which is only a BB+ level treasure, has a curse that cannot heal wounds, and even the ability to heal and regenerate cannot be lifted. And Saber's A++ level Sword of Oath Victory swung a superdimensional slash in the posture of a follower. That golden light may be less than 100 meters. But Liu Shang knows very well, even if he swings 1,000 meters high, it may only be barely blockable, and even if Saber instills a slightly greater magic power, his return to one slash will be bombarded. Because anyway, his slash is only to cut off the airflow after all. And Saber's Excalibur, the airflow can be evaporated. It is also a slash that transcends the dimensional level, and Yanagi's one slash is obviously under Saber's Excalibur. Unless he mastered the multidimensional twist phenomenon, as well as the slash that kills the airflow, to kill higher level things, such as space. Only then can Guiyi slash and completely overtake Excalibur. Killing space seems like an incredible thing. In other words, it was Liu Shang a few days ago, and it was almost something that he couldn't imagine. But now, he has that confidence. With the continuous improvement of the straight death demon eye, his future seems to be moving forward further. Before that, he saw his future, which was a Guiyi kendo that transcended the human domain. That kendo limit, when Liu Shang mastered the multidimensional twist phenomenon, he would be eligible to touch it. But now, Yanagi has seen the power of Excalibur with his own eyes and decides to touch a higher realm hidden behind the transcendent human domain. He wants to use the sound of breathing of all things, coupled with the ability to die with the eye of the devil, to try to complete a concept. Cut off space. If this concept can be completed, it means that his slash transcends the human domain, and then after mastering the multidimensional tortuous phenomenon, he will try the space level unified slash with this. At that time, his slash is above the city level and qualifies for the X level. Yanagi's idea is crazy, or rather, Yanagi's road is very long, even almost unreachable. But the concept is already there. Liu Shang does not lack the courage to realize it. He has pure gold, and he does not lack time to find the end. The few days that came to this world were the days when Liu Shang harvested the most. Not only did he have the cultivation method of mental image embodiment, but it was also because Excalibur once again opened his horizons. Thinking like this, Liu Shang slowly stood up. Are you leaving? Sensing his movements, Gilgamesh, who was looking in Saber's direction, took the rare initiative to speak. Tomorrow, the 540 can be our decisive battle. Yanagi first glanced at Gilgamesh, then looked straight ahead. His gaze seemed to tear through the gradually dissipating fog, and fell on the chief warrior next to Saber, and said, Caster has already exited, plus Berserker and Rider, who were killed by Yanagi, and a total of 3 servants have exited this Holy Grail war. Alice Phil, who is the little Holy Grail, her body should be about to have a condition. When Yanagi solves the next target, then the only servant who survived the Holy Grail war is him as assassin, as well as Gilgamesh and Saber. Have you figured out where to please me? Listening to Liu Shang's words, Gilgamesh said misleading words with a slight raised corner. Liu Shang, on the other hand, said without changing his face, just where we met for the second time. After the words fell, Liu Shang's figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Caster dissipated without suspense under Saber's Excalibur torrent of gold. As the servant faction that killed Caster, Emi Yakuruji will also receive a spell rewarded by the church. After successfully fighting Caster, Saber didn't even have time to chat with Lancer, whom she admired, and left in a hurry. It is not because of the excessive mana consumption caused by the liberation of Excalibur under his real name, but because of Alice Phil. As the existence of the Little Grail, every exit of servant means that the spiritual base in the Little Grail is strong, and the powerful energy is crazy overflowing, like hanging heavy boulders on a person's body. How can Alice Phil, who is just an artificial person, withstand that pressure? Almost seconds after Caster exited, Alice Phil fell to the ground. Saber, who was worried about Alice Phil's situation, could only hold her and leave quickly. Looking at Saber's disappearing back, Lancer shook his head with a little regret, originally thinking of taking this opportunity to have a pure martial arts exchange with the famous Night King. It seems that I can only look for next time. Unfortunately, he didn't have a next time. Are you, assassin? Just as Lancer turned around and was about to leave, his body was about to turn into golden photons, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him blocking his way. And the appearance of the roadblocker not only made his pupils shrink, but also made Director Ken, who was hiding behind the scenes, slightly surprised. The first time we met, you were the last Lancer who never appeared. Liu Shang looked at Lancer and said flatly. Although it was an interrogative sentence, Liu Shang's tone was affirmative. His words also surprised Lancer and Director Ken again. Lancer looked at Liu Shang with jealousy in his eyes, and his hands had already summoned 2 treasures that had just disappeared, the devil-breaking red rose and the yellow rose that would be destroyed. Staring at Liu Shang with solemn and warlike eyes, Lancer asked, You want to fight me? No, I'm just here to get you out. Lu Shang said straight to the point. Hearing this, Lancer's heart sank, and he did not have the slightest fear, but only hesitated to communicate with his master, Lord Monarch. What should I do? Lancer's words are asking the hidden lord to fight or retreat. As a knight, Lancer wants to fight Yanagi, but in his heart, the lord's orders are above all else. He is the servant of the Holy Grail in this Holy Grail war with no wishes, only a small pursuit, or an obsession from a past life. The moment he arrives, establishing a connection with Director Ken for Master and Sire, Lancer's wish has come true. As a result, Lancer is the most obedient of all the servant camps. Listening to Lancer's inquiry, Director Ken, who was far away, looked at Lu Shang, who was expressionless with projection magic, as if he came to stand in front of Lancer with a murderous intent, while thinking in his heart and making a choice. After more than 10 seconds, Director Ken seemed to have made a decision, did not use the spell to forcibly summon Lancer back, but used 2 spells in a row, and said in a deep voice, Lancer, face assassin head on and let him exit. In an instant, 2 spells disappeared on the back of Director Ken's hand. The mana consumed by fighting caster, Lancer, and a large number of sea devils instantly recovered to full value, and even surpassed the peak. Moreover, that strong fighting intent also completely erupted because of the decision of the Lord Monarch. Lancer's face immediately showed an excited smile. Your instructions, I have received. Lord, I will deliver the victory of this battle into your hands. The appearance of Yanagi seems to have changed Lancer's fate. Perhaps Director Ken's fiancé is still infatuated with Lancer, but due to the hiding of the first night and the early exit of his student servant, Director Ken did not suffer setbacks, nor was he despised by the conquered king, nor was he found by Imiya Kirigi. Therefore, he is also the genius magician with outstanding achievements, with the arrogance and matching spirit of the nobility. I have to say that Director Ken is an undoubted genius. The Holy Grail War created by the Royal Three Families, the spell system in it, was stunned by him, a person from forces other than the Royal Three Families, to make new tricks. He holds the spell to balance Lancer, and the link that provides the magic power is borne by his fiancée. That is, he maintains the rights of the master, but does not need to bear the burden of the master. Looks like you're not planning to run away from this? Have you already said your last words to your master? Lu Shang took all the changes in Lancer into his eyes, and when he saw the fighting intent on his face, he couldn't help but mock slightly. While saying this, Yanagi's right hand did not forget to put on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and pulled the demon knife Muramasa out of its sheath. I'm ready for battle. Assassin, let's divide the winner again. Lancer ignored Yanagi's trash talk and smiled confidently. Huh. Lu Shang sneered, as if he felt disdainful. The red eyes slowly transformed into ice blue magic eyes. Don't think too highly of yourself, Lancer. Battle, but for a moment. Raising the demon knife Muramasa, Yanagi's face showed a hint of fighting intent, but it was not revealed to Lancer, but the blood aroused by Saber's Excalibur just now. There was nowhere to release this blood, and Lancer just hit the wall and became the target of venting. Gi Kendo. Alter. With a sword wave, 10 after-images were superimposed together, which was Lu Shang's current limit superposition. 10 stacked waves. Boom. A dark red pillar of light tens of meters high soared into the sky, turning into a monstrous tsunami in an instant, directly submerging Lancer, which was more than 10 meters apart. The speed at which the dark red light appeared was extremely fast and spread faster, so fast that Lancer, who had the hard eye, was hit head-on without even having a chance to react. Lancer's devil-breaking red rose has the magic power exerted on magic enhancements, additional abilities, etc., and if Yanagi's Guiyi Kendo 10 stacks wave contains a layer of magic on the surface, then Lancer can also use the devil-breaking red rose to weaken this slash to a certain extent, greatly reducing the damage he received. Unfortunately, Lu Shang's slash was just a simple chopping off the airflow, forming a shockwave of physical damage. Under this strong impact airflow, Lancer, who has a magic B level and can invalidate magic below 3 sections, even if it is a great magic trick and ritual spell, is also extremely damaged. After all, when the number of layers of impact reaches a certain number, it is not an impact, but a tier similar to a twist. Plus the lack of a trace of magic power, and the reason why it is not in the scope of magic and ritual spells. Even if Lancer has a 540 strong rank skill, it cannot avoid the damage caused by the dark red light. Aha. Taking advantage of his unprepared blow, Lu Shang did not wait for the result to appear. His red eyes had turned into ice blue magic eyes, and his figure turned into a brutal image and rushed out. The line of death that came into view was densely formed into graffiti-like cracks, which seemed to tear the dark red light and penetrate inside, capturing Lancer who was lost in it. In fact, Lu Shang's gaze has already passed through the rift and shuttled into the future. The afterimage rushed into the roaring dark red light, and Lu Shang slashed out along the rift with a knife. The blade slashed along the line, and the dark red blade hidden in the dark red light, for a moment, seemed to merge with the roaring light, leaving only Yanagi's palm and the handle, Kdeb, he held. It took a few seconds for the blade to reappear. Along with the blade, there was also Lancer, who was completely submerged by the dark red light. A dark red light flashed like a streamer from Yanagi and Lancer's bodies. Boom. On the shore of the new city connected by the Wei Wenchuan Bridge, a deafening roar sounded. The slash at a height of tens of meters attracted the attention of a large number of eyes, directly leveled a forest, opened a deep ravine in the ground, and even extradited the water of the Yangtze River in the Weiwen River, before gradually disappearing. Lu Shang and Lancer, on the other hand, were not taken away by the strong dark red torrent, and still stood in place. It's just a picture of the two facing each other. The distance between the two was less than 5 meters, and the figures were sluggish. Lu Shang was the first to move and made a knife retracting motion. Clicko. With the final blade into the sheath, the sound of two overlapping shattering suddenly sounded. I saw that the long gun held by Lancer's hands broke into 2 pieces, making a smooth and straight cut. A broken piece slowly fell down, but before it could make contact with the ground, it turned into red and gold photons and dissipated between heaven and earth. Along with them, there were 2 short guns in Lancer's hands. And Lancer's own person. Equals. It turns out that Saber was on the evening that day. A belated look of surprise appeared on Lancer's face, replacing the sluggishness just now. Looking down at the scars that appeared at the mouth of the arm, not spilling blood, but exuding golden photons, Lancer muttered, "It's in the face of such an attack." Is it? The future is a concept, and when someone can kill him, and he also represents someone's future, that person's feeling of despair is desperate. No, it's sad. Because he didn't even have the emotion of despair, he only felt confused for a while, and his mind was blank. In particular, Lancer does not have the intuition of Saber, nor her reflexes, and is still in the situation of a trick. Since ancient Lancer Lucky facing Lu Shang's sword just now, he had no way to dodge. With his back to Lancer, who emitted golden light, Lu Shang left without saying a word. The Lord Monarch. Sorry, I failed you? Lancer looked up at the starry night sky and exchanged a wry smile with Director Ken. Damn it! Director Ken, who was far away, was silent at first, and then suddenly clenched his palm and scolded. I don't know what it's like in my heart. At the same time, a woman who also didn't know where to hide suddenly covered her red neck and shed tears in disbelief. The frame full of tears seems to contain pain and regret. This woman is Director Ken's fiancée, Sola Nazilesafili, the tragic woman who is responsible for providing magic to Lancer and can't help but fall in love with Lancer in the original book. Although the fate of some people has changed in this time and space because of the arrival of Yanagi, she still has not been able to change the fate of falling in love with Lancer, who is responsible for providing magic to Lancer. Only the difference is that before Sora can express his love for Lancer and become as crazy as the original, Lancer withdraws first. Lancer's exit, Director Ken, who has the spell, sees with his own eyes, and Sora, who is responsible for providing Lancer's magical powers, can also clearly feel that her connection with Lancer is broken. The broken contact meant something, and Sora knew very well. It was precisely because of this that she showed such a look and reaction. In any case, after the caster camp left, the Lancer camp followed. In just one night, 2 servants exited one after another. In this Holy Grail war, there were only 3 servants left in an instant, namely Assassin. Saber and Archer. When Yanagi returned to the Matou family's mansion, the time had already come to the early morning of the next day. Back in his room, Lu Shang did not silently read and silently write the magic book as usual, but sat cross-kneeled on the soft Simmons wall, feeling the receipt of goods in the past few days. As consciousness immersed in the spiritual world, a series of strange memories began to flicker like slides, quickly passing through Lu Shang's mind. These pictures are like serials, recording a person's growth experience. And that person is the unknown swordsman who plays the identity of Kojiro Sasaki in this world. After learning the elegance of being a swordsman from the sword master, the unknown swordsman began to specialize in his own kendo. These pictures are of no value to Lu Shang. After all, with his strength beyond the great sword Hao, even if the nameless swordsman is the peak strength before his death, except for the threat that the demon sword Yan can bring to him, his mental skill is not comparable to Lu Shang. Especially his early growth, the basic sword art and the sword moves he developed himself were even more unimpressive in Lu Shang's eyes. Despite this, Lu Shang still read it very seriously and substituted himself into it, as if he experienced the feeling of changing from weak to strong from scratch. The reason why Lu Shang did this was naturally to replace the nameless swordsman and synchronize his spirit with him, and when the nameless swordsman comprehended the multidimensional tortuous phenomenon, he would also be able to master the skills of this magical field. For this reason, Lu Shang did not feel bored at all. Killed Berserker, Rider, Lancer 3 heroes, 2 of them had great prestige, and amazing strength of heroes and kings, the exit of the 3 people, so that Lu Shang gained nearly 20% of the experience points. The accurate data reached 18.86%. The progress of close to 1/5 naturally made Lu Shang feel better. Time passed with Lu Shang's cross-knee meditation, and the morning sun had torn the last ray of night at some point, bringing a new morning. The sunny day is extremely uncalm in the dark. First of all, the church began to be busy, clearing the memories of the residents of Fuyaki City who witnessed the superpowered picture yesterday night, and sent magicians to fill in the traces left by Yanagi/yesterday. At the same time, Alice Phil, as the carrier of the Little Holy Grail, is also in a state of limit, and Emi Yakiriji once again faces the choice of family and dreams. It is worth mentioning that in the original time and space, Tozaka Shishin, who should have been killed by his disciple, Yanfeng Kilai, luckily escaped. The reason is naturally the presence of Yanagi. In the original work, the essence of Yanfeng Qilai is recognized at a glance, plus a person with the personality of Tozaka Shishin, who is not worthy to be his own master, so that Gilgamesh is seduced by words and deeds. Under the demagogy of Gilgamesh, Fengkiri killed Tozaka Toki-chen, felt emotional pleasure, and became the master of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh appreciates a pure person like him, so he is happy to make him his master. But this demagoguery was killed by Rider when Gilgamesh completely destroyed Tozaka Shishin, and the servant who spoke with great manners. And now, the servant of Yanfeng Qilai is Lu Shang. Lu Shang, who has a special and powerful ability, has become the most dazzling existence in this Holy Grail war. He is also one of the few two people whom Gilgamesh appreciates. Plus Yanagi will clear a servant every night, speeding up the speed of this Holy Grail war. Therefore, Gilgamesh's gaze was already on Lu Shang's body, disdaining Tozaka Shishin and Yanfengki. It was in this way that Tozaka Shishin escaped by chance. Whether Tozaka Shishin's survival will have any impact on the future Fifth Holy Grail War, Yanagi does not know and will not care. In his eyes, this world is not even a transit station, regardless of whether it will be a thing in the future. After Lu Shang realized it, he withdrew from the spiritual world. Because of the fact that it was the body of the servant, Yanagi did not feel tired at all, so he began to silently read and write magic books again. Ask for flowers. During this period, Makiri Sakura prepared 3 meals for him as usual. After the night came, Lu Shang quietly left again. Makiri Sakura, who stayed in her room, stood in front of the window with the curtains open, looked up at the night sky with a full moon hanging from her, holding a white bib in her hands. Her immature little face was expressionless, and she seemed to have returned to the state of cruel torture before. Just clenching her little hand, but it shows that her heart is not so calm. Perhaps it was the reason for her intuition that made Makiri Sakura feel that her heart was empty this night, as if something had happened. 0. That strong uneasiness made her worry. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that Lu Shang would not have an accident. Warehouse Street not far from Waterfront Park. This is a deserted place in the old city, which may be crowded during the day, but it is rarely visited in the evening. The first battle of the Fourth Holy Grail War was fought here. It was also where all the servants first met except Lancer and Caster. It was also the place where Yanagi and Gilgamesh met for the second time. Tonight, Yanagi and Gilgamesh gathered here again. Miscellaneous, are you ready to please King Ben? Gilgamesh, dressed in gold armor, did not stand on the street lamp this time, but stood on the high place where the containers were stacked. His noble red eyes looked down on Lu Shang, and his face raised by the horns showed a pride that defied everything, like a tyrant asking the words of fools, breaking the silence of Warehouse Street. Following his gaze, with the help of the soft silver light that shone down, a black figure standing below contrasted with Gilgamesh. Can't wait to leave, monarch of Uruk. In the face of Gilgamesh's questioning, Lu Shang asked rhetorically, not to be outdone, exit, are you entertaining yourself? Miscellaneous? Yanagi's words did not anger the irritable Gilgamesh, but were ridiculed by the oldest hero king. Huh. Rumble? In this regard, Lu Shang only smiled slightly. The pupils that stared up shrank slightly, and a strong and domineering aura instantly turned into a hemisphere-shaped light mask, which quickly enveloped the entire Warehouse Street and covered Gilgamesh in it. Chi waves are substantial spiritual attacks, and ordinary magicians can't support it for long at all, and they will be instantly stunned. If it is an overlord-colored domineering person in his peak state, even a strong person who has experienced hundreds of battles will not be able to resist that spiritual impact. Although Gilgamesh has also been severely weakened 540, he is still the ceiling of servant, follower, completely ignoring Yanagi's overlord-colored domineering. Of course, Lu Shang did not expect his overlord color to be domineering and be able to stun this powerful existence that only gave him a threat. Aha! After the wave of chi formed by the spiritual attack turned into a hemisphere-shaped light mask and disappeared, Yanagi pulled out the demon knife Muramasa, who was on his waist. The red eyes also transformed into ice blue straight death demon eyes in almost the same second. There is no excessive hesitation, and no more nonsense. Lu Shang's figure turned into an extremely fast-flying arrow and rushed towards Gilgamesh standing on the container. Humph! Yikes! Looking at the figure coming by the storm, Gilgamesh remained still, his hands holding his shoulders still proud. It's just that behind him, in the thick inky night, several golden light doors appeared. Whoops! 2 chains with wedges shot out, as if they were equipped with a tracking system, and locked onto Yanagi with an independent consciousness. These 2 chains are famous, their value is precious, and their efficacy is not inferior to Gilgamesh's strongest treasure, obedient sword Ea. This chain is the chain of the Bull of Heaven in the Epic of Gilgamesh that caught Uruk into a 7-year famine, and it is also the most trusted treasure of Gilgamesh in this world. It is one of the few instruments of the law gods in the world, and the stronger the divinity of the captured gods, the stronger the binding power of this chain. On the contrary, the object of the restraint has no divinity, and this chain that even the gods can capture is just a relatively strong chain. Whether Lu Shang has divinity or not, Gilgamesh can see at a glance. Even so, he still chose the sky to cope. One is that his trust in the lock of heaven has reached the extreme, and the other is that he likes to punish the enemy with the arrogance of a king at the moment he restrains him. At the moment when the heavenly lock burst out, the rest of the light gates behind the hanging Gamesh also revealed a truncated body, and the type can be seen through the shape of the body. Boom, 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 The speed of the heavenly lock is very fast, especially its flexibility is very amazing, not shooting in a straight line, but pulling in midair, as if forming a ring lock. People with low agility, or people with heavy bodies, will definitely face extreme pressure in the face of such flexible chains. But these people do not include Shang. Yanagi himself is an agile swordsman, and the skills and agility given by the assassin rank make him feel like a ghost. With the moon steps of the sea thief world, Shang completed Max's extreme acceleration and extreme deceleration in only 1 second. The figure of the afterimage instantly became clear, and stepped on the clouds formed by the air current, drawing the shape of a crescent arc, while avoiding the shackles of the heavenly lock, while rushing towards Gilgamesh. During this period, Shang's emotionless eyes were deep in the colored pupils mixed with icy blue light, which seemed to be mixed with a trace of doubt. No. Death? Just as he couldn't see the death of the Sword of Oath victory, Shang's perfect straight death demon eye couldn't actually see the death of the heavenly lock. The Holy Sword is a planet-created category, so it is impossible to see the death of the Sword of Oath victory. But the Lock of Heaven is not made by the planet, but by the gods. Could it be that the X-level and the special god-made treasure could not see death with their own straight death demon eyes? Doubts only flashed in his mind, and Shang recovered. Actually running in the air. Looking at the figure running towards Shang, Gilgamesh did not panic at all, but just muttered a slight frown. SHH. The several treasures behind Gilgamesh suddenly turned into golden beams of light, shooting down like meteors. Several golden beams of light passed by the left and right, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on Gilgamesh's handsome face. A golden door of light suddenly appeared out of thin air and appeared on Gilgamesh's right hand. The hands holding the shoulders slowly lowered, and Gilgamesh stared at the beam of light that was transformed into a treasure, successfully intercepting Yanagi in the air, and slowly leaned into it with his right hand. Sonorous click. Click. In the face of the golden meteor shooting down, Shang did not dodge this time, but the figure stopped in midair, and while the heavenly lock had not yet reacted, the demon knife village in his hand was quickly slashing out. Under the amazing dynamic vision, every knife of Shang cut through the flickering death in the field of vision very accurately. A slight gold 4.1 collision sounded, and the sound of steel breaking sounded one after another. Before the golden beam of light could reveal its true body, it turned into a golden photon and dissipated. Shang, who instantly killed these treasures of Gilgamesh, was not happy at all, but showed a solemn expression. Seeing that the domineering color seemed to have predicted something, his eyes suddenly contracted slightly. I saw that above his head, Gilgamesh standing on the container, a few seconds after raising his hand to probe into the light door. The next second when Shang had just killed the treasure, he slowly took out something from it. The shape of that thing is a golden key. It was the key to the depths of the Gate of Babylon, and the vehicle that awakened the strongest treasure of the treasury, the Sword of Obedience. Underscore your eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ben Wang did clearly feel the suffocation of death from the root reminder. The golden key held in his hand began to rotate like a gear, gradually assembling into a strangely shaped long sword. Holding the golden key that changed form, Gilgamesh looked down at Shang from above, and said with a slight angle, plus the confirmation of the saber clown, and the Alexander guy, your eyes can see death that ordinary people can't witness. This concept of death is not only for people and servants, but also treasures and this kind of thing. Looking at you dodging the heavenly lock and killing those treasures, the limit of what you can kill does not include the heavenly lock and sabers. Joker's holy sword, but... With a slight tone, Gilgamesh said proudly, the state of this king's arrival 23 is very different from the peak period, but it can't give you the opportunity to get close. You guy has the qualifications to become a sacrifice for EA. As a privilege to witness the brilliance of EA, rejoice in the kneeling of King Ben. As the words fell, Gilgamesh raised the strange sword in his hand that had been transformed. The cylindrical black sword body is covered with red patterns, the golden hilt and 3 pieces of sword like silkworm chrysalis. The appearance is not as gorgeous and noble as the Sword of Oath victory, but it exudes the atmosphere of the oldest years. The cylindrical body of the sword looks more like a staff than a sword. But there is no doubt that it is indeed a sword. It is something that existed in heaven and earth before the concept of sword was born. In the world where Shang was in his previous life, it was called the 7 clay tablets of creation. And this world is a witness to the divine embodiment of creation, and the sword dubbed the name of God by Mesopotamian mythology is a witness that opened up a generation of civilization, the treasure of the realm, the sword EA. Wake up, EA, heaven and earth are the stars of opening up. Hold high the sword EA. Gilgamesh gave Yanagi the greatest respect, and directly used the state of the maximum power of the sword. At this moment, the magic power in his body, who was far away in the Tozaka family, was almost instantly emptied. The magic of terror, from the sword EA's 3 cylindrical blades gushed out. The magic power tore through the airflow, as if distorting the space to form 3 force fields, covering the entire warehouse street in just an instant, not giving Shang a chance to use the moon step to escape the attack range. 3 cyclotron force fields are spatial faults. The obedient sword is the divine manifestation of the 7 clay tablets of creation, and the 3 force fields cast are the divine power manifestations of the heaven, earth, and underworld in the stone slabs. In mythology, the 3 slabs of heaven, earth, and stone are all combined to mean universe. Therefore, the sword can be rotated and induced by the 3 force fields, causing the space itself to change, resulting in a spatial fault. In front of the spatial fault, the surface of the earth is like a bubble that bursts at the touch of a touch, and the sky is also like a mirror that falls to the ground, which has shattered one after another, so the picture presented is a scene where the sky is torn apart and the surface is shattered. Liu Shang's return to 1/ has not yet completed the transformation of space, and it is not worth mentioning at all before this terrifying spatial disconnection. This is the good sword, the horror of EA. It's just that the obedient sword in Gilgamesh's hand EA is not an archetype, but a product of the Lingji concept. And he himself is not in his peak state, but like Liu Shang, he borrowed the body of the servant, follower, descended from the spirit base, and he couldn't exert all the power before his death. In the original book, the terrifying effect that Gilgamesh showed when he fought the Conqueror king had two reasons. First, the inherent enchantment obscures the inhibition force, and the other is to deviate from the sword EA's attribute boundary treasure. Any enchantment, small world. Similar alien space ability, obedient sword EA is their nightmare, an absolute nemesis that they simply cannot resist. From the moment the Conqueror fought Gilgamesh, he had already lost. In reality, especially in the real world where there is inhibition, Gilgamesh's obedient sword EA, continuously weakened by the triple weakening of non-prototype, non-peak state, and inhibition force, cannot exert much power at all. At best, it's just a little bigger than Saber's Excalibur, covering the entire warehouse street. Even so, the terrifying spatial fault still gave Liu Shang a mortal threat. However, perhaps it is the reason for the restraint. The spatial fault created by the heaven and earth obedient opening star completely restrained Liu Shang's sword path, but at the same time, the straight death demon eye that Liu Shang could use without any burden also restrained the obedient sword EA. Fuyaki City, the location is also in the mansion of the Tozaka family. Standing behind his division, Yanfeng Qilai, his expressionless face wrinkled slightly. A sense of weakness appeared on his face, exactly the same as when the first 540 Yanagi killed Saber in a momentary future. In fact, it is. In the warehouse street that has disappeared, Liu Shang used the moon step to stand in the air, a pair of colorful magic eyes flashing with ice blue light, at this time widened to the extreme. A huge number of death lines formed a series of graffiti-like cracks. Through the deep gap, Liu Shang's gaze seemed to shuttle through time and space, capturing a different future. Oh. The demon knife in his hand, Muramasa, quickly slashed out. The dark red blade quickly cut through the cracks. So, a strange picture appeared. The spatial fault that cut off and shattered the surface and sky seemed to have not passed through Liu Shang's body once, and even a certain range around Liu Shang was safe and sound. These are naturally not coincidences, but Liu Shang killed all the trajectories of the future of the spatial fault. This is where Liu Shang restrained himself from leaving the sword. Of course, this restraint is only temporary. Liu Shang is in this world, and for the time being, he can use the straight death demon eye without burden. After he leaves, he can't kill Mirai so often. Gilgamesh's obedient sword, the spatial fault created by EA, the three force fields representing the underworld of heaven and earth lasted for several minutes before slowly dissipating. Obedient sword EA's damage is continuous, and the range is not diameter, which is much better than the Excalibur of the Sword of Oath victory, worthy of the X level. When the three force fields disappeared one after another, Warehouse Street was already empty. Yes, nothingness. The three force fields all together represent the universe, each targeting the sky, the surface, and the abyss, and even the sky is cut off from space, resulting in cracks, as if the sky is also torn apart. Not to mention that the earth, the surface, and the core of the earth targeted by the two force fields were torn and shattered in the rotation of the two force fields, turned into endless powder, and fell into the abyss. The only one who escaped was the container where Gilgamesh was standing. So, a very peculiar picture was presented. An abyss with a range and depth of thousands of meters, a tiny stone pillar, so eye-catching, so alone. Yugai. Looking at Liu Shang, who was not affected by the spatial fault at all, he held the obedient sword EA's Gilgamesh, like a clown at the moment, has a funny look that contrasts positively and negatively with the king's landing a few minutes ago. At this time, Gilgamesh's heart was indeed full of mixed feelings. It even happened for a while, wanting to use the all-knowing and all-powerful star sealed by him to find out. Although obedient from the sword for Gilgamesh, EA has gained less trust than the heavenly lock, but he is obedient to the sword. EA is undoubtedly the symbol of Gilgamesh, his strongest treasure, and his final and strongest hole card. Gilgamesh also once firmly believed that no one could survive under the light of EA. It is precisely because of this that he is using the obedient sword under EA's ability. That words were also a farewell to Yanagi and a respect for his opponent. Even though neither his state, nor EA's, was in its prime, Gilgamesh still felt that way. But he didn't expect that Liu Shang was actually motionless, just standing in the air and blindly swinging his knife towards the air, covering the spatial fault of the entire scene, and he was stunned and did not pass through once. This point made Gilgamesh not understand. And Gilgamesh's doubts are also normal. As a servant, follower, Tinpai, Gilgamesh, who had the title of crown before his death, his obedient sword EA's power, especially the largest output of the sky opening star, no one can resist in this holy grail war. The only treasure that can be defended is the scabbard that bearer had before his death, Avalon now in Aliceville's body. With Imiyakuriji's personality, he would never have returned Avalon to Saber. Therefore, the fourth Holy Grail War in the original book is a completely unsolvable existence. It stands to reason that Lu Shang, who has no treasures, can only turn into a photon like a powder under the brilliance of EA. It is a pity that although Lu Shang's state is not as strong as at his peak, to some extent, his strength is even higher than his peak. With the help of countless people who want to reach the root of prying eyes, Yanagi's unburdened direct death demon eye allows him and Gilgamesh to form a mutual restraint. And this restraint, the advantage is inclined to Lu Shang's side. Because of the strength of servant, in addition to Lingji, the more important point is that the strength of the master's magic will determine the strength of their attributes. Also, servant's treasure is liberated, which will consume master's mana. As Gilgamesh's strongest treasure, he left the sword EA's maximum output state, heaven, and earth-obedient departure star, requires mana that directly drains Tozaka Toki-chen and Gilgamesh. On the contrary, Lu Shang does not need magic. The presentation of advantages also determines the outcome of this battle. What? Almost at the moment when the spatial fault disappeared, Lu Shang's figure also disappeared into the air. Gilgamesh had not yet reacted from his stunned, and Tozaka Shishin had not returned from his distraction, and the crisp sound of flesh tearing resounded in the silent night sky. Yanagi did not give Tozaka Toki-chen the opportunity to use the writ curse to forcibly recall Gilgamesh, or to help Gilgamesh recover his magic at the cost of the writ, so he took the opportunity to kill Gilgamesh with one blow. So it is. You guy, you actually touched there. Lu Shang's knife did not make Gilgamesh feel angry and unwilling. On the contrary, a sudden voice came out of Gilgamesh's mouth like a breeze. Under a series of doubts, Gilgamesh finally couldn't help but use another treasure of his own, which was also X, because the auxiliary was too powerful, resulting in the all-knowing and all-powerful star sealed by him. It can't be said to be sealed, but Gilgamesh limits its effect. And just now, it was used without restrictions. The ability of the all-knowing and all-powerful star is undoubtedly amazing. If you say good sword EA is the strongest spear, Avalon is the strongest shield, 1 attack and 1 defense, then the omniscient and all-powerful star is the strongest auxiliary. It is the existence of this, Limo's, treasure that makes Gilgamesh qualified for the crown. If this treasure is lost, then Gilgamesh will be just an ordinary servant sealing. Even Saber, who owns Avalon, can pose a mortal threat to it. Under the inside of this treasure, a part of Lu Shang's soul body connected to the secret of the root, naturally could not escape Gilgamesh's eyes. However, the treasure is the embodiment of mythology, and it is also the power system altar of the type moon world. These abilities can be used to the strongest in this world, but they cannot jump to a higher dimension. So much so that Gilgamesh only saw that Yanagi's ability linked to the root, but could not see that Yanagi's identity was not the existence of this world. The hero king exited. It was an incredible thing, at least in Tozaka's mind. From the moment he discovered that he had summoned Gilgamesh and saw Gilgamesh's attribute data, Tozaka Shishin decided that the winner of this Holy Grail war was definitely him. And Tozaka Shishin's idea is indeed not wrong. With Gilgamesh's strength, once he gets serious, he can end the so-called Fourth Holy Grail war in one fell swoop. But just because of his shrinking hands and feet, he was stunned to play a good deck of cards, and in the original book, he even ended up dying tragically in the hands of his disciples. In order to get a glimpse of his roots, fate can be described as extremely sad. But after seeing Gilgamesh's exit with his own eyes, projection magic and the connection with the Hero King broken, Tozaka Shishin's heart was full of mixed feelings. Let's say anger, there is. It is certainly a lot, but it is unexpectedly not rich, just a huge loss. Maybe. It was he who saw with his own eyes how powerful Lu Shang was. Even EA couldn't help his existence, and he was unwilling to lose. Thinking like this, Tozaka Shishin couldn't help but think of his disciple, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Kilai 540, I didn't expect that you became the winner this time. No. You are also a loser, the winner of this Holy Grail war. I didn't expect to be given by that magician killer. As soon as the words fell, Tozaka Shishin's eyes froze, and he began to sigh at the rumored magician killer who was like a sideburn. Although the Hero King was killed by his own disciple's servant, Tozaka Shishin, who saw Yanagi kill Yanfanchi curse, understood that that servant was the biggest outlier in this Holy Grail war, and Master could not balance the existence at all. In other words, his own disciple had already lost from the beginning. Excluding the other servants, the only servants that have not yet exited are Assassin and Saber, and the winner is between Assassin and Imiyakiriji. Boom. At this moment, a deafening explosion, even if it spread half of Fuyaki City, suddenly reached Tozaka Shishin's ears. This explosion also brought Tozaka Shishin back from his loss, looking at the sky-rushing fire outside the window, with a look of horror. What happened? Yanagi, who was far away in Warehouse Street, which had disappeared near the seaside park, was also attracted by this explosion, this direction, and the familiar scold. Looking at the sky rising from the sky, whether it was the new city or the firelight he saw, Lu Shang still didn't understand what was happening. Unexpectedly, he let Berserker exit, but gave Saber and Imiyakiriji a chance. Lu Shang didn't care about this. Anyway, the Holy Grail of this session has been polluted and has no effect. And what he wants, he has already got. You kill Gilgamesh and gain 15% XP. The Hero King is worthy of being a Hero King, a terrifying existence with a crown qualification before his death. Even if he just killed the body of the follower, he also brought Lu Shang 3 Super Shadow level receipts. Although the strength of his follower state is not as strong as the Super Shadow level, that Linga is still worthy of this experience value. Thinking like this, Lu Shang's mood suddenly felt happy. Looking at the fire-sparkling city, Lu Shang hesitated. This hesitation is not about whether to go to Saber, since the tower was stolen by Saber and Imiyakiriji, and he did not dare to be interested in the holy grail of pollution, plus the experience points brought by Gilgamesh, Yanagi, Kteb, did not see Saber's experience points. He hesitated whether to go back and see Makiri Sakura. This girl's similar personality to Hinata, as well as the determination shown in the past few days, made Yanagi seem to see Hinata as a child. It is precisely because of this that he can't harden his heart, otherwise if he changes to another girl, even if it is a plot character, Lu Shang is too lazy to take a look. Even Saber, who was dubbed the Dull King in his previous life, Lu Shang only appreciated her strength and had no other thoughts. Makiri Sakura is different, these days of getting along, her closeness and thoughtfulness, coupled with the same shadow as Hinata when she was a child, made Yanagi have a little bond with her. If she could take someone away, Lu Shang would definitely take her away without hesitation. But now, Lu Shang hesitated to go back and meet her for the last time. This also shows that Lu Shang intends to leave this world. The effect of the talent perfection card has made his straight death demon eye reach the concept that he can kill the future. Even the death of space and temperature has been absorbed by Lu Shang from the root. Although after returning to the ninja world, the soul body is no longer linked to the root, allowing his straight death demon eye to change from an unburdened use to a crippled version, and Yanagi has also been satisfied. Therefore, after some hesitation, Lu Shang still chose not to go back to see Makiri Sakura. Long pain is not as good as short pain. Take advantage of the fact that the bond has not yet formed, just cut it off. Thinking of this, Lu Shang slowly closed his eyes. The figure standing in the air slowly turned into golden photons, like fireflies, and dissipated between heaven and earth. This approach is not spiritualization, but servant's exit. Almost at Willow Byans, they turned into photons and left this world in a dissipative way. The mansion of the Makiri family, the room of the Makiri Sakura. Standing at the window, looking at the fire that attracted Fuyaki City, Makiri Sakura's heart suddenly felt a pang of guilt, and she subconsciously looked down at the white bib that she held hard in her arms, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Brother Yanagi, I saw that the white bib that was held tightly in her arms by her hands was inexplicably turned into a golden photon, slowly dissipating from her arms. The holy relic that rejuvenated her dark heart and looked forward to the future was gone. When Yanagi voluntarily exited, the body of servant condensed by Lingji turned into a photon, and the soul contained in it seemed to travel through time and space and crossed back to the essence of Yuan in the ninja world. I don't know how long it took for Lu Shang to regain consciousness. Brother Yanagi, Konoha, in the Taoist hall of the Yanagi family, suddenly sounded a surprise sound with crying. This voice is incomparably childish, but extremely loud. The loudness of the volume attracted the attention of several women who were doing their own things in the villa next to the Taoist hall. In an instant, several silhouettes quickly ran towards the Taoist hall. Among them are Robin and Poison Island Subo in their pajamas, and Hinata, who is doing housework. The third girl came to the dojo with an excited face, and suddenly saw the familiar voice, Yanagi, who was holding a girl in a kimono. Yanagi-kun, teacher, captain. 3 different titles came out of the mouths of several women, and the graceful and mature Qianying soon surrounded Lu Shang, and the excitement and tears on his face made Lu Shang, who was holding the fireworks, slightly stunned. Immediately, Lu Shang slowly spoke, "How long have I been in a coma?" It was not a coma, although Lu Shang's soul body traveled through time and space, but before entering that black hole, he also saw his body, protected by a transparent white crystal like dust. And after returning just now, he still maintained a cross-knee sitting position. It was the incomparable stiffness of the body, the limbs like stones, the hunger that quickly invaded up, and the reaction of several women, which made Lu Shang vaguely guess that he was probably not going away for more than 3 days. Brother Lu Shang, you have been in a coma for 3 months, and during this time, your body has been protected by a white enchantment. No matter what method we use, we can't break it. Even my sister's golden wheel reincarnation explosion can't be destroyed. What happened to your body? Holding Yanagi's fireworks tightly, Maimu said with tears in her eyes. Listening to her words, Lu Shang was slightly stunned. It's actually 3 months long. It seems that if it is not for the world to go to through the means of the quest gate, the time difference will not be synchronized with the ninja world. The problem of time difference, Lu Shang has already had doubts since he went to the first world school apocalypse. When he returns with Poison Island Tsuko, he finds that the time difference between the ninja world and the Doomsday world is synchronized, even if it is the same day and night. If the first time is a coincidence, then the second time is completely certain. Whether it's the apocalypse or the pirates, time is synchronized with the ninja world. This must be the work of the system. It's just that I didn't expect that the talented perfect soul body shuttled through time and space, not only did not bring a single grass and tree back to that world, but even the time difference was completely different. Thinking like this, Lu Shang showed a wry smile. Immediately, Yanagi looked up at the crying chicks and said, "I'm feeling a little hungry now. Hinata, can you make me something to eat?" "Aha. I'll go cook for you right away." Hinata wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded repeatedly. "Let's go help too." Robin and Poison Island Tsukiko spoke at the same time, and although the two did not cry like the Hinata sisters, their faces finally showed a relaxed expression, and then accompanied Hinata out. The three of them divided up the work and cooperated, buying vegetables, washing rice and cooking. Lu Shang, on the other hand, went to wash his body that had not bathed for 3 months. In fact, although 3 months have passed in the outside world, Lu Shang, who is protected by crystals, has only passed 3 days. Because of his hunger, it is not so terrifying. If it was synchronized with the outside world, then he would already be skinny by now. And there is no smell in the body, but Lu Shang still plans to take a bath first. Inside the bathroom, Lu Shang soaked in the bathtub, looking up at the white ceiling, and behind him was a delicate and small silhouette, using slender jade-like hands to massage his stiff body, as if to relieve the fatigue accumulated during this time for him. It's rare that there is no hint of naughtiness, but full of seriousness. With her back to the fireworks, Lu Shang enjoyed her pressing technique, but did not say a word. Ask for flowers. Because at this time, his consciousness was immersed in the eyes of the sublimated straight death demon. The red eyes have turned into ice blue magic eyes. Lu Shang's vision was filled with a large number of deaths. There is not only a line of death, but also a point of death that symbolizes the end. The number of dead points that used to require concentration to see has not only skyrocketed, but the volume is no longer the size of a grain of rice, and the nail size of a thumb is already the size of a fingernail. When Lu Shang focused, those scattered and spreading lines of death quickly converged to form a graffiti-like crack. Lu Shang's gaze also seemed to be attracted by a magnet, and all gathered in one point, seeping into the crack. 0. Through the rift, Lu Shang seemed to see the river of time. The future flashes before our eyes. A feeling of mystery and mystery makes Lu Shang feel as if he can kill the concept of the future as if he has a knife in his hand. The sublimation of the straight death devil's eye is extremely fascinating. But at the same time, the burden it brings is also multiplied. Hiss. Lu Shang suddenly gasped. The trembling of his tone made the fireworks behind him speak suspiciously. Brother Lu Shang, did I press you? No, fireworks you continue. Lu Shang shook his head with his back to the fireworks, his eyelids trembled slightly, and the ice blue magic eye had returned to its normal red. Sure enough, as he thought, although the straight death demon eye was sublimated, as long as he returned to the ninja world, he became a crippled version again. Without connecting the roots, he simply could not use the straight death demon eye without burden. The future that can be seen casually in the Shigetsu world, although it can still be seen when you return to the ninja world, the burden makes Unagi's brain feel pins and needles. Obviously, concepts cannot be killed at will. No, it is that the number of kills cannot be too much, otherwise the brain will be burned out. If the load of the death line is compared to 1, then the point of death is 3, and the concept is 10. Nightfall, Unagi's restaurant. Unagi wearing a bathrobe is sitting at the main seat of the dining table, and on the left and right are Hinata women. Nearly 10 sumptuous dishes are placed in front of them, bubbling with fragrant mist. Lu Shang, who had not eaten for several days, ate his meal in large mouths, replenishing the nutrition and strength that passed by his body, and rarely did not have the elegance of the past. Hinata's daughters, on the other hand, looked at it distressingly and did not move their chopsticks. After a few minutes, after the stomach did not have that uncomfortable feeling, Lu Shengfang slowed down, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. It seems that the gadgets produced by the system are not perfect. The time difference is scary enough. I really dare not imagine that if I stay in the 540 period of time in the Type Moon world, will I be starved to death? Yanagi-kun, drink some soup. At this time, Hinata suddenly served a bowl of soup to Yanagi and said gently. Borrowing the bowl handed by Hinata, Lu Shang took a sip of the clear soup inside, looked at Hinata with a distressed face, couldn't help but smile slightly, and asked, during this time when I was in a coma, did anything happen in the village? Nothing happened, but Yanagi-kun's situation, Shikamaru, and the others knew. Hinata shook his head first, and then quickly said, during this time, Naruto-kun and the 6th generation have all been here, and everyone has also tried to break the enchantment that trapped Yanagi-kun, but it has no effect, and even secretly retrieved Suzuki-kun of the wandering ninja world, and the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation cannot transfer Yanagi-kun out of the enchantment. That's right. With a slight tone, Hinata suddenly woke up. I forgot to tell them the news that you woke up Yanagi-kun. Has even Suzuki Uchiha come back? Lu Shang did not expect that the months he was in a coma would actually attract the attention of so many people. It seems that in the future, things like talent perfection cards cannot be used casually. Thinking like this, Lu Shang smiled on the surface and said, it's okay, let's visit them one by one after we have dinner. Aha. Everyone is worried about you during this time. Hinata nodded again and smiled as if in relief. So, after the few people finished their dinner, Hinata and the girls went to take a shower one after another, and everyone went out together in kimonos of different colors to visit classmates and friends who used to fight side by side. Hearing the news that Unagi had woken up and seeing him come to visit in person, in addition to Suzuki Uchiha who left the village again, both Iniga Butterfly and Naruto and others were very happy, especially Shikamaru, who was Unagi's best friend, and complained about him. However, everyone did not ask Lu Shang. What happened? That enchantment is by no means an ordinary enchantment, and even Uchiha Suzuki's reincarnation force Tenshi force cannot transfer it out of it, which shows that the strength of that enchantment is definitely an existence that Yanagi does not want to say. After staying in everyone's home for a while, and after making an appointment to invite them to dinner, Lu Shang and the others did not return to their home until the early hours of the morning. After returning home, Robin and Poison Island Tsuko made peace with Yanagi and went back to their room. After Yanagi and the Hinata sisters turned off the lights and rested, I don't know how long it took. 2 pairs of hands of different sizes suddenly attacked Lu Shang. Fortunately, there was no chance bump into it. Yanagi-kun. The murmur as thin as a mosquito cry suddenly frightened a pair of small hands retreated. What's wrong, Hinata? Lu Shang's mocking voice sounded in the silent room. Want it? Well. The voice full of shame made the fireworks on the other side of Lu Shang close his eyes, the corners of his lips raised slightly, and the hand that had been withdrawn attacked Lu Shang again. Aren't you afraid of being overheard by fireworks? Lu Shang let those hands do nothing, and the mocking laughter sounded again. No, I don't make a sound. Hinata, who just wanted to say something, suddenly changed his words, and then the moonlight reflected in, shining on the ceiling of the 3 heads reflected, 2 of which had been closed together. The sound of crackling slowly sounded, and the shadow lying in the middle suddenly got up, lying on his stomach to another line, full of oppressive music, and began to sound. The next morning, Yanagi woke up from his sleep, and the Hinata and Hanabi on the left and right were no longer there. Lu Shang, who got up to wash up, came to the living room and found that several women were also gone. But inside the kitchen, a warm breakfast was prepared for him. After breakfast, Lu Shang made a pot of tea as before, but did not walk to the Taoist hall, but sat on the sofa in the living room, opened the drawer under the tea table, took out the notebook that recorded the plot before, and then took the pen and began to silently write the magic book memorized in the world of the type moon on a blank page. The magic books collected by Matou Dirty Inkstone are naturally not a small notebook that can be loaded, and if you want to write them all down, you must at least stay up all night, and you need a lot of white paper. So after writing out the most important mental image, Lu Shang was not in a hurry to continue silently writing, but returned to the room, stood in front of a full-length mirror, stared at himself in the mirror, and a pair of red eyes slowly transformed into ice blue magic eyes. Then, Yanagi took the demon knife Muramasa, which was placed on the sword frame, and prepared to kill the chakra in his body. The effect of Chakra 4.1 is undoubtedly powerful, and treading on the water and flying off the wall is of great help to Lu Shang. You can even create a shadow avatar to share the work for him. But that was for Lu Shang in the early stage, and now this energy system has limited Lu Shang's growth. To go to a higher level, Yanagi needs energy far above Chakra. Well, just after Lu Shang was about to use the sublimated straight death demon eye to kill the chakra in his body, his head suddenly moved. The movement does not come from the brain, but exists in his mind, or rather the systematic function of the conscious space, the copy function. Type Moon World, Fuyaki City. 3 months have passed since the burning Fuyaki City, and the time of the Fourth Holy Grail. In the unknown Fourth Holy Grail War, due to the pollution of the Holy Grail, there were no winners, but there were several losers. The representative of it is naturally Imaya. This person is very complicated, and his fate is extremely tragic. Except for a little sunshine in his childhood, his whole life was spent in misery. As a result, his character became cold. At the end of the Fourth Holy Grail War, he went to the end as a winner, but eventually lost everything, being the biggest winner and the biggest loser. After the Holy Grail War, the magician killer also disappeared. At the same time, Tozaka Shishin and Yanfeng Qilai, as well as director Ken, they are all losers. The only winner may be the Knight of the Wild Goose who has fulfilled his wish and left peacefully. Yes, the Tanjian died 23 in the night. Because of Yanagi's deal, he is no longer as miserable as the original, and although his body is still overdrawn by the torture of Matong's dirty ink, the death of the old bug and the salvation of Sakura make him walk very peacefully. His funeral was held by Makirano, who ran away from home, and the only people attending his funeral were Makirano and Shinji Makiri, who adored him very much, and Makiri Sakura, who was confused in his life. The mansion of the Matong family, inside a boudoir filled with the fragrance of a girl. Uncle Yanyi, brother Lu Shang. Matong Sakura sat on a chair with her head slightly lowered, and in front of her was a table with a photo of the deceased Matong Yanyi. Her hands were tightly holding a white bib, her low-hanging head and forehead were covered by purple hair, and the dim light in the room caused her face to be covered with a layer of yin lines, so that people could not see her expression at all. The white bib in her hand is naturally not the bib given by Lu Shang, and that bib has disappeared 3 months ago, when Lu Shang left this world. This white neckband was woven by Makiri Sakura herself. This shows the depth of the girl's obsession. Snap. Long time no see, Sakura. The atmosphere was compared by the girl's murmurs, and with the dimly lit scene, it seemed to be filled with a layer of depraved and fallen atmosphere. At this moment, a warm and hot palm suddenly covered the girl's head, so that Ma Tongying, who was hanging her head low, exuding confusion and breath, suddenly raised her head, and her immature and cute little face was full of surprise and disbelief. Turning his head vigorously, after seeing the figure behind him, the pair of grey and godless purple eyes finally burst back into brilliance after 3 months, and quickly filled a layer of mist, choked and spoke, "Willow. Brother Yanagi." The palm on the soft purple hair slid down, and the thumb wiped away the tears of the female horn, and Lu Shang said with a chuckle, "It seems that our fate has not been interrupted, and I have already felt your bond. Sakura, would you like to come with me?" Sakura disappeared, and the news was discovered a day later. Originally, the dinner did not come out, which had already attracted the attention of Makira no Tsuru, but when Makira no did not appear the next day, Makira no Tsurano entered her room and realized that something was wrong. This news also reached the ears of Tozaka Shishin at the fastest speed, which immediately caused a sensation in the Tozaka family. As the fifth-generation head of the Tozaka family and also the manager of the Fuyaki City vein, Tozaka Shishin immediately activated his own energy and began to search for the movements of Makira Sakura throughout Fuyaki City. Although he passed on the Matong Sakura to the Matong family, it does not mean that Tozaka Shishin does not love Matong Sakura. On the contrary, he attaches great importance to this daughter. However, because the magic of the Tozaka family can only be inherited by one person, Tozaka Shishin passed it on to the Matong family in order to prevent Matong Sakura from seeing her sister become a magician in the future, considering whether she would be jealous and resentful in the future. Now that his daughter is gone, Tozaka Shishin naturally uses all his energy to search. However, what made him angry was that after searching the entire Fuyaki city, he still found no trace of his daughter, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. In fact, it is. Makiri Sakura did not run away from home. It can also be said that she ran away from home, but the place where she left was her room. Across time and space, she has left this world. Ninja World, Konoha. 540 Brother Liu Shang, is this where you live? On the lively and bustling street, Yanagi wearing a black kimono is walking towards the direction of home with a purple-haired girl who is 1 meter 2. Along the way, girls who have become accustomed to modern cities are sighing for this place where modernity and ancient style are integrated and the folk customs are simple. This is exactly the same as Poison Island and Robin, even if the girl is less than 7 years old. Well, next I will take you to my home and introduce a few future family members to you. Liu Shang nodded and said with a smile. Will they accept Sakura? Ma Tongying nodded, but there was a hint of timidity on her immature little face, and she asked with some fear. Don't worry, they'll accept you, and Sakura will get along with them too, got it? Liu Shang instructed. Aha. Makiri Sakura nodded repeatedly. Not long after, 2 figures, one tall and one short, came to the door of a villa. The check-in of Makiri Sakura went smoothly and did not encounter any obstacles. On the contrary, Makiri Sakura was immediately welcomed by Hanabi. As the youngest member of Yanagi's family, Hanabi actually has no topic with high school student Poison Island Tsuko and mature Robin except for talking to Yanagi and her sister, so every time Hinata chats with Poison Island Tsuko and Robin, she can only listen quietly. And now, Liu Shang's family has come to a girl who is younger than her, in fact, not much smaller, and even a little precocious, and Hanabi naturally raises her hand to welcome. However, the women expressed doubts about the origin of Makiri's Sakura. In this regard, Liu Shang did not hide anything, and directly informed several women about the experience of his soul body traveling through time and space and entering other worlds. Knowing the real cause of Yanagi's coma, Hinata's women suddenly realized. The next day, Yanagi first went to get a certificate of occupancy for Makiri Sakura, and then took a few women to invite 12 Xiaoqiang to thank Naruto Uzumaki and the others. A small party that ended with the same joyful laughter as before. Since then, Sakura Makiri's otherworldly life has begun. Taking care of Makiri's Sakura and taking her to familiarize herself with Konoha's task, Yanagi was relieved to hand over Hanabi, who changed from the youngest member to the status of a sister, and accepted the job very happily. Hinata's daughters were each busy, and Yanagi seemed to have returned to his old life. However, it did not take long for Liu Shang to strive for a breakthrough. The travel of the moon world allowed him to broaden his horizons again, and the direct death demon eye that was sublimated also made Liu Shang's kendo future not limited to the Guiyi kendo that transcended the human domain, but X other space slashes. But this X level slash is still in concept. To realize this concept, Liu Shang needs to cross 2 thresholds, or 2 skills, namely, the multidimensional tortuous phenomenon and the concept of killing space. Needless to say, the phenomenon of multiple blessings and twists is the core of the true perfection of Giai Kendo, while the concept of killing space is a level that can completely transform Giai Kendo. However, Sasaki Kojiro's template progress is still 3/5 or 4 minutes away from being fully unlocked. Yanagi is also not in a hurry, but before that, he intends to open another path for Giai Kendo. Chop, no. The sound of the breath of all things. This is the origin of Liu Shang's slashing blow. Even if the death demon eye kills the airflow, it needs to cooperate with the sound of the breath of all things to say the death of the airflow. Without the sound of the breath of all things, Liu Shang would not be able to swing a slash, not even the slash formed by chakra. However, at this level, the sound of the breath of all things has come to an end. If there is no direct death demon eye and the sound of the breath of all things to develop the unified sword path, the slash of the great sword Hao is the limit of the sound of the breath of all things. And now, Liu Shang intends to open a whole new path for his slash. That is, magic. Chakra can't form slashes, but it can. Liu Shang firmly believes this. Because whether it is a game or its world, there are countless examples of slashes formed by magic power. Willow is determined to abandon Chak. Repairing other power systems is also for this reason. Chakra is the power system of the ninja world, and its source fruit is an energy that can only be obtained in the ninja world. And this energy is extracted from the 130 trillion cells of the human body. Everyone's chakra attributes are different, and some people can even obtain many attributes, whether they are acquired innate or acquired. The best example is that Naruto Uzumaki originally only had the wind attribute, but now he has all the attributes. The source of chakra, and how it was not, these Liu Shang knew. After the cause and effect were known, Liu Shang killed chakra, which was simply easy. This has not been hindered in any way. However, when Liu Shang was ready to cultivate his magic power, he encountered great obstacles. The magic of the type moon world, no, it should be said that the magic of the magician needs to transform the life force into magic through an organ. And that organ is a magic circuit. Magicians form a transformation circuit in their own body, drawing magic from the outside world, and only as humans can use magic power, and this circuit is called a magic circuit. The magic circuit of human beings is born to determine the quantity. Conversely, if there is no magic circuit, mana cannot be generated. Although Yanagi's body has been systematically modified, it is a pity that he does not have a magic circuit. This means that Yanagi cannot generate mana. Knowing this, Liu Shang was not frustrated and disappointed, but just smiled disdainfully. At first, he didn't care, but he didn't expect that the magician threshold of the type moon world actually had such a limit. However, this is better. The number of magic circuits is destined for a person's mana capacity and absorption speed. Fortunately, he does not have a magic circuit, so he can go to other worlds and obtain another way to extract mana. Just think of it, Liu Shang originally planned to stay in this world for a while, relax himself, and then go to other worlds to continue to find the method of immortality. Now, it's nothing more than being ahead of time. It's just that when Yanagi went to talk to Hinata and wanted to decide on the trip. But I saw Hinata and the girls fell silent. What's wrong? Seeing that several women fell silent, Liu Shang couldn't help but speak in doubt. Poison Island Tsukiko and Robin did not speak, but Hinata pulled Yanagi into the room, and rejected Yanagi on behalf of the women. Yes, refuse. They don't plan to go to another world with Yanagi. The reason is, I don't want to burden Yanagi. Experiencing the pirate world, Hinata understands that those other worlds are definitely more than they seem. Some may not be difficult, but some are absolutely dangerous. In addition to himself, Robin's daughters have no strength, and if they follow Liu Shang into a very dangerous strength, they are very likely to become the existence of Liu Shang. So, as early as some days before Yanagi fell into a coma, after the discussion of Hinata's daughters, this conclusion was reached. Can't be a burden to Yanagi? After listening to Hinata's answer, Yanagi was slightly silent. I didn't know what I was thinking, and after a while, the two of them walked out of the room. In Hinata's hand, there is an extra jewelry box, which contains jewelry made of pure gold. The decision of several women, Liu Shang was not reluctant. Yanagi left, waking up from his coma for less than a week before leaving Konoha again. Did not tell the friends, just with Hinata to a farewell cannon, in the name of shopping with fireworks to soak in the hot spring, the two of them in the family-style hot spring for more than an hour, under the fireworks hard to release again, then put on the same black kimono for 10,000 years, the waist of the demon knife Muramasa, holding a red paper umbrella silently left the village. In fact, after several previous crossovers, Liu Shang has figured out the door of the copy, where it disappears, it appears from where, and the position of entering the door of the copy is equivalent to a signpost. As long as he returns from the other world, he will appear on that signpost again. Even if Yanagi crosses the border at home, he will be here when he returns. Speaking of which, this is more convenient. But Konoha is not an ordinary place after all, plus the relationship with the 12 Xiaoqiang, maybe they will come to find Yanagi again on a whim. Yanagi's house disappeared in Konoha without leaving the door, and he couldn't find a trace of 540, even if his strength was above the ninja realm, it was easy to arouse the suspicion of others. Although both Kakashi and Naruto Uzumaki knew that Yanagi was a man who did not like power and did not have any intrigues. But a few more steps, Liu Shang didn't want to leave them with such a pimple. So, Liu Shang left the village in the form of tourism, and then opened the door of the copy in a forest and walked into the door of time and space. Walking on the starry sky avenue like the universe, Liu Shang spent half an hour and walked to the end of the white light gate. The huge white light gate was split in two, and two light doors 3 or 4 meters high appeared. Still without the slightest hesitation, Liu Shang walked towards the first door of light. Aslanti, it's a world full of magic. People who have magic and can use magic in this world are called magisters, and people with the status of magi have the same status in human society as commoners and nobles. The kingdom of Fiori is a permanently neutral state with a population of 17 million in the land of Ichibi, located in the world of Aslan. Its main cities are Magnolia Town, Lamp Palace, Marucrius, Tequila Land, and so on. The town of Magnolia is famous because of two very famous buildings, namely the Cathedral of Cartier and the Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale, a holy 10-demon society, is known in the Isugar continent for being the most troublesome and trouble-breaking. The Queen of Leprechauns Elusha Carrot, the facade signature girl Raj Strauss, the fire dragon Natsu. It seems that a world has arrived. In a town where European and American styles are perfectly blended, a person wearing a black kimono is incompatible with the people wearing Western-style clothes around him. But even if the world is different, his beautiful appearance and noble temperament still attract the attention of a large number of pedestrians. Walking through the streets of Magnolia Town, Liu Shang murmured softly, It has been several hours since he came to this world, and through his own intelligence collection, Lu Shang found that this world is still a two-dimensional world that he still has an impression of. Fairy tale, referred to as the world of fairy tale. At that time, the Sea of Dead Fire was known as the three major migrant comics, popular all over the world. There are few works that can wrench their wrists, and they can wrench their wrists at their peak. Only the work Full Metal Alchemist, but just like people paraphrase the joke that the three phantom gods in Yu-Gi-Oh actually have four green-eyed white dragons, there is actually a fourth migrant manga, and that migrant manga is neither full-time hunter, nor governess, nor full-time alchemist, but fairy tale. The anime of the Grim Reaper was slashed, but this work can still be animated. And the collapse of the combat power of this world, but after it became the real world, the combat power is still above the ninja world. If nothing else, it is because on the other side of the Isugar continent, there is also the Western continent, as well as the legendary Black Magus Jelf, and the Black Dragon King who devoured the last elements of the lineage. Maybe the single combat power, the blood snare of seeking Deo Jade, can fight with them in the later stage. But in terms of overall strength, both Demon Tail and Pirates are above the ninja world. And interestingly, in a joke from a past life, this world revolves around the fairy tale. What's more, if you cross into the world of fairy tale, if you don't join fairy tale, this crossing will lose your soul. Although a bit exaggerated, it is even more proof of the charm of fairy tale, this guild. I learned my location in Magnolia Town, where fairy tale is located. Lu Shang's thoughts also echoed the joke in his previous life. To join fairy tale. If nothing else, there were people there who could help him awaken his magic. At the same time, he is very interested in the top secret of fairy tale, the secret magic that overrides the three magic of fairy, and the real name is Fairy Heart Lumen Starlight. Moreover, this world revolves around the fairy tale. Staying in this guild, there will naturally be countless troubles to find the door. Trouble is experience. Take the fairy tale as your temporary residence in this world, and wait until your strength skyrockets. Comprehend the multidimensional tortuous phenomenon or kill space, and it is not too late to leave. Thinking like this, Lu Shang's thoughts were immediately determined. So, Lu Shang asked someone where the fairy's tale was, and walked in that direction. As for whether he could join fairy tale without magic power, Yanagi never thought about this issue. The strong are popular everywhere, and their young appearance, in the eyes of Makarov, is a good seedling, and his joining will definitely not be hindered in any way. Even he would be very happy to help Lu Shang awaken his magical power. The magic of this world is not as complicated as the moon world. Here. Is it fairy tale? Standing in front of a three-story building, Lu Shang looked up at the guild flag hanging on the second floor, and the incomparably unique goblin pattern seemed to evoke a forgotten memory in the depths of his brain. Through the heavy gate, Lu Shang could faintly hear the noise of fighting from inside. Squeak dash. Just when Lu Shang sighed and prepared to go in, the door of the Fairy Tale Guild suddenly opened from the inside out. Ah, it's the client. Is it? A silhouette came out from inside, and her brown-blue beautiful eyes mixed with doubtful voices cast to Lu Shang. It's just that when her gaze met those noble ruby-like eyes, Mirage suddenly froze slightly, with a beautiful smile like a signature on her face. The first thing that catches your eye is each other's hair color, which is as silver and white as snow. The second is handsome and beautiful appearance. The two face each other. In the eyes of others are left and right alignment, wearing a black kimono and a red dress, noble and elegant temperament mixed together, like a pair of natural golden children and jade girls. This is also the reason why Mirage was stunned. It seems like. It's really like. In terms of appearance and temperament, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are brothers and sisters. Mirage was slightly stunned, as was Lu Shang. Looking at the absolutely beautiful girl in front of him, Lu Shang's eyes involuntarily flashed a look of surprise and beauty. The painting style of each world is different, and when those worlds with different painting styles become reality, it determines the advantages of the appearance of men and women in a world. For example, Robin from the pirate world, her figure is the envy of Hinata and Poison Island Rinko. And the Mirage in front of him gives Yanagi the same purity and gentleness as Hinata, but does not have Hinata's timidity, but is full of confident temperament. A woman with a perfect shell and a distinct soul and temperament inside is worthy of the title of a goddess. Hinata deserves it, Poison Island Junko deserves it, Robin deserves it, and the girl in front of her is also worthy. However, although the girl is beautiful, Lu Shang is only amazing. After coming to his senses, Lu Shang spoke flatly, I'm not here to entrust the task, I'm here to kick the pavilion. Oh, huh? Mirage didn't seem to have reacted yet, and subconsciously answered twice, and then her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her eyes looked at Lu Shang in amazement. This man, what is he saying? Kick the gym? Is it to challenge Fairy Tale? Don't worry, I have no enemies. I just wanted to know if this would have the amount of machinery that would make my mark on it. Lu Shang's voice came into his ears like a fresh breeze, making Mirage lose his mind again. When she came back to her senses, the kimono boy in front of her had already walked past her and was in the guild. Is he serious? But his body doesn't fluctuate. Mirage turned in amazement and trotted into the door, trying to organize the guild members. Boom. At this time, a substantial wave of chi suddenly turned into a hemisphere-shaped light mask, which quickly enlarged in Mirage's eyes, covering her body and covering the entire guild in just an instant. In this light mask, everything seems to be static, becoming stagnant. In Mirage's eyes, all the family members kept fighting, laughing, and drinking, but the noisy atmosphere fell silent. After shrouding the entire goblin tail in it, the light mask did not continue to spread towards Magnolia Town, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. SHH. The strong feeling of vertigo made Mirage's trotting movement shake slightly, and he almost did not fall to the ground. Fortunately, her willpower was strong and she stabilized her body in time. But the sound of falling still sounded. And like a bowling ball, it continues to sound one after another. I saw that most of the guild members who maintained their previous movements had fallen to the ground, and the entire guild hall became messy and chaotic, and drinks, food, and even people and furniture fell all over the ground. Liar. Mirage covered his lips and widened his beautiful eyes, and his eyes looked at Lu Shang's back in horror. Did he do it? No, there is no one else but him. Ask for flowers. If such a thing happened in ordinary times, no matter what the other party's purpose was, Mirage would have already looked hostile. But this person who was very similar to her in front of her, Mirage did not immediately rise hostility, but was shocked and occupied more. What happened? Why did everyone fall to the ground? What just happened? Is it an enemy? Damn, actually daring to make a move on everyone. The silent hall was soon broken by two voices. I saw two teenagers who were not affected by Lu Shang's overlord domineering color, and walked out from the corner of the hall, one with a puzzled and incredulous face, and the other with a bad face and hostile eyes looking at Lu Shang. The two teenagers have cherry and black hair, one neatly dressed and the other naked, wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. 0. These two are Fairy Tail, the two strongest candidates below the S rank, known as Natsu and Grey of the Ice and Fire duo. Love. Naz, that guy did it. At this time, a little blue cat that was also not affected by the overlord colored domineering suddenly spread a pair of white wings and flew to the guardrail on the second floor, pointing at Lu Shang and saying, "So you did it. Damn, are you here to fight?" After listening to the cat's words, Natsu, who was still puzzled, changed his face suddenly and angrily at a very fast speed, and an orange-red flame appeared on his body, exuding a temperature far beyond ordinary flames, with an oppressive force like magma, towards Lu Shang. This kind of means that was the same as that of the natural ability made Lu Shang's eyes narrow slightly. It can be felt. Just like chakra, the magic of this world, he felt. Stinky boy, stop me, boom. Just as Yanagi is ready to take on Natsu to learn about the magic and the lost dragon slaying magic. A huge shadow suddenly shrouded most of the hall from small to large, heavy voices mixed with amazing magic fluctuations, and a huge fist unreasonably smashed Natsu, who was about to rush towards Yanagi into the floor. Lu Shang, President. Looking at the huge figure that hammered Natsu into the floor, Mirage standing behind Lu Shang, and a shivering Grey, immediately said hello with mixed reactions. Wadash. Just as the greetings of the two fell, the originally amazing magic fluctuations, under Lu Shang's domineering perception, compressed at an extremely fast speed, and the huge figure also became a short old man at a speed visible to the naked eye. Young man, you came to Fairy Tail and did such a thing to the old man's family, shouldn't you give the old man an explanation? After withdrawing from the state of giganticization, Makarov, who had changed back to his original form, walked towards Lu Shang, put his hands behind his back, and looked up at Lu Shang with those old eyes that did not have the slightest 540 turbidity, and looked extremely shrewd, and said. Lu Shang's red eyes looked at Makarov without fear, his handsome face was expressionless, and he asked in a flat voice, "You don't seem to care about what I do, why?" Seeing the unique perception of the domineering color, Lu Shang could clearly feel that Makarov was not hostile to him at all, even if he used the overlord-colored domineering to stun everyone in the guild. A person is exactly evil, and it can be seen from his heart that the stronger the power of the heart, the magic and attributes of that person will match it. Makarov said mysteriously, and Lu Shang vaguely felt that his gaze towards him became hot, as if ordinary people looked at treasures. Without waiting for Lu Shang to speak, Makarov continued, "Your heart tells me that you don't have any malice, the spiritual deterrent ability just now, although it is similar to magic, but the old man can feel it, it is just to simply stun the smelly boys, similar means, similar people, the old man is not unseen, and there is also one in the guild, as long as you explain the purpose, the old man will not blame you." Lu Shang. Terrible? The vision forged by this life experience, as well as the magical power of magic, allowed Yanagi to see the strength of Makarov. There is no doubt that the 3 generations of Hokage, who are also old people and those in power, are not worth mentioning at all in front of this old man in front of him. It's not just the gap in combat power, but also the heart. The greater the power of the heart, the stronger the magic. This sentence can't help but remind Lu Shang that whenever Natsu and others fall into trouble in the original work, they will forcefully reverse the battle situation under the outbreak of heart. That kind of collapsed combat power, in this world, is the power of the heart. So, is the source of awakening magic to manifest the power of the mind? Doubts quickly flashed through his mind, and Makarov had not yet answered. Mirage behind him suddenly ran past him, and beside Lef, crouched down to whisper in Makarov's ear. She repeated the words that Lu Shang had just said outside the door to Makarov. "Oh, young man, are you joining Fairy Tail?" After listening to Mirage's words, Makarov was suddenly lit up, his wrinkled face was like a blooming flower, and he said glorious and gentle, "Welcome, welcome." Mirage could not understand what Lu Shang meant, how could Makarov not understand? Lu Shang. This change once again left Lu Shang speechless for a while. Speaking of which, the atmosphere of this guild is very similar to the Straw Hat Pirates in the pirate world. In this guild, anyone will involuntarily have bonds in their hearts in that atmosphere of family affection. Even if it is Laxus who has a bad temperament and looks down on the guild on the surface, he regards them as family in his heart, but that Tsundere does not want to admit it. But yourself, will it be affected? Lu Shang was a little curious in his heart, but he continued to ask on the surface, is it okay? I don't have any magic power in me. After speaking, Lu Shang waited for Makarov's next words. Instrument, want him to bear the mark of the fairy's tale. Without that amount, it is not possible. Although he really wants to awaken the magic, but this world is extremely large, coupled with the plot advantage that is not clear but does exist, Lu Shang has the ability to awaken the magic, but if there is a temporary place to live and can meet his next goals, Lu Shang is still willing to accept it. But if you don't get along well, then there is no need to join. It's a big deal to awaken the magic power, just change the world directly. Anyway, your own system will not release 10 difficult tasks, you can leave at any time. What Yanagi thought, Makarov did not know, but Lu Shang's words made the old man smile. Fairy tale, always accept those who pursue the demon Dao. Young man, you are a strong man. The old man can clearly feel the oppressive breath, although I don't know why you have not stepped into the magic path. Magic path, so far, but your pure desire for the magic path, the old man has already felt it. Join us, fairy tale opens this door for you. Liar. This guy is actually an ordinary person. The touching words fell. Lu Shang had not yet spoken. Gray, who was watching quietly, and Natsu, who had just gotten up from the ground, both widened their eyes slightly. Mirage's beautiful eyes shone brightly, looking at a man similar to herself, and his eyes seemed to tell the curiosity in her heart. In a world where magic is still sold as a commodity, unless you are a person without magical talent, even if you choose the profession of knight, the human body will have magical powers. 4.1 And the boy in front of him is powerful at a glance, but his body is miraculously without magic. Such a contrast naturally covered Lu Shang with a layer of fog, coupled with a similar natural favor. It is normal for a woman like Mirage to feel curious. The mood swings of several people, Lu Shang's domineering appearance can be perceived. But Lu Shang was too lazy to feel it, because he was extremely satisfied at the moment. Makarov's strength made him feel the strength of this guild. This old man is indeed the heart of this guild. As long as he is there, the pillar of fairy tale will not fall, ha ha ha. It turns out that you did it. It's so powerful, that ability is just like Mr. Gang, and I fainted without any defense. Your name is Yanagi, welcome to fairy tale. Come on. Eating meat and drinking wine, the celebration guild has joined another strong man. The town of Magnoglaya, the fairy tale, which seemed so cheerful every day, erupted into a louder and noisy voice than ever before. Judging from the content of the voice, this very troublesome guild seems to have added a new member. Inside the hall, the messy picture has returned to normal, but the lively atmosphere was even more intense than before Lu Shang came in. Yanagi sat at the bar, and the positions on the left and right sides were occupied by two uncles, who reached out very familiarly and put their hands on Yanagi's shoulders, and the big grinning tone and personality made Yanagi seem to see Inuzuka become middle-aged. These two are one of the two oldest members of the guild, the fourth-generation leaders of the original book, Ma 23 Kaukumbo and Wakabumi Oblivion. They didn't blame Yanagi for what stunned them before, and the incomparably pure kindness, as well as that character and attitude, made Yanagi feel a little uncomfortable. However, due to the fact that in the past few years, the relationship with the 12 small Chiangs has gradually improved, and even once almost integrated into their adaptability, Lu Shang only felt a little discomfort, and did not have any rejection. Lu Shang, where do you want to print the logo? At this time, Mirage suddenly came to the opposite side of Lu Shang, holding a seal in his hand, and smiled at Lu Shang across a table. Looking at the girl with a sweet smile in front of him, Lu Shang thought for a while, slowly stretched out his right hand, and said, just print it on the back of your hand. Okay. Chirping? Mirage bowed his head slightly, and took the seal and put it on the back of Lu Shang's hand. In an instant, there was a barbecue-like sound on the back of his hand, and between the bottom of the seal and the back of Lu Shang's hand, a subtle light shone and flashed. When the seal left, the back of Yanagi's hand was already marked with a silver fairy tale. This symbol will never disappear and will be connected to the members of this guild, and when fully integrated into the group and resonate with their heart, the magic will gather together and get an amazing explosion. In the original Sirius Island chapter, the original guild leader used the magic power they gathered together to cast the fairy ball, one of the 3 super magics, imprisoning the island connection time for 8 years. Recalling the vague plot, the corners of Lu Shang's mouth raised slightly, and he was more interested in the magic road. Hey, Yanagi, accept my challenge? The lively living room was suddenly interrupted by such a big grinning sound, and instantly entered silence. The guild members, who were originally cheerful, showed a meaningful smile after looking at the approaching figure, and their eyes also showed a touch of expectation. This touch of anticipation, like the audience watching a movie, the next plot is very interested. Similar images often happen to the same guild and the same person. It's just that the role that was challenged this time is the same as the flat. After the explanation and announcement of Father and Demon Tail's heart, although everyone did not blame Lu Shang's behavior and had family-like kindness towards him, everyone was full of curiosity about the strength of this new family. And now, the most active Natsu in the guild took the initiative to challenge, and they were also looking forward to the strength and performance of this newcomer. Lu Shang turned to look at Natsu, who was standing in front of him, looking eager to try and full of fighting intent, and swept his gaze at the guild members who were quietly watching the play around him, and couldn't help nodding. Yes. Oh, I'm on fire, we'll drive right away. Aha. Lu Shang's cheerful reply made Natsu suddenly excited. Like the children of destiny in many worlds, Natsu has the characteristics of a large nerve. In his eyes, only family and enemies, as well as ordinary people. The family is divided into two categories, opponents and guardians. Lu Shang's previous behavior made this teenager look angry. But when the guild leader announced that Yanagi had joined Fairy Tail, Natsu's attitude immediately changed, treating him as a family member, as if he had forgotten what happened before, but because of the strength Yanagi displayed, he was wary. People with such a personality are very easy to get along with, and Yanagi has already met one, that is, Naruto Uzumaki at the age of 12. But he is not good at socializing with such people, because it is too troublesome to be targeted by such people. Therefore, Lu Shang did not give Natsu a chance. Just the pupils shrank, and a wave of spiritual chi that only targeted Natsu covered the teenager like a tsunami. As if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer, Natsu had no ability to resist and fainted directly. This is the overlord-colored domineering that Lu Shang seriously released. Before, it was just to see the guild's strength, and it was just a simple use of overlord color domineering. With Lu Shang's courage and seriously released overlord colored domineering, Natsu and Grey during this period are still unable to stay awake, just like the sleep magic of Mist Gang. Love Natsu lost. Natsu fell without warning, but the harpy on his body felt the aura before, although it was not aimed at himself, but that feeling showed that it was the other party's attack. So, harpy showed no mercy, and even announced with a hint of luck 540 calamity. And its voice also broke the silence of the guild. Sharp. Awesome, awesome. Natsu was killed in seconds again. Natsu was killed in seconds, I think it's normal, but the person who killed him in seconds is not Ilusa, doesn't that mean? Hiss. The sound of gasping for air suddenly sounded from all corners of the hall. The people who were originally watching the play looked at Lu Shang's gaze one after another. The strong, at least A-class, and even S-class wizards like Ilusha and Mist Gang. That is to say, there is another strongest candidate in the guild. The so-called strongest candidate is divided into two classes in Fairy Tail. The people standing in the first class are several S-rank magi in the guild, and above them is not Makarov who is the guild leader, but Gildas, who is on a century-old mission outside, the strongest magi in the guild. The second class is Naz, Grey, Kana, and Rocky, and above them are Ilusa and others. After all, without Gildas, Ilusha and the others are the strongest magicians. However, there are no ifs, so in this most troublesome guild, the strongest candidate refers to the S-level magic guide. Now that Lu Shang joined, he was directly ranked on the first class by them. Natsu's challenge and second kill are just a trivial episode for Yanagi. However, using this to raise your impression in the hearts of the guild members is also a small receiving. Although Lu Shang didn't care. Lu Shang only stayed in the guild for less than an hour, and after making an impression on the guild members, he got up and left. Before leaving, Lu Shang first went to find Makarov, and after the two exchanged carefully under the curious eyes of others, Lu Shang obtained a crystal from Makarov and left the guild. Accompanying him on his departure is also the Fairy Tail Gate's recognized facade signature girl Mirage. On the street, Yanagi and Mirage walked side by side. The two men and women with the same hair color and good looks were top-notch, and if they were not the residents of Magnolia Town, most of them knew this signature girl of the Fuel Kingdom, and knew that she had a younger brother and a deceased sister, and almost thought that these two were a pair of sisters. Are you looking for a gold shop in exchange for J? Walking on Lu Shang's right hand, Mirage looked sideways at Lu Shang, who was a head taller than her, with a look of doubt on her beautiful cheeks. She followed Lu Shang out, naturally not because she was curious about him. Instead, Yanagi asked Makarov the location of the gold shop in the Fiori Kingdom, and the guild president asked Mirage to help. Lu Shang nodded as he looked ahead, and then did not speak. Looking at Lu Shang's cold appearance, coupled with the previous curiosity, Mirage did not care, but glanced at the demon knife Muramasa, who was on his waist, and asked silently, "Are you a magic swordsman, or a knight? I'm just a swordsman." Lu Shang finally looked sideways at Mirage, and said with a strange face, "Wadash." Taking his reaction into his eyes, Mirage first tilted his head slightly, looked at Lu Shang suspiciously, and then seemed to think of something, suddenly blushed, quickly turned his head, and whispered awkwardly, "Hug. Sorry, I forgot you don't have magic. It's okay, your reaction is normal." Lu Shang shook his head, his existence came to the realm, and it was not an exaggeration to describe it as alien. Seeing that Lu Shang took the initiative to turn the topic, Mirage turned his head, and the young man in front of him became even more curious about him. However, because of the embarrassment just now, she was embarrassed to ask Lu Shang's energy system, plus it was a very impolite thing to ask the other party's whole card for no reason, and forcibly pressed the doubts in her heart. Speechless all the way, Mirage took Lu Shang to the largest gold store in Magtown. Inside the gold shop, Liu Shang once again showed Mirage a magical picture. In other words, it is a storage scroll that is different from the magic of the space storage system. In this magical world, such as the ring in the novel, or the space ring in the game, or the magic of space storage, it is not uncommon, and there are many people who are good at this kind of magic, and they can do it. For example, Ilusha's dress-up magic is in some ways one of the magic of the space storage system. A lot of her equipment was made by alchemists and then stored in the dressing space. Mirage is one of the few S-class wizards in Fairy Tail, and although her magic power has been sealed, she has not fought for many years, but the space storage magic and props she has seen are not few. But it was the first time she had seen a storage scroll like Yanagi that didn't have a bit of magic. At this moment, Mirage looked at Liu Shang's gaze, as if the other party's body was shrouded in a thick fog. That kind of dimensional curtain is as if the other party and her are not of the same world. She wanted to know, but because of the first meeting, the girl's reservedness made her stop the thought again. Gold is a universal currency no matter what world it is in, and even creatures like dragons are fond of gold. Yanagi took out a small part of the gold collected in Pirate World, exchanged it for 30 million J in the gold shop, and left the gold store with Mirage. Walking down the street, the two did not separate, but continued to move on to their next destination. With the help of Mirage, Yanagi rents a small villa not very far from Fairy Tail. Yes, renting is not buying, villas and not dormitories. In this world with a powerful power system, and the addition of the trend-setting Fairy Tail, Yanagi knows very well that once the plot begins, he will have to face a large number of enemies. The other party changes from weak to strong, and may even face the legendary Black Dragon. Those people are all experiences in Liu Shang's eyes. If it goes well, maybe he has comprehended the multidimensional tortuous phenomenon or killing space before the Celestial Wolf Island chapter, and raised the unified kendo to the level beyond the human domain, and Liu Shang will leave this world. So, if they can't influence themselves, then this is always just one of their own transit points, limos. Therefore, there is no need to leave real estate assets here. If those people can make their flawed personalities bind them, it doesn't hurt to buy this house and set a coordinate in this world. Liu Shang's thoughts, Mirage naturally did not know. After helping Liu Shang rent this small villa, Mirage also thoughtfully took him to the shopping street, introduced Liu Shang to a lot of furniture, and decorated his new home. After doing this, the time had come to 7 o'clock in the evening, and the dusk was completely obscured by nightfall. Even if Yanagi is not sociable, he knows to thank Mirage. So, for the first time, he sent invitations to dinner with other women. Although this is the first time that Liu Shang has invited women to dinner together, it is only the embodiment of his emotional intelligence, not a glamorous encounter. The reason why Mirage agreed, but also felt Liu Shang's sincere gratitude, coupled with a great curiosity and good impression of this member who had just joined the guild, he did not refuse, and also agreed to the invitation of the man for the first time, and the two silently came to a good restaurant in Magnolia Town to have a dinner together. The architectural style of this world is similar to the European style of the Middle Ages, and the people and restaurants here are all Western. Yanagi also had a rare Western-style meal, which may just be the beginning. During the dinner, Liu Shang and Mirage did not talk too much, but they chatted a little. However, through this short conversation, Mirage had a preliminary understanding of Liu Shang's character. Lonely, cold, and arrogant. Judging from his performance, he should not be good at communicating with people, very similar to Mr. Gang in the guild, and that cold and arrogant attitude is proud from the bones, and the 540 cold indifference to ordinary people. Shouldn't such a person be a lone traveler? Could it be that he joined the guild for other purposes? Mirage elegantly held a knife and fork, while cutting the steak on the dinner plate. He secretly looked at Liu Shang, thinking silently in his heart. Fairy Tail, always accepting those who pursue the path of demons. Immediately, a picture suddenly replayed from Mirage's mind, and the president's voice resounded. Suddenly, Mirage's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Original. I see. Looking at Liu Shang, who was quietly tasting the evening meal on the other side, a sudden flash flashed in Mirage's heart. He joined Fairy Tail to awaken his magic. Liu Shang didn't know that the girl on the other side guessed his purpose, otherwise he would definitely be impressed by her. Inside the guild, Makarov saw Yanagi's purpose at a glance, and was willing to open the door of the magic path for him. It was that broad mind, without the slightest doubt about Liu Shang, or the worry about whether Liu Shang was evil, that kind of willingness to accept any newcomer who pursued the demon Dao, that allowed Liu Shang to join the Fairy Tail. Mirage actually only saw Liu Shang's character through a few words, but also speculated that his true purpose of joining the guild was indeed a manifestation of wisdom. After the evening meal, Liu Shang and Mirage said politely, and then separated at the door of the restaurant. Returning to his new home in this world, Yanagi took off his kimono and walked to the bathroom in his bathrobe. In the bathroom covered with a layer of white mist, Liu Shang was lying in the bathtub, not looking at the ceiling when he usually bathed, enjoying the quiet peace, but pinching a piece of crystal with 2 fingers, looking at the magical props of this world. Record crystals, this magical world, mysterious, undoubtedly above the ninja world, even above the pirate world, and the flat death world, and in some ways above the world. Although there is a mysterious spirit king in the world of death, the mystery of the spirit king has been revealed, and the god of this world still maintains an unknown mystery. Magic is undoubtedly magical, its versatility, ninjutsu can be described as difficult to match. Especially if there are still alchemists in this world, it is more convenient in terms of human life. There are not only space storage, but also props for memory preservation. The learning of magic only requires passing a small crystal, which is more than n times more advanced than those scrolls in the ninja world. The crystal in Lu Shang's hand is the method of recording the awakening of the power source of the demon, CDEB. Snapdash. Lu Shang has no magic power, and it is reasonable to say that he cannot check the contents inside. However, the magic of this world is very special, special enough to be sold as a commodity. Even ordinary people can use magic props, and if Lu Shang wants to see what is inside, he only needs to crush it. Without much strength, the crystal that was pinched between the two fingers turned into endless photons, surging towards Lu Shang's head like mist. When the fog seeps into the mind, it is like code to form many pictures and words. After reading these video teachings and explanations, Lu Shang's awakening of magic finally had a preliminary understanding. The power system of each world is indeed different. It is also magic, but the magician of the moon world needs to awaken the magic circuit, and if there is no magic circuit in the body, he cannot become a magician. In the world of demon tales, although the number of magic guides is small, more than half of ordinary people cannot become magic guides. However, the requirements for ordinary people to awaken their magic power are much less difficult than those of the moon world, because the conditions of this world are so good. No, it's Aslante's world that the conditions are too good. There is a magic factor between all things in heaven and earth, and it circulates among all things, and the magic power of the magic guide comes from this. They only need to absorb mana and be able to store it in their bodies to obtain the status of a magic guide. If the magic power cannot be stored in the body, it means that there is no qualification to become a magic guide. There are two places in the human body where magic can be stored, but in people's common sense, there is only one source of mana. And the second place to store magic is the second source of magic in the original work. This crystal of Lu Shang does not have a method of a second mana source, and it is impossible to have it. The magic guides of this world, the magic guides do not have an accurate level division. The strongest magic guides are the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, and the next is the Saint 10 great magic guides and S-level magic guides. And the way they are divided into levels is not based on the capacity of mana, but the rarity of the magic they cultivate, and the combat power and people's recognition. The challenge of the Magus is the most common, and one of the representatives is that we are fairy tale. Through the explanation and teaching method of the memory crystal, Lu Shang lay in the bathtub and began to absorb the magic of heaven and earth. Aslante is happy, at least 10,000 times happier than Edras, and the magic has always favored them, making them inexhaustible. Boom dash a boom. In the forest outside Magnolia Town, a towering tree that was much taller than the ninja world but slightly inferior to the pirate world crashed to the ground. I saw a dark red sword chi that was 12 or 3 meters long, like a crescent moon in the sky, destroying and slashing the big tree in front of me smoothly and straight off. The tree collapsed on the ground, splashing a large cloud of dust. When the dust and mist dissipated, the figure in the kimono standing on the ground slowly walked out. Lu Shang put the knife back into its sheath as he walked in the direction of Magnolia Town. On the way, Lu Shang said to himself, the power is not comparable to the airflow cut off by the sound of the breath of all things, and the upper limit is very obvious at present, just swinging a slash of less than 20 meters. It actually consumes most of the mana in the body, but the mana is compressed into the way of slashing. This conjecture has been completed, and in the future, in addition to the sound of breathing of all things and the direct death demon eye, there is another way to swing. Awakening the source of mana and realizing the conjecture that mana is compressed into slashes, Lu Shang's mood does not fluctuate at all. Because, this is completely expected by him. Even with the death demon eye killing the airflow, Lu Shang can form an amazing slash from the chaotic and scattered airflow, compressing the mana into a slash, which is not worth mentioning to him at all. Moreover, developing a new path for slashing is only one of the reasons why Lu Shang cultivates his magic power. More for the purpose of cultivating flying magic, as well as the mental image embodiment obtained from the type moon world, that is, the great magic of inherent enchantment. The magic power has been obtained, and the slash of mana compression has also been achieved, and Lu Shang's next goal is the above two. Wait until you master the magic of flying, and then slowly start figuring out the mental image manifestation, and then start working hard for the multidimensional tortuous phenomenon, killing space, and dimensional slashing. Coming to this world, Lu Shang knew that he could not be easy, and he would not make himself easy. He firmly believes that when he leaves this world, his strength will be beyond the strength of the human domain. Fairy tale. Yo Yanagi, you're back. Why are you so free to come to the guild today and not practice magic? Gee. This magic fluctuation, Lu Shang, your physique is very bad. If it weren't for knowing that you had only stepped into the magic path for a few days, I wouldn't believe that you were an ordinary person before. Ordinary people? Ha ha ha. Laughing dead. Even if Lu Shang is an ordinary person, he is an ordinary person who killed Natsu in seconds. It's just abominable. Are you guys trying to fight, bastard? As soon as Lu Shang entered the guild, many guild members greeted him, and then under the ridicule of Matou and others, Natsu, who was not far away, became angry, and then set off a fight that was considered everyday. Ignoring the people who were fighting, Lu Shang dodged the flying items and people, came to the bar, and looked at the tragedy in front of him. Watching the family fight with a smile, Lu Shang said softly, "Mila, bring me a cup of black tea." "Allah, doesn't Lu Shang drink?" Mirage asked with a mocking smile. Hearing this, Lu Shang said helplessly, "Spare me." 9 days have actually passed since the awakening of the magic source and Lu Shang's arrival in this world. These days, Lu Shang specially came to the guild because of the welcome banquet held by the guild for him, and then under the enthusiastic persuasion of Matou, Wakaba, and others, drank a few glasses of the world's special wine, and then formed a cup of great contrast with strong strength and high cold temperament, which surprised the guild and others, and then Lu Shang was liked by more people. It turns out that he is not untouchable either. Since then, most of the members of the guild have been very friendly to Lu Shang, which can be described as very kind. Especially Matou and Wakaba, and even Mirage, often tease Lu Shang about drinking. But no one forced the drink. "Ask for flowers." Hehe. Looking at Lu Shang's treasure-like expression, Mirage couldn't help but hide his lips and chuckled, then made him a cup of black tea, and asked with a smile, "Today is so rare, are you planning to take the task?" Lu Shang shook his head and said honestly, "There is no hurry in terms of work, I plan to improve my magic power first and cultivate 2 magics." Hearing this, Mirage thought of Lu Shang's strength and the large amount of gold, nodded in approval, and said with a smile, "Yes, you are different from other newcomers, but if you are idle, remember to come to work. After all, it is related to whether you can participate in the S-Class Magic Guide assessment." 0. Lu Shang bowed his head slightly, not caring in his heart. In a world where strength is supreme, if it weren't for his lack of interest in power and wealth, it would be completely easy to obtain the status of the Holy 10. Yanagi is really that kind of person, and he will not join Fairy Tail. "Hey, Naz, I heard that there is a place where there is news of the fire dragon." "Nani, where is Igunaro?" "Hey, don't be in such a hurry, I don't know if it's Igunaro." Just as Lu Shang and Mirage were chatting without a word, in the ears of the two, suddenly came the big grinning voice of Natsu. Immediately, without giving others a chance to help him analyze, he saw Natsu take hubby and hurriedly run out of the guild. Looking at Natsu's disappearing back, Lu Shang's eyes narrowed slightly. The news of the fire dragon said, "Is the plot about to begin? Is the era of chaos finally about to begin?" Thinking like this, Lu Shang took 2 sips of black tea, tasted it shallowly, then stood up, left a little coin on the table, nodded to Mirage, and said goodbye. Then, "I'll go first." "Come on." Mirage encouraged with a smile. "Time is like water, and in the blink of an eye, another few days have passed. It has been nearly half a month since Lu Shang came to this world and joined Fairy Tail. During this time, although Lu Shang only appeared a few times, he made most of the members familiar with him. And the strong strength displayed by Lu Shenshi also made most of the guild members agree that his strength is not much different from Ilus's. After all, in the guild, there are only a few who can kill Natsu in seconds. Except for Mirage, who opened the magic seal, there were only Ilusha and Laxus and Gildas. Although the members of Fairy Tail are family members in the eyes of everyone, this world is also a magical world where strength is superior and the strong are alone, even if they are families. There is a status. And the strength that Lu Shang has shown, even if he has only joined the union for a long time, makes people regard it as the most important part. Lu Shang himself did not know about this. Because he's very busy these days, very busy. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, spending a lot of time every day extracting mana, increasing the capacity of mana sources, and then taking the lowest level of magic from the library of Fairy Tail, and experimenting with cultivation. However, although Lu Shang stepped into the magic path, he did not plan to cultivate magic other than flying. The reason why he would cultivate these lowest level magic was only to gain a little experience, and then try to see if he could cultivate the magic of the type moon world in this world. Lu Shang was not sure of this. Because the magic power of the type moon world is absorbed through the magic circuit of the human body, then transformed, and then cast through operation or relying on props, the gap between this world that only needs to burst magic power to cast magic is not ordinarily large. Perhaps this is the gap between magic and magic. After extracting the magic power every day, Yanagi meditated cross-knee and felt the inheritance template of Kojiro Sasaki. Then take a moment to leave the town of Magnolia and test your progress. Today, Lu Shang is cultivating as always. Suddenly, an unexpected figure suddenly visited his new home. In this town, the people who knew his home, except for the landlord, only Mirage found this house for him. Ayla, are you like this every day? In the small courtyard outside the villa, Mirage looked at Lu Shang, who was sitting on the grass and meditating like meditation, and couldn't help but smile. It's just that those eyes narrowed into a crescent moon are a hint of doubt. The momentum just now, it didn't seem to be magic, it didn't look like magic, but it made me feel mortal threat. Could it be that his ability to resemble magic? Why are you here? Lu Shang didn't know what Mirage thought, otherwise he would be surprised. In this world, people with magical powers are so amazing that even the sound of breathing of all things can be felt? No, it should be said. She can even sense the killing circle. How keen is her intuition? The killing circle is the breath of the swordsman casting all things, covering a certain range of formed fields, and all objects in this field can be cut off by the swordsman at any time. Therefore, once the enemy steps into this field, he will feel a mortal threat. A person with strong intuition will feel a mortal threat, a weak person will feel invincible pressure, and a weak person with a domineering attitude can see the picture of his own being cut off. The most representative example is in the original book. When Luffy faces Hawkeye in the top war, he predicts that his hands will be cut off. That's the sense of despair that Hawkeye's flawless territory brings. Liu Shang did not expect that Mirage, in this state of greatly reduced strength, actually had such an intuition. It is worthy of becoming an S-class magic guide at a young age. Natsu brought a new person back. I'll take you to get to know. You are all newcomers who joined the guild this month. I think you may be able to form a squad and do tasks together. I believe you will definitely get along well. Seeing Liu Shang change the topic, Mirage did not ask carefully, but said with a sweet smile. Liu Shang, who originally thought that she had something to find herself, just about to stand up, sat down again, and said flatly, "No need. I don't need teammates. Don't be like this. Don't always be alone." Mirage covered his forehead helplessly, so he took the initiative to step forward and pull Liu Shang up, and said with a reprimanded tone, "Come back to the guild with me. Even if you don't form a team, you always need to get acquainted." Liu Shang, who was dragged away by the arm, looked at the girl's serious side face, and also struggled helplessly, and said, "Okay, I'll go with you." Although many years of solitary life made him dislike group gatherings, since he joined this lively guild, Liu Shang was also ready to get along with them, and it was nothing to meet new people. And that newcomer, if I am not mistaken, is the heroine of the original, Lucy Heartfilia. Sure enough, when Yanagi followed Mirage back to the guild, he saw at a glance the blonde girl standing in the middle of the hall, 4.1 and the crowd who fought again. Without Alyssa, the Wind Discipline Commissioner, fighting every day is the daily life of the guild, plus Natsu's nervous brain. Last time he was fooled to run to the city to find the fire dragon, this time he will definitely have a fight. However, under the majesty of the guild leader, the fight soon ended with Natsu being slapped into the floor again. Immediately, a speech with the will of fire in the ninja world, as well as Makarov's charm rendering far above the 3 generations of Hokage, immediately made Lucy, a newcomer, instantly integrate into this guild, and planted the seeds of this guild in her heart. It's fairy tale signature girl Miss Mirage. When Mirage walked in front of Lucy with Liu Shang, the girl who was still immersed in the guild of her dreams suddenly let out a piercing scream like a flower idiot. Those originally bright beautiful eyes burst out with dazzling golden light. "Hello, welcome to fairy tale." For Lucy's reaction, Mirage was surprised, with a pure sweet smile on his face, and asked gently, "Where do you want to cover the logo?" "Oh, please help me cover here." Mirage's words brought Lucy back to her senses, and after reacting, the girl quickly stretched out her right hand, facing Mirage with the back of her hand facing up. "Ah la la." Seeing this, Mirage's smile was even worse, and he couldn't help but look at Liu Shang next to him, and said with a mocking smile, "It seems that you really have a fate. Not only joined the guild in the same month, but even the location of the seal is the same 23. This joke is not funny." In the face of Mirage's ridicule, Liu replied flatly, and his voice, and Mirage's words, attracted the girl's attention. "So handsome? No, no, no." The gaze fell on Liu Shang's face. Lucy was like a flower idiot at first, and then quickly shook her head, looked at Liu Shang and asked suspiciously, "You are also a newcomer to the guild? Well, please advise." Liu Shang nodded, said hello expressionlessly, and then walked towards the direction of the taskbar. This time, although he was pulled by Mirage to meet the newcomer, but since he came, Liu Shang felt that he should also integrate into this world. The first step is to learn about the world for yourself. The best way to learn as a magi is the best way. So, Liu Shang was in front of the taskbar, perusing the various tasks above. "Alala, are you finally going to do the task?" Liu Shang's behavior made Mirage couldn't help but come over and smile playfully. "Do you want me to help you choose one?" "I don't have to, but I need you to do me a small favor." Liu Shang shook his head first, and then added, "I don't know much about the geography of this country. Do you have any relevant maps?" Mirage smiled and said, "Are you worried that you won't find the location of the client?" At this point, Liu Shang nodded without denying it. "If you are a lone traveler, then the world is at my disposal, but with the addition of fairy tale, the geography must be understood. Unless, find a teammate who is familiar with the Kingdom of Fuel. The Kingdom of Fuel is a permanently neutral country of 17 million people, and it is incomparably vast, with countless towns and villages. The tasks in the guild are all clients from different places, and a single map may not be able to understand thoroughly in a short time." Mirage raised his head and made a contemplative look. His slender jade-like index finger pressed against his chin, first explained the defect to Liu Shang in a self-talking way, and then his eyes lit up, and he said to Liu Shang with a smile, "In this way, I will take you on a mission first, and teach you the way to sort out the geography of the Fiori Kingdom on the way, and you will not be afraid of getting lost in the future." Mirage is going on a mission? Liar? Miss Mirage actually took the initiative to bring a newcomer. "It's Yanagi, can you say? Did Mirage fancy Yanagi? Wouldn't it? Our signature girl is actually in love? Damn it, my goddess. No, it's our goddess, Yanagi. It's so enviable." After Mirage's words, before Liu Shang could answer, the guild exploded first. All kinds of words full of disbelief, shock, envy, and hatred resounded in every corner of the guild. Although a small number of the old members of the guild still have a vague impression of the rough Mirage before, most of the members of the guild have the impression of Mirage as a gentle and sunny, like a goddess-like signature girl. And Mirage's popularity is great, not only spread throughout Magnolia Town, but even the kingdom of Fiori, and even in the magical world of the entire Isugar continent. He is an extremely famous person, known as the most powerful waitress in the magical world. In the magazines of the wizarding world, it is always at the top of the list of most wanted girlfriend. Although in the Guild of the Magister, it is a tradition for the old man to bring new people. But since his sister's death and self-sealing magic, Mirage has not done any tasks, let alone brought new people to do tasks. And now, Mirage, who has not done a task for many years, actually offered to take Lu Shang to do the task. How could it not cause a sensation? It is natural for everyone to think crookedly. It's just that Lu Shang didn't think crookedly. For his own skin bag, Lu Shang is very satisfied, but he will not fall into the narcissism of blind 540 purposes of his appearance. He didn't think that he looked good, and he captured Mirage, who was once an S-class magic guide, in just a few days, especially after mastering the domineering temperament. Lu Shang clearly detected Mirage's smooth swings. This woman. What a curiosity! Lu Shang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yes, Yanagi instantly understood Mirage's purpose. This woman, I don't know how to suddenly set her eyes on herself, took the initiative to take herself to do the task, afraid that she wanted to take this opportunity to explore her secrets. Lu Shang's speculation is not wrong, Mirage does mean it. But it also depends on the person. If it was someone else, even if the other party mastered the legendary lost magic, Mirage would only be surprised at best, and would not have such a great curiosity. But the object is Yanagi, a person who is very similar to himself and hides big secrets, and Mirage is very interested. How? Don't underestimate me. How can I say that I am also a magic guide? Mirage ignored the sounds around him, looked as if he hadn't heard it, stared at Lu Shang and said with a smile. Lu Shang, who had already sensed his mood swings through seeing and hearing domineering in the afternoon, the train station of Magnolia Town. Yanagi arrived at the place booked with Mirage and soon saw a silver-haired woman in a pink dress, standing under a stone pillar, carrying a shoulder bag waiting for Yanagi's arrival. This is your luggage. Lu Shang came over, looked at the shoulder bag that Mirage was carrying, and asked suspiciously. Mirage said with a sweet smile, it's enough to bring a few clothes. I'm here this time, mainly responsible for the work of the tour guide. You have to remember to protect me. Huh. Yanagi grinned and did not answer. Immediately, Lu Shang looked at the shoulder bag in Mirage's hand, and then looked at her dress, her naked, exposed white shoulders, as if he had thought of something, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand and said, if you don't have a magic prop for storage, do you want me to help you hold it? Then please. Mirage instantly understood, handed the shoulder bag to Lu Shang with an unchanged smile, and said in a gentle tone. Taking Mirage's shoulder bag, Lu Shang deposited it directly in front of him on the ceiling talisman on his wrist. Immediately afterwards, the two waited for the arrival of the train, boarded the carriage they were in, and began their first and long-lost mission journey. The carriage where Lu Shang and Mirage were located only had a few passengers, and Lu Shang did not know what Mirage thought, so he did not sit opposite him, but chose to sit next to him, holding a map and a magic pen that could write and draw in the air, teaching Lu Shang geographical knowledge. The two were shoulder to shoulder, their heads almost together, and they could even feel each other's breathing. However, whether it is Lu Shang or Mirage's smooth swings, they are very stable. With Mirage's explanation and hand-in-hand teaching Lu Shang how to identify the route, time passed rapidly in the teaching and learning of the two. Dusk has arrived and night has fallen. Lu Shang and Mirage were both on the night train, and after the time came to 9 o'clock in the evening, and the passengers next to them were tired and asleep, Mirage stopped teaching. In just an hour, Lu Shang had already sorted out the main cities of the Fuel Kingdom, as well as some places in the main cities, and the next time was mainly to identify routes to some remote places, such as villages and other places. This is also what Yanagi mainly learns. The explanation and comprehension are not complicated, the only rare thing is to experience it yourself. After all, there is no such thing as navigation in this world. This is one of the reasons why Mirage teamed up with Lu Shang. Late at night, this one where Yanagi was. All the passengers have fallen asleep. Including Mirage, only Lu Shang remained awake. At this time, Lu Shang was speechless. He glanced at Mirage, who was sitting gracefully next to him, with his hands folded on his abdomen. She had also fallen asleep, but her head, I don't know when she was already on her shoulders. At first glance, the two looked like a couple. Being so snuggled up to women other than Hinata and Hanabi and having known each other for less than a month, Yanagi felt a little awkward. Especially from the girl's body, Lu Shang felt pure and incomparable trust, coupled with the help of this time. It was stunned that Lu Shang was embarrassed to push away and wake up, and his body remained stationary like a rock, acting as a pillow for Mirage. I don't know how long it took before Lu Shangfang felt a trace of tired sleepiness. His gaze swept the passengers in the carriage, and seeing that the domineering spirit quietly spread, sensing that these people's emotions and breath were the same, and they had fallen into sleep, Lu Shangfang closed his eyes with ease and slowly sank into sleep. However, if the people in the carriage had any changes, or had any thoughts about him or Mirage next to him, the mood swing would immediately wake Lu Shang. Fortunately, the passengers in this carriage, except for the two of them, are ordinary people. This sleep, Lu Shang slept relatively peacefully. Yanagi. Yanagi. When Lu Shang woke up, he was pushed awake by Mirage next to him. Opening his eyes, looking at the red cheeks in front of him, his eyes rarely saw a girl with a trace of shame and embarrassment. Lu Shang looked down at the situation of the two. He did not have any excessive behavior beyond the line, so he spoke flatly, "Have you reached your destination?" "Not yet. We're just at the transit station, and we still have to walk a bit and take another train to get to that destination." Mirage shook his head, seeing Lu Shang's flat face. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, and then returned to his usual elegant and reserved manner, and smiled sweetly. "In that case, let's get out of the car." Lu Shang nodded and slowly stood up. Then, the two walked out of the carriage one after the other. The city where the station is located is bustling, and although it is not a small gap from the town of Magnolia, it is also a medium-sized city with a large population. Let's go get something to eat first." Mirage walked ahead to lead the way, turned his head and smiled at Lu Shang. Wearing a dress, Mirage like a princess, even in this crowded station, is the most eye-catching scenery, which deeply attracts the amazement of others. Especially her smile made people feel extremely comfortable, and the accumulated exhaustion was taken away at once. Boom, boom, wadash. Just as Lu Shang nodded, the footsteps of giants suddenly covered the entire noisy station. Liar. What kind of monster is this? That's the horn of the giant beast. Which guild's wizard is she? Red hair, silver armor, or a strong and beautiful woman? I see, she is the wizard of fairy tale, the S-class wizard known as the Fairy Queen, Elisha Shakalit. Alter. A huge shadow came, and with the movement of that footstep, pedestrians gave way to a road. Looking at the incomparably eye-catching figure, Mirage couldn't help but hide his lips and chuckled. "Ah la la, I didn't expect to meet here. What a coincidence." "Huh? Myra?" The position of the two was just the diameter of Elisha's movement, and when the pedestrians in front retreated, the figures of Mirage and Lu Shang instantly entered Elisha's eyes. "Long time no see, Elisha." Seeing that Elisha noticed herself, Mirage very simply stepped forward to say hello, looked at the horn of the giant beast she was carrying, and smiled. "Are you going back to the guild? Is the mission going well?" "Ah, okay." The villagers there were very welcoming, and they gave me this horn when they left. Elisha held the horn of the giant beast in one hand, chatting with Mirage without any influence. Her beautiful face was full of heroism, and her tone was puzzled, but she asked seriously, "Will this thing bother everyone?" "Probably not." The corners of Mirage's lips twitched slightly, and then he replied with a smile. "That's good." Elisha did not understand the meaning of Mirage's words, but was really relieved and showed a beautiful smile. Unlike Mirage's gentle goddess-like beauty, this woman with red hair and armor is full of heroic beauty that does not allow her eyebrows. Standing with Mirage, just one rigid and one soft, forming a landscape with different styles. These are the two female signboards of fairy tale, the queen of the fairy, the signature girl. This is. After 540 chatted with Mirage for a few words, Elisha suddenly turned her gaze to Lu Shang, glanced at Mirage and asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Mirage introduced, "This is a new member who has just joined the guild, but don't underestimate Lu Shang. He just joined and killed Natsu in seconds, which is a very powerful Mage-ister." In the last sentence, Mirage didn't know how to describe it, but he thought that Lu Shang could also be regarded as stepping into the magic path, so he used the name of the magic guide. Elisha, who was a little nervous in some ways, did not hear the entanglement in Mirage's words, but very simply introduced herself to Willow's gloved right hand. "Welcome to Fairy Tale, I am Elisha Shakalit." Looking at the straightforward Elisha, Yanagi also stretched out to shake it, and said flatly, "Yuzuki Yanagi." "That's right. You've come just in time." The two shook each other. Elisha seemed to remember something. Her eyes suddenly became sharp, and she looked at Mirage and Lu Shang with a serious face and said, "I need your help." The two were silent. But unlike Lu Shang's Shen, CDEB, MO, Mirage is more surprised. Elisha, who has always been a loner and has an incomparably strong single combat force, would actually take the initiative to ask for help? And the object of the request, or herself, who was an old enemy with her a few years ago, is incompatible? Don't look at Mirage's magic power sealed most of it. The whole person's personality has also changed from rough to gentle, as if she is indisputable with the world, but in her heart, there is actually a fighting spirit. At least if she can still use the receiving magic, the guild is in danger, otherwise she will definitely not team up with Elisha. As an old enemy, Mirage knew that he must be in this mood. But she still took the initiative to invite, that is. Mirage's beautiful eyes contracted slightly, his face became serious, and he asked, "Did something happen?" "Ah." Elisha nodded, and then told Mirage what she heard during the mission. Listening to the gossip news that Elisha got out of nowhere, Mirage's face became more and more serious, and even the beautiful cheeks rarely revealed a trace of panic and gloomy. Mirage, who mastered Satan's receiving magic, was not a good class when she was a girl, gentle and elegant temperament, but because of her roughness and murderous aura, she was sealed with magic. When the negative energy of that seal erupts, she will be a humanoid tyrannosaurus, full of ferocity and rage. But to reinduce her power, it takes an opportunity. Even so, Mirage's angry side is scary enough. However, in Lu Shang's eyes, it is full of contrasts and cuteness. At the same time, Elisha's words also evoked Lu Shang's vague memory. Iron Forest, I remember that this guild is a dark guild belonging to the 6 demon generals, and their purpose is actually to steal the legendary cursed flute lullaby to attack the guild leader. Mirage gritted his teeth slightly and said, speaking of which, before Lu Shang and I left the guild leader once talked to me. He was going to Kuloba town for a regular meeting. Could it be that the purpose of the Iron Forest was there? Chances are, they're really daring. Elisha looked murderous, and then asked Mirage, Myra, what do you know about lullaby? Lullaby, legend has it that one of the demons of the Dark Magus Book of Jelf possesses cursed and grants death curse-killing magic. It is said to be a cursed flute that has been sealed by the Council of Magic. Mirage first told Lullaby's message, and then the gloomy look on his face became even worse, and at the same time said solemnly, the Iron Forest can even steal lullaby sealed in the Magic Council, and this dark union seems to be not to be underestimated. That's right, I was going to rush back to the guild and ask Natsu and Gray for help. Elisha nodded, then looked at Lu Shang and said bluntly, but you said that Lu Shang killed Natsu in seconds. I don't think there is any need to waste time going back. When she said this, Elisha's expression was full of seriousness, but her words made people feel extremely warm. Mirage only mentioned it casually. She did not doubt Lu Shang's strength at all, but was full of trust. I have to say that this woman is very attractive. At least her words made Lu Shang's gaze change a little when he saw her, and he had a little good feeling. He likes and trusts, and this trusts each other's companions. Lu Shang, the mission may be temporarily changed, and our next operation will be dangerous. Do you decide to continue? At this time, Mirage also gave a test to Lu Shang. Not to ask for his help, but to test the character of this partner. Yes. Lu Shang did not care about this trivial temptation, and nodded very crisply. Anyway, the task they took was only to help a small town and solve the monsters that destroyed their village, and the kind of weak creatures compared to the Dark Guild that could provide experience. Lu Shang naturally chose the later stage. But what he thought, Mirage and Elissa did not know. Seeing him face the Dark Guild and the legendary cursed ocarina, he was not a little timid, but very simply helped the guild companions, whether it was Mirage and Elissa, all developed a good impression of him. 2 days later, the station in the town of Onibus. This is where Elissa heard that the Iron Forest had stolen the news of Lullaby, and the 3 of Yanagi came here specifically to investigate the location and information of the Iron Forest. Under Elisha's fierce questioning method, the trio's investigation was confused. In the end, it was Tetsunomori who took the initiative to send it to the door, because they actually snatched the train and expelled all the passengers inside, which has already caused a stir at several nearby stations. The Dark Guild of this world, just like the pirates in the pirate world, do evil things very high profile, not afraid of being known at all. On the contrary, they are proud of it, regard doing evil deeds as an honor, and make their status in the dark world rise rapidly. The same is true of the Iron Forest. The reason why they do not kill the passengers in the train, in addition to not wanting to be surrounded and suppressed by the major guilds because of killing, is also to let the passengers spread their actions. Is their next purpose Asaban? Myra, how far away is it from us? Elisha let go of the frightened and trembling civilians, and looked at the helpless Mirage next to him without guilt. Around her, there were already a dozen unconscious people. Although he felt helpless at Elisha's rough way of asking, Mirage did not stop it. After hearing her words, he immediately opened the map he took out before, looked at it carefully, raised his finger to the railroad track on the right, and said, the location where we are now is Onibus. The latest news is that the location of the Iron Forest is Asaban. The place where the president and they hold their regular meeting is the town of Kuloba. If the purpose of the Iron Forest is really to use Lullaby's spell-killing magic to strike at the guild leader, then there will definitely be a rush from Asaban to the town of Kuloba, and there is only one way forward. Mirage said in a slightly annoyed tone, but we are 2 or 3 stops away from Asaban. Maybe we go there. The Iron Forest they will leave, plus the train is robbed. We may not be able to catch up. If you can't catch up, you have to catch up, and I definitely can't spare the guys who dare to attack the guild leader. Elissa's eyes showed a trace of killing intent. The Light Guild has always rejected the Dark Guild. As an S-class Magister, Elisha also has a lot of blood from fallen Magi on her hands. Since the other party dares to make a move on their own guild leader, Elisha will definitely not spare them. If there's no train, just use that. Elisha pondered, then raised her hand and waved, and a ripple immediately appeared in the space on the left, splashing some waves like a stone-falling mirror lake, and a magic 4-wheeled vehicle suddenly penetrated out. I have to say that this picture has a very visual sense of Gilgamesh. It's a pity that compared with Gilgamesh's King's Treasure, Elissa's dressing magic can only open a space door, and there is no color. Watching Elisha take out the magic quadratum, Mirage's eyes lit up at first, and then he seemed to think of something, and his face was worried. Asaban is several stops away from us, Elissa. Even if you use the magic 4-wheeler, even if you barely make it there, your mana will be exhausted. Can't manage that much anymore. Myra, Yanagi, on. Elissa did not think about the consequences, straight into the driver's seat of the magic 4-wheeler, put on gloves that conveyed magic power, and said in a loud voice. As if knowing Elisha's personality, Raj could only sit helplessly on the co-pilot, and persuaded Elisha, if I find that you can't hold on, I will choose to replace you. Ah. Elisha nodded perfunctorily. Swoosh dash. After seeing Lu Shang get into the car through the rearview mirror, Elisha immediately transmitted magic power, and the magic four-wheeled car was like a crossbow arrow that was out of string, and it shot out in an instant, turning into an afterimage towards the road on the right side of the railroad and galloping away. The speed of the magic four-wheeled car is extremely fast, especially Elisha's crazy input of magic power, and the speed is several times that of the flying train. In less than an hour, the magic quad passed 2 stops. However, due to the crazy output of magic power, Elisha's expression appeared tired, but the tenacious will still kept the magic four-wheeled vehicle at the fastest speed, and the move was reckless. Ask for flowers. During this period, Mirage repeatedly told him to stop, but he was completely ignored. After a few more minutes, a crowd appeared in front of the magic four-wheeler, and they gathered around the station, and the sound of discussion was very loud. As the crowd gets closer, the speed of the magic quad continues unabated. Looking at Elisha, whose eyelids were heavy and her vision should have become blurry, Mirage hurriedly reminded, "Elisha, we have arrived. Hurry up and stop." Squeak dash. The sound woke Elisha and quickly controlled the magic quadruple to brake sharply. Whew. Phew. Elisha gasped heavily, her forehead was already covered with sweat. She looked at the crowd in front of her, and said in a weak tone, "Myra, you go and ask them, do you have any information about the Iron Forest? If not, we will immediately set off for Kuloba town." 0. Well, you stay in the car and rest, I'll just ask Lu Shang. Mirage nodded and said worriedly, "I don't think it's necessary." At this time, Lu Shang behind suddenly spoke, "In the building in the center of this town, I sensed a huge amount of magic gathered together, and one of them was very large, second only to Elisha in her heyday. I think they should be the Iron Forest." "Really? That's great, we're going to fix them right away." Elisha's eyes lit up, and she immediately took off her gloves, without the slightest doubt about Lu Shang's words. But Mirage did keep an eye. It has only been less than a month since he stepped into magic, and there is only the most basic elemental magic in the guild, and Lu Shang's perception is obviously not magic. Is it an ability similar to mental shock? Thinking like this, Mirage secretly glanced at Lu Shang, then got out of the car to help Elisha, and said softly, "Let me help you, or wait for you to recover a little magic first. How about we act?" "No, I'm not at the point where I have no chicken." Elisha shook her head and resolutely refused. "We must leave them here, and we must not let them go to the guild leader's mountain." Underscore in the corridor of the building, the three of them strolled towards the gate at the end. "Those guys, are they in there?" Elisha looked straight at the door at the end and asked with a sharp face. "Ah." Hearing this, Lu Shang nodded flatly. "After the next one enters, their leader will be handed over to me to deal with, and the rest of the guys will be handed over to you, Yanagi, Myra." Elisha said strongly, even if the mana consumption was serious, she did not see the slightest intention of stubbornness. Perhaps this is the charm of the Queen of Fairies. Well, Mirage's face was still full of worry, but knowing Elisha's personality, she could only nod. However, he cast a pleading gaze at Lu Shang, and his eyes seemed to express something. 540. Lu Shang, who understood what she meant, nodded slightly. It's just asking him to make a move, even if Mirage doesn't say it, he will do it. Boom. Coming to the end of the corridor, Elisha adheres to the style of fairy tale and violently kicks the door open. Huh. Did the flies catch up? As soon as the door opened, the picture of the crowd gathering immediately met the eyes of Lu Shang and the three, and then came into the ears with contemptuous laughter, which suddenly made Elisha's already rich inky face even more gloomy. "Are you the leader of the Iron Forest, Shinigami Irigower, who has the ability to repeat what he just said?" I saw Elisha's sharp as a knife gaze, directly ignoring the members of the Iron Forest in front, and fell on a man floating in the air, which seemed extremely eye-catching for people to see as soon as they entered, and a voice full of killing intent came out of his mouth. It was a man wearing a yellow-black coat and white trousers, short silver hair, and tattoos under his eyes. He is the president of the Iron Forest, a dark wizard who cultivates wind magic under the command of the 6 demon generals, one of the largest guilds in the dark world. Looking at the heroic Elisha, Eluger said with interest, "Red hair, and that armor, you are the famous queen of fairy tale." Elisha shook it. Although it was a questioning word, Allegory's tone was affirmative. After speaking, Elijah raised the deadwood flute held in his right hand and continued, "Although I don't know where you got the news from, but you have come to the evening, worship has fallen into my hands, and next, I will go and solve the old guys. It's not a shame at all, you don't have a chance to walk here, Grim Reaper Al. Armor of the Celestial Wheel." Elisha snorted coldly, and then burst out dazzling white light. Magic mixed with the power of space covered the whole body, a magic array engraved with gorgeous patterns, showing off her wealth. When the white light dissipated, Elisha's short black skirt and silver armor had disappeared. Instead, she was dressed in an incomparably gorgeous blue-black, steel long skirt formed like a sharp sword, with 4 wings on her back that were also made up of sharp blades, holding 2 extremely sharp swords in both hands, and under the red-haired bangs that changed with her outfit, her eyes were as sharp as her outfit. Wow, is it really the same dress-up magic as rumored, but how much strength can you exert now? Looking at Elisha, who had changed her dress, Ellie Gall was not surprised, but smiled playfully. "The wind has told me your breath, it seems that you came here and spent a lot of effort. Besides, I don't have any intention of fighting you." As the words fell, Eliguri's already floating figure rose a lot higher, and his eyes also cast from Elusha's body to the window, and then said to Elusha and the three, arrogantly laughing, "Your arrival is completely under my control. Stay here, flies. Wadash. Do you want to escape? Eligoli?" A dozen long swords appeared in the air and pointed directly at Eligoli, and Elusha said in a deep voice, "Escape? You're wrong. I never put you guys in the eye, flies. My real purpose is those old guys." After Eligor finished speaking, he immediately flew in the direction of the window, and was about to break the window and leave here. Hugh wants to escape. Seeing this, how could Elusha let him leave? Snap. Just as Elusha was about to rush out, a hand suddenly stopped her. Looking at Lu Shang, who stopped her and walked forward, Elusha subconsciously just about to reprimand, Lu Shang spoke first, "Leave it to me. Wadash." Almost the moment the words fell, a strong wave of chi blew like a storm, and the nearest Elusha felt a strong wind wave in her face, blowing her long red hair straightened backwards, including Mirage behind her, and also felt a lock of hair exploded on her forehead, and the hairband was about to be blown away. But they just felt a strong wind and wave, and the members of the Iron Forest in front, as well as Eli Gal, who flew towards the window and was ready to rush out and cast magic to trap Yanagi and several people, felt the terrifying pressure of gravity magic. As if the mountain was pressing on the top, the original face was hideous, the eyes were fearless and profane, staring at Elusha and Myra and the members of the Iron Forest of Yanagi with bad intentions, and they all felt that their heads were empty, as if their spirits had been hit hard, and like their souls were withdrawn from their bodies, and their eyes that had lost all their strength rolled and fell to the ground like bowling balls. As for Eligor, the wind that originally dragged his body disappeared directly, and the whole person fell from the air. However, he was only shocked by the overlord colored domineering, resulting in the scattering of the magic that maintained the wind magic. Plus Lu Shang's overlord colored domineering this time was scoped, not aimed at a person's singleness, and Eligor did not faint. Even so, he was extremely embarrassed, and in Lu Shang's eyes, he was completely flawed. What? Looking at the falling Avery 4.1 Goyle, Lu Shang did not have the slightest hesitation. The figure disappeared directly in front of Elusha's eyes, and a dazzling white light instantly appeared on Eli Goyle's side. So fast? Lu Shang's speed like an afterimage made Elusha's pupils contract, and she who lost Lu Shang's wall also saw the picture in front of her clearly, and saw that the members of the Iron Forest fell to the ground. Elusha thought back to the wind and waves just now, and couldn't help but muttered in amazement, "That is, what magic? That's awesome. The leader of the Dark Guild Iron Forest, the famous Shinigami, died like this." It was not the first time to see the overlord colored domineering Mirage, who paid attention to a different place than Elusha, seeing Lu Shang's instantaneous destruction of the Iron Forest Guild, and cutting Erigier in two, he couldn't help but hide his lips and whispered in surprise, _boom click, roar. Drawing the knife and cutting off Eligor, who had not yet fallen to the ground, Lu Shang turned his back to Elusha and Mirage, his eyes changed into ice blue straight death demon eyes under the perspective they could not see, and Lu Shang swung his knife again to cut off the dead wood flute that broke away from Eligor's hand into two. A scream from the soul came from the flute, and then a magical light flashed away. With curse magic, even the magic council was difficult to destroy, and the lullaby that could only be sealed was directly broken into two. Lu Shang, who still has some impressions of the opening plot of the original book, knows that this flute can transform into a huge demon, although the strength of that demon is extremely weak. Even Natsa and Grey can easily kill it, but if it shows its true body here, the huge body will definitely destroy this building. Although it is the style of fairy tale to carry out tasks to destroy the town, or to cause trouble to the client and others, but Yanagi, who knows all this, does not have time to play with the evil 23 demon, let it destroy the town, and then show the power to destroy it, and then dump the impact on Makarov, who is the president. So, after killing Eligor, Lu Shang didn't say a word, and by the way, he also solved Lullaby. You killed Death Eliger and gained 1.23% experience. You killed the book demon Lullaby, gaining 1.34% experience. Your Sasaki Kojiro inheritance template, unlocked to 30.28%. With two prompts ringing in his mind, confirming that Eliger and Lullaby were dead, Lu Shang slowly put the knife into its sheath. Swoosh boom. At this time, an afterimage suddenly appeared next to Lu Shang, and then an arm wearing armor gloves wrapped around his neck, and an unreasonable huge force caused Lu Shang's head to hit down, colliding with the incomparably hard steel. From the perspective of Mirage, who came slowly, I saw Elusha, who had returned to normal, put her arms around Lu Shang's neck, reached out and pressed the back of his head, and gave him a hug. It's just that because Elusha is wearing armor, this hug looks a little rough. Elusha held Lu Shang's head not long before letting go, looking at Lu Shang with a red forehead in front of her, and did not hide her appreciation. Well done. I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. This time I asked you to come with Myra to help. It's really right. You've passed the prize. Looking at Elusha, who did not have the slightest guilt in front of him, and did not even realize what he had done, Lu Shang's horns twitched slightly, but he could not rise the slightest anger in his heart, and only rubbed his forehead and said helplessly. Whether it was Naruto Uzumaki when he was a teenager, or Monkey in the pirate world D. Luffy, even Natsu and Elusha in this world, the protagonists of these worlds, have such big nerves. Really, with such a personality, it is difficult to get along with them. Mirage seemed to see Lu Shang's nothingness, and couldn't help but hide his lips and chuckled. It's like this, you can get used to it in the future. Lu Shang nodded perfunctorily, and then looked at the body of Erigiri on the ground, as well as the members of the Iron Forest who fell to the ground around, and couldn't help but ask Elusha and Mirage, what should I do when I get down? I'll handle the rest of the matter, and I'll contact the guards of the town later. Elusha took things away very simply, looked at Lu Shang and Mirage and said, you guys originally had a mandate, right? If you still want to execute, you can go to work first, or wait for me to finish processing, and then everyone will go back to the guild together. Hearing this, Mirage looked at Lu Shang and spoke, Lu Shang, what is your choice? She came out this time, mainly as a senior, taking Lu Shang on a mission, teaching him a little about geography by the way, not for the bounty of the mission. The basics of geography, Mirage had already taught Lu Shang on the train, and Lu Shang was just a task to experience firsthand from the beginner. If Lu Shang chooses to complete the task, then Mirage will help him complete it. If Yanagi doesn't want to do it, Mirage will respect his choice. Listening to Mirage's words, Lu Shang fell into deep thought. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Shang said with a firm face, I plan to complete the previous task. In these 10 seconds, neither Elusha nor Mirage could imagine that the teenager in front of him had experienced multiple considerations. The force value of this world is undoubtedly above the ninja world, not only the single strength, but also the comprehensive strength is more than a dozen streets in the ninja world. Erigili's strength is already at the level of upper patience. Not to mention that there are many more that can kill it in seconds. But even Eligor can only provide Lu Shang with more than 1% of experience. And Lu Shang's current third inheritance is capable of unlocking 30% of the progress. Even if you kill a lot of strong people later, you may be able to unlock 100% after the Serious Island chapter, or even the Serious Island chapter. This is something that Yanagi will never allow, because he didn't want to lose to the Black Dragon, let alone be sealed for 7 years. Drawing on several crossover experiences, Yanagi knew that the time 540 of this ninja world was completely synchronized with the world he crossed over. It also means that if you have been in this world for 7 years, then the ninja world will also pass 7 years. Yanagi will definitely not let Hinata wait for him for 7 years, so he definitely cannot lose to the Black Dragon. But he was also not sure whether his crippled version of the straight death demon eye could see the death of the Black Dragon King, which even Jelf was helpless about. Lu Shang must master the multidimensional twist phenomenon before this, and let his slash go beyond the human domain. Therefore, he needs experience. Therefore, Yanagi will continue to perform missions in order to gain experience and speed up the unlocking process. Before that, he needs to determine whether he will be a road idiot. A first-hand experience is important. If he is a road idiot in this world, then it is very necessary for Lu Shang to find a partner who is familiar with the kingdom of Fuel and even the continent of Isugal. After these considerations, Lu Shang gave such an answer. Of course, neither Elusha nor Mirage knew what Yanagi was thinking. Seeing that Lu Shang chose to continue the mission, Elusha let them leave first, and then deal with the trouble afterwards. Mirage left with Willow, but before leaving, Mirage asked Elusha for something. 2 weeks later, the town of Magnolia. A man and a woman descended from the train station and walked side by side in the direction of Farantai 1. They are Yanagi and Mirage, who continue the mission halfway through the mission, after teaming up with Elusha to solve the cursed Orida lullaby incident. A small task naturally doesn't take much time. It took only 5 days for Lu Shang and Mirage to complete the client's task. The reason why he returned so late was because Mirage asked Yanagi to practice it once. Led by Yanagi Shang, Mirage was silent the whole time, and the two tossed and turned several times before completing a mission before returning to Farantai 1. And this task was secretly taken from the taskbar by Mirage. From the moment she went out, this attentive woman had already planned the tutorial. For her care and help, Lu Shang silently wrote it down. Coming into this world, this gentle woman is helping herself. Although she did not ask herself to reciprocate, Lu Shang had already thought about how to repay this woman. If memory serves, Mirage's sister, the girl who impressed him in Natsu's childhood, and also the one who led to the powerful Mirage, Lysina, who sealed the magic and became gentle, did not die, but traveled to another world Adras, replacing the identity of Lysina in that magical barren continent. After a certain event, Farantai 1 will travel to that world, and all but a few people will be frozen in a large crystal, becoming a source of magic exclusively for the countries of that continent. At that time, help her find her sister again. Thinking like this, Lu Shang nodded slightly in his heart. On the road, the two walked in silence. Through 2 weeks of understanding, Mirage has a very clear understanding of Lu Shang's character and knows that this person has a strong heart defense. Without opening his heart defense, the person who was recognized and accepted by Lu Shang simply could not remove his almost cold appearance, let alone want him to talk more. Mirage didn't care about this. Just know that he is a trusted family member and companion and has not joined Farantai 1 for any other purpose. As for the so-called heart defense, it should not be long after joining the guild. When he fully integrates into Farantai 1 and establishes a bond with his family, it is only a matter of time before he removes his cold and repulsive appearance. For this, Mirage is quite confident. Because whether it was her or Elusha, it was also like this. When they first joined the guild, both Elusha and Mirage seemed so incompatible with Farantai 1, but now, they are both willing to give their lives to protect the guild. Lu Shang next to him did not know that Mirage had already understood his essence in just 2 weeks. Indeed, Yanagi is not an indifferent person. Despite his murderous character, he has no mercy for his enemies. But his character is by no means cold, just a disregard for the weak and strangers. Once accepted and recognized by them, such as Shikamaru at the beginning, to the later 12 Xiaoqiang, in their death stalking, fighting side by side with the aftermath, getting Yanagi, and their relationship became more talkative. In fact, Mirage has helped Lu Shang many times and has already got his. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought about how to repay her. The reason why there is less talk is only because there is no topic. They seem to be fairy tale. Yes, it's pathetic. Just as the two returned in the direction of the guild in silence, the surrounding passers-by secretly pointed at them, and the looming whispers made Mirage's willow eyebrows frown slightly, and his beautiful eyes showed a rich color of doubt. Lu Shang also subconsciously frowned, as if remembering something. In particular, he released his domineering aura and sensed pity from those passers-by, and a flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind. Do you say? Liar. When the two returned to the Finality 1 guild, Mirage suddenly covered his mouth, and his beautiful eyes widened and he said, "How so?" I saw that the guild building in front of the two was completely penetrated by several huge iron pillars, like iron nails, and from the perspective of a third person, it was like a guild building supporting the back of a hedgehog. But it was obviously not a hedgehog's backstab, and from the outside, it was already possible to imagine how riddled the guild was. Not good, everyone. Mirage didn't have time to feel sad, and his eyes were full of worry as he walked forward quickly. I was afraid that those huge iron pillars would take away her family. Snap. At this time, Lu Shang suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Lu Shang shook his head gently at Mirage, whose eyes had begun to fill with mist, and comforted, "Don't worry, my perception tells me that there is no injury inside, and everyone's breath is hidden under the guild." Looking at those iron pillars, Lu Shang still didn't understand. The ghost is coming. This is one of the few plots in Lu Shang and the most impressive. After all, it was the first manifestation of super magic, the legendary Goblin 3 magic, the Law of Goblins. Not only is it super large, but it is even a unique super magic that can avoid friendly forces and specifically clear enemies. The power of that super magic gives people no less than the shock of the inherent enchantment. If this magic appears in the top war of the pirate world, and it is performed by the level of Whitebeard, it is no exaggeration, the so-called top war is only a momentary battle. The dominator of the ghost. Looking at the several iron pillars in front of him, Lu Shang murmured slightly in his heart. Several generations of development have made Finality 1 one of the strongest guilds in the kingdom of Fiori, and the reason why there is one of these is because there is a guild that disobeys its strongest name. And that guild is Phantom Laura. Finality 1 and Phantom Laura are the two most famous guilds in the country, especially Finality 1 has not yet been in decline for a few years, and has the strongest first and second generation heritage, making it the strongest position for Phantom Laura. And this beam is not the altar left by the strongest dispute. All because the founder of the Phantom Laura had a relationship with the original President Mibis, plus the original Mibis and Hades, no, or was the second generation president named Prect too powerful, causing this relationship to be passed on to the third generation. Coupled with the fact that Joseph Pola, the Phantom Laura of the Ghost, also lost to Makarov in a party 6 years ago, the rivalry between this guild has completely evolved into real hatred, and duels between members of the two guilds often take place outside. But the guild that actively attacked the other party was the first time it appeared. This also means that the relationship between the two sides is no longer a secret enemy, but has evolved into a showdown in front of them. Everyone, are you all right? Listening to Lu Shang's words, Mirage instantly knew the location of the union members. So he took him to the basement of the guild, where he finally met the guild members who were safe and sound. Myra, Yanagi, you're back. Looking at the two people who came down, Matou, who was smoking, first said hello to them, then shook his head and said with a wry smile, "We're fine, but the president and Rebai are them." Yanagi and Mirage learned from Makao's mouth that the guild was first attacked by the Phantom Laura, and Makarov had planned to calm the people, but because Rebi Makogaden and her three-man team of Lane and Engine were seriously injured, they angrily avenged their family, and then they were attacked and left unconscious. At this time, the situation with Finality 1 is very bad. The guild leader was unconscious, and the guild's strongest magic guide, Gildas, was still on a century-old mission, and even if he learned the news and rushed back from afar, it was too late. And the young S-class pillar, Mr. Gang, is still mysteriously missing, learning that his grandfather is unconscious, and the angry Laxus arrogantly refuses to return, and has taken the Thor crowd to eliminate the rest of the Phantom Laura branch. Now everyone can only rely on the only S-class magic guide Elessa, and now the return of Lu Shang and Mirage finally makes them breathe a sigh of relief. Although Mirage sealed 540 mana, she is still an S-class magician in the guild. And Lu Shang can kill Natsu in an instant, and his strength is obviously above the A-level magicians, and he may even be the same S-level wizards as Alessa. With the return of the two of them, even if the Phantom Laura attacked, several old people in Makao could breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, I'm sorry, I heard everyone. At this time, the cry of a young girl came. The girl who cries is Lucy, who blames herself. The reason why the Phantom Laura took the initiative to declare war on Finality 1, this time, in addition to the hatred accumulated over several generations, the reason why Joseph Pola really made up his mind to go to war was because of the large reward that Lucy's father promised him. This guild battle has the name of the battle to rob Lucy. It's not your fault, even without Lucy our relationship with Finality 1 and Phantom Laura will only come sooner or later. Looking at Lucy, who was crying with self-blame, Mirage, who knew everything from Macau's mouth, quickly stepped forward and hugged her, comforting her gently. Yes, Lucy, it's not your fault. No one will blame you, we are companions. It's just, everyone. Finality 1, the guild members did not blame Lucy, and this pure bond made Lucy blame herself even more and cry loudly. This scene made Lu Shang involuntarily raise the corners of his mouth slightly. I have to say that if before this, just because of the memory in his mind, he had a good impression of this guild, then the trust reflected in this crisis, the emotional rendering of pure comparison, made him recognize this guild. This recognition is the same as his approval of Konoha. Whether it was his duties as a member of the guild or as a temporary stronghold, Yanagi would definitely teach the Phantom Laura a profound lesson. Boom, boom, the heavens seemed to hear Lu Shang's heart. A humming sound almost resounded through the town of Magnolia, followed by a violent shaking sound from the ground. The dust fell like fog, giving the feeling that the ceiling was about to collapse. How? What's going on? Is this an earthquake? The sudden violent earthquake made the guild members who were in sadness and comfort look at each other blankly. Go out and see. At this time, Gray calmly spoke. At this time, Lu Shang, who was originally standing on the periphery, had long disappeared. When everyone walked out of the guild, they saw a behemoth figure on the seaside side of Magnolia Town, which met everyone's eyes. That's a walking giant. No. Precisely, a walking building. The huge building, with 6 legs, Kteb, resembles a spider walking on the sea. Although I don't know what the depth of the sea is in this world, but it can stand on the surface of the sea, and has a giant-like height. This moving giant, every foot causes an earthquake in Magnolia Town. You can see how terrifying its weight is. The flags hanging on the building made the eyes of the members of Finality 1 widen. That's Phantom Laura. What's going on? Just when everyone was stunned, Elessa, who was wrapped in a bath towel, suddenly ran over. Looking at the huge buildings gradually approaching the bay in the distance, and after her eyes fell on the fluttering flag, Elessa gritted her neck sharply and said in a deep voice, "Damn, they actually attacked in this way." Elessa, who was originally carrying the guild leader unconscious and many S-class wizards were not under pressure, was ready for the Phantom Laura raid. But what he didn't expect was that the Phantom Laura would attack in such an unimaginable way. Obviously, that amazing building is the headquarters of the Phantom Laura. It also means the other party has already come out of the nest. It also means that the Finality 1 of the fairy will face the full firepower of the Phantom Laura. The most famous magi of the Phantom Laura are the Holy 10 Magisters of the same level as Makarov, and the famous Ghost 4 Elements. Thinking of this, Elessa's heart suddenly became extremely heavy. If Mixton or Laxus are there, even if the other side comes out in a group, their own side has the confidence to resist. If Gildas is there, then repelling the Phantom Laura is no fantasy at all. But now, Finality 1 is alone. So, even if you sacrifice your life, you will never let the other party hurt your family. So, looking at the approaching behemoth, Elessa ran towards the bay without saying a word. During the running, Elessa, who was only wrapped in a bath towel, suddenly emitted a dazzling white light on her body. When the light dissipated, the bath towel had turned into a heavy armor, and Elessa's hairstyle is also tied into a single ponytail. As she rounded the buildings and was about to reach the bay, the Phantom Laura who was walking ahead suddenly stopped shaking the sea and the town, and stopped on the surface of the sea some distance from the bay. At the same time, a familiar figure also appeared in the field of vision in front of Elessa. That black kimono, which is unique in this world, rarely worn, and the same single ponytail silver hair as she is now, made Elessa involuntarily blurt out, Yanagi. As if hearing Alesha's voice, Lu Shang turned around from a long distance, looked at the heroic figure running towards him, and couldn't help nodding slightly, as if he was greeting Elessa. When did you guys come back? Elessa said with a look of surprise, forgetting for the time being the threat brought by the Phantom Laura. If just now she was under heavy pressure and had already decided to organize the Phantom Laura at the cost of her life, now she is relieved. 2 weeks ago, she saw Lu Shang's strength, and Elessa knew very well that Lu Shang's strength was not Lucy's kind of real newcomer level, but a mysterious mystery that she couldn't even see. Even has a lot of fame in the dark world, and was dubbed the Grim Reaper allegory was killed in seconds. And that very peculiar, but extremely powerful spiritual deterrent ability. With the help of Yanagi, I was able to share a little of the pressure. As long as it wasn't for the Holy 10 Joseph Pola himself, the two would not be able to defeat the 4 elements of the ghost. Even if Joseph Pola personally strikes, Lu Shang and Natsu and others join forces, they can drag the 4 elements for her, and even if they can't defeat Saint 10 Joseph Pola, they will definitely not let him have a good time. Can hit? Lu Shang didn't know what Elessa was thinking at this time, and after listening to her words, he replied softly, just came back. Huh. Before they could make small talk, Lu Shang and Alessa's faces changed slightly. Immediately, the two turned to face Phantom Laura. Buzz shhhh. I saw that the huge building standing on the sea suddenly emitted a long-distance and incomparable roar, and a barrel of more than 10 meters extended out, and dazzling photons gathered at the muzzle. That's the magic of this world? That was magic cluster cannon? Looking at the cannon barrel that was gathering photons, Ilusa's eyes widened sharply, and she said in horror, the Phantom Laura actually brought it. After speaking, Ilusa's face was as gloomy as water, and she gritted her teeth and said, damn, does he want to solve us all in one breath without spending a single soldier? I will never let you succeed, Joseph Pola. Saying that, a dazzling light lit up in Ilusa's hand again, and then a heavy giant sword appeared in her hand. Just as Farantai 1 has the legendary 3 super magics, the Phantom Laura that can compete with the Farantai 1, for the strongest name, although it is always lower than Farantai 1, but it also has a background. The Magic Cluster Cannon is one of the roots of the Phantom Laura. Magic Cluster Cannon, full name Magic Cluster Cannon Jupiter. This is a gathering blow of pure magical power, and the power is so strong that it can completely kill an S-Class Magic Guide. Of course, this S-Class Magic Guide refers to an S-Class Magic Guide who does not have super whole cards. Ilusa is accepted. Despite this, in the original book, Ilusa blocked the Mana set Jupiter and was also seriously injured. Supporting Ilusa to block the Magic Cluster Jupiter is her most defensive armor, the Vajra armor. Even the most defensive Vajra armor only allowed Ilusa to barely block the Magic Cluster Cannon Jupiter, which shows how powerful this foundation of Phantom Laura is. That's the Magic Cluster Cannon. Damn it, Phantom Laura even has this thing. At this moment, a female voice came from Lu Shang and Ilusa's ears. Turning his head, he saw that the members of Farantai 1 led by Mirage had come behind them. One by one, looking at the magic cluster cannon that was accumulating, they were either shocked, angry and desperate. Don't worry, I will never let Joseph Pola succeed. Looking at the family who came to the rear, Ilusa's eyes became more determined. If you can't stop the magic cluster cannon of the Phantom Laura, then you will definitely hurt the family behind you. Whether it's for the sake of his family or the guild, he can't let the Phantom Laura succeed. The belief in protection made Ilusa step forward. Snap. At this moment, a palm suddenly grabbed Ilusa's armored arm and pulled her back as she bravely stepped forward. In a trance, Ilusa only saw a figure walking past her. Lu Shang, you. Let me come, your words are too reluctant. Lu Shang's bland words, like a calming agent, inexplicably made the two women feel a sense of relief at the nearest time. Boom ha. Without waiting for Ilusa to return to her senses, a deafening roar suddenly resounded throughout Magnolia Town. Ask for flowers. I saw the cannon barrel extending from the huge building of the Phantom Laura, bursting out a dazzling pillar of light, roaring like a meteor and like a meteorite. The strong magic fluctuations left a deep trail on the sea like a storm. A dazzling white light shone in, covering Yanagi and the Farantai 1 in the rear. Click. Just as Ilusa came back to her senses, her face was anxious and her subconscious rushed forward. The sound of blades rubbing against the scabbard suddenly sounded. Standing on the bay pier, Lu Shang's red eyes that appeared dim in the white light had turned into ice blue magic eyes at some point. Dark lines representing death fill his field of vision. 0. The terrifying magic cluster cannon is like a shattered silver platter, divided into countless parts by brightly colored lines. Wadash. When death reached its limit, Lu Shang suddenly pulled out his sword and unsheathed it. A dazzling white practice, like a pouring waterfall, roared out towards the front. Boom. The next moment, compared to the white light of the magic cluster cannon, the dark red light that appeared more dazzling, like the day that tore the night, instantly eroded the white light that shone out. Immediately afterwards, whether it was Mirage or Ilusa, or the members of Farantai 1 behind them, their eyes were completely slashed by a dark red light. Boom. As soon as the dark red light appeared, it immediately resounded with a continuous roar. It was the sound of cracking and shattering. The blinds were obscured by the dark red light and the crowd could not see clearly. But if you take a third-person perspective, you will see the bay pier of Magnolia Town, and a 1,000-meter pillar of light can be clearly seen even in the mountains outside Magnolia Town. That pillar of light tore through the sky and turned into a slash hundreds of meters wide, high and thousands of meters long. In just an instant, the magic cluster cannon Jupiter, which was enough to destroy an S-class magic guide, was shattered, and turned into a monstrous tsunami, completely submerging the behemoth standing on the sea. This is Lu Shang's return from the Shape Moon world. After perfecting the straight death demon eye, he unleashed an all-out blow that was not a Guiyi Kendo. That blow was undoubtedly close to the limit of the human domain. In the face of the slash that has reached the limit of the human realm, the behemoth of the Phantom Laura looks so fragile. Underscore with the power of the straight death demon eye, this slash that reached the limit of human beings directly split the ghost dominator behemoth into countless fragments. This, I didn't look at the eyes, Lu Shang's strength is so strong. Matou, an old member of the Union, said in shock. Indeed, such a powerful attack is completely beyond the scope of S-level demon masters, and I am afraid that even Ilusa's Vajra armor is difficult to resist. Unexpectedly, this guy Lu Shang hid so deeply, ha ha ha. Natsu also laughed. At the same time, the fire in my heart is even worse. As everyone knows, although the slash just now was launched by Lu Shang with all his strength, after all, the straight death demon eye is limited by this world, and if you return to the moon world, the power of this blow will be stronger. 540. As for Mirage, her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Shang in front of her, and she covered her mouth and said, Lu Shang, he. In her opinion, the strength Lu Shang has shown since he appeared, but Lu Shang's behavior just now shows that his strength is far more than that. For this man who had a similar appearance to himself, Mirage was even more curious in his heart. Not only her, but all the members of Fairy Tail, they realized at this moment what an amazing figure their guild really was. However, Lu Shang didn't think so. There was no other reason for his move, just to protect the group of companions behind him. After all, after getting along a few days ago, Lu Shang didn't want to see Alessa and their injured appearance. After all, you still can't unleash a slash that transcends the human domain. Sure enough, mastering the twists and turns of multiple dimensions cannot be done in a hurry. Feeling the power released just now, Lu Shang muttered. The shocked gazes behind him were completely unaware of by Lu Shang. Destroy the Ghost Dominator Guild and reward 3% XP. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Shang did not think so. This kind of building that is like a dead thing, in Lu Shang's opinion, 3% is enough. The only people who can really interest Lu Shang are Joseph Pola and that guy. At this moment, the building that collapsed above the sea surface changed again. I only saw that from that building, hundreds of ghosts began to churn out. It's not something that can be solved easily. Ridasujianna looked at the ghosts flying towards him in the distance, and said with a deep face, "The matter of the guild leader, I just want to find you guys to calculate it. Since you are here, get ready to be killed by our Fairy Tail." Biscamulan's silver eyes said coldly. Arzik Cornell also said with a face, "That's right. The limelight can't all be stolen by Lu Shang's guy. Haha." Even the peaceful Walian Lachi drew the brush in his hand and looked like he was ready to do a big job. The appearance of the ghost, coupled with Lu Shang's actions just now, the emotions of the entire guild members of Fairy Tail have completely reached their peak. Bang bang! A series of crackling sounds sounded everywhere. It was the sound of magic clashing, and the entire venue had already begun to clash about magic. Without the whole card of the magic beam cannon, the Ghost Dominator is weaker than the Fairy Tail after all, and all the ghosts are eliminated one by one under the leadership of the strongest squad Natsu and Alessa. As for Lu Shang, he had already left at the moment when everyone was not paying attention. This is also the reason why this group of ghosts still has combat effectiveness. If Lu Shang is there, an overlord color domineering, directly shake these guys on their backs. It should still be in that building. Alia, hee. You dare to do something to Makarov, I will not easily forgive you. Lu Shang said with a grim expression. It turned out that Lu Shang directly started Arya with the idea. Others don't know, but Yanagi, who has a memory of the original book, clearly remembers that the reason why Makarov lost his combat effectiveness was all because this Alia sneak attack on the guild leader and sucked his magic power out. This account, Lu Shang can have to settle with Alia. After all, Makarov has enough trust in him, a newcomer and does not know the details, and what to say, Lu Shang can't let Alia go? Seeing that the domineering aura spread quietly, Lu Shang only detected the breath of Alia's guy in just a moment, although there were several other people, but now, Lu Shang's goal was only one. Is it here? For you sinister guy who loves tears, I can't see it well. Lu Shang slowly opened his eyes, and after sensing the other party's breath, his eyes said grimly. With a whoosh, Lu Shang disappeared in place again. Damn, who exactly launched that huge red sword chi just now? When did the Fairy Tail have such a guy? It was really a mistake. I originally thought that they would lose Makarov like a plate of scattered sand, easily defeated, but I didn't expect such a big change. Woo woo, hateful. A tall, blindfolded man said with a crying voice. To be precise, it was Pear Blossom with Rain, a dark-skinned man whose tears had been squeezed uncontrollably from behind his blindfold. Just as the man was crying, an icy voice sounded behind him, saying, Alia, I finally found you. What are you? You know me? Alia turned to reply. Because of the blindfold, I don't know Alia's expression, but in fact, at this moment, the nerves in the whole body have been stretched to the extreme. Because this man who suddenly appeared behind him, before this, he had not noticed at all, as the head of the 4.1 elements, he was the most vigilant among the four. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that you actually attacked Makarov. The president is still resting in the ward. This account, I have to settle it with you. Lu Shang responded lightly. Oh, it turned out to be the Fairy Tail man. When Alia heard the other party's words, he said fearlessly, and the originally tight nerves also relaxed, because he found that the magic power in the other party's body was really pitiful, and he was simply a guy who could not even be called a newcomer. What is he afraid of this kind of person? In that case, let's start with you to solve it. Woo, this weak man, is it also going to be taken down by me? So sad. As he spoke, Alia began to cry again. As the head of the four elements, Alia likes to cry in everything he does on weekdays, but he is a completely cold-blooded person. Alia, who has never been soft on enemies, has always killed cleanly, and the leader of Fairy Tail, Makarov, is a good example. If it weren't for the fact that Makarov, who was a Saint 10 Great Demon Deo, had a strong magical background, I am afraid that he would have been killed mercilessly. Woohoo, another piece of garbage is going to be taken by me, Alia cried. At the same time, he finally unleashed his magic power, airspace annihilation. As Alia who uses wind attribute magic, this move has no other effect, just draining all the magic power in the enemy's body. You're about to face the same situation as that guy of your guild leader Makarov, weakling. My meager magic power will be sucked up by me, Alia said as she manipulated the magic. 23 The silver-white magic array suddenly appeared between Moria's palms, and in just a moment, wisps of power immediately roared towards Lu Shang. Magic absorbing tricks. Lu Shang clearly felt this invisible force through the overlord-colored domineering, and said lightly. And Lu Shang's indifferent expression, in Alia's opinion, is simply like a pathetic and ignorant bedbug. Woohoo, how can the people of Fairy Tale be so weak that their own lives are going to be gone, and they are still indifferent? Alia said with a sad face while manipulating the magic airspace. Alia, who was completely unaware of Lu Shang's strength, thought that the other party did not feel his danger at all. As everyone knows, Lu Shang has seen the current picture from the very beginning. Bang! A silver-white magic array instantly appeared above Lu Shang, and the huge magic coercion almost tore the earth under Lu Shang's feet, and at this time, this move that could deprive the magic master of his magic was also poured on Lu Shang's body without reservation. And after seeing that his attack hit Lu Shang accurately, Alia also put away his crying expression in an instant and turned away directly. However, at the moment when Alia just turned around, a creepy and pleasant eye that made him quietly sounded behind Alia. Is this the ability of the head of the four elements? Hihi, I should have said at the beginning, dare to strike at Makarov, I will definitely not let you go easily. Lu Shang's voice that was not mixed with any emotion slowly came out of his mouth. What? What the? This exactly matter? Obviously hit my spare time, why do you still have the strength to stand up? The mana value is obviously weak, who is the guy? Alia turned his head and looked at Lu Shang, who had not moved a little position from beginning to end, and said in shock. At this moment, Alia's nerves tightened again, and as a four-elemental person, he suddenly realized that the other party might really not be a small character. Mana? There are not many of that kind of thing, but even if I really rely on magic to eat, what is there to be afraid of shrimp soldiers and crabs like you? Lu Shenfang's surprised face replied indifferently. What do you mean? If you don't have much mana, how can you have the power to compete with me? Moreover, the only magic power in your body is obviously completely gone. Woo-woo, what an elusive guy. Saying that, Alia began to cry again. However, anyone knows that this guy who kills without blinking, at this moment, is probably thinking about how to kill Lu Shang. I'm really unhappy with your appearance, and I have told you enough nonsense. In that case, let you disappear in this magical world. Lu Shang, who did not plan to talk too much nonsense with the other party at all, said coldly. There has been a delay for too long on this second cargo, so Lu Shang does not plan to take it off again. The demon sword village that was carried above his waist was directly drawn out by Lu Shang, and the sword that penetrated the heart suddenly swept over Alia's tattered blindfold. And Alia was not slow to react, and the moment he saw that Lu Shang didn't know when he pulled out the demon knife, he also moved, because the murderous demon chi attached to the demon knife was too serious. Alia felt the threat of death in an instant, so he didn't plan to leave the slightest hand, and the blindfold that had been used to restrain his magic was torn off by him at once. It was a pair of eyes full of hollows, and Alia's immense magic was hidden behind these eyes. Airspace. The huge wind pressure rushed behind Alia in an instant, and the silver-white magic array instantly rose from under his feet, and the terrifying wind magic, with an unstoppable impact, suddenly blew towards the direction where Lu Shang was. About the magic of the wind attribute? I seem to be able to understand some of this guy's magic. Is it about depletion? Hehe, since that's the case, let's cut it all off. Lu Shang looked at the grey-white tornado magic that was rapidly approaching him, and muttered. And at the moment when Lu Shang's words fell, he slowly closed his eyes. No one could have imagined that at such a critical moment, Lu Shang would actually close his eyes. This scene, in Alia's opinion, is completely an act of looking for death. Woo-woo, I really don't understand you guy. Since that's the case, it's completely shattered by my airspace. Alia looked at 540 Lu Shang, who closed his eyes not far in front of him, and said with a sinister and crying voice. Did Lu Shang really sit still like this? Of course not. In the instant before the terrifying wind pressure of the airspace was about to approach Lu Shang's body and tear it apart, Lu Shang opened his eyes. The original red pupils had turned ice blue, and layers of fine lines kept beating in his eyes. It was Lu Shang's straight death demon eye. This beating line was not only above Lu Shang's eyes, but also reflected everything in his line of sight. Of course, in addition to time and space, Lu Shang, who is itself limited by this place, is far from the point of killing space. However, it is more than enough to deal with the role of a three-legged cat like Alia. The ice blue threads converged on the wind and waves in front of Lu Shang like spider webs, and every point where these lines converged was also a dead point that could end it instantly. Is it here? Eye of the Typhoon. Lu Shang manipulated his straight death demon eye and said lightly. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Lu Shang's hand rose and fell, and he swung the demon knife in his hand out at once. Although it was just a mediocre sword, this slash still reached a terrifying point, and the end point of the airspace was completely shattered by Lu Shang's simple slash at once. Without any pause, the moment the blade in Lu Shang's hand just fell, his whole body jumped out again. The Demon Deo village was roaring straight towards Alia's heavenly spirit cover with a murderous blade. Woo Alia, who really felt the threat of death, didn't have time to think too much, and the voice of the cry was even squeezed by fear. As soon as he came up, he mobilized all the magic power in his body, and directly launched his strongest move, Death Airspace, which is simply appropriate to describe as cruel. Death Airspace 0, as the name suggests, is the magic releaser. Alia mobilizes the magic power of the whole body to create a death space, completely wrapping the enemy in it, and this terrifying death space will also form a unique gravitational force inside its space. All objects within the space are eaten, torn apart, and abandoned in the turbulence of time and space. This kind of insidious and vicious move, I am afraid that even an S-level demon master like Alusha will be dead or alive, but this time Alia is very unlucky. I encountered Liu Shang, a ghost god, as a murderous ghost. The so-called death airspace is probably just a joke in his opinion. The death void created by magic suddenly blocked Yanagi's advancing body and covered it. Insect tricks. Looking at the zero field that was instantly buckled on his body, Liu Shang snorted coldly with disdain. Woohoo, no matter how powerful you are, if you are caught by this death airspace, you will definitely not escape death today. Alia looked at Liu Shang, who scoffed at his moves, and Alia, who was also fearless, also cried and said. However, the next scene once again made Alia dumbfounded, not because of anything else, but blamed him for his unlucky encounter with the plague god of Liu Shang. Bang bang! A series of dark red Guyu slashes slashed at the top of the death airspace at once, and at the same time, substantial murderous aura also churned out uncontrollably from Liu Shang's body. Like a ghost with a deo, it swept into the sky. Alia, who had never imagined such a scene, at this moment, he only felt that he was in the purgatory on earth. Not only that, Alia's entire body had been completely locked by Liu Shang's murderous aura, and he couldn't move his body at all. And the death airspace was also blasted into powder by Liu Shang's sword chi and murderous chi in his shocked gaze, and dissipated in the air. It's your turn. At this moment, Liu Shang seemed to Alia to be just like the bloodthirsty demon god who had just returned from the killing domain, and he was extremely terrifying. Whoa! But at this moment Alia, the force shouted. On the other hand, Liu Shang, at this time, felt even more pity for this garbage, because he didn't even use the overlord-colored domineering, and the other party was already shocked by him and couldn't move. Inevitably, it's too weak. This is probably only Liu Shang's unique family. After all, in the world of law, the powerful people are the most based on the magic in the world. Alia, who was originally the nemesis of all magicians, has planted a big heel here at this moment, because the current Liu Shang is not the main attack method of magic at all. For Alia, Liu Shang is probably the most restrained existence in this world. Hearing the other party's weak shouting, Liu Shang's footsteps did not pause at all. Just for a moment, the demon knife village was already across Alia's neck. Don't worry, I'm afraid that Thor guy will go to accompany you soon. Liu Shang looked at Alia, who couldn't move in front of him, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and said lifelessly. Poof. There was no chance to speak to the other party at all, and the demon knife in Liu Shang's hand had already cut off Alia's head, and for ordinary people, Liu Shang's approach may be too cruel. But for Liu Shang, who has experienced the baptism of purgatory, it is like a common thing, and the realm of murderous ghosts does not appear out of nowhere. Next, there's the nasty guy. After solving Alia, Liu Shang slowly wiped the blood off the front of the demon Deo village, then raised his head, looked at the direction behind him expressionlessly, and said slowly, "That's right, through the domineering perception of seeing and smelling, Liu Shang has found Soul hiding in a dark corner. Soul, who calls himself a gentleman, is nothing more than a despicable and shameless villain in Liu Shang's opinion. In the original work, this guy's bad behavior towards Elfmanso, Liu Shang remembers it clearly. This kind of garbage-like goods can't stay. At least, that's what Yanagi thought, and likewise, he would do it as he had in mind. Ghost Dominator, starting today, you can be removed." Liu Shang already clearly knew what was happening outside through the perception of seeing and smelling. After completely destroying the headquarters of the Ghost Guild, all the ghosts that appeared had been cleaned up by the members of Fairy Tail. After all, without a strong person leading the team, these ghosts with ordinary strength are not the opponents of the strongest squad and others at all, and at the beginning, the fire dragon has already burned most of the enemies. Back here, on the empty, Limo's corridor, only Liu Shang could be heard alone, the steady and slow footsteps. And just a moment later, Liu Shang stopped, stood in place, and said slowly, "Come out, Soul, I know you are hiding here." Alter. In the deathly silence, Liu Shang's words came out in response, but no one appeared to respond to his voice. "Hehe, if you don't say the coffin and don't shed tears, do you have to personally pull you out of the ground?" Looking at Liu Shang, who did not have any movement, he said without anger and smiled. At the same time, Liu Shang also confirmed what he had just said with his actions, and the demon Deo village was once again withdrawn by him. Bang, bang, a dull loud noise instantly resounded throughout the cloister. The demon chi attached to the demon knife itself and Liu Shang's unique murderous aura immediately swept wantonly underground, and these two auras seemed to be substance, churning under the ground. Just for a moment, an embarrassed and terrified voice suddenly came from the ground. Immediately afterwards, Yanagi saw the enemy he was looking for, Soul. No, what is this terrifying aura?" Thor said in horror. Xian only fixed his gaze on Liu Shang, who had just pulled out the demon knife. "What kind of person are you, who can find out where I am hiding?" Thor, who was good at earth element magic, said with a shake of his eyebrows. He didn't expect that his figure was really found out by the other party, what Liu Shang said at the beginning, and then he seemed to be just a trick, but he didn't expect it to be true. Hearing the other party's words, Liu Shang said straightforwardly, "Who am I? The one who took your life." No, I took your life, mercilessly. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Sol, who called himself a gentleman, did not give the other party a chance to react at all, and suddenly used the magic he was best at. Originally, Sol's strength could not reach the rank of the 4 elements, but he had a particularly rare ability, that is, Thor could spy on the memories of others 540. What's even more terrifying is that Thor's magical ability can not only spy on the opponent's memory, but also pick out the scene that the enemy least wants to see, and reverberate in his mind at will. To put it bluntly, it is to spy on memories and manipulate memories. It's not a bad thing. Anyone who is defenseless, if his mind is not strong enough, will be sealed into stone by Thor's magic in painful memories. In the original work, Elfman is like this, if not at the critical moment at the last moment. He opened the Beast King form and defeated his inner fear. I am afraid that he would really be succeeded by Thor. And now, such a scene is imposed on Yanagi, snooping into my memory. Lu Shang, who knew the opponent's moves well, watched the other party's actions and muttered, "Let Thor peek in." Airplanes. Strange magic fluctuations instantly sounded in Lu Shang's mind. Memories of the past keep coming. Oh, do these little tricks want to move me? Lu Shang said domineeringly. Slaughtering millions of corpses, there are too many people who died under Lu Shang's knife. The title of murderous ghost is not called in vain. Kteb. For Lu Shang, a person with extremely strong psychological quality, the other party's magic really does not have much effect on him. What's more, Lu Shang, who has mastered the domineering power of the 3-color, as long as he activates his overlord color, these killing memories that are constantly lingering in his mind can be instantly shattered. Not only Lu Shang, but Thor at this moment, is completely in a state of madness. Through his own magic, Thor saw the layers of terrible memories in Lu Shang's mind, and the secret of a shock. You. What the hell is you doing? The tongue swirled in Thor's mouth, and things beyond his comprehension appeared in his head. Bang! With another loud noise, Lu Shang's overlord-colored domineering aura suddenly launched, and the meeting wrapped around his mind instantly became fragmented. Not only that, but the terrifying impact of the substance suddenly hit Sol. In just a moment, the overlord-colored domineering at close range suddenly made Thor unconscious and collapsed to the ground, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. And just when Lu Shang was about to attack and kill him, an uninvited guest broke in. The sight and smell that is activated at all times is perceived at once. It was the other person of the 4 elements, Bunny Pill. Coming? The guy with the sword. Lu Shang turned his head sideways and muttered. Poof. A bright taste of blood sounded, and at this point, the 4 elements and 4 did not exist too. The glorious sacrifice of Sol turned into another revenant under the sword of the Lu Shang demon. The system's prompt sounded in Yanagi's mind. Successfully defeating the 4-element Sol rewards 0.5% experience points, and the current Sasaki inheritance template has been unlocked 36.5. Ghost Dominator, but oral, Lu Shang said mockingly. And just after Lu Shang's words fell, after killing Thor, a sound of breaking the air finally came out. Smell of blood. The person who broke through the air seemed to smell the air and asked, and said suspiciously. Immediately afterwards, he immediately discovered the scene in front of him. It was Lu Shang and Sol, who had just been killed by him. That was Sol? How so? Orochimaru looked at the current picture and said in shock. Coming? Bunny balls. Turning his head, Lu Shang looked at the rabbit pill that he had sensed in the morning, and said lightly, "What are you? Did you do all this?" Rabbit Orochimaru looked at Sol, who died not far away, and then turned his head to look at Yanagi and said lightly. Looking at Rabbit Pill who did not answer his question honestly, Lu Shang slowly shook his head and stopped talking, and the demon knife was drawn again. Looking at the other party's actions, Rabbit Pill's already vigilant state of mind shrank even tighter. No matter what, the man in front of him should not be underestimated. If that Thor guy really died under this guy's sword, it means that he also has the ability to kill me, Rabbit Pill said secretly in his heart. At the same time, the katana on his waist was also skillfully drawn out by Rabbit Pill. Not only that, but a hidden fire was also quietly released behind Bunny Pill. Bang! The two who disappeared in an instant only left a swirling vortex of air under their respective feet. Boom! Immediately afterwards, there was another series of sounds of steel colliding, sword shadows circulating in the air, and at the same time, there were the constantly staggered figures of Yanagi and Rabbit Maru. Just a moment later, a figure with a trace of blood was defeated. It was Bunny Rabbit Pill. What kind of ability are you, to the point of cutting iron like mud? Rabbit Pill didn't have time to care about the injuries on his body at all. His eyes looked straight at Lu Shang, and he asked in shock. Because his katana had been slashed by Yanagi's Muramasa in just a few seconds of confrontation. This skill is called chopping steel, and it is a unique ability of a swordsman who can listen to the breath of all things. Lu Shang replied lightly. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Rabbit Pill's eyes flashed, and then dimmed again. Through the confrontation just now, he already knew that there was a huge gap between him and this guy named Lu Shang. Not only is he good at swordsmanship, but even when he is ready to control the flame and burn it, he is cut off by the other party with one blow. Not only steel, Lu Shang can even cut off the flame. As everyone knows, Lu Shang has not even turned on the stunts such as the straight death demon eye. If Bunny Rabbit Pill knows this, I don't know how desperate his heart will be. So it is, the sound of all things breathing? But even so, I will definitely not be tied down. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru said loudly. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Shang nodded gently. I also have some plans in mind. Boom, fly slash. A dark red sword chi with a length of 7 feet was instantly pulled out by Lu Shang. The sword chi, but the momentum was like a broken bamboo, towards the direction of the rabbit pill, suddenly collapsed over. Looking at the sweep of sword chi approaching towards him, Orochimaru was also horizontal in his heart. The katana had been shattered, and his only means of attack now, except for flames, there was nothing else. 4-color magic melting. In an instant, 4 flames of different colors appeared in the hands of the rabbit pill, and then these flames were rubbed together through the magic of the rabbit pill. An extremely bursting flame formed in the hands of rabbit pill. After rabbit pill sent the flame magic in his hand out of his hand lightly, he closed his eyes and said solemnly, "Win or lose, here it is." After half a ring, the original explosion did not respond, and Orochimaru, who found that something was wrong, violently opened his closed eyes. Huh? What's going on? Looking at the scene in front of him where there was no magic impact, Orochimaru said in confusion, "I'll let you go today. You are different from those 2 guys before. Hone your swordsmanship. Magic like flame is not suitable for you. Besides, this world already has the best candidate for flame users." Lu Shang looked at Rabbit Pill and replied indifferently. It turned out that the flying slash that Lu Shang had just released was just a pretense of tangible and insubstantial, and he just wanted to test the opponent's strength. Indeed, although this guy Rabbit Pill is also a member of the Ghost Dominator, he is very different from the 2 ruthless and evil guys before. Therefore, Lu Shang did not intend to kill the other party. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Bunny Rabbit Pill obviously did not understand what was happening at present, but in the end, he was a veteran who had been rampant in magic for many years, and he immediately reacted. Sword art is not sword art. Rabbit Pill did not test Lu Shang's words, his figure flashed, and he ran away with a puff of smoke. Looking at the other parties departing back, Lu Shang did not have too many plans. What's wrong with me? Came into this world, how to become? Not the same as before? Lu Shang looked at his murderous hands and asked himself. He didn't understand why he came to the law world. No, after coming to the fairy tale guild, his heart seemed to have changed like before. Blocked the magic cannon for Elessa, vented for Makarov, for Elfman, and spared the enemy. In other words, Lu Shang before would not care so much at all, and if anyone stood in his way, he would be killed. As everyone knows, Lu Shang's heart has been gradually warmed by the big family of fairy tale, and Lu Shang has gradually understood what is going on with the miraculous power that bursts out of fairy tale in a desperate situation just now. Shaking his head, Lu Shang brought his thoughts back to reality, and said, in this way, the 4 elements of the Ghost Dominator are only left to Zhu Baiyan alone. Thinking of this, Lu Shang couldn't help but have another headache, and for this woman who went and where Yin went, Lu Shang couldn't pay attention for a while. After all, in the original book, this woman later joined the big family of fairy tale, and, according to Lu Shang's impression, the relationship between this Jubian and Grey seems to be indescribable. Forget it, let it be, this woman will be dealt with by others. Lu Shang couldn't think of a reason, so he simply shook his head and left it alone. Immediately afterwards, he saw Lu Shang disappear into this cloister, not knowing who his next target would be. On the other hand, the ghosts in the Ghost Dominator Guild have been solved. Mirage was also immediately taken out by his younger brother Elfman, who sealed his own magical power, but he had no combat ability, and in the battle just now, Elfman took his sister to a safe place for the first time. Ask for flowers. Strange, Yanagi hasn't he appeared yet? Could it be that he? Mirage looked around and found that Lu Shang was the only one missing, and as he spoke, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and he was shocked and did not dare to say any more. What's wrong, sister? What's wrong with Lu Shang? Looking at Mirage, who did not look very good, his younger brother Elfman asked. I feel that Yanagi seems to have gone alone to find the 4 elements of the Ghost Dominator and Joseph, one of the holy demon guides. Mirage replied. It is worthy of being the first person Lu Shang has met here, and if this degree of care is known by Lu Shang, he will definitely be praised. 0. However, Mirage didn't think so, although Lu Shang was indeed very strong in his impression, but it was not enough to challenge the peak combat power of the entire Ghost Dominator Guild on his own. So, there is Mirage now such a worried face. What? Are you saying that Lu Shang and he went alone to find those powerful guys of the Ghost Dominator? Damn, it turns out that the guy is secretly running to challenge the Ghost Dominator, so isn't the credit taken by him? But, ha ha ha, that's what a man should do, Elfman said and laughed. Looking at Elfman's appearance, Mirage didn't know what to say. However, what Elfman had just said, but all the guilds present attracted him. Huh? What did you just say? Elfman, that guy from Yanagi actually ran to find the high level of the Ghost Dominator alone? Hearing Elfman's words, Natsu was the first to jump beside him and asked with a displeased face. Well, this is what my sister Mirage said, and I don't know very well. Hearing Naz's words, Elfman was also unsure, scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Damn, did you get a head start by that new guy? I disagree. Gray, who heard the conversation of several people, said, and then saw the exhibitionist Gray running backwards to the mountain like crazy. I don't know what he did. Phew, I didn't expect that this time the ghost actually came with a magic cannon. If it weren't for Lu Shang, the fairy tale might really not be able to withstand this attack. Rebbe Makugadan exhaled and said, Kana Arupelona also echoed on the side. Yes, the two S-class demon masters of the guild are not there, and those guys in Laxus are too. If it weren't for Yanagi, we who lost President Makarov would definitely fall into a bitter battle. No, the battle is far from over. Where exactly are the four elements of the ghost hiding now, and their two most tricky existences, but they haven't appeared yet. We can't be careless. Elisha interjected at this time. What? What is the 540 scary of that group of wine bags and rice bags? By the way, Gray's guy actually ran out alone. No, they can't let them all take the credit. Hearing Elisha's words, Natsu suddenly remembered Gray, who had already set off first. So he was also ready to roll up his sleeves and go to the key figure of the ghost dominator. As everyone knows, most of the opponents have actually been solved by Liu Shang. If Natsu and they don't hurry up, all the enemies may really be solved by Liu Shang alone. On the other hand, just as several people were talking, the news of Polusika had already reached the ears of several people. It turned out that the body of the guild leader Makarov had recovered, and the person had woken up, but the body still needed a short rest to be able to replenish the mana lost before. At this moment, Gray, who had set off first, had already arrived at the place where the ghost dominator had crashed before, where he searched for signs of the enemy. And Gray's approach was also perceived by Liu Shang, who was 100 meters away, and through seeing and smelling the domineering, Liu Shang clearly recognized Gray's breath. I didn't expect that the first one to arrive was you, Gray. Liu Shang, who sensed the other party's position, said lightly. However, he did not plan to go to the other party. With Gray's strength, it was enough to deal with any unexpected situation, so Yanagi also took action. This time his goal was simple, that is, Joseph. This man, known as one of the 10 great holy demons, Liu Shang had long wanted to meet with the other party after coming to this world, and this opportunity could be called just right. Previously, because of Makarov's existence, Liu Shang did not have too many opportunities to show his strength, but this time it was different, because Alia caused Makarov to temporarily lose his magic, which gave Liu Shang the opportunity to make a move. However, according to Yanagi's impression, at the critical moment when Fairy Tail fought Joseph, Makarov seemed to have arrived in time and used the goblin's method at the end. Although Liu Shang is interested in the powerful magic move of the goblin magic, compared to this magic, Joseph, the identity of the Holy Ten Magic Dao, Xiansheng cares more. So now Yanagi only hopes that he can have a good meeting with this Joseph before Makarov arrives. At the same time, the Ghost Guild, which had suffered willows not long ago, at this time, Joseph's face was as heavy as water, and he still did not understand how such a powerful person could suddenly appear from the fairy tale. Even he Joseph felt the life-threatening power from the other party's terrifying sword chi. I really didn't expect it, and I don't know where Makarov found such a powerful helper, and the original plan was a lot off. Joseph said with gloomy eyes in the ruined Ghost Guild. Even my magic cannon has been destroyed. This is an account. It seems that I have to get it back from that Lucy's father. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, the gloomy Joseph laughed. As the Holy Ten Great Demon Dao, Joseph really did not look like a profound magician at all, and if he approached Joseph, he would find that this man revealed an evil aura all over his body. Che, did those guys even give you a headache? It's ugly, Joseph. A gray-black figure suddenly flashed into Joseph's line of sight. Ah, Gaijura, it's really timely. If the Ghost Dominator lacks you, the loss of combat power is not a little. Didn't you see it just now? Fairy Tale, I don't know where a powerful guy suddenly appeared, our original plan, but it was all broken. Hearing the other party's words, Joseph replied lightly. That's right, this man who suddenly appeared is none other than the vice president of the Ghost Dominator Iron Dragon, Gaijura. I'm afraid that in the entire Ghost Dominator, only Gaijura dares to talk to Joseph as the 10 Great Demon Dao. Cut, break, and break, it's just a bunch of garbage, and it can still turn over to the sky. Gaijuru replied without caring that the fairy tale man had made such a noise as if it had nothing to do with him. Ha 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 ha, it's still the same old way, Gaijuru, the Ghost Dominator has reached this point, and it is really jealous self-confidence that he can ignore his opponent so easily. Joseph heard Gaijuru's rampant words and said with laughter. Cut, it's really boring, forget it, let me go to meet this bunch of garbage, what is there to be afraid of? When Gaijuru heard the other party's words, he had no intention of continuing. With such a sentence, Gaijuru flashed, turned into a gray-black figure, and disappeared from Joseph's field of vision again. Joseph seemed to be familiar with this scene, and after a moment, a person continued to sit peacefully on the main throne. I don't know what he's thinking, or rather, what he's waiting for. At the same time, a person ran out first, searching for the enemy Gray, and at this moment, he also happened to run into the enemy he was destined to, Jubian. Strange, why did it suddenly start raining? Gray, who was walking alone in the cloister, said suspiciously while looking around warily. He couldn't understand how the weather that was still sunny just now suddenly became overcast. Shishi. And in the direction directly opposite Gray, a quiet voice also slowly entered Gray's ears. There is movement. Gray, who heard the sound, immediately ran towards the location of the sound source. Then, just when Gray had just not run a few steps forward, a woman with an umbrella walking in the rain and wearing poplar flowers appeared in Gray's field of vision. And Gray's appearance also made this woman with curly blue wavy hair notice. The appearance of the other party was obviously not expected by the two people. Gray was fine, but this blue-haired woman with big eyes was different. Beep, so handsome. That was the woman's first reaction when she saw Gray. This handsome may also include Gray's bare chest. Looking at Zubian, who suddenly turned red, Gray didn't seem to see it. Who are you and how did you appear in this place? This was Gray's first words when he saw the other party. If Lu Shang was present, maybe he would really spray out a mouthful of old blood. This Gray is really incomprehensible. In the end, it was she in the eyes of the lover. Even if Gray came up in such a cold and reckless tone, it still did not make Zubai 23 and have the slightest impatience. Zubian has something to do here. Hearing Gray's question, the woman named Zubian suddenly became overwhelmed and said twistedly, "That's right, the woman who appeared in front of Gray was the water element of the 4 elements of the ghost, Zubian of the sea." The strength of this woman who has lived in the rain all her life cannot be underestimated, and in the original work, this woman is also integrated into the big family of fairy tale because of Gray. Lu Shang, who understood the other party's temperament, was also because of this, so he did not take the initiative to find Zubian to attack him, but left this person to Gray. Otherwise, Zubian would have been easily defeated by Lu Shang just like the other 3 of the ghost 4 elements. However, hearing the other party's words, Gray's face changed, although the nerves were a little bigger, but among the ghosts, there was a person named Zubian who was good at water magic, and Gray had heard about it. Zubian, you guy, if I'm not mistaken, you should be one of the 4 elements of the ghost dominator, right? Gray heard the other party's words, and his tone gradually became stiff. Hearing Gray's words, Zubian still looked like the little bird just now, and slowly replied, "Well, I am one of the 4 elements of the ghost dominator, Zubian of the sea. Have you heard of me?" "Ah, that's right, combined with the weather and your name, I feel like you," Gray replied. Before Zubian could speak, Gray said again, "The injuries on Lucy's body were all caused by you guys, and if Lucy is not wrong, it was you who brought her to your lair at that time, Zubian." Gray said coldly. "Huh? What the?" Zubian obviously didn't understand what Gray was saying. This account, as a fairy tale is the strongest me, but I must pay it back. Ignoring the other person's reaction, Gray rolled up his sleeves and continued, a look ready to fight. And when Zubian heard the fairy tale in Gray's mouth, his brain began to gradually pull back from love. "You're from the fairy tale guild?" and asked. "Ah, that's right, I'm the strongest maker in fairy tale." Gray replied. "That. Lucy?" Hearing the other party's words, Zubian thought for a moment, and then said slowly, with a smell of tigress anger in his tone. "Ah, that's right, Lucy's thing. I won't just leave it at that, she's new to our guild, and she is," Gray continued. However, Zubian, who had fallen into a certain confusion, automatically blocked all of Gray's next words. "Lucy? Did he already have a lover? Is that Lucy?" Zubian said, his expression becoming more and more angry. Zubian, who originally thought that love was coming, was obviously a little unbearable for the current blow. At the same time, the rain in the sky is heavier, and there is a tendency to rain heavily. Suddenly, Zubian, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly said, "Lucy, Lucy." Boom! The high-temperature water column boiled out from behind Zubian in an instant. Bang bang! 3 high-pressure water jets suddenly smashed towards Gray's body like a water dragon. Another bang? That's right, Gray prevented it, and the cold power unique to the ice-shape magic suddenly blocked this unstoppable water magic. Damn, this woman is suddenly crazy. Don't say anything, come up and do it. In other words, this water temperature is not a joke. If you are accidentally burned, it will be troublesome. Gray said with a little difficulty after using the ice-shape magic to create a diamond-shaped ice shield to block Zubian's attack. And Zubian is different, seeing that Gray actually blocked his magic, although his eyes were still angry, but looking at Gray's gaze, he was even more confused. It is worthy of being one of the 4 elements of the ghost, and it really has some skills, but I still said that I just said, the injury on Lucy's body, can't just forget about it. Gray continued. Hearing the other party's words, Zubian instantly felt like 540 had exploded the temple, and roared angrily, "Lucy, Lucy, how come you open and close your mouth is Lucy, I really hate her." Sure enough, in Zubian's opinion, Gray and Lucy have such an unusual relationship. But in fact, Gray is just to vent his companions. After all, this is a principle of the Guild of Fairy Tale. The members of the guild are family-like existences, but Zubian doesn't know it yet. Hearing Zubian's words, Gray couldn't understand this woman's thoughts even more. Hey, what's going on with you? Suddenly don't say anything, and say what you hate Lucy. I don't care, I just hate that woman named Lucy. Who let her? As he spoke, Zubian seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly, his little face turned red again. This time, but it stumped Gray, he really couldn't understand this woman's moody look. But soon he was relieved, the strong people have some quirks, just as he loves to be naked. And just when Gray didn't understand, Zubian, the restless lord, attacked Gray again. Boom! Another column of high-temperature water, and the temperature is much higher than the one just now. Damn, what's going on with this woman? Gray said with a puzzled expression while fending off the attack. The ice-shape magic was instantly activated, and the extremely cold ice spear was suddenly formed in Gray's hand. Boom! The terrifying body of hot water was immediately swept into dripping drops by Gray's spear, and he easily defused his attack when he saw the other party. Zubian's expression became more and more exciting, and no one could understand what was going on in this woman's heart. Dissolve my attacks again and again, worthy of being my favorite man, Zubai said with relief. At this moment, Gray, who had had enough of passive defense, no longer planned to endure and directly attacked. Ice shape, Ice O spring. The extremely exaggerated ice petals swept towards Zubian from Gray's hands with a frozen posture. What? Zubian, who was immersed in his own one-man show, did not have much defense against this attack. Boom! The ice flower had already bloomed on Zubian's body in the next moment, and then, a chain reaction continued to spread on Zubian's body. Is Zubian's tragic life finally coming to an end? Died at the hands of this man? Oh, it's not bad. Zubian looked at his constantly frozen body, and his eyes said lifelessly. Although Zubian accepted his fate, Gray did not intend to end it like this. Hey, damn, how did this woman get it? It's really troublesome to die, just attacked indiscriminately. How can she lose her mind when fighting with the enemy? Gray said with a headache as he saw that his attack hit the other party's body so easily. At this time, Zubian no longer knew this. From below, because of the particularity of her own conditions, Zubian can be said to grow up with loneliness, because wherever she goes, it will rain, which has led to Zubian being rarely willing to contact her since childhood. And this is where Zubian flawed her, until now, because she was invited by Joseph to become a member of the Ghost Dominator, but the feeling of loneliness has not weakened in the slightest. Even more fragile, even in the Ghost Dominator, an organization that was willing to accept her, Zubian did not feel the slightest warmth. Looking at this woman who was completely frozen by herself, Gray did not have the slightest hesitation, and directly lifted his magic, releasing Zubian's body from the ice. Although Zubian is an enemy, Gray and Shang are different after all, and Gray has no intention of killing each other, just to vent Lucy out. However, this behavior of Gray is different in Zubian's opinion. What's going on? How did I get out? Haven't I just been frozen by you? Zubian looked at his suddenly thawed body and said puzzled. Hearing the other party's doubts, Gray first raised his head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky that had not dissipated, and then slowly said, "Hey, what an unpleasant weather." Huh? Accurate? Hearing Gray, who ignored his own words and also said things like hating rain, Zubian only felt heartbroken for a moment. Huh? What kind of expression are you? Did I say something? With such a bad rain, the whole person was in a bad mood. Looking at Zubian's expression, Gray's eyes were innocent. After all, Gray is not clear about Zubian's affairs. Boom, Friar. In the matter of rainy days, it has always been Zubian's minefield, and now, Gray has finally detonated this minefield without knowing it. Bad rain. Zubian was a little blocked even with what he said, which was a sign of anger. Zubian, who originally had a good impression of Gray, did not expect that the other party would say something that made her so sad. In that case, Zubian doesn't need any love, I'd better continue to be alone. Zubian, I've always been a rain girl. Zubian's mood intensified. A large amount of hot water continued to gush out from Zubian's body like a raging sea. In just a split second, Gray was overwhelmed. Damn, the heat this time is much stronger than just now, and it can't freeze anymore. Forget it, it's better to retreat a wave first. Gray first tried to freeze the water emitted by the other party with his ice magic. But later Gray found that the temperature of the water had exceeded the limit of his ability to freeze. No way, Gray and Natsu's kind of rush is different. The truth of avoiding the edge for the time being Gray is clear. He can clearly see that Zubian seems to be caught in Emo Zhong's powerful emotions. So, Gray was going to back off for a moment. But will Zubian give Gray a chance to escape? Want to go? You likable fellow. Zubian, whose painting style is constantly changing, has already made Gray confused. Especially when he heard what the other party said to be pleasant, Gray was even more confused. The determination to retreat was even stronger. Boom. Just as Gray turned around and prepared to escape Zubian's attack range, an extremely evil aura suddenly appeared. Not only that, a heavy attack also followed, hitting Gray's body without warning. Boom. With another explosion, Gray's body was directly knocked out by this extremely evil attack, and hit the huge rock in the distance. What's going on? Hey, are you okay? Looking at Gray, who suddenly flew out upside down, Zubian's heart suddenly panicked, and immediately ran in the direction of Gray. And the man who had just attacked Gray also slowly walked out of a corner. It was Joseph, who was still talking to Gaijuru just now, the president of the Ghost Branch, Limos, Matchmaker, the Altar of Men who are one of the 10 great demons of the Holy Spirit. I'm afraid no one expected that this man would appear in this place so abruptly. Looking at the back of Zubian running, Joseph obviously did not understand, and looked at the other party in puzzlement. Huh? What's the situation? What's going on with that guy Zubian? Joseph tilted his head and said, but doubts turned into doubts, but Joseph's evil aura and gloomy eyes did not change in the slightest. Immediately, the gloomy Joseph, step by step, also walked in the direction where Zubian ran. Damn, the bones are about to break. What happened to the attack just now? If I hadn't made a simple defensive armor in the shape of ice, I'm afraid that attack just now could have killed me all of a sudden. Gray, who was sent flying out, clutched his ribs that were almost broken off and said with difficulty, hey, are you all right? Looking at the still conscious Gray, Zubian, who anxiously rushed to his side, asked worriedly, you can't die yet, but then again, what the hell is going on with this woman of yours? Why do you always shoot inexplicably? Gray asked heartlessly. As everyone knows, not far in front of him, there was already an extremely powerful man slowly approaching him. Why are you like this, obviously worried that you will run over immediately? Why do you always say these words? It seems that your body is not a big deal, Zubian said with a look of displeasure. Seeing the appearance of the other party, Gray, a nervous person, did not care at all. It was at this time that Gray remembered the magical substance that had attacked him just now, because he suddenly felt an extremely evil and powerful guy approaching him again. This made Gray's eyes look aside, and Gray's reaction also made Zubian react at once, because she recognized the attack just now. It was the magic used by Joseph, the leader of her guild. Thinking of this, Zubian suddenly turned around and saw the man at once. That's right, Joseph has arrived, and 540 is in front of the two. President, why did you show up here? Zubian asked with an uneasy look, because at this moment, she had an extremely bad premonition in her heart. Me? I'm here to solve these guys for you. Fairy tale people, it really makes me look more and more unpleasant. Zubian, why are you alone here? Alia them? The man, Joseph, asked with an evil look. I don't know about them. Zubian has always acted alone. Doesn't the president know this? Zubian replied. Ah, yes, but, Zubian, what's going on? Shouldn't that guy behind you be a fairy tale man? I was obviously sent flying out just now. What are you so excited for? Joseph asked. That's because, Zubian couldn't speak. However, before Zubian finished speaking, the figure behind her suddenly rushed out like a whirlwind. Ice-shaped magic, ice cannon. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sonic booms spread out from between Gray's palms at once. One by one, huge ice and snow cannons shouted towards Joseph's face. This little ghost head is very anxious, it seems that he just started lightly. Looking at Gray, who instantly shot at himself, Joseph didn't mean to panic at all, and said indifferently. Since he is the president of the Ghost Dominator, then I will solve him directly here, won't everything be over? Gray said with a serious look. Can't shoot at him. Gray, who suddenly made a move, Zubian was born to dissuade, but it was too late. Deathstorm. At the moment when Zubian's words fell, Joseph, who felt extremely uncomfortable, also attacked. I only saw that the moment Joseph had just finished chanting the magic spell, a large amount of dark energy continued to gather from Joseph's palm without warning. That's right, Joseph's magical attribute is darkness. This powerful and extreme power created Joseph's name, and also created the ghost ruler known as the First Guild. Boom, boom, Gray's ice cannon has arrived, and at the same time, the dark magic in Joseph's hand has also condensed, colliding with the opponent's attack. The huge dark energy continuously turned into a dark shockwave. Just a face, Gray's magic was broken in an instant. The power of the Holy 10 Demon Mentors is so powerful. At Gray's current stage, he is really far from Joseph's opponent. Kteb. What? Seeing that his attack was actually wiped out in an instant, Gray did not expect it. The ice cannon offensive was broken, but Joseph's attack was far from over. The terrifying energy that was constantly condensed from his hands continued to smash towards Gray's body. Damn, is the strength so strong? It would be bad if it was hit. Gray, who kept dodging Joseph's attacks, said with an ugly face. Little ghost, your attention is focused on my death storm. Joseph said faintly. Gray's face changed suddenly. What? Gray, who had been struggling to dodge the opponent's attack, did not even notice that Joseph did not know when he came behind him. Boom. There was no chance to react at all, and a death storm hit Gray's body at close range. I only saw that Gray's body was like a kite with a broken thread, bang, and fell heavily on the ground. Looking at Gray, who had fallen unconscious on the ground, Joseph slowly walked over. Little ghost head, isn't he even dead? In that case, I'll give you a blow in the mendem, so that when that guy Makarov wakes up, I don't know how wonderful the expression will be. Ha 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 ha. Joseph said suddenly gloomy. The terrifying style of acting cannot help but make people shudder. Bang. Just as Joseph walked towards Gray's side, a torrent suddenly sounded from behind Joseph. All of a sudden, the hot water erupted on Joseph's body at once. Deathstorm. Joseph, who reacted in time, used dark magic to plan the hot water jet sprayed on him before the situation was worse. What do you mean by that? Zubian? Dissolving the attack, Joseph's face suddenly distorted, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. That's right, when it was a moment of Gray's life and death, Zubian made a move. Zubian, absolutely no one is allowed to make a move on that guy. Hearing Joseph's question, not caring about the terrifying magical aura on the other party, Zubian said coldly. Apparently, Joseph had provoked her and touched her scales. Love at first sight is sometimes so terrifying. If not for Joseph's strength enough, I am afraid that he will become the key opportunity for the two of them to be together. It's just that Joseph is the top 10 holy demons, and not only that, Zubian's attack obviously angered this evil man. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you a guild? Gray looked at Zubian, who blocked the gun for himself, and said in surprise. Zubian did not answer Gray. At this critical moment, she had already made her choice. At the same time, Joseph also walked towards the two people with terrifying dark magic. I said how you ran towards this kid just now without caring about anything. It turns out that you have defected to the Ghost Dominator, Zubian. Joseph looked at the two people in front of him and said with a grim look in his eyes, since this is the case, you should die together. The reason why I invited you to join the Ghost Dominator was only because of the water magic power in you, and now it seems that you are not needed. After all, you, the annoying rain girl, have always made me, the president, very upset, and I just took this opportunity to dispose of you today. Joseph continued. As for Jubian, his mood at this time had reached the point of collapse, and what Joseph had just said could be said to have completely destroyed the last wall in this woman's heart. How can you? Jubian was speechless. She always thought that she had found her own organization and was accepted by the president Joseph, but she did not expect that she was such a nasty existence in the eyes of the other party. Hey, what you guys said is too much, she's a member of your guild. When Gray heard Joseph's words, he immediately became angry. The gap between the two guilds of Fairy Tail and Ghost Dominator really doesn't seem to be a little bit. Compared to the former, the Ghost Dominator really has no human touch at all. It can even be said that it is indifferent. The indifference to his own partner, Gray, who has always regarded his guild members as family, is obviously extremely disapproving of Joseph's approach. At this time, Gray's somewhat tired body stood up again. You. What are you? Zubian looked at Gray, who slowly stood up behind him with tears in his eyes. He even said that he would kill his own companion. I don't care if he is a Saint 10 Great Demon Guide. Today I must teach him well what is called a true companion and what is a real family. Gray said angrily. At the same time, the few magic powers left in his body were all mobilized by him. And this move of Gray is also constantly tapping Zubian's heart. Zubian's fragile and soft heart seemed to melt. However, the crisis between the two is not contacted. Huh? You little ghost, what a big talk there. I plan to solve it from you today. I have endured a death storm head-on, and I can still stand up. You want me to have fun? Joseph said lightly. Gray's words could not touch his nerves at all, but on the surface, Joseph was secretly shocked by Gray's strength. He didn't expect that in addition to Lan, Laxus, the Goblin Queen and that fire dragon, Fairy Tail had such a powerful magician. That's right, the reason why Joseph made a move against Yuba was not only because of Karlov's fight and defeat before, there were others. As we all know, the Ghost Dominator has always been the most powerful magic guild in this country, and although Fairy Tail is not weak, it is still unable to reach the level of peace, but this situation has changed rapidly in the past few years. The powerhouses of the Fairy Tail Guild began to emerge one after another, and the strength and reputation of the ghosts were constantly weakened, and in previous years, Joseph, as the guild leader, was even defeated by Makarov. Today, these factors are finally completely detonated because of Lucy's father. At this point, the hatred in Joseph's heart can be imagined, and even reached the point of ripping off its skin and eating its flesh. Bang! It turned out that just now, Joseph, who was already planning to strike, mixed with anger in his heart and ruthlessness, launched another attack on Gray. Backed by powerful magic, his figure quickly reversed, and he jumped behind Gray and Jubian at once, and the leg whip with full strength suddenly pumped on Gray's body. The latter flew out upside down again, and even the sound of a bone cracking could be heard. Don't. Looking at Gray, who was shot off and suddenly disappeared in front of him, Jubian first shouted, and then, there was endless anger. Joseph? I can't spare you? Zubian said with red eyes. Ugh. The high-temperature water cannon was released by Jubian in an instant and smashed towards Joseph's body. Ask for flowers. Forget you, Deathstorm. Looking at Jubian who attacked him, Joseph first patted the door of his head, and then the powerful dark magic was once again unleashed by him. The terrifying dark magic instantly tore Zubian's attack to pieces. Immediately afterwards, Zubian was also sent out. Just this blow, Joseph did not have the slightest spare hand. It cannot be described as not heavy. Hey, damn it. Gray, who had just slowed down and got up, looked at Zubian, who suddenly flew towards him, without the slightest hesitation, and instantly disappeared in place. Immediately afterwards, Gray, who was obviously already seriously injured, suddenly caught Zubian, and then was smashed heavily on the ground again by the impact attached to Zubian's body. 0. The original impact on Zubian's body was all blocked by Gray. Looking at Gray, who was desperate to resist the harm for himself, Jubian's eyes became red and swollen again. Now Zubian, there is nothing else in his heart except worry, and Gray's seriously injured body has left Zubian with no time to estimate what love is not love. I'm okay, Ghost Man, how could I lose to that kind of guy? Gray endured the sharp pain that came from his body all the time, gritting his teeth and saying, gag. However, before Gray could stand up, a large mouthful of blood instantly spat out from Gray's throat. Great crisis? How are you? Zubian looked at the body that was already a little shaky, and said worriedly. However, Joseph came again, and he had no intention of giving the two a chance to breathe. Zubian, you are absolutely not allowed to do anything to him. Looking at Joseph, who had already arrived in front of him, the eyes on Jubian's face instantly became resolute. Actually stood directly in front of Gray and blocked Gray behind him with open arms. Zubian, you should be very clear about my strength. Do you think, can you do it? Joseph looked at Jubian and asked with interest. Even so, I must die in front of him. If you want to kill him, strike at me first. Zubian said without giving in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, since that's the case, it's better for you to die first. Joseph suddenly said with a strange laugh. You dodge, how can Uncle Ben let a woman protect? Gray suddenly stood up and said to Jubian in front of him. No, your body is no longer able to withstand any attacks. If you fight, you will die, and Zubian will protect you no matter what. When Zubian heard Gray's words, he had no intention of wavering. Two people are actually fighting to die first. In that case, I will solve the two of you together. Joseph looked at the two of you who were fighting for me and said coldly, Deathstorm. The terrifying dark energy gathered from Joseph's palm once. Not only that, but this attack was obviously much more condensed than the previous one. The power of this attack definitely exceeds the scope of ordinary S-class magic. 540 die. Joseph said maniacally. At the same time, the dark magic escaped, and a black radiation that seemed to absorb light was straight towards the two of Jubian. Looking at the dark rays rapidly approaching towards her, Jubian even closed her eyes and gladly died. As the four elements of the ghost, she knew Joseph's horror. But Gray is different. Moreover, even if he knows that he and the other party's strength is huge, he will definitely not tie up and sit still. And this move of Gray will also affect Zubian's heart in the future. Ice-shape magic, maximum ice shield. Gray drained all the magic power in his body in an instant, condensing such an ice-blue round shield, but even so, it was absolutely impossible to let go of this attack. Among them, the gap in magic power is like a heavenly barrier, and there is no possibility of confrontation at all. Gray knew this, too, but even so, Gray didn't give up. Joseph's attack was already close at hand, and at the same time, Joseph's eyes became more and more fierce. Bang! A huge explosion sounded in this area at once, and the earth trembled. No one expected that the collision between energies would produce such a loud momentum, and the sky would even darken. Who's next? Joseph looked at the large amount of smoke and dust created by his attack and said leisurely. There is no need to even confirm that Gray and Jubian, who have suffered such a blow in Joseph's opinion, have absolutely no chance of survival. However, just as Joseph turned around and prepared to search for his next prey, a terrifying sound of breaking wind instantly sounded from his ears. Don't you even have that intuition? The title of the Holy 10 Great Demon Guide, this garbage, is too much of a joke. A cold, mixed with a hint of anger, came from the smoke behind Joseph. Who is it? Turning around, Joseph looked at the pitch-black figure standing in the smoke, and asked with a gloomy face. The ghost who took your life. Smoke Shadow replied, and at the same time, before Joseph's face could change, he slowly walked out of the smoke under his gaze. Exactly, Yanagi? In that tense moment just now, Shang finally arrived. You guy, what's going on? I'm not impressed with you. Although the small amount of magic in Yanagi's body was clearly perceived by Joseph, Joseph was still able to detect a hint of danger from Yanagi's body. This is also the reason why Joseph did not rush to make a move after hearing Shang's ridicule, and Joseph did not want to act rashly under the premise of not knowing the details of the other party. Fairy Tale Guild member, Yuzuki Yanagi. Shang replied without humility. The sonorous voice deepened the suspicion in Joseph's heart. Could it be that the previous sword chi is related to this guy? When Joseph heard Shang's words, he secretly speculated in his heart. At the same time, the smoke just now also slowly dissipated, and Gray was already overwhelmed and fell down because he exhausted his body's magic. After sleeping deeply, Zhu Bian next to him held him tightly in his arms. If Shang hadn't arrived in time, cast the straight death demon eye and united with the one-sword Dao to end that death storm, the consequences would have been really unimaginable. If Gray really died, he would be blamed for Shang, but fortunately, Shang's sight and smell were still perceived in time. Fortunately, I arrived in time. I originally wanted to hand Julian over to Gray to solve it himself, but I didn't expect that I would kill such a thing halfway. Shang said secretly in his heart. You're from Fairy Tale. Joseph heard Yanagi's answer and continued to ask. Because he had never heard of when Fairy Tale appeared as a person. Is there so much nonsense from the famous Saint 10 Demon Masters? Hearing Joseph's words, Shang replied impatiently. The strength and status of the other party really can't enter Shang's eyes, and the gap between this man and Makarov is too big. Not only that, after facing it personally, Shang really knew what the smell of disgusting was, and the evil aura exuding from Joseph's body really made people feel the urge to vomit. As for the murderous aura on Shang's body and the evil aura on Joseph's body, they are completely different breaths. Willow's murderous aura is slowly accumulated through pure killing, but Joseph is different. The smelly toilet-like evil aura on his body is innate evil. The two are fundamentally different. You kid, it's really rampant. The people of Fairy Tale are always so annoying. In that case, I have to kill you together today. Joseph said coldly. 4.1 Hearing the other party's threat, Shang did not put it in his eyes at all, and replied lightly, if you have that ability. The Mud Bodhisattva also had 3 points of anger, and Shang's words again and again made Joseph's already unhappy heart even more angry. Next, I'm afraid it will be a vicious battle. Joseph, the Holy 10 Demon Master, can be said to be one of the strongest beings in this world, and Shang is still facing the powerhouse of this world for the first time. Because it has just transformed into magic, the original chakra and other forces have been killed by Shang himself. However, although the magic power is small, the rest of Shang's abilities are not weak. This is also the capital that he dares to compete with the other party. With the ability to see and hear the domineering color and the ability to die directly, Shang has fallen into an invincible position. However, although he has various special ability blessings, with Yanagi's current magic, whether he can defeat Joseph is a matter of 2 words. After all, after coming to this world, Shang's strength has been weakened too much, and not only that, the opponent Shang encountered this time is still so strong. In the original work, Joseph has the strength to fight Makarov inextricably. In the end, it was Makarov who defeated him by displaying one of Fairy Tail's strongest magics, the Fairy Law. With Lu Shang's current strength, whether the slash he is sending out now can reach the level of the Goblin Law is a matter of 2 words. Is this man also a member of his guild? How is the breath on the body so terrible? It was Zhu Bian who spoke. Turning to safety, she looked at Lu Shang, who was fighting against Joseph, with a puzzled and trembling face. The murderous aura inadvertently released on Lu Shang's body has already affected Zhu Bian. Looking at Lu Shang's back, Zhu Bian lowered his head again, looked at Gray, who had fallen into a deep sleep in his arms, and said slowly, "But no matter what, he and I are saved." At this moment, Lu Shang suddenly turned his head to Zhu Bian behind him and said, "Zhu Bian, right? Gray will be handed over to you. His 23 injuries are not light. You will now take him Polisica to heal the wounds. If there are any sequelae left over time, it will be bad. Magnolia East Forest, go." Lu Shangju said. "Huh? B?" Zhu Bian was stunned when he heard Lu Shang's words, and immediately reacted, so he immediately used her thin body to carry Gray and lead him away. As for Yanagi, he had already turned his head and set his eyes back on Joseph. Put it on this man who also poses a mortal threat to Yanagi? Although I don't know when you joined Fairy Tail, your end is already predetermined, and none of your guild can run? Dare to disrespect me again and again, I Joseph must make you pay for the actions you just did today? Looking at Lu Shang, Joseph said with a gloomy face. As for Jubian and Gray's departure, Joseph was not deterred. Perhaps in his opinion, the trickiness of those 2 people could not be compared with Lu Shang in front of him even if they were combined. If you have this strength. Hearing Joseph's words, Lu Shang replied coldly, and instantly opened his straight death demon eye. The originally dark red pupils suddenly changed, turning into a magic eye composed of ice blue lines. This apparent change certainly Joseph noticed. "Oh, the eyes have become different. Does your magic come from your eyes?" Joseph looked directly into Willow's eyes, his eyes full of gloom. "You will find out if you try." Lu Shang replied, and in an instant, the demon knife Muramis's demon knife was drawn out by him. Wisps of demon chi surrounded Muramis's knife. Not only that, but the terrifying Senran murderous aura also roared out. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang's ice blue eyes flashed even more, flying and slashing, and was thrown out arrogantly. Bang! The dark red crescent sword chi swept straight towards Joseph's body, and this blow, Lu Shang definitely did not have the slightest spare hand. But even so, Lu Shang's face was still very calm, because he knew that the power of his blow alone was far from threatening Joseph. Because although Lu Shang opened the straight death demon eye, he did not see any death from Joseph's body. In other words, Yanagi's straight death demon eye does not have the ability to end Joseph, and the other party's terrifying dark magic caused this result. Is there really no way to see through the endpoint and death line of the straight death demon eye? Hehe, it's only interesting in this way, otherwise what am I here for? The slash formed by the mana compression, if it is that. This rival is definitely my opportunity to grow in this world. Lu Shang secretly poked in his heart. At the same time, the terrifying earth-shattering slash had arrived, sweeping fiercely towards Joseph's face. The latter saw the murderous aura released on Lu Shang's body just now. His eyelids couldn't help but tremble. He really couldn't think of it. This boy who looked to be in his 20s actually contained such a terrifying aura in his body. This is not something that can appear simply by killing a few people. This is the breath of a madman who slaughters thousands of people and kills people into demons? Thinking of this, Joseph's eyes became more and more solemn, and at the same time, the pitch-black magic in his hand was quietly released. The Senran ghost soldier was released by Joseph in just a matter of seconds, and pitch-black figures kept flying out of Joseph's arms. It is the ghost soldier who can absorb the vitality of the human body. After seeing Yanagi's sword chi, Joseph actually directly displayed this skill. Immediately afterwards, these 10 or so phantom soldiers were more like moths to the fire, and crashed towards the slash sent by Lu Shang. Streams fall. The collision of 2 very different energies did not produce the great momentum imagined. After the ghost released by Joseph hit the sword chi released by Yanagi, the terrifying slash did not burst out with the destructive power he deserved. It turned out that the ghost cast by Joseph had the effect of absorbing most of the magical ability in addition to the terrifying effect of absorbing the life force of the human body. Even if Lu Shang has reached the realm of chopping steel, he can't easily cut off these ghosts. Not only that, Lu Shang was unable to hear the 540 breaths of these ghosts. You know, Lu Shang, who has the ability to listen to the sound of all things, has rarely encountered this situation today. Jiao, your sword chi power is indeed good. I don't know how a special guy like you can appear in this magical world, but with this ability, you dare to shout with me. You still lack a lot of fire. Joseph said after fending off Yanagi's attack with his ghost soldiers. The slash lost its intended effect, and this picture also clearly reached Lu Shang's eyes, only to see the latter at this moment frowned, and did not pay attention to Joseph's meaning. Even in this tense situation, he closed those most threatening eyes. Huh? Have you lost your fighting spirit when you see my ghost? How did the murderous aura just now converge? Joseph looked at Yanagi's actions and said faintly. Silent, death-like silence. Lu Shang has not used the slightest breath since just that moment. All the murderous aura has converged into the body, and the whole body is like an old monk, motionless. If that's the case, I'll send you on the road first. I don't know what kind of expression will appear on the face of that guy Makarov if you die. Ha 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 ha. Joseph looked at Willow, who stood still, and said maniacally, "Bang!" The dark magic that drifted in the air began to gather from Joseph's hands in large quantities, and all the magic seemed to be dragged, constantly obeying Joseph's swings and turning into part of Joseph's physical strength. The condensation of the magic took less than half a minute, and Joseph, who had finished condensing the magic power, suddenly shouted, "Just die like this. Death storm? Bang!" At the moment when these words fell, the dark magic in Joseph's hand flew out, and suddenly broke free from the palm of his hand, and hit straight towards Lu Shang's body. The death storm quickly approached Lu Shang with the sound of breaking wind. Bang! In response to the explosion, Joseph's death storm exploded directly in front of Lu Shang's eyes, and instantly detonated. The black magic storm that was several meters long was actually broken by the waist just before reaching Lu Shang's body. A large amount of magic power was directly poured out, exploding out the black aura of the sky. And the appearance of this result was all because a terrifying grey sword chi appeared inexplicably just now. I seem to have mastered the trick of magic compression. After Lu Shang cast the slash just now, he looked down at the demon knife in his hand and said slowly, "However, the reserve of mana is still too small, and the time to come to this world is too short, and it is a pity that I am not given time to refine mana at all." Lu Shang shook his head helplessly. However, even so, the power just now cannot be underestimated. Although the power is not as powerful as Guiyi Kendo, but Guiyi Kendo is the final move created by Lu Shang after all, and the slash formed by this mana compression has just begun. In other words, the slash just now is only the initial stage, and when Lu Shang's magic power is improved, the power of this move will be outrageous. In this way, it is one step closer to the dimensional slash. If it weren't for Joseph's large amount of magic just gathered, Lu Shang might really not know when he would have to find the trick. However, I didn't expect that Lu Shang still comprehended in this last tense moment, comprehended the magic of this world, and comprehended what the origin of the magic of this world was. I really didn't expect that. If I guessed correctly at the beginning, you seem to be some kind of swordsman who specializes in swordsmanship, right? How did it suddenly increase so much magic? Looking at Yanagi, who had resisted his attack, Joseph asked lightly. Although Lu Shang's behavior just now made him strange, it was not enough to threaten him, so now Joseph's face did not smell nervous. Hearing this, Lu Shang heard Joseph's words, slowly raised his head and looked at the other party, and said, "This is still thanks to you, otherwise, I would not have been able to touch the trick of strength so quickly." Bang! At the moment when Lu Shang's words just fell, there was a dark shock in his body, the sound of something breaking out of the shell. Immediately afterwards, with this dull sound, the aura in Lu Shang's body instantly began to deteriorate violently. A series of explosions sounded in Lu Shang's body, and the vigorous magic began to gather from the outside world towards Lu Shang's limbs. The magic of the latter is growing geometrically. Lu Shang finally grasped the trick of absorbing magic power, and the magic power that was compatible with the elements of his body continuously converged from the air towards Lu Shang's body. The strong sense of fullness even made Lu Shang couldn't help but let out a long whistle. Chakra is indeed much worse than this energy from the world. Lu Shang shook his palm, felt the power in his body and couldn't help but praise. Not only that, Lu Shang also relied on this powerful magic power to find a way to adapt to his one-sword Dao, and Lu Shang's combat power will soar again at this moment. The change in Lu Shang, of course, Joseph also saw it clearly, originally thought that the other party just touched some magic beginner doorway, but now it seems that Joseph knows that he is wrong, and it is outrageously wrong. I'm afraid this is the rarest and purest magic floating in the air. The origin, what's going on with this kid? The magic power just now was still pitiful, how could he suddenly comprehend such a rare power? Joseph said in shock. The source of mana, as the name suggests, is the initial energy floating in the air, and the purity of mana is dozens of times different than that absorbed by ordinary people. In other words, Lu Shang and the enemy cast the same level of magic power, but the moves released by Lu Shang were indeed dozens of times that of the opponent. This ability can simply be described as perverted, under the whole world. If you want to find a person who comprehends the origin of magic power like Lu Shang, I am afraid that only Jelf is alone. With this terrifying ability, it is no wonder that Joseph was so surprised. Looking at Lu Shang, who was silent, Joseph first sank, and then slowly said, "It seems that you must not be allowed to leave today, otherwise, it will definitely be a big disaster." The moment he said this, Joseph's eyes began to become bloodthirsty and crazy, and a large amount of dark magic once again converged from his body. It seems that this man, who is one of the 10 holy demonic paths, intends to send a terrifying blow to directly wipe out Lu Shang's vitality. In Joseph's opinion, if Lu Shang is released today, when this kid grows up, the first unlucky person is definitely that he Joseph didn't run. Are you going to get rid of me like this? Lu Shang's ice blue eyes looked contemptuously at the amazing magic fluctuation altar on Joseph's body. It seems that Joseph at this moment is already weak and inferior to ants in Lu Shang's opinion. And at this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Yanagi's mind. Congratulations on comprehending the origin of mana. Sasaki Inheritance Template experience points are rewarded with 10%, and the current experience points have been unlocked by 48%. The system's words finally made Lu Shang's eyes tremble without fluctuation. Perhaps Lu Shang did not expect that the skill he had just comprehended by chance would reward so many experience points. At the same time, Lu Shang's thoughts were dragged out by an invisible force in an instant. Airplanes? There was a buzzing sound in his brain, and when Lu Shang opened his eyes again, he found that the scene around him had changed greatly. The first thing that caught Lu Shang's eyes was a man who couldn't see his face clearly. The sight that suddenly appeared in front of him, and the man whose face could not be seen clearly made Lu Shang greatly puzzled. But at this moment, the mysterious man suddenly moved, and I don't know when. As soon as he thrust and inserted, a 3-foot-long sword was actually pumped out like flowing water, and with a bang, a sword chi that tore the sky appeared. Although this move is slightly immature, it can already be seen that if this move is practiced, it can definitely break through to an extremely terrifying realm. The picture was only for a moment, and before Lu Shang could react, the picture was already blocked. Is that guy Sasaki just now? I didn't expect to be able to see such a precious picture after unlocking 48%, and Sasaki was already proficient in swordsmanship in his youth. I really don't know how he lost to Miyamoto Musashi back then. Lu Shang said in a deep voice after absorbing the sword art experience just now. That's right, Lu Shang recognized the move that Sasaki had just performed at a glance just now, which was Sasaki's later famous stunt, Yen Return. Although it is only a prototype, it is enough to benefit Lu Shang, a swordsmanship master. It is not difficult to see that when Yanagi can skillfully release Sasaki's Yen Return and attach the power of the magic origin to slash it, he will definitely be able to kill the space. Dimensional slash looks like it's not far from me. Lu Shang sighed in his own brain 540C. And at the moment when Lu Shang's words just fell, the picture of his eyes turned up again. With a buzz, Lu Shang only felt that his head turned again, and then his gaze returned to the real world. Looking at Joseph in front of him, Lu Shang did not say a word, and looked at each other quietly. On the other hand, Joseph somehow felt that Lu Shang had become different from before, and his eyes. It's different. Joseph didn't know if it was because of the source of the magic power, but he knew that Yanagi's trickiness had risen to another level. This kid has continued to improve his strength in this short confrontation. No, he can't go on like this. Joseph said immediately. The magical energy that resounded through the heavens and the earth began to converge towards Joseph's body like crazy. Not only that, but the entire sky where the two were located had also become changeable because of the terrifying magic fluctuations on Joseph's body, as if it had collapsed. And at this moment, the sky has become particularly dark, all affected by the dark magic emanating from Joseph's body. I, Joseph Pola, must solve you again today. Joseph wields a huge amount of magical energy, and because of the huge amount of magical energy, CDEB, Joseph's body has even sunken into the ground. As for Lu Shang, when he heard Joseph's words, he was completely indifferent, and the other party's threat may be like shit in his opinion. Lu Shang looked at the huge magic power gathered on Joseph's body, and said with disdain in his eyes, just this extent. The other party's words clearly reached Joseph's ears, and the latter's brows couldn't help but tremble. Bluffing little ghost, I don't know where you got such a big confidence. Even your guild leader Makarov here categorically does not dare to talk to me like this. The more Joseph thought about it, the more angry he became, and the other party's arrogant behavior really did not give him the face of this holy demon guide. At least, before I kill you, I'm going to call it respect for people. Joseph suddenly said again. Poof. Hearing Joseph's words, even a calm Lu Shang smiled. The other party's words are really like a second force. Are you really the evil demon mentor of that guy? Lu Shang couldn't help but ask. Seeing Lu Shang's reaction, Joseph blushed even more, and also felt that what he had just said was a little naive, not what should come out of the mouth of his guild leader. Sharp-toothed little ghost. Joseph said viciously. At this time, he had reached the point where he would kill Lu Shang at all costs. Just give me death, death storm, max magic cannon. Joseph's face was even a little distorted. Terrifying dark magic poured out of Joseph, constantly gathering before getting up. In just a moment, Lu Shang saw a huge black magic ball suddenly condense in front of Joseph. Backdrop to the darkness around you. Bang! Suddenly, this extremely huge amount of magical energy suddenly emitted at an extremely irregular speed. This is the strength of the Saint Demon Guide? To be able to control magic with such high accuracy, Lu Shang also had to obey. At least, he was far from being able to control magic like Joseph. In that case, let's try this trick. Looking at the dark magic that was rapidly approaching him and was about to devour it, Lu Shang did not delay at all. With a swoosh, the Demon Dao village that had accompanied Lu Shang for a long time was neatly drawn. Pull out into space at an inaudible speed, and attach the sword intent contained in yourself. The heart must be calm, the intention is real. Lu Shang said while holding the demon knife in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang actually slowly put the demon knife back into the scabbard, but the palm holding the hilt never let go. Feel the sound of the breath of all things, feel the interval and rhythm between air. Lu Shang squinted his eyes, constantly groping for something. Groping for everything he has experienced since childhood, everything about kendo. Boom. Suddenly, Lu Shang's originally squinted eyes suddenly opened, and his eyes were shining generously. The sharp sword intent suddenly emanated from Lu Shang's body, and the original murderous aura of his body was actually converged by Lu Shang, without leaking out the slightest. Only pure sword intent itself? Suddenly, at the moment when the surging sword intent appeared, the source of magic power that Lu Shang had just comprehended a little earlier was launched without warning. The pure magic power in the air continued to converge towards Lu Shang's body, although the amount was not much, but the victory was in the essence. And at this moment, the death storm that had collapsed into the sky had already smashed down towards Lu Shang under him. Magic originian return. Suddenly, Lu Shang actually condensed all the magic power he absorbed into his right hand, and the terrifying magic power even made Lu Shang's right hand turn white jade. Not only that, the terrifying magic fluctuations and sword intent complemented each other, and the aura emanating from Lu Shang's body continued to grow. Buzz. Not only that, because of the addition of the source of magic power, the demon knife in Lu Shang's hand was constantly trembling and humming, and for this new power, the demon knife Muramasa was already impatient. The magic of the mixed element was constantly instilled into the demon knife that converged in the scabbard. Suddenly, a strange crisp sound burst out from Lu Shang's hand, and the demon knife was drawn out by Lu Shang. The whole action, moving clouds and flowing water, without the slightest delay, seamlessly integrated. At this moment, Lu Shang seemed to turn into a knife, merging with the demon knife itself. Boom! A huge pale red sword chi suddenly emanated from Lu Shang's scabbard. It seemed to be a fluttering sword chi, but for some reason, the two people present could clearly hear the sound of this sword chi tearing through the air. Another loud bang. An amazing scene happened. For some reason, this pale red sword chi had such powerful power, and the death storm released by Joseph was directly divided. Not only that, Lu Shang's attack did not end after destroying the opponent's move, and the sword chi continued to sweep straight into the sky after cutting the death storm. Boom! After half a ring, another deafening sound sounded in the sky. The sword chi that Lu Shang unleashed this time actually tore the sky apart. At this moment, the sky where the two were located seemed to have cracked a huge opening. This guy, is it a monster? How is it suddenly so strong? Joseph, who saw the whole process clearly, couldn't help but say, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the attack just now had been unleashed by a imp in his early 20s. Although he cut through Joseph's attack, there was still no smile on Yanagi's face at this time, because he was not satisfied with the slash he had just unleashed. Strange, is it true that sword chi can't be completely fused with magic? Just now, I could clearly feel that my power dissipated a lot in the moment it was issued. Lu Shang said. It turned out that although the yanhui that Lu Shang had just released was only the initial level, somehow, in the instant after throwing out the sword intent, the magic power condensed before suddenly disappeared by more than half. Otherwise, the power of the blow just now would probably be even more terrifying. It seems that it still takes time, and the fusion of magic and sword intent is not an easy way to do. Lu Shang dragged his chin and mused. But although he was not satisfied, Joseph was different. After seeing the terrifying sword chi that Lu Shang had just released, somehow, Joseph had an urge to escape. Can't beat it. This was the only thought on Joseph's mind at the moment. However, this idea of Joseph, Lu Shang did not know. On the other hand, while Lu Shang was fighting Joseph, Zubian had already taken Gray to Polusika. With a pop, the log cabin in the forest was pushed away by Zubian. Senior, he is Gray, a member of the Goblin Guild, and it was a man who asked me to bring him to you. Zubian immediately saw the owner of the house. It was the wave of pink hair. And the latter, after hearing Zubian's words, turned his head sideways to look at Gray, who was unconscious on Bayan, and did not delay. Immediately said, put him on this bed. Polusika said to Zubian. Zubian answered and stood on the bed beside him, and Polusika immediately observed Gray's body. Did Joseph do it? Polusika asked after a moment's examination. That's right, senior, you can see it? Then nothing, right? Zubian asked carefully. The evil aura on this body is too strong. I recognized it at once, that guy Joseph, who was so vicious to the knight. Rest assured, with me, he will be fine. Polusika replied. Hearing the doctor's promise, Zubian instantly exhaled a long breath. Phew. The heart that was originally hanging was finally put down. And at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out without warning. Makarov? What are you doing? The magic in you has just recovered? Polusika said suddenly. Zubian didn't know who this suddenly appeared powerful aura was, because he didn't see the figure of that person, but when Polusika next to him called out the person's name, Zubian knew that the terrifying aura was the leader of the fairy tale guild Makarov. If my own relatives have been beaten like this, and any parent will not give up, and Joseph dares to do something to my dear child, shouldn't I teach him to be a man? Ask for flowers. Being beaten like this, if I can recuperate like a normal patient, then what qualifications do I have to be the leader of this guild, and what qualifications do I have to face those children? Fairy tale is not something that a ghost dominator can afford to mess with. Makarov, who has always had a mild temper, is completely angry at this moment, not for anything else, just because Joseph touched his only anti-scale, his Makarov family. Makarov's series of words left Polusika speechless and did not know what to say. 0. The former also did not hesitate, and disappeared from the sight of the two in an instant. Hey, this old fellow. Polusika looked at Makarov, who disappeared in an instant, shook her head helplessly, and then immediately used healing magic to heal Gray's injuries. And Zubian, who saw all this in his eyes and listened to his ears, suddenly found that his heart seemed to be pried by something, not only because of Gray, but also some other things mixed in. Immediately afterwards, at this moment, Zubian didn't know what the reason was, and his eyes suddenly became firm, as if he had made up some determination. Meanwhile, Yanagi and Joseph were still playing against each other. It's just that the two of them had a very tacit understanding and did not make a move. Yanagi didn't make a move because he was still thinking about how to fuse magic and kendo, while Joseph, as for Joseph, was thinking about how to find a proper reason to leave this ghost place. However, just when the two of them did not make a move, a strong aura was constantly approaching the battlefield of the two. Bang! Suddenly, with a loud bang, a figure appeared in front of Lu Shang and Joseph without warning. _doc tai sang tak viet.tk. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a figure appeared in front of Lu Shang and Joseph without warning. And with a full smell of gunpowder? Joseph, you guy actually bullied my family so much while I wasn't there. The figure that suddenly appeared asked in a deep voice. Anyone can hear how angry the owner of this voice is at this moment? Huh. Joseph followed the source of the sound and looked over, and it was Makarov, who had recovered his magic. Not only Joseph, but even Lu Shang was surprised. He did not expect that President Makarov's injury would recover so quickly, let alone that the other party would be able to get rid of his domineering and appear in front of him without warning. The silver-white hair shimmered with a hint of luster, but the thin body hid a huge magic power, and no one dared to underestimate this old man whose magic power had reached the peak of 540. President. Lu Shang also said in amazement. Little ghost, although your background has always been a mystery, since you joined Fairy Tail, you should know that your family is used to protect, and since this guy Joseph doesn't understand this, then we need to teach him. Makarov's eyes were still looking straight at Joseph. Hearing this, Lu Shang heard Makarov's words, did not say a word of nonsense, and nodded. As for the little ghost, although Lu Shang was a little resistant when he heard it again, but he was relieved to think about it again. Makarov has always been known for his guild members, even guys like Gildas. At the same time, Joseph's state of mind was different. First he fought with Lu Shang, but he did not expect that at such a critical moment, Makarov actually appeared. What's going on with that guy Alia? How did the magic in Makarov recover so quickly? Joseph looked at Makarov, who was in full swing of magic, and said with an ugly face. As everyone knows, as long as Fairy Tail has wave stream Sika, no matter how serious and strange injuries can be healed. You don't know a lot of things, Joseph, secretly plotted to attack me, and also destroyed our guild, home, into that look, the agreement between the guilds, since you have broken it first, then I have no reason to give in repeatedly, otherwise, Fairy Tail may not be able to gain a foothold on this continent. Makarov said with a serious face. However, if you look at it now, it seems that I don't need to make a move, this kid seems to be enough to deal with you. Immediately afterwards, Makarov said again. Immediately looked at Lu Shang on the side. Makarov was very surprised by Lu Shang's strength. The terrifying sword chi just now, he had felt it from a long distance. President. You? Lu Shang asked with a slight hesitation. Noyanagi didn't expect that Makarov would give him the opportunity to fight, but this is good. The members of the Fairy Tail Guild actually defeated the leader of the Ghost Dominator. If such a news spreads, not only Fairy Tail, but even the daimyo of Yanagi will probably become completely loud. Hearing this, seeing Lu Shang's reaction, Makarov obviously expected it, and replied slowly, well, I didn't joke with you, Joseph, this guy will be handed over to you. My old bone is also resting. Hearing Makarov's words, Lu Shang couldn't help but feel speechless. He didn't expect that the reason why Makarov handed over the battle to him was just because he wanted to rest. But it doesn't matter, this is exactly what Yanagi expects and wants to finish this battle completely. Although the goblin law released by Makarov will not be seen in this way, it is the kind of thing that Yanagi will have a chance to touch sooner. The most important thing now is to improve his strength, so Lu Shang does not plan to let go of this opportunity. Lu Shang, who has just learned the magic compression slash, needs a while to explore, and this actual battle that has not yet ended is the best opportunity. As for Joseph, who saw all this in his eyes, his face was not so good. The holy demon guide was actually kicked around by these two people like a leather ball. If it weren't for the slash that Lu Shang had just unleashed, Joseph would have shot directly. You two guys, maybe you don't take me seriously, Joseph said to the two men in front of him. So do you want to play 2-on-1? Hearing Joseph's words, Makarov muttered slightly, and then asked. As soon as these words came out, Joseph's face instantly changed. Just one Lu Shang, it was already very tricky for him, not to mention adding a Malov. After all, Lu Shang's sudden surge in strength is really terrifying, and that terrifying compression slash definitely has the strength of an S-level demon master. In other words, Lu Shang at this time had the strength to threaten his Joseph's life. Forget about this. Thinking of this, Joseph replied immediately. In that case, Lu Shang, let this shameless guy understand what a true demon master is. Malov said suddenly. In Malov's view, a powerful demon master like them is a great responsibility and has the heavy responsibility of supporting the new forces of the junior, but Joseph's various behaviors have seriously insulted the 3 words of the demon mentor. Drawing one new force after another to the path of depraved evil, Malov was dismissive of the former, but today, he was not going to stand idly by. Joseph, who has already touched his anti-scales, plans to take advantage of this opportunity to transform the other party. Leave it to me, President. Lu Shang's noble red eyes flashed with layers of luster, and the battle intent suddenly broke out. Cut, little junior, it's too rampant, are you really afraid of you? Joseph looked at Lu Shang, who did not put himself in his eyes at all, and finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and said angrily. And Lu Shang completely ignored the other party's mood, and the handle of the demon knife Muramasa's knife was once again tightly held by Lu Shang. 4.1. Bang! Lu Shang, who was holding a sword, suddenly disappeared in place with a bang, and in just a blink of an eye, the whole person had already arrived in front of Joseph. I'm compressing some. At the same time, Lu Shang, who burst out, spit out these words with even greater difficulty. Boom! The sea and mountains around the Ghost Guild were trembling at this moment, scattered in all corners, and the magic origin that no one was qualified to use was absorbed by Lu Shang at this moment. At the same time, Matou, who saw all this in his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and Lu Shang's current actions were obviously beyond this old man's opinion of him. It's getting more and more interesting. How many secrets are you hiding? Kid, the power that Lu Shang exerted was completely beyond the strength he should have at his age, and it was precisely because of this that Matou was greatly surprised. As for Joseph, he was even more surprised. He did not expect that Lu Shang would suddenly come to him with a sea of magical power. What the hell is going on with this little ghost? How could strength grow so fast like a monster? Looking at the facts in front of him, Joseph said in shock. At this moment, Lu Shang's control of the source of magic power is more skilled than before. Is that how it feels? Lu Shang felt the source of magic power constantly circulating in his body. Bang! Of a sound. A huge magic array suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shang. This is a magic array formed by the magic source completely absorbed by Lu Shang, and its continuous magic power has definitely reached the purest magic level in this world. Touching the magic array in front of him, Lu Shang could clearly feel that every nerve in his body could clearly control him. At least, at this level of magic origin, Lu Shang has been able to control it handily. Ugh. 23. The demon knife in Lu Shang's hand was pulled out. The slender blade shimmered with an eerie luster. And all this happened clearly in front of Joseph's eyes. I'm a holy 10 demon guide? Do you think this level of magic can make me fearful? It's probably underestimating me. Looking at the expanding terrifying magic power in front of him, Joseph had turned from shock to anger and roared madly. Even if he had consumed a lot of mana in the previous battle with Lu Shang, with his level of magic master, those lost mana could be restored in half a sound. The dark and evil magic was even gathered by Joseph in an instant, squeezing the earth under Joseph's feet into a slight crack. Not only that, at this moment, Joseph was more like the embodiment of evil, and his entire body was surrounded by purple-black magic smoke. With a boom, a special magic array suddenly appeared in front of Joseph. Corresponds to Yanagi's magic array. Ha 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 ha, I am Joseph, one of the 10 holy demon guides. My strength has reached the peak of the demon master. No matter how terrifying your strength is, there is absolutely no possibility of defeating me. Joseph looked at the magic array that constantly emitted magic power in front of Lu Shang, and said with a look of disdain. However, Joseph's face at the moment is worthless, and he can't look at it at all. After half a ring, Lu Shang definitely gave this last chance before everything was over, and asked, Joseph, the battle between guilds was originally forbidden. With your magic, if you do the right thing, the world may be different, but now you have chosen such a path. Now, I give you one last chance. If you kneel down and repent and admit your mistakes for what you did before, I can let you go. Yanagi said righteously. The reason why Lu Shang did this is completely for the sake of Makalose. If it were not for the fact that the guild leader was not far behind him, Lu Shang did not intend to give the other party any chance, and directly killed it. Where did this come from? At the same time, Lu Shang's eyes also began to change. It was the straight death demon eye. Now, because of the origin of the magic power, Lu Shang found that his straight death demon eye finally had some use. Ice blue lines once again covered Lu Shang's eyes. Ha 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 ha, little ghost, let me kneel and beg for mercy? Let me, the leader of the first guild Ghost Dominator, apologize to you? It's really shocking to me. Are the juniors now rampant to such an extent? Makarov, this is the member of your guild? It really makes people laugh out of their teeth. Joseph said ha ha ha. However, anyone can see that behind Joseph's smiling eyes is a terrible murderous intent. Far away, looking at the two people playing against each other, Matou was silent, but anyone could see the sadness in his eyes. True, Makarov feels sorry for people like Joseph. Because he knew that with Yanagi's current posture, he would definitely be able to kill the other party in seconds, and Makarov, who had fought Joseph 6 years ago, clearly knew where Joseph's limit was. Lu Shang's attack, with his current strength, absolutely could not be stopped. Because of this, Makarov will feel sorry for Joseph's reaction, because Yanagi has already given him a chance. The corresponding Lu Shang, after seeing Joseph's reaction, also slowly shook his head. Since Joseph had already made his choice, he didn't blame Yanagi. And Joseph's pupils have disappeared at this moment, only fierce and evil magic wanders wantonly in Joseph's eye sockets, as if his body has been completely filled with pure magic. The entire sky and the air around it were occupied by two completely different magical forces, one black and one white. And there was a constant crackling sound in the air. Roar, roar. A series of deafening tearing sounds suddenly came from Joseph's body. Immediately, Lu Shang clearly saw that two dark ghost 540s that resembled the shape of a ghost floated out. Moreover, these two ghosts with human faces continue to absorb the magic around them. This was probably created with the purest dark magic on Joseph, and if Natsu were present, they would probably have a strong feeling of vomiting. Because Joseph's body became more suffocating with the appearance of these two ghosts, the smell of evil inexplicably made people feel the urge to vomit. However, in this tense atmosphere, Lu Shang was completely indifferent, and he had been focusing his attention on the magic in front of him. This is the eye of his attack, and all the next power will burst out from this magic array. An even more terrifying magic is quietly being bred there. At this moment, Joseph was also filled with a large amount of magic in his body, and his entire eyes were covered with gray and dark colors. Lu Shang let out a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, the ice blue eyes flashed, and the two powerful ghosts released by Joseph were clearly found by Lu Shang. Confess in the enchanted prison, Joseph. Seeing the current situation, Makarov looked at Joseph in the distance and said, "Die, gremlin?" The moment Joseph condensed this magic again, he roared madly. The twin ghosts in Joseph's hands suddenly swept towards Unagi's body like wild horses that had lost their reins. A large number of disgusting evil forces flooded this attack, and if this attack is endured head-on, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, will Lu Shang really make the other party satisfied? Break it for me. Suddenly, Lu Shang roared these words out of his throat. Lu Shang's ice blue eyes suddenly flashed. Immediately afterwards, all the magic power on Lu Shang's body was absorbed by the magic array in front of him. Buzz. Boom. The demon knife that had already been pulled out in his hand was actually directly slashed by Lu Shang on the magic array in front of him. The dark red sword chi that had expanded several times more than before suddenly roared out like a demon god descending. The blade-like terrifying sword chi swept straight out with a momentum like a broken bamboo. The dark red light instantly illuminated the entire sky and earth. Not only that, but the balance of the two magical forces in the air was instantly broken. The dark red sword chi instantly wiped out all the dark magic in the air. The light spread to thousands of miles, and everyone noticed the battle here. This is... what power? Joseph shouted suddenly, and a smell of horror came from his heart. Snap. All the power released by Joseph was instantly devoured by this dark red sword chi. The moment Lu Shang found the end point, the end was already preordained. The sword chi hit the endpoint with incomparable precision, and with a bang, the ghost was directly shattered. However, this terrifying demon sword chi was far from stopping, and in an instant, this sword chi containing huge magical power swallowed Joseph under Lu Shang's slightly excited gaze, and the latter's body disappeared into the terrifying sword chi at once. What kind of power is this? Makarov, you are hiding so deeply, there are still such powerful guys hidden in the guild. It was the last sound Joseph uttered. Joseph was too late to perceive, but even if he had discovered earlier, the end result would have been the same. Touched Makarov's anti-scales and angered Unagi, no matter which one, there is only one way to die, there is no other way to choose. And Makarov, who saw all this clearly, could not help but shake his head, feeling sorry that the strong who grew up with him in an era ended up like this. But soon, Makarov was relieved, because this Joseph was to blame. Looks like this place is going to grow. Kill the space, wait for me, one day, I must reach that point, before Sirius Island, definitely. Lu Shang couldn't help but clench his fists and said with a firm look in his eyes. Yanagi, who has completely mastered the compression demon, is qualified to say such words. At the same time, the terrifying sword chi light formed by the compression of magic power also began to slowly dissipate, and the originally dark red earth and sky gradually returned to their original color. Long. Joseph's body, which had lost its magical power, suddenly appeared from the dissipated sword chi. At this moment, Joseph's entire demeanor had fallen into a state of sluggishness. Although Lu Shang's straight death demon eye did not see Joseph's endpoint, it was still found by Lu Shang at the last moment, a small dead line, and the sword chi after breaking the two ghosts hit Joseph's body at the moment, and the dark magic in his body was cut out like a decay. Didn't you have time? Turned out to be alive. Looking at Joseph, who was still sluggish, but still alive, Lu Shang frowned and said. After speaking, the demon knife that had been closed was pulled out by Lu Shang again. However, less than half a meter before the sword was unsheathed, an old but powerful hand had already grasped Lu Shang's arm. It was Makarov, who looked at Lu Shang and shook his head. Seeing this, Lu Shang slowly withdrew the half-drawn demon knife into its sheath. Spare his life, and let him repent in the magic prison for the rest of the day, Malov said. Hearing this, Lu Shang nodded and didn't say anything more. Although cutting grass without removing roots is not at all in line with his Lu Shang's character, but the matter has come to this, coupled with Makarov's face, Lu Shang has to give up. Defeating Joseph, one of the 10 Holy Magi, rewards 5% XP, and Sasaki Kojiro Inheritance Edition currently unlocks 53%. The voice of the system suddenly sounded in Lu Shang's mind. Finally halfway through, these two actual battles have actually increased my experience points so much, and my power to master magic is getting stronger and stronger, and I finally adapt to this world, Lu Shang said. As for Joseph, he probably didn't expect until now that the little ghost in his eyes actually hid such a powerful move and killed him in seconds. At the same time, the mana fluctuations generated by the battle between the two of them, as well as the vision of heaven and earth caused when the magic slash was launched just now, attracted the members of Fairy Tail. What happened to that powerful magic just now? Could it be that the president did it? Elfman looked at the light that had just dissipated in the sky and said with a palpitation. Hearing this, hearing Elfman's words, Elessa, who was standing on the side, slowly replied, no, the attack just now did not have the breath of the guild leader at all, but... strange, how does it feel that this force is so familiar? Could it be Yanagi? Hearing Elisha's words, Mirage said hesitantly after thinking about it. Yanagi? How come? You should also have seen the terrifying momentum just now. Lu Shang, I'm afraid it can't reach this level. The questioning voices of the members of Fairy Tail immediately sounded in the altar. None of them could imagine that the dazzling dark red light just now was the aftermath created by Lu Shang. Forget it, let's not guess, hurry up and take a look. Elisha suggested. That's right, the ghost has also been cleaned up, so get out of here quickly. Loki said. Swish sounded one after another, and all the members present at Fairy Tail followed Elisha's footsteps to the place where the magic fluctuation was most obvious just now, and everyone present may not have noticed that one of them did not seem to be in a very good mood. On the other side, Fire Dragon Natsu was not to be outdone when he saw Gray take a step first, rolled up his sleeves and ran towards the enemy's base camp. And now, he has finally met that fateful opponent, the vice president of the Ghost Dominator, the Dragon Slayer mentor, and the Iron Dragon Gajiro Right Fox. Underscore this man, who is the same dragon-slaying mentor as Natsu and was raised by dragons, has been waiting for a long time. Che, is it finally here? Dragon. Gajiro, who had been sitting on the stone platform, suddenly said. The waterfall looked like black hair was tied behind his head captively, and the dangerous aura on Gajiro's body was no less than Joseph's. You guy, the last time is not over, you have been waiting here, do you want to taste the taste of failure as soon as possible? Looking at Gajiro, who had a slightly excited face, Natsu, a battle maniac, was even more unyielding, and responded to the other party mercilessly. Ah, that's right, the last battle has not yet been divided, and today's words are the best opportunity, Fire Dragon. Gajiro said on the other side, and on the other hand, the palm of his hand no longer knew when it turned into an iron rod. The War of Double Dragon officially began at this moment? Bang! Thundered. The two masters of ancient magic, dragon-killing magic, the two people with this power, the momentum of moving their hands is really earth-shattering. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Iron Dragon Stick. The flaming fist and the pitch-black hard steel slammed together. Wei Natsu roared hard, the other party's strength was really not much different from him. Rumble? The two were only in the moment of confrontation, and they shot out backwards because of the huge anti-540 effect. Damn, this guy's body is really hard. Natsu rubbed his faintly painful right fist and said with displeasure in his eyes. As for Gajiro, he snorted coldly and said, Che, this guy doesn't want to look so weak. For the result just now, obviously, he is not very satisfied. Humph. Suddenly, a muffled snort came out of Gajiro's throat. Immediately afterwards, an amazing scene happened, and I saw that at this moment, Gajiro's body was gradually covered by layers of steel scales, turned into a veritable Iron Man, Iron Dragon's Steel Fist. At the moment when this change was just completed, Gajiro's body roared towards Natsu with a much faster speed than before. Not only that, the hard scales were deliberately solidified on Gajiro's right fist, shining with layers of dazzling luster, and no one could have imagined that Gajiro's dragon-killing magic still had this kind of magic that acted on the whole body. Maybe this is a certain trait of the Iron Dragon, but in this moment of crisis, it is no longer important. Looking at Gajiro's sudden appearance of opening the horse, Natsu's face did not have the slightest hint of intent, and the fighting intent in his eyes was even more high. Ah, that's fun, Fire Dragon's sword horn. Suddenly, Natsu's body began to burn into flames. In just an instant, flames were densely covered all over Natsu's body. Buzz. A moment later, the extremely hot fire all rushed to the top of Natsu's head. Bang. With a sound, Natsu's whole person was like a person, and he blasted towards the sky. At the same time, Iron Dragon Gajiro also smashed his steel fist towards Natsu below. Boom. The flames were raging, and the loud crackling sound was shattered. After a long time, the smoke slowly dispersed, and then the two gradually emerged from the smoke of war. Haha. At this moment, both of them were gasping violently, and the battle just now was not a small consumption for both of them. But so, is the Iron Dragon magic or something at this level? In other words, are you really a dragon-slaying magician? Natsu asked as he gasped. Of course, Gajiro heard the other party's mockery, and he didn't want to argue anything. He planned to answer Natsu with actions. You won't be able to laugh right away, Kdeb, Fire Dragon. Gajiro said. Ah, that's what I'm talking about. Natsu also replied unceremoniously. After speaking, the two of them stood up at the same time. Next, I won't give you a little respite, Gajiro said in a deep voice. Ah, it's already on fire. When Natsu heard the other party's words, he suddenly gathered all the special magic of dragon-killing magic in his hands. The fist that burned this flame was attached to an extremely strong high temperature, and the surrounding air was even distorted. With a bang, the bodies of the two people disappeared in an instant, leaving a rocky ground covered with spiderweb patterns. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the two people had jumped into the air. Boom. A series of sonic booms began to sound continuously in midair. The bodies of the two people were already scuffling together at close range at this time. They have completely abandoned their defenses and spent all their energy on attacking. Fists intersect, fists to flesh. The two incomparable forces of Iron Fist and Fire Fist constantly clashed in the air. Isn't that going to work? Huh? What did you say? The two did not give in. Bang, bang. This physical confrontation lasted for several minutes, and at this last moment, both of their fists hammered into each other's faces. Snap. With a sound, the two finally flew out upside down because they couldn't withstand the huge pressure. There was another cracking sound, and the two of them, who had just smashed into the ground, suddenly jumped out in unison. The hook and claw of the fire dragon. Dragon lance, ghost pay. Boom. It caused another huge explosion, dragon killing magic, which was created specifically to kill dragons. The momentum created by these two people now is not strong. Laughed. The two actually laughed at such a moment of fighting. Obviously, the strength of the opponent has completely won the respect of each of them. Both of them were excited by the hearty battle just now. It feels like the blood is already burning. Naz said. Ah, the body is already boiling. Iron Dragon replied. The views of the two finally reached a consensus at this moment. Suddenly, the eyes of the two burst into golden light at the same time. Geijiru's dark red eyes and Natsu's fiery eyes were already written with their mood at the moment. Fire dragons. Iron dragons. Roar. Roar. The two unexpectedly launched the dragon-killing magic at the same time, and the dragon roared. A huge red-green magic array suddenly appeared in front of the two. At the same time, I only saw that the two of them puffed out their chests in tacit agreement. Inhaling vigorously, the magic in the air was constantly sucked into the lungs by the two. Suddenly, an extremely explosive magic force suddenly erupted from the mouths of the two. It was a huge wave of flames, a manic stream of iron, and two terrifying forces collided at once together. Boom. Everything that the two roaring forces touched was instantly wiped out, and there was not even slag left to destroy, but these two energies continued, glued. The air was filled with iron magic and high-temperature flames, and as for Geijiru and Natsu, there was no slack, and the dragon's breath continued to erupt from the mouths of the two of them. Bang! With a loud bang, the earth was finally overwhelmed and completely shattered by the power of these two people. The two of them can no longer shake anyone, and they have little difference in strength, and today I am afraid that they will be very victorious and defeated. However, Geijiru's next words directly broke this deadlock. I didn't expect that there was a guy like you in fairy tale. I have always heard that this fire dragon of yours does things without brains, and today, the description is really correct, but even so, you are much stronger than the garbage in your guild. Geijiru said. The magic power of the two had almost been exhausted because of the attack just now, and there was no extra strength to fight. What do you guys say? Call them rubbish? When Natsu heard Geijiru's words, his brows suddenly furrowed and he asked. Ah, that's right, fairy tale or something. It will always be an existence trampled under the feet of the ghost dominator. Geijiru replied. Boom. The fire dragon's temper instantly exploded, and Naz, who had always regarded fairy tale as his own family, burst out instantly after hearing Geijiru's words. And Geijiru also noticed Natsu's reaction at this moment. Apparently, he did not expect that his words would anger the other party to such an extent. Huh? Do you still want to fight? Geijiru slowly stood up and asked with interest. Although there was not much magic left in his body, if the other party still wanted to fight, he had no reason to retreat. Accompaniment? Geijiru thought to himself. Moreover, in his heart, he always thought that dragon-killing magic was stronger than Natsu. Hey, you guy, take back what you just said for me. Natsu's eyes were even about to be engulfed in flames. The injuries on Lucy's body also suddenly appeared in Natsu's mind at this moment. Fairy Tale is such a magical organization, and everyone's power is enveloped by this invisible web of kinship. At every desperate moment, they can burst into miraculous power. Cut, garbage is garbage, my weak bugs are wailing on the ground. For the angry Natsu, Geijiru is clearly unmoved. With a bang, the moment Geijiru spoke, Natsu moved, and his not very lean body, like the Flame Dragon King, came in front of Geijiru. Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. Flying flames bloom like flowers in Natsu. Buzz. At this moment, Natsu not only released all the magic power he had left, but also more magic appeared out of thin air, surging on his body. Immediately afterwards, the slowly blooming flame flower fluttered on Natsu's body in an instant. With a boom, he hit Geijiru's body. Seeing the magic power that inexplicably gushed out of Natsu's body, Geijiru suddenly frowned. However, soon, the few remaining magic powers in his body were also fully mobilized by Geijiru. Iron Dragon Lance, Ghost Pay. I saw Geijiru's hand turn into an iron spear made of steel in an instant. Carry out a series of stabs towards Natsu's roaring body with a sharp aura. Snap. An earth-shattering sound came out. Soon, Geijiru was overwhelmed. At this moment, Natsu's eyes have been completely filled with endless anger and endless fighting intent, and nothing else. Fire Fist Bang? With a bang, it slammed heavily on Geijiru's iron armor made of steel. The latter directly ejected and fell heavily to the ground. If it weren't for the heavy iron armor covering Geijiru's body, the high-temperature flames attached to Natsu's attack just now would definitely be able to incinerate his body instantly. Ask for flowers. Phew, phew, phew. Natsu, who landed on the ground, gasped for heavy breathing, while Geijiru had fallen to the ground and passed unconscious. Seeing this, Natsu also snapped and sat on the ground. It took a few moments before Geijiru woke up from his coma. Oh, are you awake? Natsu looked at the other and said. Recalling the scene just now, Geijiru knew that he had completely lost, and immediately looked at Natsu, who was sitting on the side, and asked, Hey, Fire Dragon, why did you deliberately stop at the end? Geijiru refers to the last moment of the battle between the two. The moment Geijiru is invincible, Natsu also suddenly retracted his strength. Otherwise he will definitely not wake up in a short time. Why? Geijuru's words made Natsu stunned, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, because we are all dragon-slaying magicians, besides, it is good to defeat you and give your partner a blow, there is no need to kill them all. 0. Hearing the other party's words, Geijiru looked stunned, and then slowly stood up and said to Natsu, I will find you again when I have a chance, Fire Dragon, next time, I will definitely win you. After that, Geijiru would not leave without his head. Not only that, but Natsu's actions just now also made Geijiru's heart begin to waver. Oh, however, the next time I win it must be me, Natsu shouted to Geijiru, who had left. On the other hand, Yanagi, who solved Joseph, is discussing something with Makarov. However, just when the two were halfway through speaking, a group of familiar figures appeared in the sight of the two. Is it because of the battle just now? It came so soon. Yanagi said as he looked at the demon-tailed people who were walking towards him and Makarov. Ah, because it was the sword chi you released just now that led them over. Liu Shang, do you remember everything I told you? Makarov on the side said and suddenly asked. Ah, remember, President, leave it to me. Hearing this, Liu Shang nodded solemnly and agreed. No one knew exactly what the two of them had just said. President? How did you end up with Yanagi? The magic in you has been restored? Elisha, who had already rushed over, saw Makarov next to Liu Shang and asked the mountain in amazement. Thanks to Polusika, it didn't take long for my magic to recover, and as for why I appeared here, I'm afraid it's because of that guy, Makarov said, pointing to Joseph, who had fallen into a sluggish state in the distance. This is... Hearing this, looking in the direction that Makarov was pointing, they realized that the person over there turned out to be the leader of the ghost dominator, Joseph? How did he become like this? Liu's asked in shock. It's all made by Yanagi. Makarov replied. Bang! Makarov's words completely exploded in the hearts of everyone, especially Elisa, who had fought with Joseph, and knew how terrifying the evil magic on the other party was. Now Joseph has become that dull model 540, and President Makarov even said that it was done by Yanagi, which is completely beyond the scope of Elisha's office. What? You said it was Yanagi who made it? How come? Yanagi actually defeated Joseph, the guild leader of the ghost dominator? That's one of the 10 holy guides. I don't believe it. President Makarov, don't talk nonsense. Yes, in this way, Mirage is not even more proud. She said before that this is made by Liu Shang. We all don't believe it. The guild members present were obviously a little confused about this result. They really couldn't figure out how Liu Shang, who had just joined, could have such a powerful power. But the facts are in front of you. I didn't lie to you. You must have arrived because you saw the dark red light just now. That is Liu Shang's doing. Makarov replied. Look, I'll just say that Liu Shang did it. You still don't believe it. Hearing Makarov's words, Milager said proudly. Well done, Liu Shang, really a man. Elfman also said to Liu Shang with a smile. Well, good job, Liu Shang, this battle is thanks to you. Yes, ahahaha, in this way, in addition to Natsu Elisha and them, it seems that our guild has another monster. At this time, the faces of all the members of Fairy Tail said to Liu Shang with bright smiles. Looking at the reactions of these people beside him, Liu Shang was obviously a little uncomfortable. The members of Fairy Tail, too enthusiastic? No, not passion, but the members of Fairy Tail are like that, and they have completely taken Yanagi as a member of Fairy Tail and treated him as family. However, this situation in the current Liu Shang, there is still unbearable. Liu Shang is not a person who likes to be lively, and the reaction of the people around him makes him a little uncomfortable. However, Liu Shang still laughed stiffly. Then he said, since the ghost people have been solved, I will go back first and rest well. In order to avoid sweeping everyone's excitement, Willow, as soon as the words fell, he was ready to turn and leave. Don't, Liu Shang, the guild battle is over, we want to wish it. Whenever there is something happy our guild will hold a party. No, it is every day. Fairy Tail will have a banquet every day. How can you be missing the protagonist today? Elf's big thick hands suddenly grabbed Liu Shang's body that was about to turn his head. That's right, Liu Shang, don't try to escape today. We've got to talk about it. Even the unspeakable Uli said with a smile. Before Liu Shang could speak, he was carried back by the group of Fairy Tail. After half a ring, cheerful laughter was already ringing in the tavern. Cheers. Ahahaha, the guild was destroyed by the ghost dominator, so I had to stay in this tavern today. It's okay, it doesn't matter whatever, as long as there is alcohol to drink. Liu Shang, why don't you say a word? Be happy, the day when Fairy Tail wins. Come, drink one. Hey, I said, don't be embarrassed for Willow. Liu Shang, don't mind our guild is usually like this, and you will get used to it after a while. But, how do I always feel as if someone is missing? Kana said suddenly. It's really, Naz, wrong, and Gray? How come these two guys are gone? Elisa replied, didn't the two of them run out first? I forgot about these two guys. At this moment, Makarov suddenly said, Gray's words, now he is recovering from polyasika. He was injured when he fought against Joseph before, but Naz, the troublemaker, I don't know. Maybe it's someone's trouble again. Ahahaha, Makarov said with a snort. Hey, Gray is hurt. President, what's going on? Gray doesn't matter. The members of Fairy Tail immediately asked worriedly when they heard that Gray was actually fighting against that Joseph. Ah, it's okay, it'll be fine in a while. If Lu Shang hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid Gray would really be in danger. Makarov replied. Oh, that's the case, Willow, you really are, defeated Joseph, not to mention, Gray was actually saved by you. You kid is too capable of hiding things in his heart. Kana said with a strange glance at Lu Shang beside her. Bang! At this moment, the door of the tavern was suddenly kicked into the air. The man who kicked the gate into the air pointed to a member of the fairy tale and said, Hey, you guys, do you know how hard I went to work to find you? Really, I didn't even notice when I left? It's so unrighteous, you guys. Oh, Nez, how did you find here? We just said 4.1 why this wine is so boring. It turns out that there is no such thing as you. Cut, forget it, but the guys from the Ghost Dominator should all be solved. Natsu asked. Hey, don't talk about that, come on, cheers. Looking at the crowd who were messing around in an instant, Rebby, Marco and Mirage Lucy and others covered their mouths and chuckled. They were obviously used to this noisy day. However, among so many people, there is an exception, that is, Lu Shang. At this moment, he first lowered his head and touched the demon knife in his hand, and then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the dinner table. The guild members, who were still busy with the party, did not notice Yanagi. Mirage, however, noticed. Mirage, however, noticed. Mirage, who had been inadvertently observing Lu Shang, found Lu Shang who had sneaked away at a glance. Immediately afterwards, Mirage also quietly slipped away when everyone was not paying attention, and walked in the direction of Lu Shang. As for Lu Shang, who had already taken a step ahead, he had already come to his residence, and he was thinking about his next plan. Unexpectedly, this battle, by chance, learned the absorption method against the heavens to absorb the origin of mana. Not only that, because of the growth of mana, my control of mana is also more handy, and I can easily use the trick of compressing mana. Yanagi stroked the demon knife in his hand and Muramasa said, and, if I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid those guys from the Tower of Paradise will appear soon. Lu Shang recalled the plot of the past. However, as he spoke, the accurate domineering aura suddenly captured an aura that was constantly approaching him. After half a ring, Lu Shang, who confirmed the identity of the other party, said in amazement, Strange, why is she here? Isn't she holding a party now? As soon as the words fell, there was a rhythmic knock outside the door. Yanagi's residence, apart from himself, is known only to Mirage, who helped him settle down. Yanagi, are you inside? A concerned voice sounded outside Lu Shang's rental house. Hearing this, Lu Shang shook his head, got up and walked towards the door outside the house. The door creaked and opened. Mirage, aren't you supposed to party? Why did you come to me alone? Looking at the woman in front of him, who looked almost the same as himself, as if she was a brother and sister, Lu Shang rarely squeezed out a smile. Looking at the other party's hard-squeezed smile, Mirage covered his mouth and chuckled, and said happily, How? Do you even squeeze out a smile when I arrange a place for you to live? Not really, but I didn't expect you to come to me alone. Hearing this, Lu Shang replied. For Mirage, Yanagi doesn't know how to deal with this relationship. Now he not only has Hinata sparked two sisters, even Robin and Tsuko have been pocketed by him, although Hinata doesn't say, but if he is really bringing back a woman, Hinata's heart will definitely be more uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Lu Shang also shook his head, restraining himself from thinking about these things again. As for Mirage, in fact, she doesn't know why she pays so much attention to Lu Shang now, maybe because of what the two said when they first met each other, or because the overlord color that Lu Shang released at that time impressed her deeply. Mirage didn't know what the reason was. In short, he just wanted to get along with Yanagi more, that's all. It's nothing, I'm here to see if you're used to living here. Oh, by the way, how are those people in the guild, are they all interesting? Mirage. Hearing this, Lu Shang of course knew that the other party was the usual lively scene of the members of the Fairy Tale Union, and when he thought of this, Lu Shang couldn't help but have a headache, because he knew that now was far from the most lively time, and when Zubi and Gajiro and Lily came, it would be even more lively. Ah, okay, it's interesting. Answered. As he spoke, he was also ready to bring Mirage to the house. Well, you come in and sit, don't stand there. Lu Shang said again. Ah, I won't go in and sit, I'm just a little worried about you, it's a little uneasy to see you suddenly leaving alone. Now that I see you, if I'm not mistaken, you must be delving into things about magic, right? Hehe, that's true, after the fight with Joseph, I haven't deeply comprehended a lot of things, so I want to take advantage of this time to completely master the things I am not skilled in. Yanagi replied. She didn't want to fight, it had only been less than 10 days of getting along, and Mirage was able to understand him so well, which gave Yanagi a sense of when he had just come into contact with Hinata. However, the moment this thought just appeared, it was severely cut off by Lu Shang. Huh? Why did your face suddenly become so red? Is there any discomfort in your body? Mirage looked at Lu Shang, whose face suddenly changed, and leaned over and asked. Ah, nothing, just suddenly remembered something. Lu Shang responded casually. Well, come to the guild early tomorrow, everyone has to contribute to the reconstruction of the guild, and Alessa seems to have something to find you. Mirage said. Well, I see. After that, Lu Shang sent Mirage out. As for Mirage, he didn't look angry at all, looked at Lu Shang's figure back, and said with a smile, it's still so arrogant, but it's much better than when I first saw him. Mirage said, yes, at least the current Lu Shang is much better than the face that was not close to the original person. As everyone knows, all this is because of the guild members of Fairy Tail. If they are changed to enemies, Shang will still be cold to the end. In any case, Yanagi's personality will not change in any way when facing enemies. Not long after, Mirage also returned to the tavern, looked at most of the drunken companions who had already drunk, and shook his head helplessly. Hey, this group of guys, drink like this, how can 540 work tomorrow? The guild has not been built. Mirage said with a headache. Let them have a good time today, they have repelled strong enemies, it is rare to be so happy. Suddenly, Makarov appeared next to Mirage and said to him, "Oh, President, you're just too used to them." Mirage looked at Makarov, who was completely unconcerned, and looked at each other with a strange expression. "Ahahaha, isn't it to be happy when you enter Fairy Tail? Isn't it the meaning of Fairy Tail's existence that these little ghost heads can be so happy?" Makarov replied with a smile, completely ignoring Mirage's words. "Hey, President." Mirage replied helplessly, and then went to the side to greet the waiter to clean up the tavern. Obviously, Mirage has long been accustomed to such a scene. Of course, most of the drunk were men, Lucy, Haku, and their women were still sober, so they rushed to help Mirage clean up together. By the next day, the guild members of Fairy Tail were still lying on their backs in other people's taverns. "Hey, you guys, get up for me. The guild is gone. What else to sleep on? After the construction is done, hurry up and see Gray, but he has been recuperating from the senior Polisica." Suddenly, a crisp sound broke the quiet sleep of Fairy Tail. How? What's wrong? Elfman, who was shaken by this roar, looked around nervously. "Elfman, get me up. Our guild has been destroyed by the ghost dominator. How long do you plan to sleep?" The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Mirage. "Ah, it's noisy, Jeremy, what's going on with you? And keep people from sleeping? Harpy, go and shut up that woman." Natsu, who was also woken up, covered his head and said to the sleepy Harpy beside him, "Naz, get me up." When Mirage heard Natsu's words, he immediately became angry, rushed forward and grabbed Natsu's ears. "It hurts, let go, Mirage." Natsu, who suffered pain, was so by Mirage that he immediately sobered up. Being tossed by several people like this, everyone present also woke up from their sleep. "Everyone, the next step is the reconstruction of Fairy Tail, everyone work hard," Elessa said suddenly. "That's right, everyone, come on." Mirage also said with a smile on the side. The agitation of the two signboards of Fairy Tail instantly filled the members present with enthusiasm. Soon, each of them used their own magic, those who should buy wood bought wood, those who should buy wall tiles bought wall tiles, and everyone worked under Mirage's reasonable distribution. Even Shang arrived at the scene early and got busy with his union members. Magic masters with magic power are different, and it saves too much unnecessary time to do things, and in less than half a day, the Guild of Fairy Tail has been built almost and is beginning to take shape. "Whew, that's always okay," Natsu said as he touched the sweat left on his cheek. Even Shang was tired and panting, and this reconstruction obviously made a lot of effort. Just when Shang was just about to go to the side to rest, Elisha suddenly came to Shang. Looking at Elisha who was walking towards him, Shang suddenly remembered what Mirage had said to him yesterday. "Really came to me? However, what is the matter with me?" Shang said puzzled. At this moment, Elisha had already come to Shang and said, "Join it, Shang, because of your appearance, it is time for the strongest squad to be born." "Hey, the strongest squad?" The people on the side said in shock after hearing Elisha's words. Shang asked in surprise, "The strongest squad? You mean?" He never expected that Elisha was looking for him because of this, and Elisha actually invited him to join the team. Yanagi, who is familiar with the original work, knows that the original strongest squad is composed of Lucy, Natsu, Elessa, Harpy, and Gray. This team is indeed not weak, but every action will cause a lot of damage due to the wild style. The remuneration for the tasks is also basically paid to the person. Thinking of this, Shang was a little reluctant, but it may be interesting to join this team. "I came up with this, if it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid we would have suffered heavy losses. So, I want you to join me, and Lucy." As she spoke, Elessa tilted her head to Lucy behind her. "Huh? And me?" Lucy, who suddenly became the target of everyone, pointed to herself in surprise and asked. "That's right, Natsu and Gray don't need to say that the two guys will definitely join in, so that the strongest 5-person group will be born," Elisha suddenly said with a serious face. Elessa is such a person, she has a lot of nerves, and she does not agree with her appearance in her usual style of acting and so on. "Abominable? And Harpy? Elessa, you didn't even count me in it, I'm very strong." Harpy, who was standing next to Natsu, said angrily after listening to Elisha's words. "Oh, yes, and Harpy, hee, how could I forget you?" Elessa prevaricated. Shang looked at these few Harpy and Elisha and the others who had already started to quarrel before they were together, and shook their heads with a smile. "Perhaps, it will really be interesting, can my character flaws really be improved in this world?" Shang sighed in his heart. Thinking of this, Shang nodded and agreed, "Joining your strongest squad is also a good choice, I agree. Okay, what about you, Lucy?" Shang's reaction did not seem to surprise Elessa, she seemed to have known that Shang would agree. So he turned his head and asked Lucy on the side. "Hey, join in, Lucy, in this case, we even have the capital to accept 100 years of mission." Natsu on the side interjected. "Ah, this. I don't know, but since Natsu said it. Lucy replied. However, before Lucy could finish speaking, Natsu had already jumped to her side, put his arm around Lucy's neck and said, "Don't be, Lucy, you can join in." Elessa, Lucy, she agreed. Before Lucy could agree, Natsu answered for Lucy first. Well, in that case, then the next time is when we show our prominence in fairy tale. Elessa said righteously. Lucy. She was a little speechless about Elisha and Natsu's move without her consent. But soon she was relieved, because the fairy tale man one, Lise, was like this. Through the understanding these days, Lucy, who has also just joined, also knows Natsu and they know almost the same altar. And Mirage was also watching the cheerful few people from the sidelines. You imps are actually going to be together. Makarov, who suddenly appeared beside everyone, said. President. Natsu and the others exclaimed. Even Lu Shang couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't imagine that the guild president would suddenly appear and mix with the affairs of this group of young people. Alas, there is a headache again. If these guys who love to do things get together, I don't know what trouble they will cause. Makarov covered his head and said. I'm afraid the next days of the guild will be unpeaceful again. This is everyone's hunch. Then in that case, let's hurry up and see that grey guy. Elisha said. _cut, who wants to look at that guy? Hearing Elisha's words, Natsu pouted. Stop messing around, Natsu. Grey was injured in the battle against the ghost dominator. Mirage saw Naz's reaction and said immediately. Ah, got it, got it. Natsu heard Mirage's words and agreed with a little impatience. Subsequently, Lu Shang and the others followed Elessa to the west of the forest to visit Grey. Moreover, if nothing else, a person in the forest may also cause a lot of repercussions from everyone in fairy tale. It wasn't long before the fairy tale man had arrived at Polisica, where Grey was recuperating. The door was slowly pushed open by Elessa. It was Polisica's figure sitting in a rocking chair. Senior Polisica, Grey is here to heal his wounds, right? Elisha still heard a little about the woman in front of her. From the guild leader Makarov, Elisha knows that this Polisica's personality is extremely strange, and I don't know why. She seems to hate humans. For this reason, Elisha's tone was very respectful, because she knew that if the other party did not look at Makarov's face, she would never help Grey. 540 How come so many people come in? A few people are enough for you. Grey's words are taken care of. Rest in it, you don't have to worry. Polisica replied with a frown. Looking at the sudden crowd of people, Polisica was obviously extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps this is the unique quirk of healing magicians. So, Elisha, who was well aware of Polisica's quirks, did not hesitate to say to the few people behind her, Lu Shang, Natsu, come in with me. After that, he walked towards the ward where Grey was. Hearing this, although Lu Shang did not expect Elisha to hand him over, he still followed. Yanagi? Are you Yanagi? Hearing Elisha's words, Polisica immediately noticed Yanagi. Looking at this handsome young man with a murderous aura hidden in the depths of his eyes, Polisica, like Malov, could see the bottom of Yanagi at a glance. Kill decisively? Both good and evil? Not a good person but not a bad person. This is Polisica's first judgment of Yanagi. Listen to that little girl. You stopped Joseph, Kdeb, and told her to bring Grey. Polisica asked. Hearing Polisica's exclamation and the sudden question later, Lu Shang was a little confused. Well, I'm Lu Shang, what's there, senior? Lu Shang had to answer a little respectfully. It's nothing, but listening to Makarov pass you, I think you're quite interesting. Joseph is what you defeated, right? Good job, now young people are really more and more capable. Lyasika said unexpectedly. No one expected that Polisica, who was used to it on weekdays, would be able to say such a thing. It's just that I happen to understand something in the process of fighting. Yanagi replied modestly. Lu Shang, who was not used to blowing himself up in front of others, only answered. The origin of magic power is not something that anyone can comprehend. Polisica looked at the modest and slightly proud Lu Shang and said lightly. Magic origin. Hearing Polisica's words, Elisha, Mirage, and the others who were standing beside Lu Shang couldn't help but exclaim. Having lived in such a magical world since childhood, they certainly knew how powerful the role of the source of magic was. That's an ability that only Jelf has mastered since ancient times. Lu Shang, you really surprised me more and more. After learning such a powerful skill, you can still be like a nobody. Natsu couldn't help but say. Since he was a child, there are few people who have respected Natsu, and today Natsu finally knows what it is to have a person outside the world. The strength that Lu Shang has shown since his appearance has completely made Naz, a guy who does not admit defeat, obey. Of course, even if this is the case, Naz will definitely not admit defeat so easily, just as Naz often challenges S-class magic mentors Elisha and Darkside. I'm afraid, Lu Shang's name will also be on Naz's challenge list. This guy is really powerful, hehe, it's getting more and more interesting. If you fight him, maybe you can improve your strength faster. Naz looked at Lu Shang, who was very able to hide, and had secretly made up his mind in his heart. Ah, it's just a coincidental power, nothing worth mentioning. Lu Shang replied casually. As everyone knows, Naz has already regarded him as the best practice object. At the same time, Elisha also led Lu Shang and several people towards Grey's ward. As for Fairy Tale, the others had to wait in place for the news that Elisha brought out. Abominable old woman, it's so rigid. Natsu said with an unhappy look. SHH, don't talk nonsense, this is the same period as the president. Elisha heard Naz's words and immediately stopped and said. Hearing this, Naz pouted and would not say anything more. And Lu Shang, who saw all this in his eyes, couldn't help but shake his head. These guys are so capable of tossing. At the same time that Lu Shang sighed, several people had already arrived at Gray's ward, but an unexpected scene appeared. The first one that caught the eyes of all of them was not Gray, but an inexplicable woman lying on Gray's body. Exactly Jubian? Jubian had not left for a moment since he had brought Gray over, and had been waiting by Gray's side, during which Gray also woke up, but soon fell asleep again. I said, what are you? Seeing a woman she hadn't seen before, Naz asked. Naz's squeak woke up Zubayan at once, came out of sleep, rubbed his eyes, and Zubayan asked, are you? We're this guy's companions, fairy tale people. Elisha replied first. Are you his companions? Zubian said in shock when she heard Elisha's words. She did not expect that Gray's companion would appear at this time. However, looking at these people in fairy tale, Zubian was still very nervous, because she knew her position. She was a member of the 4 elements of the Ghost Dominator. The person who caused such harm to Gray was none other than her president, Joseph. Therefore, for his identity, Zubian did not know how to answer for a while, because she was afraid that after telling her identity, these people in front of her would be hostile to her. This. I am. Zubayan did not dare to say it. Just when Zubayan didn't know how to be good, a gentle and old voice suddenly came out behind everyone. Let me say it, child. The figure said again, you are Jubian, who is one of the 4 elements of the ghost. I am right, Lu Shang. You should have seen her when you fought against Joseph. Ah, indeed, she is one of the 4 elements, the rain girl, Zubian. But how do you know? Yanagi nodded and replied. The person who spoke was none other than Malov, the president of Fairy Tale, and I don't know when he actually arrived. And at the same time as the two were talking, Zubian only felt as if her heart was twitching, and she didn't know how to deal with the next situation, because once Fairy Tale and these people were still hostile to her, then her situation might be a little dangerous. Ghost Dominator? You say she is the one who dominates the ghosts? Nizabai and the others said in shock, because they didn't expect that this inexplicable woman was actually a member of the Ghost Guild. Don't be impatient, guys. In fact, she is not the same as a guy like Joseph. If I hadn't arrived in time, maybe this woman named Jubian would have been killed by Joseph's guy along with Gray. Just when everyone's faces began to look bad, Lu Shang suddenly said. Lu Shang's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and Elisha asked, let's kill together. What's going on, Yanagi? Lu Shang was not originally a person who was willing to find something for himself, but Zubayan, this woman, was indeed kinder, so Lu Shang could not bear to let her be misunderstood by the people of Fairy Tale. So Lu Shang had to nod and explained, that's right, Zubian at that time in order to protect Gray. After hearing Lu Shang's words, the eyes of Elisha, Natsu, and the others became softer and softer, especially when they heard that Zubian actually fought hard to protect Gray at the last moment. So that's true, but aren't you the one who dominates the ghosts? Why would you want to do that? Elisha asked, puzzled after listening to Lu Shang's words. Originally, Zubian felt comfortable seeing Lu Shang defend himself, but Elisha's question suddenly came to the point. The reason why she protected Gray was obvious, so when Elisha asked here, she only saw Zubian's face turn red. This is because Gray is very good, so Zubian can't help but want to protect him at that time. Zubian replied with a red face. However, among this group of people, only one person saw Zubian's true thoughts, and as for Natsu, Elisha, hubby, and others, they did not see Zubian's true thoughts at all. Natsu even said, what do you say? You mean this guy is very good? What kind of vision do you have, Jubian? Natsu also thought that Jubian said that the person was good was only literal, and Nez, who had always been friends and enemies with Gray, of course, had to compare with each other. Now when I hear Zubian actually say that Gray is a good one, of course I am not happy. As soon as these words came out, Zubian's face turned red again, and he didn't know what to say. At this moment, Lu Shang said unstoppably, Zubian, join Fairy Tale, for you, this is the best destination. As if grasping a life-saving straw, Zubian's eyes instantly lit up after hearing Lu Shang's words, and he said weakly, Zubian, is Zubian really okay? That's exactly what I wanted to say. Malov on the side also echoed. The words of these two people gave Jubian hope, and gave Nazai Lesha a stunned. They did not expect that these two people would throw an olive branch to the 4 elements of this ghost dominator. However, Natsu and several of them have a good temperament. Even if they already know Zubian's identity, they can still accept each other. Join us, Jubian, it's interesting, at least happier than your days in the ghost dominator. Natsu said with a smile. Ilessa also said on the side, Jubian, join us, so that Gray will be very happy. Ask for flowers. Looking at the heartfelt smiles of these people, Zubian was touched in an instant, just like what Gray said yesterday. Is this guild really here to save my lonely life? Zubian asked herself. She has always been unwelcome, but today she finally found a sense of belonging. And just when Zubian was embarrassed to say it, Gray, who was resting on the side, had also woken up, and heard Gray lying on the hospital bed suddenly say when everyone was not paying attention, they are right, join in. Zubin, your president is not a kind guy. Gray, you're awake. Ilessa said. 0. However, Gray suddenly turned his words, looked at Lu Shang, looked directly at Lu Shang and said, this time, thanks to you, although I was in a coma at that time, I could feel your breath. Damn, it's a shame to lose to that kind of guy, Gray said again. At the same time, hearing Gray's words, Lu Shang did not care, in his opinion, since he was in a guild with the other party, then he had no reason not to make a move. Moreover, Lu Shang at that time also wanted to test how strong Joseph, who was known as one of the 10 holy demonic paths, was. It's just a show of hands, I just want to pursue a stronger path of magic, and I know that you haven't actually used your full strength, and the limits of the ice shape are far more than that. Yanagi replied. As soon as these words came out, Gray's brows trembled, as if his secret was known. By the way, Gray, since you are awake, I have one more thing to tell you. The strongest squad has been decided. Elessa said suddenly. The strongest squad? What's going on? Gray, who had just woken up from his hospital bed, didn't know about the team. It's composed of me, Yanagi, Natsu, Harpy, and Lucy, and the tasks we receive on weekdays are all completed by a few of us together. Elisha explained. Ah, well, I can, too. I don't want to be with this annoying guy. As he spoke, Gray pointed to Mount Nats behind him. Okay, I can, but I don't want to be with this annoying guy. As he spoke, Gray pointed to Natsu behind him. Gray replied, huh? What do you say? Hey, don't think I'm happy to team up with you guy. Then there is nothing to do. Let's go back first. Gray, you can rest assured here to recuperate, and you don't want to see the next activities. Anyway, there is Zubian here to take care of you. Completely ignoring what Gray said, Elessa turned and left as she spoke. Not only him, but everyone else, including Lu Shang, also left, and once again only Gray and Zubian were left in the ward. Everyone, there is something I want to tell you. It is about our new member, the Rain Girl Zubian does not know if you have heard of 540. From today onwards, she is our partner, a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Lu Shang, who had just walked out the door, did not rush to inform everyone about Gray's situation, but said something that was more serious to them. Rain Lady Zubian? Isn't that the one who dominates the ghosts? Kana asked suddenly. As soon as these words came out, everyone present frowned, and even Mirage looked at Lu Shang with a puzzled brow. Everyone's actions Lu Shang had expected it early, so he immediately explained, that's right, Zubian, she was. Yanagi explained what he had just said in the room and followed the others with Fairy Tale, and at the same time, he only saw that the eyes of everyone present became softer. So that's the case, I can't imagine that this Zubian is quite righteous enough, pure masters. Lu Shang, well done this time, in this way, Fairy Tale will be more lively. However, this Rain Girl seems to always bring thunderstorms as far as I know. Aha, wouldn't that be more interesting? Yes, there are no small family people in Fairy Tale. After listening to Lu Shang's words, everyone agreed with Zubian's identity, and then Elisha said, there is another thing, that is, everyone, in order to celebrate that we have defeated this strong enemy, the guild has also been established. Let's take advantage of this time to go on vacation. Vacation? Lucy exclaimed. Ha ha ha, Lucy, don't you know, by the way, and Lu Shang, before you came, we often went to the beach for vacation, and Elessa would take us with her every year. Natsu looked at Lucy's surprised reaction and explained to him. And Lu Shang's brows furrowed even more after hearing the news of going to the beach for vacation, but it was quickly covered up. Hearing Naz's words, Lu Shang didn't say anything, but he had already thought about the next move in his heart. After Natsu finished speaking, he pulled she who had not reacted and rushed out. Let's go. Before Natsu slipped away, he did not forget to turn around and make a face at the public officer behind him, and the optimistic Naz by nature was the most enthusiastic about this kind of thing. Lu Shang, on the other hand, is the opposite. Looking at Natsu, who rushed away, the Fairy Tale people were also unrestrained, and everyone ran out full of vitality. I don't know if Gray, who was lying on the hospital bed, would not die of anger on the hospital bed if he knew what they were doing now. And just when everyone inadvertently left, Lu Shang had already left and walked in the opposite direction of everyone. This time, Lu Shang walked deliberately very carefully, and even Mirage and others did not find it. I can't leave you behind, Gaijira, Yanagi said, heading in another place. After half an hour, by this time, the members of Fairy Tale had already arrived at the beach, and by now, they had not even noticed Yanagi's departure. At the same time, Lu Shang had already come to a remote street, where there was only one telephone pole on the empty ground straight into the sky, like a dry bone-like finger. Not far away, there was a small wooden frame with all kinds of metal on it, and on it, there was a burly man sitting on it. A deep face eating iron there. That's right, this person is the vice president of the Dragon Slayer mentor Ghost Dominator who was defeated by Natsu not long ago, Gaijiro. At this time, Gaijiro finally noticed this suddenly appeared and handsome man Yanagi. Gaijiro looked at Lu Shang and said with an unhappy expression, hey, you guy, what kind of person? Hearing the other party's words, Lu Shang replied, the one who came to guide you. Looking at Lu Shang, who had no expression and no fluctuations in his eyes, Gaijiro knew that he was probably running into an opponent this time, because he had already detected the extremely special magic fluctuation on Lu Shang's body. But even so, Gaijiro still looked displeased, and said coldly, Che, what are you talking about, you trash, do you want to beat? Not only did he lose to Netsu not long ago, but even his own guild was completely removed from the Magic Association, and the reason was simple, because the Ghost Dominator broke the rules between the magic guilds. The price of brazen disregard for the rules is not only the dissolution of the ghost dominator, but also the perpetrator of the event, and Joseph has also been removed. After removing his identity as the 10 holy demons, Joseph at this time was in prison, repenting. At this point, Geijiro, who was the only one left, was also doing nothing in this steel factory all day. And the reason why Yanagi came here is also very simple. He does not want to see Geijiro follow Joseph's old path. As a dragon-slaying mentor, if he finally grows into a person like Joseph, it will be absolutely terrifying for this world. And Yanagi just used the guidance is also very appropriate. He does not want GA 4.1 Jirao to grow up in the dark like this. He should have a better destination, that is, fairy tale. If you fight, you can too, as long as it makes you obey. Geijiro's disdainful tone did not make Lu Shang feel a trace of displeasure, and at this moment, the arrogant Lu Shang could be regarded as answering Geijiro. Cut, trash. After Geijiro finished this sentence, his body slowly stood up, and he rattled the last piece of steel in his mouth. Seeing that Lu Shang, who had taken action, looked at Geijiro, who was slowly moving towards him, very indifferently, without the slightest intention of making a move. However, Geijiro, who was already ready to make a move, didn't care about this. Even if Yanagi was not ready to make a move, he made up his mind, and Geijiro's character was like this. The nerves are very large, and the temper is also very hot. To be honest, I don't know where you came from, but I've not been in a particularly good mood lately, so let me be happy by wailing under my feet for a while. Geijiro said while rubbing his fists. It was as if Yanagi's special magical fluctuations were not worth mentioning at all, and he was not his Geijiro's opponent at all. Hearing this, Lu Shang smiled lightly and said, if you guy really let it go, I'm afraid it really can't do it. Geijiro, who had long had enough of Lu Shang's four-sided appearance, finally couldn't bear it at this moment. After chewing the last piece of steel in his mouth, Geijiro's whole body suddenly exploded, and he jumped off the wooden platform at once. At the same time, Geijiro, who leaped downward, the steel form in his hand has completed the change, and Geijiro, who has just finished eating steel, can be said to be in his strongest state now. The iron dragon stick was ready, and the thick steel club suddenly appeared on Geijiro's hands, and stabbed straight towards Yanagi's body. 23. Bang! The air was even mixed with the whirring sound of breaking wind. Die, trash. Geijiro looked at the unobstructed trajectory of his steel rod and said with arrogant eyes. Bang! Another loud bang. Just when Geijiro's iron dragon stick was about to stab Lu Shang, Lu came alive. The right hand was like lightning, and the demon knife tightly held in the palm of his hand was pulled out at once. Sword drawl. It was as if thousands of lines of sword chi suddenly spread out from Lu Shang's scabbard. Not only that, but this attack was attached to the magic power of Lu Shang's magic source. In other words, Lu Shang did not keep his hand. The sword chi slammed into Geijiro's iron dragon rod at once. The two forces even made a poof sound at the moment they touched, but this process ended quickly, and Lu Shang's sword drawing technique this time could not be described as weak. Geijiro's iron dragon roll did not last until half a minute before it was defeated, and with a bang, the whole person flew out because he could not withstand this continuous sword chi sweep, and fell heavily to the ground. On the other hand, Lu Shang, from beginning to end, he never moved half a step under his feet. Snapped Geijiro, who suddenly jumped out of the rubble ruins, and at this time, he had a solemn expression. Because he didn't expect that this long-looking and slightly noble man had a strength that was extremely inconsistent with his appearance, so he said, "Cut, there is a hand. I didn't expect such a strong guy." While speaking, Geijiro's body gradually warmed up, and when it came to the attack, and Geijiro's madness about Lu Shang's strength, at this moment, he was already full of fighting intent. "In that case, let you do this often," Geijiro said with a wary look. The biggest difference between the Iron Dragon Slayer mentor and Nana's is that the ability to attack and defend is different from Natsu's kind of magic that only has attack means. Geijiro, who has the ability to craft various metals, is naturally endowed with the ability to defend. It's better to say scales. Thick pieces of iron covered Geijiro's body layer by layer, and a stream of golden spear aura continued to emanate from Geijiro's body. Not only that, but the iron dragon stick did not know when it was put away by Geijiro and turned into an extremely simple steel fist, but it was a steel fist that ordinary people would never dare to despise. "It seems that you are planning to fight me with the iron you are best at," Yanagi asked. "Hey, you're waiting for this to wail under my steel fists," Geijiro replied confidently. After all, so far, Geijiro's pair of steel fists has not lost a few people, but last time Natsu was an accident, this time Lu Shang, I am afraid that he has encountered a hard master. "Then we'll see," Lu Shang replied, and at the same time, the demon knife drawn in his hand actually relaxed. As everyone knows, Lu Shang, who has long mastered the sound of the breath of all things and the meaning of cutting steel, if he is willing, Geijiro's body is probably the same as that of Batter. This terrifying attribute suppression, I am afraid that Geijiro will really experience it next. Boom. The ground shattered instantly, and Geijiro, who turned into an iron dragon, suddenly leaped out from the spot. The whistling fist smashed straight towards Lu Shang, who had not moved a step. Seeing this, Lu Shang exhaled a deep breath of exhale, and then the demon knife in his hand was gently swung out by him. Buzz. The dark red crescent moon that broke through the sky of 100 meters instantly rendered the entire sky, and the strong sword chi smacked and crashed towards the corresponding Geijiro. Geijiro, who has experienced various battles, has a natural fighting nerve that saves Geijiro's life in an instant. Dragon extinguishing AE, Karma Demon Iron Excalibur. The steel fist that originally roared out was suddenly retracted by Geijiro and turned into a 10. In just a moment, the magic power on Geijiro's body was instantly drained by him, and this dragon-killing Mysterious is the strongest move that Geijiro can perform now. He didn't even use it when he fought against Natsu, but now, Geijiro feels threatened with death. Absolute death? Because of this, Geijiro decided not to have the slightest remaining hand, bursting 540 to emit all his magic, and then saw that Geijiro's fingertips with his hands together suddenly appeared a circle of grey magic, and the extremely viscous energy was thrown out by Geijiro at once. This dragon-killing magic turned into a terrifying invisible slash the next moment it was swung out, and it crashed straight towards the slash released by Lu Shang. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in response, and the sky was shattered, and these two terrifying auras instantly caused a strong impact. Geijiro's body flew out directly upside down. The collision of these two slashes took half a moment before slowly dissipating. Looking at the two forces that had been extinguished in the air, Lu Shang said, "Is this the power of dragon-killing magic? To be able to confront me to such an extent?" That's right, the slash that originally had the power of chopping steel should have been effective when it encountered the attack released by Geijiro, but it was offset by most of it because of the ancient disappearing magic, the dragon-killing magic. Otherwise, the magic slash released by Geijiro just now would definitely be instantly torn apart by Lu Shang's slash. But a big reason why this is the result is because Yanagi left his hand, and he had no intention of killing Geijiro from the beginning. The slash just now was also within his calculations, but the original result should have been that Geijiro was more seriously injured. But even so, Geijiro at this moment is no better, because Geijiro who flew out backwards because he could not withstand the huge impact, he was deeply embedded in the ground at this moment. On the other hand, Lu Shang's step still did not move half a step, and then Willow came alive and walked in the direction where Geijiro flew. At this moment, Geijiro, who was hit out by the huge wind pressure, also walked out of the rubble with difficulty. Cut, almost killed. This was the first thing Geijiro said when he got up. If he hadn't exerted his full strength at that saber-rattling emergency just now, I am afraid that he would really be killed. After all, in Geijiro's opinion, Lu Shang had no intention of stopping at all. Do you still want to fight? Having already walked in front of Geijiro, Yanagi said condescendingly. Looking at the bottomless man in front of him, Geijiro felt fear for the first time, and the strong fighting intent also subsided like a tide. Looking at Lu Shang's enchanting red eyes and the demon knife in his hand, Geijiro did not speak, just looked at each other quietly. After a long silence, seeing that the other party had no intention of speaking, Lu Shang said again, "In short, there are only two purposes for me to come today. One is to tell you that there are people outside the people, and the other is to let you go the right way, and fairy tale is the most correct choice for you." If it was at the beginning, Geijiro would definitely be irritated by Yanagi's words, but now after understanding the other party's mountain-like strength, Geijiro's state of mind has become different again. Geijiro, who had been silent for a few days, had been thinking about his future direction again, although fairy tale had never been in his thinking, but today's battle with Yanagi and the battle he lost to Netsu not long ago made this very competitive man have to re-examine the guild of fairy tale. Fairy tale. Inadvertently, it was as if a voice had been saying something in Geijiro's ear. He's right, young man, join in. The old man has seen too many detour guys over the years, at least I don't want you to be like them. Just as Geijiro hesitated, Marlov, the guild leader of Fairy Tail, didn't know when he would also came to Geijiro. As for Yanagi, although he was surprised by Makarov's appearance, he did not say anything, but quietly looked at Geijiro. Geijiro's heart was constantly shaking, and he didn't know if he really agreed to it, whether it was right or wrong. This is your last chance, Geijiro, your chance to challenge me, Lu Shang suddenly said again. In an instant, Lu Shang's words seemed to give Geijiro a reason to join in. If Geijiro's pursuit in this life, one is to find the Iron Dragon, and the other is to become stronger. And the strength that Lu Shang just showed was definitely the most suitable trial stone for Geijiro. Seeing the change in Geijiro's eyes, Makarov on the side looked at Lu Shang with approval on his face. He didn't expect that this new young man could think of the words that touched the other party's heart the most in a moment. Not only that, but this time he came to meet Geijiro, and this young man not only thought of it with him, but even took a step faster. At this moment, Lu Shang did not know what Malov thought. His attention was now all on Geijiro's body. In order to achieve the goal, Lu Shang had been positioned as the ultimate goal by the two dragon-slaying demon mentors. However, in Lu Shang's opinion, everything is worth it, because not long ago, he suddenly found that there seems to be a special connection between the source of magic and dragon-killing magic, so Lu Shang must not easily let Geijiro leave, which is why Lu Shang desperately wants Geijiro to join Fairy Tail. And now, Yanagi's words have also successfully attracted Geijiro. Is that so? Geijiro looked at the sky. Since the Iron Dragon disappeared 7 years ago, Geijiro had not felt like this for a long time, feeling the feeling of great power. Well, in that case, I'll join you Fairy Tail, Geijiro said suddenly. Ha ha ha, well, in that case, come home with me now. If the children know that you are coming, they may not have any expressions. Hearing Geijiro's words, Malov laughed. And Lu Shang on the side also glanced at Malov with deep meaning. On the other hand, while several people were talking, a sudden incident occurred among the members of Fairy Tail, who were vacationing by the sea. What to do? Who are those guys just now? Kana Arupello said with an angry look. Damn it, Elusha was taken away like that? Harpy, Natsu said with a reluctant look. At the same time, Nerby, who clenched her fists, also said with a worried face, now is not the time to say this, the priority is to quickly find out who took Elusha and Harpy. To kidnap Elusha Habi at such a time, if I find out, I will definitely not let him go easily. Elfman said angrily. The disappearance of his companion caused the anger of everyone in the members of Fairy Tail. It's really bad when Yanagi and the president are not there, we don't even know who did it now. Hey, what can I do about this? Mirage said with an anxious look. That's right, if it were either Yanagi or President Makarov, he would not easily let him succeed, but the other party was in a hurry at this time. On the other hand, Yanagi and Geijiro, who did not yet know the news, headed towards the beach where everyone gathered at Fairy Tail, while Makarov returned to the guild to raise his waist. Before leaving, he did not forget to give Yanagi the heavy responsibility of explaining Geijiro to everyone. Geijiro, Fairy Tail is very different from the guild you were in before, I'll remind you first of all of them, and take away your bad attitude, at least, for your companions. Yanagi said to Geijiro beside him as he walked. Hearing this, Geijiro pouted, although it was not wrong for him to agree to join just now, but now, he still did not realize that he had become a member of the Fairy Tail Guild. At this moment, Gajiro suddenly asked, hey, you guy, you shouldn't have been joining this guild for a long time, right? Well, but it's been a while. Yanagi replied. Unconsciously, Lu Sheng himself did not know that he seemed to have been gradually changed by the members of Fairy Tail. In addition to his arrogant and indifferent personality, Lu Sheng had inadvertently become human. But even if it is changing, the things in Lu Sheng's bones have never been shaken by half a point. This is Lu Sheng's nature, why change? Moreover, at the same time as the two were talking, they had already bumped head-on into the burning crowd. Looking at the guild members who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lu Sheng was very surprised. Aren't you supposed to go on vacation to the beach? What is so hot and hot? Lu Sheng asked to the people in front of him. It's not good, Willow, Elusha and Harpy, they were taken captive. Lucy said with an anxious look. Abduction? What's going on? Hearing this, Lu Sheng frowned and asked. I don't know, those guys came up and used magic to trap me, damn it, if it wasn't for the unleashable, none of those guys would want to run. Natsu replied. However, it is strange to say that Elusha does not seem to have the intention of fighting with the other party, so she directly followed the other party. At this time, Kana suddenly said. That's right, I'm also curious, those guys seem to have known Elusha early, and Elusha doesn't seem to bear to hit hard. Fernandi said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, Lu Sheng instantly thought of who this group of people was. People from the Tower of Paradise. Lu Sheng said suddenly. Tower of Paradise? What's going on? Do you know something? Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Natsu suddenly asked. Lu Sheng replied, if nothing else, it should be the group of people who are right, as for the group of people who kidnapped Elusha, it should be Elusha's former companions. Former companions. When everyone heard that Elusha actually had former companions, they couldn't help but exclaim. Mirage on the side also suddenly asked, what else do you know, Lu Sheng? Not only Elusha, but even Harpy was taken away by them. I don't know much about this, but I can probably know the location of that group of people. Lu Sheng did not dare to assert anything, and replied calmly. And at this moment, Elfman suddenly said, Lu Sheng, the guy next to you won't be the Iron Dragon of the previous Ghost Dominator, right? With Elfman's exclamation, everyone discovered the existence of Geijiro beside Lu Sheng. Just because of Elusha and Harpy's affairs, everyone was anxious and did not care about each other's existence at all, until now, they found that the former enemy was actually in front of them. What's going on? Yanagi, how could you be with this man? Sarushik looked at Geijiro with a hostile look and said. Once, the Shadow Gear Rebbe squad had suffered a lot of losses at each other's hands, and it was no wonder that Salusuk had a cautious expression. As for Geijiro, after seeing the other party's hostile eyes, he said even more unceremoniously, why, garbage, do you still want to be like last time? What did you say? As soon as these words came out, they instantly detonated the anger of several people. At this moment, Lu Sheng spoke, calm down, although I don't expect you to let go of the previous things immediately, but at least, before rescuing Elusha and them, let's get along for a while. As for what is going on with Geijiro, let me explain to everyone after a while. At the same time, the 3-point Overlord color Domineering was quietly released, and just for a moment, everyone present dared not move the slightest. Everyone was absolutely chilled, even Natsu and the others, and the breath that Lu Sheng had just released in an instant instantly calmed everyone present a lot. Not only that, after Geijiro felt the breath that had just emanated from Lu Sheng's body, the fire in the depths of his eyes became a little more vigorous. Natsu, the same. Seeing that everyone had calmed down a little, Lu Sheng said again, now that you know who did it, let's go immediately and rescue Elusha and them as soon as possible. Hey, how can this scene be missing me? You really, don't you even plan to call me over? At the moment when Lu Sheng's words fell, a crisp voice sounded behind everyone. Hearing the prestige, he found that the person who came was Gray, and Jubian next to him. Gray? Why are you here? In other words, are the injuries on your body healed? Mirage asked. That kind of thing has long been good, hateful, dare to make a move on Elusha Harby them, I will definitely not spare them. Gray replied. Looking at the sudden appearance of Gray and Jubian, he couldn't help but shake his eyebrows at the appearance of the two acting together. Geijiro, how did you end up here? Zubian, who only listened to Gray's side, suddenly exclaimed. Che, aren't you here too? Seeing his former companion, although Geijiro was also surprised, he still answered the other party unhappily. You guy, I joined in to take care of Gray. Zubian looked at Gajiro's unchanging stinky face and snorted coldly. Geijiro said again, don't you annoying fellows be hated wherever you go? Take care? You know if people are bothering you. Zubian is not the rain girl she used to be now, I don't know what the reason is, I won't cause rain now. Zubian replied proudly. That's right, after the last battle with Gray, Jubian didn't know what caused the thunderstorm again. And at the same time that the two were grabbing their mouths, Lu Sheng couldn't help but interrupt, this kind of thing is left for later, and the priority now is to rescue Elusha Harby and them. And I don't know why, I always have a very ominous hunch, all of you should be careful, Lu Sheng said again. When everyone heard this, their expressions were also stunned. About the matter of their companions, they were careless. In fact, even Lu Sheng himself did not know, he no longer knew when he became the backbone of Fairy Tail. And the members of Fairy Tail have slowly adapted to Lu Sheng, a solitary and powerful companion. By the way, Mirage, you still don't want to participate in this battle, you who sealed the magic, I'm afraid. What danger will there be then? Lu Sheng said again. Hearing this, Mirage shook his head with a smile and said, don't worry about me, it'll be fine, besides, isn't it with you? Mirage's words instantly relaxed the originally tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Lu Sheng was not good to say anything more, and could only let Mirage's nature mess around. Don't worry, with me here, my sister will be protected by me. Elfman patted chest and said. Immediately, Yanagi was ready to start the next move, which was to go to the Tower of Music Garden. Let's go, don't delay any longer, let's start now. Elusa, Harpy, we don't know what their current situation is, so let's hurry up. Lu Sheng turned his head and said. Oh. As soon as everyone heard Lu Sheng's words, they were full of fighting intent. As he spoke, everyone in Fairy Tail followed Yanagi, even Geijiro. Because of Geijiro's matter, I actually forgot about the magic elf channeling power, what a mistake, I hope the worst does not happen. Lu Sheng, who led everyone to the Tower of Paradise, thought to himself. Rebbe, you and a few of them will go back to President Malov now, let him go to the Senate to find Yahima, just tell them that something is wrong with Zikrane, they will immediately know what to do, go quickly. Lu Sheng said suddenly. Huh? What does this mean? Reb and the others obviously did not react to what Lu Sheng said, but time was urgent, and Lu Sheng did not plan to explain anything to the other party, so he said, don't ask, go quickly, you will know by then, and I'm afraid it's too late. Hearing this, looking at Yanagi's serious gaze, Reb also understood the seriousness of the matter, nodded, and immediately turned around and rushed to the Union to inform Makarov of what Yanagi told them. Just now, what Lu Sheng said about Zikrane is Jalal's mind-body, and his identity is also very prominent. After years of lurking, this guy called Zykarian is already an important member of the judges, one of the 10 holy demons. As for the magic guide elf power, it is the resurrection plan that the brainwashed Jalal intends to implement, and if this ritual is really successful, Jelf may really be resurrected. The one who claims to be the most powerful black wizard? The ancestor of the black wizard? Although there are various secrets about Jelf, Lu Sheng knows a lot, such as Jelf at this moment is not actually dead. For 400 years, Jelf has actually been wandering in the world just doesn't know, including Jalal, Urutina and others. And the most important reason why Lu Sheng made a move is because Urushia plans to use the magic spirit power and Elusa's body to activate the R-stroke to revive Jalal. That's right, this time it will be a huge challenge for Yanagi and Gerald, Urushia and the powerful enemies of the Scourge are waiting for him ahead. That is, the Tower of Paradise? Looking at the ruined towers in the distance that showed a hint of grandeur, Natsu said. That's right, Elusa is there. Yanagi replied while looking at the tower. Gray on the side said with a sense of intent, then wait. Don't act rashly, be careful of ambushes, this place is always weird, let's be careful. Just when Gray was about to rush out, Lu Ran stopped his hand and interrupted the other party's action. Hearing this, everyone looked at the barren grassy scene around them, and they were indeed a little stunned. Among them, Lucy, who was a little timid, couldn't help but hide behind Natsu. After speaking, Lu Sheng slowly moved forward with a few people behind him. At the same time as Yanagi was advancing, such a conversation was heard in the Tower of Paradise. It looks like your partner is coming to your rescue, Elusa. A blue-haired teenager said with his back to Elusa. What exactly are you going to do? Jalal, after so many years, how have you become more and more? Elusha said with a puzzled look, and glanced her head over when she said it, and she couldn't bear to continue. What has become? It's getting more and more evil, isn't it? The man named Jalal replied. Not only that, but at this moment Jalal had turned around, revealing the very special tattoo on his right eye. Why? It's been so many years, can't you let them go? I didn't do those things back then, why did you frame me? Elusha looked at her childhood friend who had changed greatly from the past, and Elusha said bitterly. As everyone knows, the two vows who once shared hardships and shared the same leadership partner have become such a relationship today. Ha ha ha, don't be so naive, Ilessa, today is different, our relationship has long ended, the Tower of Paradise is about to end, since I killed those cult members back then, I have been taking over here, and now everything is going according to plan, and you, Ilessa, will also become an indispensable formation of this plan. Jelal said grimly. Ask for flowers. The great dark wizard, Jelf, will soon be resurrected with my help, ahahaha. Jalil said as if crazy. How did you become like this? Elisha looked at Jelal and said, and she could even see the tears between the corners of the resolute woman's eyes. In fact, the current Jelal is not the real him at all. When Jelal and Elisha escaped the plan, because Elisha was unfortunately caught, Jalil, who turned back, was unfortunately brainwashed in the process in order to save her. And that person is none other than Uchiha, the head of the 7 dependents of the Demon Heart Purgatory. It's just that everyone doesn't know this fact, including Jelal, who has always thought that the person he is loyal to is Jelf, but in fact, Uchiha is behind it. 0. It's not too early, those companions of yours are estimated to have arrived, and I will prepare an elaborate game for them next. I don't know how many people will die this time. After that, Jelal disappeared into Elissa's field of vision with an eerie smile. Hey, you guys are out, those guys are already here. At the same time as disappearing, Elisha only vaguely heard such a figure. At this moment, Lu Shang of Fairy Tail and the rest of the people had also arrived in the Tower of Paradise. I hope that this time the enemy can reach the level of rivalry with Joseph, otherwise it will be too inadequate. Lu Shang looked at the tall tower in front of him and said. As soon as these words came out, they were instantly met with the special gaze of the people around them. I said, Lu Shang, what you said is too rampant, even if you are a member of the strongest squad, I can't stand it. Naz said. In short, the position of the captain must be mine, you all better be honest. Gray pouted and replied. What did you say? Hearing that Gray, who directly took the captaincy position to himself, Natsu's competitive spirit was immediately aroused. Looking at the two who had already begun to stir their mouths without waiting for the enemy to appear, Lu Shang couldn't help but have a headache. Helplessly shook his head and said, Captain or something, any of you can be the best, the priority now is to quickly find Elisha. This rescue operation cannot be the slightest bit of a mist mountain. Of course. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Natsu and Gray's expressions immediately straightened and said seriously. Looking at the group of fairy tales around him who immediately changed their appearance when they talked about their partners, Geijiru only felt that the gap between these people in front of him and the guys he had contacted before was not a little bit. But whether it is good or bad, Geijiru does not know. Now he only plans to take one step at a time. As for his thoughts, Lu Shang does not know. But Yanagi knew that in the end, Geijiru's heart would also be touched by the Guild of Fairy Tale. Found it, what's the use? A group of shrimp soldiers and crabs are just coming here to die? Suddenly, an extremely arrogant voice reached the ears of everyone in 540. Bang! Just after the end of this voice, a breaking wind sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, an extremely panicked shout reached everyone's ears, because Lu Shang had already made a move just now. The attack that was as fast as thunder instantly cut off the arm of the person who had just spoken, turning into an armless person, screaming in pain, completely without the arrogant tone just now. Who do you say is the shrimp soldier crab general? I only listened to Lu Shang slowly wipe the blood stains on the demon knife, put it into the scabbard, and said proudly. The man whose arm was cut off did not pay attention to Lu Shang's ability at all, and continued to wail on the ground in pain. The shrimp soldier crab will seem to be someone else. Not only this man, but even Natsu and the others who came with him did not expect that Lu Shang's reaction was so fast, and before they could determine the other party's position, Lu Shang had already taken off the other party's arm. Although Lu Shang's methods are cruel, this is actually just the end of Lu Shang's hand to prevent the scene from being bloody. If it were not for the presence of everyone from Fairy Tail, the scene would only be more bloody. Just as Lu Shang had just solved this enemy, a slightly rhythmic clapping sound suddenly sounded. At this point, the final enemy this time has finally appeared in front of everyone. Jalil, you've finally appeared. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in everyone's sight, Lu Shang said as if expected. Ha 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 ha, it's worthy of being the man who brought down Joseph. You know me. For his identity, Jalil has always been very careful, although he does not know how he is exposed, but it is no longer important. In Jalil's opinion, everyone in Fairy Tail has now fallen into his hands. Lu Shang replied slowly, of course, as Elisha's former partner, how could she be taken away by you so easily? What? This person turned out to be Elisha's former companion? Hearing Lu Shang's words, Lucy, who was standing beside her, couldn't help but exclaim. Not only him, but everyone present was like this. They thought that this enchanting-looking man with a tattoo on his right eye turned out to be Elisha's companion? Well, otherwise you think how could Elisha, who is an S-class demon mentor, be taken away by the other party under your noses so easily? Yanagi replied. Everyone nodded, and at the same time, Mirage, who saw that his identity was directly exposed, had to sneer, come out, we can play with them next. At the moment when Jelal's words fell, a group of 3 appeared in front of Lu Shang and the others, a combination of 2 men and a woman. I saw that the appearance of the 3 people, except for the absolutely beautiful woman, the other 2 men looked very special. One of them turned out to be the Birdman with the head of the head, and the other was a clown man with a crazy aura and snow white skin. As for the beautiful woman, the dress is even more amazing. The long cherry blossom-colored hair is coiled above her head, the white kimono highlights her dusty temperament, and the most noticeable thing is the thin willow sword on her waist. Lu Shang recognized at a glance that the other party was also a person with a sword. Is that the guys? Jalil, maybe you underestimate us. One of the men with the head said. Ha 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 ha, it's going to be a big loss to underestimate them, and the bedbug with the broken arm just now is the best answer. Jalal laughed. The evil aura that constantly emanated from Jalal's body made Mirage couldn't help but frown. Lu Shang, that man named Jalal, I always feel as if there is something hidden in his body, and I have a very bad premonition. Mirage said to Lu Shang. Hearing this, Lu Shang turned his head and replied, that's right, I feel it. I feel that this guy's head seems to be controlled by someone, or in other words, it is brainwashed. You said brainwashing. Hearing Lu Shang's answer, Mirage covered his mouth and said in shock. That's right, but I don't know exactly what's going on. I can only observe slowly. You are careful, these people are very tricky. Lu Shang reminded. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Mirage nodded obediently and agreed. You three should be that guy's lackeys, the ones who assassinated the guild, right? At this time, Lu Shang suddenly said to the three people standing at the top of the tower. The three of them were surprised that 4.1 was suddenly discovered by their identity, but the man with sick white skin still sneered and said, not bad, I didn't expect that our identity was known by others, it seems that there are still times when it is unfavorable. But, no matter what, you who came here today can't leave. The clown-like man said again. Jalal on the side said, don't rush to make a conclusion so quickly, I still have to play a fun game with this group of guys. Games? Hehe, I know all about these guys' weaknesses. Another man with a human face said. However, this man was a little surprised. The muscular man named Lash looked at Lu Shang again and said, stop talking nonsense, where are Alusha Harpy and them? Natsu, who couldn't wait, would have rushed out if he hadn't had Lu Shang on the side, and at this time, he only raised his head and shouted loudly to Jalil and the others. Hehe, this guy seems to be unable to wait. Another perverted man said in a sinister voice. Jalil's evil eyes scanned the crowd and said, want to know where they are? It's simple, as long as you can win this game, I can even help you bring Alusha and that kitten to you, but if you say it, then Alyssa. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Shang had already replied first, no need to say any more, we are not here to lose. As soon as these words came out, the momentum of the 23 people behind them couldn't help but grow a little, and they even faintly felt a little breath of President Malo from Lu Shang. But these Lu Shang don't know, in his dictionary, he has never lost the word, what elven magic channel, what assassination guild, but a group of young people, it is not worth putting it in his eyes at all. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Jalal suddenly sneered and said, hehe, this is not up to you. At the same time, at the moment when his words fell, dark magic arrays appeared extremely abruptly under the feet of everyone in Fairy Tail. At first glance, it is a trap prepared by the enemy long ago. Let's all go first, in this paradise tower, but I, Jalal, have the final say. Looking at Lu Shang Nazi and the others who were suddenly hit, Jalal said as if he was in his grip. Bang bang! A series of magic roars sounded from under the feet of Lu Shang. Oh, just in an instant, including Lu Shang, everyone was divided, and everyone was sealed by the dark magic array under their feet. Damn, what is this thing? Why can't you burn it? Natsu, who was also hit, punched the dark enchantment in front of his body, but did not cause any damage to it. Most of the power caused by Natsu seemed to be dispersed, stirring up layer after layer of fluctuations on this enchantment, but it could not be broken. Not only Natsu, but everyone present was trapped, including Mirage, Grey, Gejiro, etc., but there is one exception among all the members of the Fairy Tail Guild, that is, Yanagi. The extremely strong magic array does not know what to do, and in front of the raw slash, it is no different from paper paste, and it is fragile. Bang! With a loud bang, the magic enchantment in front of Lu Shang was broken by his blow. I didn't expect it to be so strong. If it is, I'm afraid that Natsu they will fall into an extremely passive situation, using the straight death demon eye to break it. It seems that this dark magic Uchiha also has a lot of connection. Lu Shang put away those ice blue eyes, and looked at the Dao in his hand after cutting through the enchantment. What? It broke my dark magic with just one blow. What's going on with this man? This time it was Jalal's turn to be surprised. Obviously, because of Lu Shang's appearance, this guy's previous plans were probably all disrupted. Jalal, the sword intent exuding from this man is probably the strongest among all the swordsmen I have met so far. The woman, who had not spoken all this time, finally spoke up. The captain of this assassination union, Madara Dove, could see the extraordinary sound in Lu Shang at a glance. It was not only the enemy who was shocked, but even the members of Fairy Tail did not expect that the enchantment that all of them had no way to do was actually cut off by Lu Shang's knife, and said unexpectedly, Lu Shang. Even Gajiro couldn't help but pout, and the strength Lu Shang showed was indeed more and more beyond his expectations. Hey, Lu Shang, hurry up and help me destroy this. You dare to secretly calculate me, see if I don't clean them up. Natsu shouted excitedly at Lu Shang, and now Natsu's anger was not small by the Jalal people. Not only him, but also Grey and others. Seeing this, Lu Shang did not hesitate. The Death Demon Eye was instantly activated, and the magic slash in his hand came out in response, and several sword chi of Bang Bang swept towards the enchantment in front of several people. Bang Bang. A series of shattering sounds sounded, easy to get out of trouble. Next, it's our turn, you villains, hurry up and bring Elusha Harbai back for me. Natsu, who had just escaped from trouble, couldn't help but break his wrist and said to the Jalil people. However, before Jalil could respond, Lu Shang had already taken the lead and replied, Natsu, everyone, leave these guys to me. Ah, to you? What's going on, Yanagi? Everyone did not understand Lu Shang's intentions, and asked curiously. I want to see my limits. No, I want to see where their limits are. Anyway, leave it to me here. You guys go find Elessa and Harpy. Aren't we here to save the two of them? Lu Shang looked at the puzzled people and replied. But, Mirage heard that Lu Shang was going to deal with these guys alone, and said worriedly. But before she could finish, Lu Shang interrupted her and said, don't worry, with the level of these people, you can't hurt me at all, you hurry up and bring Elusha and hubby out. Although she knew Lu Shang's strength, Mirage was still worried, but seeing the firmness in the other party's eyes, she knew that the current Lu Shang was not something she could persuade. So I had to give up and not say much. Hey, Lu Shang, you don't want to take all the credit alone, I can also handle these guys alone. Hearing Lu Shang's words, there is one exception, that is, Natsu. At this time, he was full of fighting intent. How could he give up easily because of Lu Shang's words? When this matter is over, I will have a good fight with you, Natsu. Here, leave it to me. Lu Shang looked at Natsu, who would not give up easily, and immediately thought of a stunt and said slowly. That's what you said. Then these guys will be handed over to you, especially the blue-haired guy. You have to teach him a good lesson for me. Weighing 1 or 2, Natsu said to Yanagi. Hearing this, Lu Shang nodded and replied, of course. After that, Lu Shang turned straight around and looked at several enemies on the tower. On the other hand, the rest of the members of Fairy Tail also walked towards the bottom of the Tower of Paradise led by Natsu and Grey. I don't know where this guy of yours came from to take such a big breath, and actually said that he would deal with us alone to assassinate the Union, which simply made people laugh out of their big teeth. The whip said to Lu Shang below him. In his opinion, Lu Shang is just a small character who does not know the height of the sky, and the few slashes just now are even less worth mentioning in the eyes of him, a layman. Then teach him how to behave, whip. Looking at the scourge with a face full of contempt and not putting Lu Shang in his eyes at all, Jalil on the side said with interest. The departure of Natsu and the others did not make him worry at all, did not care at all, and was completely a game of life. Goo, then leave it to me. The Fang replied without the slightest hesitation, as if Lu Shang was like the relationship between a hunter and a prey in his eyes, and he did not put Lu Shang in his eyes at all. After that, the winged cane dived downward, and at the same time, the rocket missile that had been carried by him on his back behind him was launched straight towards Lu Shang with his entire body. Boom. Pale smoke continued to shoot out from the tail of the rocket, and it only took the blink of an eye to arrive in front of Lu Shang. Ugh. Bang. The slashing steel was launched instantly, and the slash that cut the steel was swung out by Lu Shensin's hand, and it suddenly hit the flame missile emitted by the opponent. The rocket had even exploded hundreds of meters away from Yanagi. No, you guy. Lu Shang's action was obviously unexpected, and now he was a little embarrassed and angry. With a dot bang, the strong body of the Fang fell to the ground, and his explosive muscles showed his terrifying physical strength. However, this guy called Lash had just landed and was ready to make a big deal with Lu Shang, and Lu Shang had already taken the first step. After all, Lu Shang's main goal is not this waste, he doesn't have time to listen to the other party's tirade nonsense, just dry up the garbage early. Boom. With an explosion, Lu Shang knew when he had swung out, and the terrifying slash that compressed the magic power was detonated in the body of the Frank in an instant. The slash actually went directly through the whip. The scene was somewhat bloody. If it weren't for the members of Fairy Tail leaving, Lu Shang really couldn't let go, but now, it's different. Lu Shang, who has no worries, will use his wild and domineering sword chi to the fullest, and assassinate the members of the guild, which will become his grindstone in this magical world. Goo, this was the last sentence uttered by the falcon, and immediately afterwards, the entire body was detonated by the magic slash, turning into a blood mist. This scene made even the leader of the assassination union, Madara Dove, couldn't help frowning, and she, who was also a person with a sword, could certainly clearly feel how terrifying the sword chi that Lu Shang had just shot was. The way of Shura, this terrifying killing aura, is definitely not something that can be possessed by killing 1 or 2 people, and the ghosts who died under this man's sword are probably hundreds, even thousands. Madara said with a surprised look. The flower-faced dove did not have the peerless beauty just now, calm as water. Lu Shang's slash just now and the murderous aura inadvertently released all let this woman know how powerful the other party was. For this reason, the woman's face also began to gradually become gloomy. However, the interlacing is like a mountain, in the eyes of that sick man. Although Lu Shang's swordsmanship is indeed superb, they can't feel what slaughtering millions, murderous sword intent and whatever. Hey, Madara Dove, why are you afraid of becoming like this? That guy is just a waste, I can also kill it, you don't need to look like this. The snow-white-skinned, sick-looking assassination guild member said to the turtle dove beside him. Hearing this, Madara did not answer, but looked straight at Yanagi who was walking towards them step by step. At the same time, Jalil looked at Lu Shang with interest. Obviously, the appearance of the other party surprised him. After all, in her opinion, whether it was Lu Shang or the members of the fairy tale who went in to find Elusha Harpy just now, they could not escape his clutches today. Because the doppelganger Zakrane he created by consuming most of his magic power back then is about to come in handy, Zakrane, who has the status of an important position as a judge, has now convinced most of the counselors. The strategic weapon in the hands of the council will soon be launched at his instigation, so that the R system, which absorbs all the energy of his strategic weapon, will successfully help him fulfill his wish for many years. It turned out to be so weak. The person who assassinated the guild is at such a level, and there is indeed a big gap between him and the ghost dominator. Lu Shang looked at the scourge that had been cut into a blood mist and said, "Next, it's you, sick man." At the same time, Lu Shang's enchanting red eyes once again looked at another member of the assassination union. In this regard, this sick man did not have the slightest trace of fear. He still did not put Lu Shang in his eyes. Alter. Another cracking sound sounded, and there was no pause between the rise and fall of the knife, and the magic slash that struck everything that breathed was once again easily swung out by Lu Shang. Ugh. The sick man's already thin body was once again killed by Lu Shenji, Limos, and the whole person's body was cut in half by the compressed slash, and he was killed on the spot. There was not even a chance to make a last word. I am becoming more and more proficient. When will I touch the threshold of cutting off space? Lu Shang looked at the enemy who was killed by his own blow and said, "It was so boring. I thought that these enemies could hone themselves again, but Yanagi did not expect that these members of the assassination union were so weak. It is not a combination at all, and he is not worthy of being Lu Shang's opponent at all." "Yanagi, is it? Listening to that group of guys call you like this just now, it's really interesting. It seems that not only your swordsmanship, but even the knife in your hand is not small." Jalil asked as he looked at Lu Shang, who killed his two subordinates in an instant. "It doesn't matter where you come from, what matters is the person who uses the sword." Yanagi replied haughtily. It doesn't matter where you come from, what matters is the person who uses the sword. Yanagi replied haughtily. "Oh, then today I have to take a good look at your guy's ability to use a sword, and it just so happens that this guy next to me is also a master of using a sword." Jalil replied. While speaking, he did not forget to glance at the leader of the assassination team beside him, Madara Dove. Hearing this, Lu Shang's eyes were also frozen after looking at the turtle dove in Jalal's mouth. He knew that this woman called the turtle dove was not at the same level as the strength of the two people just now. In the original work, Lu Shang clearly remembers that Elusha's most powerful celestial wheel armor and purgatory armor were easily defeated by this woman named Madara Dove, and she was one of the few enemies who could force Elusha into a corner. This sword-wielding person called Madara Dove, her slashing strikes have the ability to penetrate and cut off space. Maybe this woman can help me understand something. Yanagi looked at the turtle dove on the tower and said, "To be honest, the aura that this man has just displayed is like a beast, and I am not confident that I can defeat him." Jalil. After listening to Jalal's words, Madara said with some impatience, 540 beasts? Ha ha ha, then wouldn't it be good if you slaughtered him like a prey, without confidence to defeat him? This is not what the captain of the Assassination Society should say. Aren't there many magic swordsmen who have lost under you? How? Does this man still have the strength to surpass an S-rank magic guide? Jalil said with a look of disdain. Madara Dove's withdrawal apparently made the man controlled by evil impatient. "No, it's just more troublesome, and no one has ever been able to completely block my moonless stream." Hearing Jalil's taunt, Madara Dove immediately replied. Jalil said again, "When the opportunity to make a name for himself comes, this man will be handed over to you." The turtle dove did not answer Jalal's words, but flew up, and the white figure instantly floated down in front of Lu Shang. Looking at the good-looking woman in front of him, Lu Shang couldn't bear to cut it. "You should have been touching the sword art for a while. I really didn't expect that such a young person to be able to wield such a terrifying slash." Madara Dove, dressed in a white kimono with pink hair flowing vertically like a waterfall, said, "Kteb. You didn't expect much, the dove of the Assassination Guild. Come on, let me see how far you can help me touch the realm of magic." As he spoke, Lu Shang had already held his hand on top of the demon knife village. Only this woman, he did not dare to be careless. Seeing this woman named Madara actually chuckled and said, "It's really incomprehensible. My sister originally wanted to make a truce with you. Since you want to fight, then it's up to you." Listening to the other party's soul-destroying voice, Lu Shang's bones couldn't help but feel crispy. As she spoke, Madara had already wrapped her pink hair over her head, and at the same time, her right hand was already on top of her red scabbard. And this detail was also noticed by Yanagi, who had always thought that the people he had met with the sword had drawn their swords before the battle began, in case of any emergency, but Willow was different. Every time, Lu Shang was accustomed to pulling out the knife at the last moment of the shot, which increased his dangerous behavior, but it had a good effect. That is, if the sword is not unsheathed, the enemy will not have the distance of the broken sword body, so that when the two fight, those who do not know the length of each other's fitness will fall behind. Without seeing the length of the sword, the enemy has no way to estimate the correct distance, which can easily lead to destruction in a single fight. And today, this is the first time that Lu Shang has met a person who uses a sword who has the same habit as him. Juhi, unexpectedly, you are also good at this, which is interesting. Yanagi said to the turtle dove. It seems that I still underestimate you. This kind of trick is not something that ordinary people can perform. Hearing Yanagi's words, Madara replied. Lu Shang replied, I am also a little surprised by you. It seems that this time the Tower of Paradise, I did not come for nothing. Madara covered his mouth and chuckled. That's not certain. Maybe this time you will put your life on the line here. As soon as these words came out, Lu Shang's expression immediately became cold, and the handle of the knife in his hand was also held tighter. Ugh, of a sound. I don't know when, a sharp sword chi has actually been swung out by the turtle dove, and by the time Lu Shang noticed it, the other party had actually put the sword back into the red scabbard. Bang! The same compression slash with the source of magic was also swung out by Lu Shang's inaudible blow. A blue and a dark red huge sword chi collided together at once, and Lu Shang's slash, for the first time in this world, encountered a force that could compete with it. Although this is not all of Yanagi's power, what Madara has done is already very unremarkable. Seeing this, Lu Shang's brows trembled even more without a trace, and then, the whole body buzzed and disappeared in place. The thunder exploded, and only a rushing sound was heard, reaching the ears of the turtle dove. As if sensing something, Madara did not hesitate to swing a second sword in the direction behind her. Boom! Two swords intersect. The invisible sword in Madara Dove's hand and the demon knife in Lu Shang's hand collided with each other at once. The sound of steel rubbing continued to come from the two sword bodies. Not only that, but only saw Madara Dove's brows locked, and so did Yanagi. The hands of the two were even more bruised. Oh, hey, it's good that I've been watching out for you, otherwise I'll really be hit by you. Madara Dove, who was stuck in a state of glue with Yanagisu, said. At the same time as Madara spoke, the slashing sword chi that the two had previously released was finally overwhelmed and exhausted all their strength, but this also caused a huge explosion. The terrifying wind pressure was forced in front of the two in an instant, and seeing this, Lu Shang and Madara had to retract their sheaths, each retreat, and look at each other from a distance. It seems that if you don't come up with some means, I really can't help you. Madara looked at Yanagi, who was in a close match with him, and said. Sure enough, the turtle dove also had some hands. But why not Yanagi? Straight death demon eyes, seeing and smelling domineering and other abilities, Lu Shang cannot use it at all. Lu Shang he has not used his full strength, is to be able to observe more how the other party's cutting space slash is released. Underscore with a bang, streams of brilliant flames silently surrounded the dove. Not only that, but a large number of flames did not know why, and all of them rushed to the scabbard in Madara Dove's hand. Garalo Yan, open. Madara Jiao snorted, and immediately after, a flame sword chi that was hundreds of meters full of 10 meters swung down from his palm. The terrifying high temperature, even if it was hundreds of meters apart, Lu Shang could clearly feel the burning breath. Is this the move that broke a Lushian Emperor's armor? Sure enough, there is something. In that case, Lu Shang said, looking at the wave of flames rushing towards him. Straight death demon eye, open? Lu Shang's pupils changed again, and the original enchanting and noble eyes disappeared, replaced by a pair of extremely cold and complex ice blue eyes. Lines spread all over Yanagi's eyes. Here, Lu Shang, who has the straight death demon eye, discovered the death line of the opponent's attack the moment he opened it. There is a cause and effect. Lu Shang's direct death demon eye will directly cut off the other party's cause. Boom, the ordinary slash was gently swung out by Lu Shang. And the target of this slash pointed directly at the death line of this flame in front of him. Two forces of extremely unequal size collided together, and Lu Shang's fluttering slash seemed to be engulfed by the other party's merciless fire in an instant. But then, something big surprise happened, and Lu Shang's casual slash actually broke the opponent's Galolo Yan extremely easily. What? How can it be? This time it was Madara Dove's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect her Galuroyan to be so easy. No, it was so simple to be broken by Lu Shang. No, you eyes. What's going on? How is it different from before? The careful and cautious turtle dove noticed the difference in Yanagi at a glance, so he asked. Is there any enemy who naively tells the other party about his abilities? Lu Shang asked rhetorically. Hearing this, knowing that he had eaten a closed-door dove, he no longer said much, and his eyes were a little more cautious in addition to jealousy. The strength that Lu Shang has shown has become more and more beyond her expectations. Your attack that can penetrate space, hurry up, otherwise, you will definitely not be my opponent. Lu Shang looked at the turtle dove who was silent and said, a slash that penetrates an attack? In that case, as you wish. After listening to Yanagi's words, Madara suddenly said after a few seconds of silence. Without a moonflow, the turtle dove is finally ready to use its full strength. But even so, Madara still appeared a little nothing, because she suddenly found that no matter how powerful her slash was, Yanagi, an enemy, seemed to always be able to find it to break through. In other words, Yanagi's strength, from the fight to the present, Madara has never been understood. That's the scariest thing. Thinking of this, Madara Dove did not intend to delay, and allowed the most powerful magic to solve Yanagi's enemy feeling. Otherwise, Madara Dove always felt unsteady. No moonflow. The turtle dove, who had always held the scabbard and did not see its sword body, wielding the invisible sword, suddenly broke out at this moment. Bang bang, a series of sonic booms continued to come from the scabbard in Madara Dove's hand. At the same time, the invisible fluctuations of the Deo came out with the sound, and there were dozens of sword chi, all of them swept in the direction of Lu Shang. Not only that, but in the process of sweeping these sword chi, the space seemed to have really been cut off. The space in front of Lu Shang was all distorted. Not only that, but Lu Shang could clearly see that the sky even continued to fall debris, revealing the pitch-black alien space inside. Space, really chopped? Seeing this, Lu Shang raised his eyebrows even more, and did not dare to be careless. Sasaki's yen return technique was even made by Lu Shang. Not only that, the source of magic power, straight to the death of the demon eye, seeing and smelling domineering was all used by Lu Shang. Because of the restrictions of this magic world, Lu Shang has no way to exert his full strength. Otherwise, this blow definitely has the power to destroy the world and the earth. Immediately afterwards, he saw a huge slash like a crescent moon being swung out by Lu Shang, and the cross-section was hundreds of meters wide. Then, the spectacular side emerged. Ask for flowers. Lu Shang's huge slash had already met the opponent's hundreds of slashes that could cut space. Boom. Just for a moment of intersection, heaven and earth seemed to collapse, and the Tower of Paradise shook violently, and it could collapse at any time. Not only that, because of these two sharp forces, the space gradually could not withstand it, and began to shake continuously, and a large number of fragments continued to fall from the sky. However, the power of these two slashes seems to have been exhausted. Fortunately, if these two forces are endured for a while longer, the space may really collapse, and what will happen at that time even Lu Shang does not know. After half a ring, the smoke of war in the air dropped slightly. 0. Immediately afterwards, a sharp gasp could be heard. Hoo, finally killed. I didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent this time. Fairy tale is really not simple. Illusa, I don't know when I can face you once. After all, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The person who spoke was none other than the turtle dove. At this time, she completely lost her enchanting and noble appearance before, and the hair that was originally entrenched on the top of her head had been scattered. Not only that, but even the white kimono on her body was already tattered. Cut off space. It turns out that the magic power is condensed on the scabbard, and the moment it is swung out, the magic power can be compressed at a fixed point. At the same time, a voice that seemed to have received an unexpected surprise also sounded from the smoke. As soon as these words came out, they instantly attracted the attention of Madara Dove, and the moment she looked towards the source of the sound, her face instantly became ugly, because she found that Lu Shang was not killed by herself at all, standing not far from her intact. However, just when Lu Shang had just comprehended a little fur in the battle-breaking space, a golden flash of light had already smashed towards his position. Boom. With a sound, the place where Lu Shang was originally located instantly turned into a big pit. Sneak attack? Jalil, it's probably too ugly. Yanagi's voice became icy. Sneak attack? Jalil, it's probably too ugly. Lu Shang's voice became cold. Hehe, I actually dodged by you. I can't imagine that with the speed of my celestial magic, I didn't even succeed in sneaking up. Your sensory nerves are a little sensitive, Lu Shang. It seems that there are still a lot of unknown abilities hidden in your body. Hearing this, Jalil didn't mean to quibble at all, and straightforwardly determined that it was the other party he sneaked in. You'll know what else I'm hiding. Yanagi replied. Not only that, but also Madara Dove, who was shocked by Yanagi's strength. She didn't expect that her moon stream would be blocked by the enemy. You know, since the moonless stream of the turtle dove reached its peak, no one has ever been able to live under her sword, and today, Lu Shang did it. Not only that, 540 saw the other party's state, and the turtle dove knew that Lu Shang's body did not have any injuries at all. In other words, her self-proudly motivated moves were used by the other party. The unscathed front endured it. Who are you? The intelligence system of the Assassination Guild has never heard of a sword master named Lu Shang. Where did you come from? Madara, who couldn't believe the facts in front of him, shouted at Yanagi. The questioning tone made Lu Shang couldn't help but frown, and did not respond to the other party. However, Yanagi's actions seemed to have touched the somewhat crazy nerves of the turtle dove. The spotted dove, who did not believe in evil, once again held the sword of Jue in his hand, and the moon stream suddenly burst out. With amazing sword chi and a terrifying slash that could pierce space, he tore through in the direction of Lu Shang, and the momentum of this blow, as before, was only strong but not weak. Seeing the other party's actions and the attack that was biting towards him mercilessly, Lu Shang first glanced lightly, and then suddenly drew his knife. Buzz! The ink-like gray-black slash bombarded out from above the demon knife village in Lu Shang's hand in an instant. The space collapsed, and the slash released by Lu Shang, the space of the dialect thousands of miles was shaking violently, as if the space could be torn apart by the slash at any time. Immediately afterwards, these two magic slashes, both containing the ability to slash space, finally came into contact. With a boom, I only saw that the sword chi released by Lu Shang's backhand actually tore apart the opponent's attack like a decay. The dove's attack couldn't even make the opponent's sword chi pause for a second. Immediately afterwards, the slash that had caused the space to tremble had already come to the front of the turtle dove. Buzz! With a sound, Lu Shang's first spatial slash was a solid bombardment on the body of the turtle dove, and then an amazing scene appeared. Even Lu Shang did not expect that the self-slashing blow would directly pull the other party closer to the other space. That's right, this time, after the space released by Lu Shang was cut on the body of the turtle dove, a pitch-black space-time tunnel was opened directly in front of the turtle dove, and then it was sucked in. Comprehension space / reward experience 5%, Sagi Kojiro inheritance template has been unlocked 60%. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in Lu Shang's mind. Finally hit the threshold. Shaking his palm, he felt his growing strength and said, the space / is really domineering. If I can master one and close the source of mana, maybe this / just now will be even more terrifying. Lu Shang said again. 4. That's right, what Lu Shang swung out just now was just a simple swing. If Lu Shang can master the / about space, on top of this, add the power of Guiyi Kendo and straight death demon eye. Absolutely capable of pulling enemies directly closer to the alien space and crushing them? That's right, Lu Shang already knows what the peak power of space slashing is, that is, dragging enemies into different space, and its slashing blows blast through different space, crushing enemies directly to different space. One day, I will reach that realm too. Yanagi, who understood the true power of space slashing, ignited a sense of longing that he had never felt before, a feeling of longing and pursuing extreme power. However, the enemy has not yet been cleaned up, and the more powerful enemy is still waiting for Lu Shang ahead. You guy is really a little strong. What special space was that guy pulled by you to? Jelal, who had clearly engraved the battle scene in his eyes, asked Lu Shang. Ah, that's right, I'll let you try it out later. Lu Shang raised his head and said to Jalal. As soon as these words came out, Jalal's originally playful eyes instantly froze. Obviously, he didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Madara Dove. I don't want to be dragged into that kind of place by you, Jalal said quickly. It's not up to you. Lu Shang replied equally unwillingly. Flame of punishment. The moment the words fell, Jalal attacked Lu Shang first. Golden flames emerged from the magic array in front of Jalal in an instant, and the hot golden flames were not inferior to Natsu's dragon fire, and even stronger. Immediately afterwards, this flame of punishment, the terrifying magic that could burn the enemy to nothingness, swept towards Lu Shang. Seeing this, Lu Shang did not dare to be careless. 1 kendo, 5 stacked waves. The terrifying slash of the chopping steel realm was skillfully swung out by Lu Shang. With a boom, I saw that the flame of punishment that could burn all things was directly torn apart by the huge sword chi released by Lu Shang, and it was cut in two. Seeing that his punishment flame was easily broken by his opponent, Jalal was not surprised in the slightest. The figure reversed, and with a whoosh, it turned into a flowing golden light and disappeared in place. Celestial magic, interesting, see if you are fast or I am fast. Lu Shang, who cut off the flame, looked at Jalal, whose figure speed had greatly increased, and said, Meteor, 7-star sword. Jalal, whose body was as flexible as a shooting star, suddenly jumped into the sky with 4.1 and launched his own celestial magic on Lu Shang. Bang bang. I saw that 7 huge golden magic arrays suddenly appeared next to Jalal, who flew into the air. Not only that, but above the eyes of each magic array was this magic energy sword turned into magic. After half a ring, the 7 swords that had absorbed all the magic essence on the magic array only stared even more. Not only that, but all the swords only shimmered with a sharp metallic luster. Scatter, 7-star sword. Jalal, who flew into the air, reversed his fingers, and the 7 swords followed the shaking of Jalal's fingertips like 7 comets towards Lu Shang on the ground. These 7 swords, if they are really allowed to fall down, I am afraid that their power can really be compared with the meteorite landing. However, unfortunately, he was facing Lu Shang, and Lu Shang would not easily let these 7-star swords with meteorite-like power smash down. Magic compression, return to the 1 kendo, 8 stacked waves. For the first time, Yanagi fused his unified kendo and magic origin for the first time. Immediately afterwards, he saw Lu Shang's face with a struggling expression, but even so, at the last moment, Lu Shang still fused these two completely different forces. The dark red sword chi that covered the sky rushed into the air from the sky in an instant, like a fierce tiger. Boom. With a sound, I saw that the 7 celestial magic swords were bombarded together with the compression slash released by Lu Shang. Bang bang. A series of explosions sounded in the sky, and the already crumbling Tower of Paradise collapsed with a bang. Such a terrifying power, the destructive power generated by the two energies, I am afraid that even the two people who fought did not expect it. I don't know how the members of Fairy Tail are, there are 23-0. Heaven and earth instantly darkened by the energy generated by these two attacks. I really underestimate you. The Tower of Paradise that I have built for many years was destroyed like this because of your appearance. The moment the collision ended and the two energies disappeared, Jalal's voice entered Lu Shang's ears. Underestimating me? Do you think this is my peak state? Lu Shang asked rhetorically. That's right, the Lu Shang just now only used about 60% of the force. Although the energy fusion aspect was still a little difficult for Lu Shang, who was not very familiar with magic power, but even so, with the attack that Jalal had just made, it was far from forcing Lu Shang to a corner. It seems that if you don't come up with something ruthless, you really can't kill you. Ahahaha. Jalal, who did not smile angrily, said to Lu Shang. But anyone can hear the evil murderous intent hidden in the other party's smile. Purgatory shattered. The 4 magical powers of wind, earth, water, and fire instantly gushed out from Jalal's body. Immediately afterwards, he saw Jalal's finger pointing at these 4 magical forces with completely different attributes on his body. the pen walked the dragon snake, and 4 huge magic arrays with different energies were directly drawn by Jelal on the ground. Suddenly, Jelal gritted his teeth, and the 4 magic arrays actually moved on the ground, just in the blink of an eye. The 4 magic arrays were actually superimposed together under the urging of Jelal's powerful magic. With a buzz, the moment the 4 magic arrays were stacked together, I saw an invisible fluctuation on the ground. Originally, I didn't want to use it, but the matter has come to this. I have to use the forbidden technique to kill you first, and if I don't continue the plan, I'm afraid it will scatter you. After this action, Jalal seemed to have consumed almost all the magic power in his body. However, with the ever-expanding ratio in front of Jelal, the mana consumed is worth it. Gu. The magic array composed of 4 different magic arrays. For some special reason, all 4 attributes directly turned into pure dark magic. Terrifying dark fluctuations continued to spread outward from Jelal. Seeing the dark aura that was constantly churning on the other side, Lu Shang knew that this brain-cluttered fool was going to come out with a real thing. The magic power in Lu Shang's body was also constantly mobilized by him, and the magic source in the air was continuously inhaled into Lu Shang's body. Since Unagi killed Sakura in his body, he has become more and more skilled in the manipulation and use of magic power. On the other hand, the magic array in front of Jalal, which had become pitch black, finally began to reveal his true glory. The evil and huge dark magic even sank the earth under Jalal's feet by a few points. Jiao, because the power is too much, I have never used this forbidden magic on people. Today you are honored to be able to force me to use this magic, so, die. Jalal, who had already condensed his magic power, said to Lu Shang not far away. The evil smile will chill from the bones to anyone, but Yanagi is different. Lu Shang, who has a magnificent general experience, will not be defeated by an expression from the other party. This is the power I just realized. From that woman named Madara Dove, I can cut off the slash of space. Similarly, Yanagi, who had condensed all his magic power at the tip, said to Jalal, this knife has the power to cut off everything, and purgatory is broken? It's just a joke. At the same time, Lu Shang even urged his straight death demon eye to the peak. Ha ha ha, look at Lao Tzu destroyed you. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Jalal laughed while destroying the huge magical energy in his hand. Buzz. The strange magic roar spread out from Jalal's hand at once, and the scattered dark energy condensed into a pitch-black dark magic energy beam in an instant. Booming, with the terrifying momentum of annihilating all things, rushed towards Lu Shang's body. Seeing this, Lu Shang's straight death demon eye was instantly activated. Lu Shang's tense visual nerve instantly allowed him to capture a faint thread of death. Although weak, but enough. Even if this is not able to cut off the death line of enemy 540, it is enough for Yanagi, who already has the ability to cut space. 1 kendo, 10 stacked waves. The demon knife Muramasa, who had compressed the source of his magic power, was swung out by Lu Shang at once. Immediately afterwards, he saw a silver snake-like slash towards Jalal's purgatory, shattering with extremely sharp momentum. Bang! There was another earth-shattering loud noise, the sky seemed to explode, and even the clouds above 10,000 meters in the sky were instantly scattered. The silver snake-like spatial slash seemed to have an inexplicable power, and the dark beam released by the shattering of Jalal purgatory was suddenly sucked into the other space. Boom! A loud bang sounded in a different time and space. That's right, the dark beam of light that was pulled into the other space by Lu Shang's spatial slash exploded inside. After all, it's still a step down, and I stopped it, Jalal. Lu Shang said to Jalal. Damn, even the purgatory shattered was pulled into that ghost place. Jalal said through gritted teeth. The attack that consumed most of his magic power was directly pulled by Lu Shang to the different space, and all the energy was detonated in the different space, and as for Lu Shang, it was completely undamaged. This made Jalal completely unacceptable. Underscore the attack that consumed most of his magic power was directly pulled by Lu Shang to the different space, and all the energy was detonated in the different space, and as for Lu Shang, it was completely undamaged. This made Jalal completely unacceptable. You know, as a forbidden magic, purgatory is broken, but it can compete with the law of goblins, and its power is self-evident. You guy, it seems that you just became stronger in this battle. Hateful. As if sensing something, Jalal had an ugly face and gritted his teeth and said. Hearing this, Lu Shang's head was slightly sideways, and he did not deny it. Indeed, after the battle of You Spotted Dove, Lu Shang finally touched the threshold of space slashing. Of course, there is still a long way to go from killing space, and even the realm of multidimensional twists and turns. But even so, the slash that Lu Shang has now released has gradually approached the limit of the human domain. In other words, Lu Shang is only one step away from surpassing the human slash. It's a little close, but the road to breaking through to that stage is not easy. Lu Shang is well aware of his current level. At the same time, just when the two were fighting, Rebi, who had been arranged by Yanagi to find Malov earlier, had already completed the task. Now Makarov has come to the door of the House of Representatives. What about rob that guy? I have something very important to do with him. Makarov came to the parliamentarian hall and said to one of the staff, Makarov Sr., Rob is supposed to be meeting in a conference room on the 2nd floor, and I heard that it is studying the deployment of strategic weapons. When the staff member saw Makarov, one of the current Saint 10 demon guides, standing in front of him, he was shocked at first, and then immediately replied, Hearing this, Makarov's beard immediately exploded, and he said rushingly, "What do you say? Already started?" After that, before anyone else could react, Makarov turned into a cloud of lightning with a bang and rushed towards the conference room on the second floor of the House of Representatives. Zikrain. In less than a second, Makarov had already arrived in the conference room and roared angrily at a handsome man. And amazingly, this man looks no different from Jalal, who fought against Lu Shang. Two people are completely carved out of one mold. "Makarov? What are you doing? How did you get here?" Looking at Makarov, who suddenly broke in, Rob asked in surprise. "Rob, tell me that the strategic weapon was not launched because Zikray was instigated by this guy." Makarov's eyes were fixed on the man named Zikrian and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Not only Rob, but also someone, did not understand what the suddenly appeared Makarov was saying here. However, when everyone was confused, it was like two people. "Zikrain, what's going on here? What are you going to do?" Rob, who seemed to sense something, asked nervously. "You fools, I have been lurking in the House of Representatives for so many years, and finally succeeded. Ahahaha, I laugh at all the energy released by the strategic weapons launched this time." Zikrain's face was even a little deformed. It was a world away from the gentle and calm appearance that everyone had remembered before. Now Zikrain has an evil smile on his face. "Is it still late after all?" Hearing Zikrian's words, Makarov said, "That's right. It's night. I have been sharpening my sword for 10 years for this day." Zikrain replied rampantly. "Makarov, what's going on here?" The members of the House of Representatives, who did not understand the truth of the matter, looked at Makarov and asked. "It's a long story." Makarov slowly shook his head and said. Makarov added, "Now the priority is to find a way to remedy it. Zikrain, who has the full power of strategic weapons, will be extremely tricky. No, it should be that the man named Jalal will be extremely tricky. This Zikrai is just a pawn." "Ha ha ha, it was that Lu Shang of your guild who told you. President Makarov, those lovely children of yours are now in my body. You just wait to collect their corpses." Zikrian laughed wildly at Makarov. The arrogant attitude clearly did not put Makarov in the eyes. "Ah, okay, in that case, let's leave your life here first." Hearing Zikrian's words, Makarov's eyes instantly became cold. Immediately afterwards, the gigantic body had already smashed in the direction of Zikrian with its right arm, and if he couldn't dodge it, he was afraid that he would be smashed into meat mud on the spot. "Humph, the game of passing the family is over. I have no reason to spend time with you in this broken place." Looking at the giant fist that fell towards him, Zikrian said without fluctuation in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the fearless Zikrian suddenly reversed his hands, and with a bang, his entire body turned directly into a golden streamer. With a whoosh, it disappeared. Disappear from everyone's sight. Bang! Makarov's fist was still smashed after all. "Damn, let this kid run. Go, must stop this crazy guy. If the plan is really succeeded by him, I am afraid that the whole world will fall into a huge disaster." Makarov looked at the Zikrian who had disappeared and said. After that, he left the house with several powerful magic masters of the house and headed towards the Tower of Paradise that Rebbe had pointed to earlier. Returned to the place where Yanagi and Jalal fought. Jalal, who only saw playing against Lu Shang, suddenly laughed without warning, and seeing this, Lu Shang first frowned. Limos. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang suddenly found that in the distant sky, an unusually shining golden light was coming in the direction where the two were located. In just the blink of an eye, this golden light had already arrived in front of Jalal. "The game is over, although the Tower of Paradise has been destroyed, but that's just a pretense. What I've been really building is the R system. This device is now buried intact under the ground of the Tower of Paradise. The energy launched by the strategic weapon is already on the way, and then when all these energies are absorbed by the R system, I, Jalal, will make the whole world feel the terrifying dark power of Lord Jelf again." As if he had fallen into some kind of mad state, Jalal stretched out his arms and shouted. Not only that, but the previous golden light had also merged into Jalal's body under Lu Shang's gaze. "That's right, it's Zikren." At the beginning, Jalal consumed most of the magic power in his body and returned. Jalal's power completely reached its peak at this moment. Not only the mana consumed before was restored, but the quality of mana contained in the entire body rose by more than one level. Looking at Jalal, whose aura continued to climb and skyrocket, Lu Shang knew that the battle had just begun. This Jalal's strength is far from being comparable to the original Joseph. Ha 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 ha, see? This is the true power of my Jalal, and when the power of those weapons is all absorbed by my R, all of you will tremble under my feet. Jalal shook his palm, feeling the power he hadn't had for a long time, and said to Lu Shang, "Then it will only be counted until your R system really absorbs that energy." Lu Shang replied unceremoniously. "Why hasn't that woman in Urushia appeared? It's really heavy, brainwashing this idiot to this extent. It's all at this moment. Don't you plan to close the net?" Looking at Lu Shang, who had no vision around him, he said with a frown. "That's right, the thief captures the king first. Lu Shang's real target has always been the hidden Urushia, but this woman is very cautious, and has no plans to come out at all." 540. Seeing this, although Lu Shang was very annoyed, he was helpless. "It seems that you can only fight a tough battle with this guy, and that our system, you must find a way to destroy it. Otherwise if such a huge amount of energy is controlled by Jalal, things should become tricky." Lu Shang, who wanted to understand this, also understood his first priority, that is, to fight a quick victory, solve Jelal, and destroy the R system before the energy of strategic weapons is injected into the R system. Before that, let you have a good look at the gap between me and those waste demon mentors. Jalal shouted at Lu Shang while manipulating the magic power in his body. The power of darkness is out of your hands. Darkland. I saw Jalal suddenly clasp his hands together, and the magic power in his body exploded with the actions of his body. A surprising scene happened. Not only the objects around Jalal, but even the shadows of objects in a radius were moving towards Jalal's position. All objects seemed to have been absorbed by the black gravitational magnetic field formed in Jalal's hand. The black hole that sucks everything not only constantly absorbs the surrounding light, but also constantly makes a rattle sound, and all objects are difficult to escape the fate of being shattered in the dark gravitational hole. Let's go. Suddenly, such a black hole that could absorb everything into it for smashing and destruction was thrown out by Jalal. Shoot straight in the direction of Unagi. Straight Death Demon Eye, open. The Ice Blue Demon Eye was instantly released by Lu Shang. Magic Origin Harvest. The magical origin hidden in the chi was absorbed into the body by Lu Shang like a whirlpool. Full fire? Seeing the other party's actions, Jalal laughed and said, "Weak bedbugs, actually plan to go head-to-head with this trick. What a Death Seeker?" While speaking, the magic power of the pull was injected by Gerardo. 1 kendo, 10 stacked waves? Give Laozi a break. Lu Shang, who holds the Ice Blue Straight Death Demon Eye, no longer has the silence and calmness of the past, but is replaced by a Sword Hao who is extremely hungry for strength and extremely obsessed with fighting. Whoops. A series of 10 sword chi. Each sword chi blade angle is different, the strength is different, the attribute is different, but just like that, it is also fused together by Lu Shang. It turned into a huge dark red slash, and the sky was dyed dark red. Moreover, it can be clearly seen that this slash released by Lu Shang has a gray origin at the front end of his sword chi. That is the power that can cut through space. Bang, of a sound. The crimson crescent slash released by the 10 stacked waves slashed at the black hole of dark paradise at once. The two completely different forces first stuck for a while, and then the sky tilted, slashing the sword chi that was constantly released, as if it was endless, constantly consuming the gravitational pull of the black hole. After half a ring, I only saw that the black hole slowly shattered. Click. The black hole formed by the dark paradise was actually smashed by Lu Shang's sword chi. What? How can it be? How could my dark paradise lose to a guy like you? Impossible. How could something that Brian taught me lose to a nobody? Watching his magic being solved, Jelal covered his head in disbelief and said, "Nothing impossible. How can your magic attack, which has been eroded in your heart, be able to withstand my slash?" Lu Shang said lightly. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Jelal seemed to be still unwilling, constantly hammering his own head in pain, as if he saw some bad picture. "Don't say it. Don't say it." After Lu Shang watched the continuous beating of his head and saying something headless, he knew that the woman hiding in a dark corner had appeared. Although Lu Shang still doesn't know the location of the other party, it is obvious that the other party can no longer hold his breath. However, Jalal, who was brainwashed by the other party, is different, as if he has been further hypnotized. The whole person even became a little crazy, and Lu Shang, who saw all this in his eyes, did not know how to be good. Then, I only saw Jalal's body suddenly stiffen, stopped struggling, and slowly said, "I must complete the task assigned to me by Lord Jelf. You were deceived by Jalal, and for years you have been deceived by the woman next to you, the woman named Uchiha." Hearing this, Lu Shang said to Jalal, "Am I deceived? Uchiha? Impossible, this cannot be." Jalal, who seemed to be aware of it, replied bitterly. Recalling those clear memories of the past is simply more difficult for Jalal than ascending to the sky, and the pain Jalal's spirit is facing can be imagined. However, in order to be able to stop this man who was controlled and committed a heinous crime, Lu Shang continued, "That's right, you remember correctly, after you were caught by the cult, you did meet a woman, and that woman is Uchiha, who has been by your side now. How is that possible? Uchiha has obviously been lurking in the House of Representatives with my missing body. How could she do something like that?" Jalal still didn't believe it. In his heart, Uchiha has always been a companion with the same goal as him. How can he believe that he is just a doll controlled by the other party? Intensifying, Jalal's brain was constantly invaded by Lu Shang's words and Uchiha's hypnotic voice, tearing his brain. Jalal, who had gone to the past, had a fragile memory nerve and had even reached the brink of collapse. No, how can I be a doll manipulated by someone else? I am Lord Jelf's most faithful servant. For his sake, I must complete this mission that has been planned for many years. Suddenly, it was still the obsession in my heart that prevailed. Jalal instantly jumped out of the brink of collapse and turned back into the evil and sinister man who was good at exploiting the weaknesses of others. Immediately afterwards, Jalal said gloomily, "So, you all give me death." Seeing this, Lu Shang shook his head helplessly. According to the current situation, there was no other choice but to fight with this guy who was no different from a madman. At the same time, the strategic weapons fired by the House of Representatives have descended like lasers on the Tower of Paradise, which has been destroyed to ruins. The thick and huge magic power was constantly leaking towards the ground like a waterfall. Didn't catch up, those guys, things will be difficult in this way. Jalil, who has the power of war weapons, even if it is me, I have to avoid the edge for the time being. Lu Shang looked at the scene where the magic power of war weapons was continuously instilled into the R system, and said with a frown, "It can't go on like this. If you really let this guy receive all the energy, things will really be difficult." Lu Shang looked at the constantly bulging and expanding earth, and said immediately, "However, will Jalal let Yanagi easily attack the R system?" Seeing Lu Shang, who suddenly drew his knife and was ready to move on R, Jalal's rapidly flashing figure appeared in front of Lu Shang again. "How can you easily make a move on the R system?" Relying on the speed of celestial magic, Jalal, who suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shang, said to him, "Snake of confinement." As he spoke, a purple-red magic array instantly condensed in front of Jalal's body, exuding a dark aura. Immediately afterwards, the snake ropes coiled around it immediately jumped out from the magic array and tore towards Lu Shang. Lu Shang, who knew the ability of these poisonous snakes, did not dare to be careless at all, and said, "If you are entangled in things by these guys, I am afraid it will take a lot of time." Then the demon knife village in his hand was violently pulled out by Lu Shang, and the blue-white blade storm suddenly rushed in front of Lu Shang. With a bang, the dark purple released by Jalal was directly torn apart by the blade of the blade storm. Seeing Lu Shang's sharp blow, Jalal was shocked, and immediately after, the whole person rushed out again. Because, Lu Shang had already crossed him and went straight to the R system underground. "Definitely won't let you touch him, Lord Jelf will be resurrected," Jalal said frantically. Brainwashed by Uchiha, he became Jelf's most loyal believer. Bang! With a sound, the spatial slash had already been split out by Lu Shang. The slash that compressed the magic power was coordinated to cut off the space, and it swept towards the R system underground. With a bang, Jalal finally took a step, and Lu Shang's sword chi with a brilliant edge had been embedded in the ground. There was another crisp sound, and it was the magic wizard spirit power buried under the ground by Jalal. The magical energy injected by the war weapon just now is now contained in these crystals. Found it, straight death demon eye, open. Lu Shang saw the target under the ground at a glance. Ice blue lines suddenly appeared on these magic guide spirit powers. Not only that, but also in Lu Shang's line of sight was full of endpoints. Another series of dozens of space slashes, constantly causing explosions in the air. Immediately afterwards, it flashed to the magic guide spirit power under the ground with a compelling speed. Bang with a loud bang. Because of the existence of the endpoint, these magic crystals were instantly destroyed by Lu Shang's sword chi. Lu Shang, who cut off all cause and effect, looked at the demon guide elf who had evaporated under the ground and disappeared with a deep breath. "Ask for flowers. It's good to catch up." Looking at the magic guide spirit power that had been destroyed by himself, Lu Shang exhaled and said, "However, some rejoice and some are worried." Jalil, who was manipulated and destroyed for many years, now his gaze is simply like a bloodthirsty and brutal beast, staring at Lu Shang fiercely. "You dare to destroy it? I'll kill you," Jalil said viciously. While speaking, Jalil was like a fierce beast, and the magic of celestial magic instantly rioted. "True celestial magic star crash. You are annihilated under this move," Jalil hissed. This blow is probably the move released by Jalil after draining all the magic power in his body, and its momentum is not inferior to the previous purgatory shattering. Immediately afterwards, the heaven and earth had a vision, and the sky seemed to collapse at any time. Not only that, but the thousands of miles had been affected by Jalil's magic. The sky was already a grey color, but there was a different place. An extremely dazzling light did not know when it had come to the 10,000 meters above the Tower of Paradise. Seeing such a scene, Lu Shang said, "You actually summoned an astral body? I have to say that your strength is really strong, but it is a pity that it is controlled by someone." That's right, the celestial magic released by Jalil this time actually summoned a huge constellation body. The terrifying momentum was as if the sky had fallen. "Originally, I didn't want to use him. This forbidden magic was restricted by the Magic Association early because of its excessive destructive power, but the matter has come to this. Lord Jelf has not been resurrected because of this guy. As the most loyal believer of that adult, I absolutely cannot forgive you," Jalal said to Willow. The other party's words sounded like a complete fool to Lu Shang. If nothing else, just because Lu Shang, who knows the truth, understands what kind of person Jelf really is, and more importantly, this big black wizard who has disappeared by word of mouth for hundreds of years, the originator of the black magician, Jelf, is not dead. Instead, he has been walking the mountains in some quiet place on the mainland. However, this secret Lu Shang knows that it is not something that can be revealed now. Once this is exposed, all the magicians who misunderstood Jelf and his most loyal believers will turn the world upside down. At the same time, celestial magic star avalanches have formed high in the sky. Even if it was tens of thousands of meters away, Lu Shang had clearly felt the oppressive force constantly coming from the air. Can the power of celestial magic also be strong to this extent? It is really blessed. Living in this world, a steady stream of magic power is constantly pouring into the body. Lu Shang looked at the forbidden magic released by Jalal and sighed. "But that's interesting, otherwise what's the point of me being here?" Lu Shang looked at the huge star of 540 above his head, and a sense of pride suddenly surged in his heart. "Die, you little devil, my star crash will completely destroy this land, including those companions of yours. All of you will give Lord Jelf a burial?" Jalal, who constantly controls the stars in the sky, said frantically. As soon as Jalal's words fell, a small magic array suddenly appeared in his hand, constantly gesturing towards the sky. Suddenly with a boom, the sky seemed to collapse, and there was an explosion-like sound. Cloudless? In addition to the grey color in the sky, there is only that brilliant star. And the culprit that caused this huge noise in the sky was the huge star, and then an amazing scene appeared, and the meteorite that weighed hundreds of tons actually fell in the direction where Lu Shang was. Here it is. Looking at the huge star surging towards him, Lu Shang had already expected it. The buzzing roar began to condense in Lu Shang's hands continuously. It was the power of the magic source, and now Lu Shang is controlling the magic source in the atmosphere to continuously converge towards his body. Not enough. Lu Shang, who only listened to the continuous absorption, suddenly snorted. Immediately afterwards, the huge magic source that was visible to the naked eye continued to pour into Lu Shang's body like a spring, and the exaggerated magic power made Lu Shang's face covered with green tendons, and his body even swelled a little. Suddenly, Lu Shang even concentrated all the magic power sources that had just accumulated in his body in his right hand, and continuously converged on the sword of the demon knife Muramasa's body through his right hand. At this moment, the demon knife village was constantly trembling in Lu Shang's hand, and this demon knife seemed to be very hungry for this new and huge power. Sure enough, it's a demon knife. After half a ring, the green tendons on Lu Shang's body were lost, replaced by Muramasa, who shimmered with a strange luster. I'll take this attack. Looking at the starless body in the sky, Lu Shang said. The straight death demon eye was once again opened by Lu Shang, and the use of this causal power made Lu Shang's eyes hurt sharply, but in this moment of saber rattling, Lu Shang couldn't care so much at all. In the face of this huge magical power, he must rely on the power of the straight death demon eye to be able to exert his next slash to the extreme. It's already compressed, let's see how hot this trick can be. Looking at Muramasa, who was already trembling in his hands, Yanagi knew that even the knife in his hand could not bear it. Swoosh! 100-meter slash with a shimmering luster flew out of Lu Shang's hand at once, and rushed towards the air with an arrogant and murderous aura. At the very front of its slashing blade, there are layers of grey-colored space power, which is the power that can cut off space. Not only that, the collapsed star has also been blurred by Lu Shang's straight death demon eyes, although I don't know if Lu Shang can defeat it in just one and tricky place, but the power of this sword chi slash alone is already quite good. What shit slash, annihilate under my star collapse. Jalal, who was manipulating the astral, roared as he watched the sword chi that Lu Shang suddenly condensed and released. Not only that, but also increased the output of mana, the speed of star collapse is faster, and the impact force is geometrically stronger. What shit star collapse, all for Laozi to break. With Lu Shang's roar, the slash mixed with the source of magic power and the power to cut off space has already slammed into the huge constellation that collapsed. This was followed by an explosion in the air. The power that two completely different forces detonate in an instant is simply not what ordinary people can imagine. The sky was swept away because of the collision of these two forces, and except for the very center of the explosion of the two forces, the rest of the place returned to its original appearance. However, the momentum is far from over. After Lu Shang's slash bombarded Jalal's meteorite, the slash with a body of hundreds of meters suddenly drilled into the star. The slash of the space that can be cut off began to spread continuously in the star, and then we saw that in addition to the endless loud noise in the sky, it was accompanied by the shrinking star. That's right, Lu Shang's spatial magic slash actually disintegrated the star collapse from the inside. The slash of cutting space constantly eroded the energy of the star collapse. Not only that, but I saw that the pitch-black alien space began to appear from the inside of the star. After half a ring, the loud noise suddenly disappeared. Not only that, the meteorite that was worth tens of thousands of tons also disappeared into the air at once, as if it had never appeared. That's right, Lu Shang's spatial magic slash combined with the power of the straight death demon eye has already brought that huge celestial body directly into the other world. Boom! The continuous 4.1 explosion sound came out again, because it could not resist the sword chi in the other space, and the million-ton star was directly cut into countless debris. How is that possible? How exactly did you swing your slash? Forbidden magic can actually lose to your sword? Seeing his attack destroyed, Jalal no longer had the madness he had before. In its place was absolute shock. Nothing is impossible, my hands swing the sword millions of times, the abilities of this body are all created for my slashing, how can your forbidden magic compete with me? Lu Shang, who had already touched the threshold of the spatial slash, said in all directions. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Jalal's eyes suddenly flashed a bright taste. Immediately afterwards, Jalal's gaze changed again. The celestial magic meteor was instantly activated, and the whole person turned into a flash of light and rushed out. The high-speed movement of astral magic is enough to make Jalal invincible. Can't he beat it? However, this time Jalal is afraid that he will be in trouble, because he is not against someone else but Lu Shang, and the slash that Lu Shang wields is definitely faster than Jalal's meteor. Want to run? Seeing Jalal, who had flashed and planned to run, Lu Shang said with a trembling eyebrow. Let Lu Shang spend so much effort. Of course, Lu Shang will not easily let the other party run away. One sword Deo, 8 stacked waves. The skillful compression slash was immediately thrown out by Lu Shang. With a fierce and unending force, it suddenly slammed into Jalal, who had turned into a streamer. With a snap, the latter fell violently towards the ground like a kite with a broken line. Poof, gag. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang heard a violent and painful sound suddenly come from the place where J-23 Lao landed. That's right, Jelal completely withstood Lu Shang's slash in the front, but simply, because of celestial magic, the power of the slash was invisibly offset by half. But even so, although he did not kill with a single blow, he was already injured enough, and mouthfuls of blood continued to spit out from Jalal's mouth. The back that had just been hit was even more bloody at the moment. Obviously it had injured Jalal's internal organs, and it was unknown whether he could survive. However, with such a lot of effort, will Lu Shang let him go? Even if the other party did this kind of thing because he was misled and brainwashed, it didn't matter to Lu Shang. The important thing was that Jalal really hindered him. Lu Shang. Therefore, the front end of the demon knife in Lu Shang's right hand had condensed a small sword chi, but it was enough to kill Jalal, who was already in a near-death situation. Is it over? Jalal looked at Lu Shang, who had slowly walked towards him and was ready to slash, and his eyes had darkened. I don't know that at the last moment before he died, Jalal didn't remember what happened, and I don't know if he would repent of the evil deeds he had done over the years. It's over. Hearing Jalal's words, Yanagi replied. At the same time as answering, the demon knife village was standing on Jalal's neck. Lu Shang didn't plan to stay for any time, and the demon knife in his hand was swung out by him at once. However, at the moment when Lu Shang immediately cut off Jalal's head with a sword, a resolute but sad voice suddenly reached Lu Shang's ears and echoed above, "Don't, Yanagi, let him go." Stopping, Yanagi took it back when he heard the voice. But even so, the demon knife has already pulled Jalal's neck out of a bloodline. After half a ring, he thought he was dead, and Shin Jalal slowly opened his eyes, and he found that because of that familiar voice, Lu Shang's knife had not been cut down. That's right, it's Elessa. At this moment, she had already come to the place where Lu Shang and Jalal were fighting, and she happened to see the scene where Lu Shang had just swung the knife, so she couldn't help but dissuade her. Why wasn't it cut down? Looking at Lu Shang, who suddenly stopped, Jalal asked puzzled. Because my companions told me to stop, I believe them, Yanagi replied. Companion. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Jalal seemed to remember what had happened. And for some reason, the original fierce and sinister gaze in Jalal's eyes slowly retreated, regaining a clarity that had not been seen for many years. At the same time, Elisha and the others had also arrived in front of Jalal. Thank you, Yanagi. Elisha, who came to the two of them, did not rush to talk to Jalal, but looked at Lu Shang and said with extremely serious eyes, "There's nothing to thank. If you come one step late, my knife will really cut down. This is this guy's life. You saved him, Elisha." Hearing Elisha's words, Lu Shang waved his hand and replied. Hearing this, Elisha did not respond, but turned her head and squatted down, looking at the former companion in front of her. "Do you remember what happened now, Jal?" Elisha asked almost tremblingly. Hearing the fragile and trembling voice of the woman in front of him, Jalal suddenly felt that his heart ached, much greater than the pain caused by the injuries on his body. Immediately afterwards, Jalal actually cried. The crimes committed in the past 8 years and the previous actions to his companion and Elisha have crushed this otherwise good man. Immediately afterwards, Jalal directly condensed all the remaining magic power in his body in his hand, and slammed towards his face. It turned out to be planning suicide. Jalal's sudden action startled Elisha, who was already confused, but it was too late when she wanted to stop it. Swoosh. With a sound, Lu Shang's reassuring figure appeared in front of Elisha again, and the hand knife that Jalal had originally swung was also grabbed by Lu Shang with lightning speed. "I let you go, but I didn't want you to do this, Jalal. Elisha has done enough for you. Do you want this woman 540 to continue to be sad?" Lu Shang, who stopped the other party's action, said to Jalal. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Jalal did not cheer up, and his originally injured body suddenly shrunk, and his eyes even lost their original luster, and his face was like dead ash. "What else can I do? I actually killed my companions who accompanied me on a difficult journey, and even planned to sacrifice Elisha's body to resurrect the Black Wizard, and I have done too many wrong facts in the past few years. I still don't know," Jalal said with a dark look in his eyes. Looking at Jalal's current appearance, Elisha cried even more pear blossoms with rain. And Lu Shang, after hearing the other party's words, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he said angrily, "Are you still a man? Jal, you can still say such disappointing things after you have escaped control. It is precisely because you have done so many wrong things that you cannot die so easily." Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang questioned again, "As a man, shouldn't you be responsible for the past? If you want to die 100, it's too irresponsible, right?" Hearing Lu Shang's words, Jalal's body suddenly trembled, and I don't know if Lu Shang's words touched a certain place in his heart. However, everyone present felt that Jalal seemed to be different from before. And at this moment, under the leadership of Malov, the people of the House of Deputies had already arrived. "Willow, Elisha, are you all right?" Guild leader Malov, who appeared in front of the fairy tale members in an instant, said with a nervous look in his eyes. "It's okay, thanks to Lu Shang, this threat was stopped, otherwise, I really can't imagine what horrible scene we will face," Mirage replied. Hearing this, Malov nodded, but at this moment, he suddenly noticed the breathless figure behind everyone, Jalal. "Zikrane? No, Jalal, how did he become like this?" Malov, who also knew the truth of the matter, said in shock. Obviously, he did not expect that a man with such strength as Jalil would become what he is now. But then, before everyone could answer, Marlov looked deeply at Lu Shang beside him as if he had suddenly reacted to something, but Malov did not say anything. At the same time, several people from the House of Representatives had also arrived, looking at Jalal, who was lying on the ground and was seriously injured, and one of them said, Zikrain, I really can't imagine that you are an undercover agent who has been hiding in the house for so many years. We really underestimate you. After that, before everyone could react, two people from the House of Representatives had suddenly made a move and put up Jalal, who was already in a state of serious injury. Let's go, you have committed such a monstrous evil, you will spend the rest of your life in a magical prison, the House of Representatives said. Seeing this, Illusa did not stop it, because he knew that even if she made a move, she could not prevent things from changing. Moreover, this was also what Jalal should bear. However, for some reason, Illusa, who had obviously turned around, rushed out again, hugged Jalal tightly from behind, and cried bitterly. Seeing this, the two people in the House of Representatives frowned even more, ready to make a move on Illusa. But at this moment, Lu Shang made a move. The deterrent effect of the Overlord-colored domineering immediately covered the two members of the House of Representatives. Don't be so anxious, let them finish talking, Lu Shang said to the two men. Looking at the young man who had never been masked, the two demon masters of the House of Representatives couldn't lift their courage for some reason. They only felt that their breath was weakened all of a sudden in the moment just now, for some reason, as if Lu Shang's words were the divine will, and they couldn't allow them to resist at all. Seeing this, Geijiro and even Natsu on the side looked at Lu Shang with excitement. Would love to fight. This was the only thought in the minds of these two dragon exterminator demon mentors. On the other end, Illusa hugged Jalal tightly while crying and choking. Jalal, why are you? Don't be sad, Illusa, since I'm still alive, I'm responsible for what I've done before, you, replied Jalal, still unspoken at the end. Maybe in Jalal's opinion, he is no longer worthy to talk to Illusa, and now he only hopes that Illusa can be happy. After all, the rest of his life is already destined to be a road of atonement, and there is no freedom at all. Immediately afterwards, Jalal pushed away Illusa, who had tightly saved him, and left with the people of the House of Representatives with a determined look. And Illusa was finally able to stand up with the help of Mirage and Lucy. In this way, the war with the magic guide elf power, Jalal finally ended. Later, Yanagi also learned about Fairy Tail's situation when he fought Jalal, and Yanagi was worried that these partners would be affected by the aftermath of the battle. It turned out that the two members of Fairy Tail, who were about to look for Illusa and Harpy, bumped into Illusa who had escaped when they had just entered the Tower of Paradise. Knowing Jalal's purpose from the other party's words, they originally planned to directly kill Lu Shang to deal with Jalal, but because Illusa didn't know where Harpy went, everyone wasted a lot of time looking for Harpy. In the end, it was Natsu who found Harpy, and when it was time to start, everyone only felt a violent shaking of the Tower of Paradise, and seeing this, everyone fled desperately, but the moment they just walked out of the Tower of Paradise, the tower collapsed in. Burying Geijiro in the ground, everyone wasted time in order to dig out Geijiro, which caused everyone to take a step, but what they didn't expect was that Lu Shang defeated Jalal alone, and even prepared to kill the other party. That's the next scene. Let's go, kids, the battle is over. Looking at Jalal, who had disappeared, and Illusa, who had recovered a little of her emotions, Malov said to everyone. In this way, after everyone agreed, they moved towards the guild. Because of this battle, everyone once again had a new understanding of Yanagi's strength, especially Natsu and Geijiro. As everyone knows, this battle is also of great significance to Lu Shang, and Lu Shang, who has touched the power of space, will be more terrifying than before after becoming familiar with the power of magic power. No one can imagine what Lu Shang / will leave for the world in the future. At the same time, on the way back from Fairy Tail, Natsu suddenly came to Yanagi like a ghost. Hey, Yanagi. Suddenly, Natsu's words sounded in Lu Shang's ears, and it was really Lu Shang's eardrums hurting. Without waiting for Lu Shang to speak, Natsu said again, do you remember what you promised me before? What did Yanagi promise you, Natsu? Harpy on the side asked with a puzzled look. In this regard, Lu Shang was also puzzled, and he didn't remember what he promised the other party at all. Can you give me a little hint at the next one? In this regard, Lu Shang showed a rare playful expression and replied, Duel, I promised you to hand over that guy from Jalal to you before, didn't I agree because you promised to duel with me? Hearing Lu Shang's words, Natsu patted the door of his head and said, Ah, this way, then wait until you return to the guild, promise people's things, I will definitely do it. Yanagi replied. Lu Shang he really forgot, if not Natsu reminded him, how could Lu Shang, who had just fought with Jalal, remember this duel? Not only that, but Geijiro, who had been watching Lu Shang and Natsu on the side, did not know when he quietly sneaked beside the two. Duel. The abrupt voice startled Lu Shang and Natsu. Seeing the person in front of him, Lu Shang couldn't wait to pinch his thighs fiercely, and this guy Geijiro also came over. Geijiro, who had always wanted to fight Yanagi again, heard that Yanagi was actually preparing to fight with Natsu, and his own motivation came. Add me another for such an interesting thing, I also want to fight you again, Yanagi. Geijiro said to Yanagi. Suddenly, Lu Shang felt the urge to vomit. I just had a big fight, and after I went back, I just wanted to take a good rest and get up again to hone my swordsmanship, but I didn't expect to provoke two crazy guys at once. Although Lu Shang still has many questions about dragon-killing magic, at least for now, Lu Shang just wants to take a good rest. Hey, you steel man, what are you going to do? Lu Shang promised to fight me first, and you have to go to the back. Natsu suddenly pulled his neck and said to Geijiro, Huh? What did you say? You idiot actually told me to shoot you 540 later? Not to be outdone, Geijiro replied unceremoniously. After that, the two idiots scuffled together. Lusimir Raj and the others, who saw all this in their eyes, only felt speechless for a while. As for Malov, he laughed even more. For this cheerful and active scene at this moment, for him, the old man, he really liked it. Even Lu Shang was the same, looking at such an atmospheric and vigorous environment, Lu Shang gradually comprehended the power of that heart. In this way, under the fight along the way, Malov, Lu Shang, and others have also returned to Fairy Tale. Seeing the return of several people, Rebbe, Elfman and others immediately rushed towards several people. First of all, Elfman, whose huge body immediately came to Mirage and asked him with concern, How is it? Sister? You're not hurt, are you? I didn't, but, Ilusa, she. Mirage looked at Ilusa and replied hesitantly. Kdeb, Ilusa, what's wrong with her? Hearing Mirage's words, Rebbe and the others on the side asked worriedly. Because they had discovered Ilishana's expression, the woman who was full of strength and confidence in the past was now full of sadness. I'm nothing, it's just a little bit uncomfortable now. Ilusha heard the conversation of several people and said suddenly. Hearing this, everyone gathered around Ilusha with concern, and everyone did not speak, just looked at Ilusha with a concerned and worried face. Lu Shang, who saw all this in his eyes, suddenly seemed to see something. Is this the power of family affection in the hearts of this group of people? Lu Shang looked at the actions of this group of people and said with a sigh. At this moment, Malov's old figure did not know when he had come to Lu Shang's side, and slowly replied, That's right, this is your guild, Fairy Tale, all of us regard our partners as family, until my third generation, the traditions of our guild have always existed and become more stable and reliable. Hearing Malov's words, Lu Shang seemed to understand something, nodded slowly, and stopped talking. After half a ring, Ilusa had returned to the guild with Kana and Lucy. Hey, Ilusa, this is not like you, cheer up, if the fairy queen becomes like this, she is not going to laugh at you. Even Natsu couldn't stand it. Came to Ilusa and said, This idiot is right, how can the members of our strongest squad easily lose their fighting spirit? Gray also said from the side. Hearing Gray call himself an idiot, Natsu surprisingly did not return the favor, but still looked at Ilusa with a worried face. And Lu Shang, who saw all this on the side, finally couldn't bear it, came to Ilusa, and said to him, Don't worry about him, Ilusa, don't worry, the people in the House of Representatives will not do anything to him, and in the near future, he will be released by the people of the magic prison. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Ilusha raised her head and said to her, Really? In this regard, Lu Shang's eyes nodded firmly, and he replied solemnly, Trust me. Just for a moment, Ilusha seemed to suddenly have the backbone of the main heart. Seeing this, everyone knew that the former Goblin Queen was back. For a while, everyone's admiration for Lu Shang was as continuous as the gushing river. In this way, everyone who finally calmed Ilusa also left separately. However, because he promised Natsu, Lu Shang would not be able to walk away for a while. Hehe, finally able to match this guy of yours. Looking at Lu Shang in front of him, Natsu touched his nose and said to him with a wary face. Don't let me down, Fire Dragon Destroyer Mentor, to be honest, I have long wanted to see how this fire is different from iron. Yanagi replied. At the moment when Lu Shang's words fell, a rough voice sounded from behind the two, then I need to ask, how can that guy's flame be compared to my Iron Dragon destroying magic? That's right, Geijiro didn't know when he really came to the two. What do you say? You guy, do you want to fight again? You are a loser. Natsu heard Geijiro's words and said with a mocking look. Huh? Do you want to fight? Last time was just an accident, do you really think you are my opponent? Geijiro was furious at once. Looking at the posture of these two people not giving in to each other, Lu Shang suddenly said, Okay, you guys don't fight anymore, since you all want to fight me, let's go together. As soon as these words came out, they instantly interrupted the original atmosphere of the two, and almost at the same time looked directly at Lu Shang. It's like looking at a monster. What did you just say, Yanagi? As if he didn't believe his ears, Natsu asked. I said, since you both want to fight me, let's go together. Yanagi's answer remained the same and replied. Hey, that's right, I said, you guy is a little too arrogant, and you want to deal with both of us at the same time. Geijiro also said from the side. Obviously, in the hearts of Natsu and Geijiro, although they both agreed with Yanagi's strength, they did not feel that Yanagi's strength could deal with both of them at the same time. After all, Natsu and Geijiro are two dragon-slaying mentors who grew up under the entrenchment of dragons. No jokes, if either of you don't want to fight, then forget it. After Lu Shang finished speaking, he turned his head and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Natsu immediately shouted and stopped Lu Shang, saying, Wait a minute, Lu Shang. Hearing this, the corners of Lu Shang's mouth rose slightly, but he was quickly restrained. Since you have to fight like this, then the two of us will take it. Geijiro on the side said to Lu Shang. Not only that, but I saw that there was a rare ignition in the eyes of Natsu and Geijiro with an extremely tacit and warm taste. In that case, idiot, let him see the true strength of the Dragon Destroyer mentor. Geijiro said with a burning look at Natsu beside him. Cut, you bastard. Natsu didn't mean to talk to the other party at all, and the corners of his mouth rose upward. Two men who have always been at odds, this time, finally cooperated, and all this was facilitated by Yanagi. As everyone knows, after Liu Shang came to Fairy Tail, he has subtly changed many people, including himself, but all this Liu Shang, as a party, has not yet discovered it. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Iron Dragon Stick. The two Dragon Exterminator demon mentors shot almost at the same time, and quickly attacked Liu Shang like thunder. Seeing the combined attack of the two, Liu Shang had no intention of underestimating the enemy, and his eyes became serious in an instant, because he knew that the two Dragon Exterminating demon mentors he was facing had the same characteristics as him. That is to fight stronger and stronger? The more powerful the opponent you encounter, the higher your fighting spirit will burn. Therefore, the source of magic power was used by Liu Shang without hesitation. Not only that, but the domineering spirit that had begun to move towards a higher level was also quietly launched by Liu Shang. One sword Deo, 5 stacked waves. With a bang, the powerful dark red crescent moon slash was thrown out by Liu Shang. Immediately afterwards, the three forces collided with each other, causing an explosion. No one expected that the two forces would collide equally. Although Geijiro's Iron Dragon Rod and Natsu's Fire Fist dispersed the chi life, they also had insufficient stamina due to the exhaustion of all their strength during the collision, and there was no way to threaten them. I said, Liu Shang, these slashes you swung out, maybe they are too strong. Seeing that he and Geijiro's combined attack could not threaten Yanagi, Natsu said. As everyone knows, Liu Shang just used less than 40%. Natsu and Geijiro are not enemies after all, so Yanagi Tagan has used his straight death demon eye. If this causal weapon is added, the Dragon Exterminator demon mentor who has not yet grown up will definitely be ended by Liu Shang's sword. Moreover, because of the domineering nature of seeing and smelling, Liu Shang has long been invincible, and I am afraid that few people in this world can threaten Liu Shang now. Although there will be some strong enemies, but after all, it is a matter of the future. You know, Liu Shang has been growing rapidly. Tempered by 1,000 years. Hearing Natsu's somewhat helpless words, Liu Shang replied with an unusually serious look in his eyes. Tempered by 1,000 hammers? Indeed, when Yanagi came to the Hokage world when he was young, he had been practicing swords hard and practicing sword swings since he was a child, and he spent almost the entire same year with the sword. How can the power of this slash not be strong? Hearing Liu Shang's words, Geijiro and Natsu, who were far away, were startled at first, and then the two of them pondered almost at the same time. Obviously, Liu Shang's words touched the two of them a lot. The corners of Nizgajiro's mouth smuttered, temper 1,000 times. Looking at Liu Shang, who seemed to have comprehended something, he had no intention of stopping. The battle, just beginning, is far from over. Ask for flowers. You two, when fighting, talk to talk, and your nerves can never be relaxed. Yanagi's words echoed in the ears of both Natsu and Geijiro. Suddenly, Natsu and Geijiro only felt that there was a sharp and tough sound of breaking wind behind them. Liu Shang's slash did not know when it had swept behind the two. In an instant, extremely skilled combat literacy was manifested in the bodies of the two Dragon Exterminator demon mentors. I only saw that the solace of the two of them burst at the same time, and they wanted to kick in all 4 feet, and the huge recoil instantly pulled the two out of Liu Shang's slashing range. But even so, the legs of the two were still rubbed with a trace of streaks. Ah, what a profound moment. Natsu, who could avoid Liu Shang's slash, touched his nose and said, 0. Let's show more strength. If it's just that, it's a little too inadequate. Looking at Natsu and Geijiro, who had been retreating to the defense and not taking the initiative to attack, Yanagi couldn't help but mock. Cut, underestimated. I don't want to lose to this guy a second time. Natsu, use that. Geijiro first exhaled heavily, then turned his head and said to Natsu beside him. And Natsu seemed to understand it in his heart, and immediately understood Geijiro's intentions. Immediately afterwards, 2 extremely hot and explosive forces suddenly began to brew in the bodies of the two. Seeing this, Liu Shang's eyes froze, and through the domineering perception of seeing and smelling, Liu Shang immediately knew the next plan of these two people. Spit out? Hehe, well, let me see how powerful the double dragon breath can be, and my slash is ready for you. Liu Shang, who can already see a little bit of the future, said. Then he saw that Natsu and Geijiro's chest pain suddenly bulged, and began to violently absorb their own magic elements in the air. Not only that, but a large amount of dragon-killing power was constantly burning and condensing in the bodies of the two. The magic power of dragon-killing magic continued to accumulate in the bodies of the two little by little. Suddenly, the eyes of the two suddenly shocked with an extremely strong luster. Roar of the fire dragon. Roar of the iron dragon. The power of double dragon is extraordinary. Two terrifying and extreme forces erupted from the mouths of both Natsu and Geijiro at once. Unique. I am afraid that the entire magic continent will also do this by the dragon-destroying demon mentor. Then, the pillar of flame, as well as the iron storm and the power to destroy the dragon, sprayed in the direction where Yanagi was. They didn't keep their hands, because they knew that if they didn't use all their strength, there was no possibility of defeating Liu Shang. The ground even collapsed because of these two terrifying auras, and all the substances in the air were annihilated. Immediately afterwards, an even more shocking scene appeared again, and the breath of two dragons with completely different attributes actually had a tendency to merge. Lu Shang, who saw all this in his eyes, couldn't help but shake his eyebrows. Although 540 has different attributes, because they all belong to the category of dragon-killing magic, are they fused? The power after the fusion is already close to the power of forbidden magic. It is really strange. Is the dragon hidden in their body so powerful? If this is the case, my current strength, when the strongest Black Dragon King appears, it will be too inadequate. Lu Shang said after looking at the terrifying potential of dragon-killing magic. At the same time, Lu Shang, who has an understanding of the power of this world, will only work harder in the following days. At this moment, the breath of the dragon that attacked Lu Shang had arrived. The straight death demon eye was activated by Lu Shang almost instantly, and a dense line of death suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shang's eyes. At the same time, a move of Yanhui pulling the sword slash had already been pulled out by Lu Shang. The grey-white slender lines swept towards the double dragon breath that had already passed. Two terrifying forces that were completely out of proportion in size exploded in heaven and earth. I only saw that because of the straight death demon eye. Lu Shang's Yanhui suddenly split the dragon breath released by the combined efforts of Natsu and Gajiro into two halves at an unhearable speed. A large amount of magic power instantly scattered and exploded, and the terrifying momentum had already attracted many onlookers. What's going on? Isn't that the fire dragon of fairy tale? Who was he with? And besides, how did he feel that red-eyed boy was very strong? I don't know about the guy with Natsu, but the young man with the sword you mentioned, I've heard some things about him. Oh, what's going on? It seems to be a new member who has just joined Fairy Tail, and I heard that Joseph, the leader of even the Ghost Dominator, was killed by this teenager. The crowd watching on the side couldn't help but gasp when they heard Gangs's explanation. Hiss. How could they see that this appearance had already possessed the strength to defeat the 10 great Saint Demon Guides in just 20 years? However, the three people in the battle did not know these ordinary people at all. At this moment, Natsu and Gajiro were gasping violently, and the roar of the dragon just now consumed too much magic in their bodies. And not only that, but their eyes were also full of shock. Originally, they thought that the fusion breath of mistakenly hit could be a great threat to Lu Shang, but they did not expect that when they reached this step, they were still taken by Lu Shang's blow. Lu Shang's slash is really terrifying, hateful, how strong he is. Suddenly, I saw Natsu lying flat on the ground all of a sudden, and said. Seeing this, Gajiro on the side also sat cross-legged on the ground and did not speak. How does it feel better than Gilda's, really? Natsu, who was lying flat on the ground, thought for a moment and said. Is this 1,000 trials? Said Gajiro, who seemed to have thought of something. Hearing this, Natsu said to Gajiro on the side, I said, isn't this feeling of magic pumping great? I used to only have the current feeling in the face of Gilda's, it's so good, and then with Yanagi, the perfect training opponent. Ha ha ha, I want to become stronger. At the same time as Natsu spoke, Lu Shang, who scattered the attack of the two, did not know when he had already walked to the side of the two. No fighting. Yanagi asked. Ah, there is almost no magic left, Lu Shang, can your slash smash everything? Natsu replied. Hearing Naza's words, Gajiro also set his eyes on Yanagi. No, I'm nowhere near that level now, Lu Shang replied categorically. Although Lu Shang has comprehended the sound of the breath of all things, the realm of cutting iron, and the threshold of unifying the way of sword and cutting through space, Lu Shang will not be arrogant and think that he is invincible now. Now he is far from it. Cut, you guy, defeated me twice and even dared to talk like this, you really don't put people in your eyes. Gajiro heard Yanagi's answer and pouted. Hearing Gajiro's words, Lu Shang shook his head and didn't bother to defend. This kind of thing is good as long as Lu Shang understands it himself, there is no need to argue with others more. At the same time as a few people spoke, the crowd that had been attracted by the momentum in the distance also began to disperse. I believe that it won't be long before the news of the duel between these three people will spread in the town, and then it will inevitably cause Lu Shang a headache. People are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being strong, and Lu Shang really doesn't like that everyone knows him and knows him. He just wanted to stay in the guild, hone his sword skills and delve into magic power with peace of mind, and Lu Shang didn't want to get involved in other things. Of course, meeting strong enemies was an exception. After all, a duel with a master is the fastest way to improve your strength 4.1. Okay, then even if you win this time, it's true, I didn't expect that the two of us together lost to you. Hey, it's far from this stupid guy, if you cooperate better, maybe it won't be this result. Natsu suddenly got up and said. Huh? What did you say? You idiot, do you want to fight? Hearing Natsu's words, Gajiro, who had lost in Lu Shang's hands for the third time, suddenly became angry, and said with fire in his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Shang had a black line on his face. Let the two of them toss and go, Lu Shang thought in his heart, and slowly took a step towards the guild. Leave Natsu and Gajiro there to love and kill each other. However, just as Lu Shang turned back and walked towards the Fairy Tail Guild, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Exactly Harpy? Looking at Harpy, who was constantly flapping his wings and flying nervously, Lu Shang immediately guessed that something must have happened to the fairy tale. At this moment, Harpy, who was full of anxiety, also noticed Lu Shang's obvious silver-white hair at a glance. Yanagi? Why are you here alone? Nas them. Seeing Lu Shang, Harpy asked with a look of excitement. Naz and Geijiro are behind. What happened? Yanagi replied, who could see something was wrong at a glance. It's not good. Laxus, the grandson of the guild leader, suddenly came to Fairy Tail with a few of his companions. Harpy replied. As soon as these words came out, Lu Shang's eyes suddenly became serious. Because he knew how tricky that Laxus and his Thor were. Lu Shang did not expect that the Laxus gang appeared so early. Because of the duel with Nizgajiro, Lu Shang did not think of this stubble at all. This side of hubby suddenly remembered, but although this sudden appearance of several people caught Lu Shang a little off guard, but the soldiers came to block the water and cover the soil, and the 23 soldiers were ready to greet them. Lu Shang has never been a master who is afraid of things, and the other party's desire for the position of the guild leader depends on whether he Lu Shangtong agrees or not. In that case, Harpy, Naz and the two of them are behind. You first tell them about Laxus and lead them to the Union, and I will go first. After that, before Harpy could react, Lu Shang had already turned into a silver lightning bolt and disappeared into Harpy's sight. Hey, Yanagi, Yanagi. Looking at Yanagi who suddenly left, Harpy shouted, but no one responded. Obviously, Lu Shang has already gone far. It's true, how is this guy in Lu Shang more anxious than Naz, before he can tell him that the Laxus gang has already controlled everyone? No, I have to find Naz quickly, otherwise, Fairy Tail may really be dangerous. Harpy said as he looked in the direction Yanagi left. After that, he fluttered his wings and flew towards the depths of the forest. As everyone knows, Lu Shang knows much better about the situation of Fairy Tail at this time than Habi. After all, Lu Shang is a man who knows the script in advance. And at this moment, Fairy Tail, a dull sound had already reached everyone's ears. Laxus, are you really going to do this? Malov asked. Ah, that's right, old man, you are already on the decline of the essence tail in your hands, so the new guild leader is up to me, and I will definitely make this most powerful guild in the entire continent. An extremely tough and hearty voice replied. Even if it comes at the cost of moving to your own companions? Laxus. Hearing the other party's answer, Malov said again. Ah, that's right. Only to hear a man with golden hair and an obvious scar on his eyes say categorically. That's right, this extremely muscular man with a husband-like temperament is none other than Malov's grandson, Laxus. You fellow, Laxus, you're going too far. At this moment, the trapped Karna shouted at Laxus with anger in his eyes. However, no matter how much Karna shouted, there was no way to break through the cage in front of him. That's right, the trick trap that Philid Justin set early on. Philid's magic is a type of literal magic that few people know. Once the pattern of various rules on the ground using the western sword in his hand is set off, it will fall into the various traps that Philid had prepared in the morning. Damn, once you use your magic power, there will be a strong sense of suffocation. How can this guy Philid be so elusive as that guy from Mistland? Ridiso, who was also trapped in the enchantment, said with a calm face. Most of Fairy Tail has fallen for Philid's trap. Only a few people are still able to move outside. This includes only Elfman, Mirage, Ilussa, Grey, Jubian, Lucy and a few others. At this moment, another member of the Thor crowd, Abba Green, suddenly said, Hee, Laxus is right, you guys are probably with Malov for too long, and they don't even have the most basic momentum, so they will be successfully attacked by the ghost dominators, so they will have the result of being subdued by several of us today. Abba Green, who wore glasses, suddenly turned her tone and said to Ilussa not far away, and, Ilussa, when will the title of the Goblin Queen be yours? It's because I've loved leprechaun stories since I was a kid that I joined Fairy Tail, a title I don't plan to give to others. Hearing this, Ilusha replied, How long have you not seen, Abba Green, you still haven't changed. Humph, it's to deal with you guys. Abba Green snorted coldly. That's right, this woman with glasses and a pair of wings on her back, Abba Green, rarely interacts with members of Fairy Tail on weekdays, because she has only been interested in things about goblins since she was a child, which also led to her lack of ability to fit with her partners, so she was isolated, and now she was invited to the Thor crowd because of her strong strength and became one of them. The reason for wearing glasses is also the revival. Abba Green's eyes have the ability to petrify, in order to suppress his ability to be too large 540, so Abba Green has to wear glasses all year round. And not only that, as a member of the Thor crowd, each of the three of them has two very different magical powers. For example, Abba Green, she not only has eyes that can petrify people, but also has the ability to manipulate leprechauns. And these leprechauns are none other than the scales on the wings of Abba Green's back. No one knew that Abba Green's scale powder could trigger a huge magic explosion through the transmission of mana. Pippi, Bobo, you two don't make trouble. At this moment, a man wearing a mask suddenly stuck out his tongue and said strangely. Immediately afterwards, I saw two naughty small dolls jumping on the man's body. That's right, the one who spoke with the little puppet was the last member of Thor's crowd, Biguthro. And it was obvious that the snake-like tongue of Biguthro was clearly printed with the seal of the Fairy Tail Guild. You two, be quiet, now is not the time to laugh, don't forget our duty as the Thunder God. Suddenly, Felid said to Biguthro and Abba Green. Ah, got it, Captain, don't be so serious. Biguthro said to Felid. That's right, as the captain of the three-person squad of Thor, Felid is much more stable than the other two. All three are self-formed three-person squads because they share a common pursuit and worship Laxus. Okay, you guys don't talk, the game is about to start. Felid, Ibogrin, do it. Suddenly, Laxus said to the two members of the Thor crowd. Immediately afterwards, he saw the expressions of these two people, and suddenly became serious. Buzz. At some point, a terrifying and unsuspecting magic force shot out of Abagrin's eyes. The next moment he heard Malov's cry, Ilessa. Lucy, be careful, it's already late, though. The unsuspecting Ilessa and Lucy were suddenly controlled by the magic in Abagrin's eyes. In the blink of an eye, these people turned into stone carvings. At the same time, Felid also used the western sword in his hand at some point, drawing in a circle, the tip of the sword flowed back and forth in the air, and the strange magic suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, it swept towards Grey, Jubian, Everman and others. These people all felt that their bodies were detained in this space in an instant. Ilessa, Lucy, Abominable, Felid, you're going too far? The rest of the fairy tale members who had not yet been petrified couldn't help but roar when they saw that their companions were petrified by Ibogrin like this. However, they couldn't rush out, and Felid's word magic trapped them all. At this moment, they can only watch their petrified companions. For no other reason, there is only one way for these trapped members to get out, and that is to promise the counterparty in their respective trapped circles that the winning one can get out of the trap of word magic set by Felid. Seeing this, Elfman almost roared, Laxus, what do you want? Today's day happens to be a harvest festival. All of you will bring down the thunder god people including me within 3 hours. If you can't do it, then I will crush these stone statues. Laxus said to several people. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces instantly turned pale. They did not expect that Laxus actually planned to crush the stone statue that Ilessa, Lucy and the others had turned into. And looking at the appearance of Laxus, there is no intention of joking with them. This death game, they had to participate. Laxus, you're enough? Is it so cannibalistic? Malov heard Laxus's words and said with eyes cracked. That's right, in Malov's opinion, there is really no more painful thing as his own children killing each other. This matter can also be solved very simply. You have to hand over the position you will belong. In this case, I will release these guys immediately. Laxus said to Malov. Hearing this, Malov was silent. He was more than half 100 years old, hesitated, confused, and now he did not know what to do at this moment. As an elder, as the guild leader, he would never do anything to these children who were cute in his eyes, but in this way, it seemed that there was no other way now than to hand over the position of the guild leader. Suddenly, just as Malov hesitated, Grey suddenly shouted, don't listen to him, guild president. How can the position of president be handed over to these guys? Win against you. Cut. You guys are all handed over to me. Hearing this, Malov looked stunned, looked at Grey, and then looked at the firm eyes of the rest of the people. Marlof's heart was in addition to anger and relief, there was also a trace of helplessness. Yes, but you have to do something to him before you deal with us. Laxus said, pointing to Radassa next to Grey. As soon as these words came out, not only Grey, but also everyone including Kana and Elfman, their faces changed. Even if they have little understanding, as members of the same guild, they still have some understanding of Felid's magic. They are now falling into each other's warlock trap, and if they want to get out, they can only take down the partner in front of them, and there is no other way to crack it. A bunch of cowardly guys, how? Can't get your hands on it? As fragile as a flower in a greenhouse under the protection of the old guild leader, I have long said that fairy tale should have opened a new chapter a long time ago. Seeing these guys in front of him who couldn't bear to do anything to their companions, Laxus said proudly. I'm sorry, Ridiso, I can only be your enemy for the sake of friends. I only saw Grey saying to his partner in front of him with a difficult face. Hearing this, Ridiso also had an ugly face, and the fact in front of them was too difficult to accept. In this way, not only Grey, but also everyone including Elfman, Kana, Jubian, and Arzak had to bite the bullet and attack their companions. Bang, bang, bang. A series of magic bursts continue to sound in this square, and in order to rescue friends have no choice but to fight each other. And now, the most painful thing is Malov, watching the members of the guild kill each other and constantly attack their companions. Finally, Marlov intends to make an important decision. That is to give the position of president to Laxus? Looking at one fallen figure after another, Malov suddenly said, enough. Stop it. Hearing this, the Demon Tail members who were still fighting suddenly looked startled and looked at President Malov. President, are you going to? Said Grey as he looked at Malov with a shocked look. Ah, as you wish, Laxus, this guild leader is for you. I don't want to see cannibalism between my companions anymore. Malov said angrily and helplessly. Hearing Malov's words, Laxus suddenly smiled heartily. It seemed that he had expected the current result earlier. Not only Laxus himself, but also the 3 members of the Thor crowd couldn't help but chuckle. However, at this moment, a heavy and violent sound of breaking the air suddenly entered everyone's ears. Only to see Elfman's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with joy, Lu Shang. As soon as everyone heard Elfman's words, they all turned their attention to the direction of the sound of breaking wind. Looking at it, the person who came turned out to be really Lu Shang. Lu Shang, who had already become the backbone of everyone's heart, even he didn't know that he now had such a big weight in fairy tale.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.